Welcome to the nationwide highway survival game. A voice proclaimed, half of the people on Blue Star have already been slaughtered and turned into NPCs to open this game. You are fortunate you were not among those cut down. But do not rejoice too soon. Behind you lies an abyss of man-eating black mist. You can only survive on this endless highway by collecting supplies, upgrading your vehicles, and running without. That cold, ethereal, lowly voice echoed in the minds of 5 billion people across Blue Star. Then a different chime rang out, ding. You have consumed the unique rule-grade item, Redemption of God. The world is rebooting. You have been reborn. A system notification belonging solely to Chun Yi suddenly rang in his mind. Chun Yi snapped his eyes open. He was wearing the school uniform he had worn for years, so washed that it had faded pale. Between his fingers an ancient copper coin was slowly vanishing. Him, still alive, he thought, stunned. This is the first day of highway survival. Could all of this be because of that copper coin? Chun Yi touched the red cord around his wrist. There used to be a safety coin hanging there. Redemption of God, he murmured. His fingers clenched into a fist. Lu Rian Lin Feng, he hissed. You filthy pair. I must have been blind to save you. In 3 months of struggling through the apocalypse, he had done good deeds and committed sins. He had come to understand the malice in people's hearts and had learned of the opportunities and dangers that lay ahead. That was his advantage. Forcing down the ferocity in his chest, he thought seeking revenge now and delaying his early momentum would be sheer stupidity. His enemies were merely 2 minor lackeys. If he ran into them in the next couple of days, he could slaughter them with a flick of his wrist. Chun Yi looked around. Before his eyes lay an abandoned parking lot littered with scrapped vehicles that could no longer be started. Countless people transported here by some mysterious power were standing atop the iron wreckage. Terror, confusion, searching for loved ones, and feverish excitement. All kinds of emotions were on full display. The opening scene was exactly the same as in his previous life. Ding. System reminder. A transparent virtual panel suddenly popped up. Chun Yi's expression remained calm. He had long since grown used to this. Opening benefit: you may upgrade the scrap iron before you once for free, turning it into your exclusive vehicle. You may choose the vehicle type yourself. Once the vehicle upgrade is complete, depart immediately. For every day you survive, the system will issue corresponding rewards. Black Mist countdown is 00959. The regional chat and trade channel has automatically opened. Avatars generated. The next second the regional chat channel began to scroll madly. Just got off work and now it's highway survival. I hope that fat pig of a boss of mine got chopped directly. Oh, where's this? Could some kind big brother help me call the police? Someone stole my phone. Don't be stupid, girl. No kidnapper has this kind of power. Hurry and choose a vehicle or the Black Mist will swallow you. Any survival experts here? Of the 10 vehicle types, which one is actually reliable? I chose an RV. The system is auto-assembling it. 3 minutes until completion. I picked an off-road vehicle. Performance maxed out. I'll be on the road in 2 minutes. There's even a bus option. Does anyone dare to choose that? Stop joking. Buses are clumsy, slow, and guzzle fuel. Even a dog wouldn't pick one. Faced with everyone's ridicule, Chun Yi's gaze remained calm. He directly pressed the option for the bus that no one thought highly of. If even a dog wouldn't choose it, then I will. A bus did consume a lot of fuel, but it burned diesel, and diesel supplies would have far less competition. Its interior space was vast, its development potential enormous. It would become a mobile fortress in the future. He could even farm inside it. Once transformed into a mech, it would be over a dozen times larger than others. A single stomp could crush several enemies. At the start, there would also be dedicated bus lanes. While others were stuck in traffic, he would move unhindered. Chun Yi remembered that a massive traffic jam would occur at the opening, killing countless people. He had nearly died there in his previous life. Countless mechanical components gleamed with white light, continually joining and assembling. Before his eyes, the bus was gradually taking form. Ding. Vehicle loading progress, 23. Estimated remaining time, 8 minutes. Chun Yi's brows knit slightly. It actually takes 8 minutes to upgrade. Looks like I won't have time to get out and scavenge starting supplies. Just then another plea for help popped up in the chat. Help. I'm Lin Man, a flight attendant. I can't drive. Is there any expert willing to take me in? I'm willing to do anything. Chun Yi's gaze remained utterly unruffled. In the apocalypse, when one could barely protect oneself, who had the time to take in a beauty? In this life, he had decided to be a lone wolf and would absolutely not form teams or travel with others. In the end times, the only person he could trust was himself. Unless he could awaken as a Beast Tamer and contract a beast with at least 60% loyalty. He simply shut down the chat interface and casually slid through the system panels. Suddenly his gaze halted. The shop interface had lit up ahead of schedule. By the rules, he clearly remembered that one needed to collect 100 highway coins to unlock it. Highway coin balance 625. The instant he saw the number, Chun Yi's heart thudded violently. His assets had actually been reborn with him. He immediately opened the shop, skipping food, basic supplies, and game loans, heading straight for the final page, the special exchange section. Special exchange countdown 5 minutes 15 seconds. Random god tier in-vehicle talent. Unique price 1,000 highway coins. Chun Ye's breathing abruptly stalled. There really was a god tier talent. The rumor that a mysterious merchant had casually mentioned in his previous life was actually true. In the future, even ordinary talents would cost over 10,000 coins and still be hard to obtain, yet this unique god tier talent was only priced at 1,000. Was this a bug with the system, assuming no one could afford it at the beginning? Right now, however, he only had 625, still a bit short. Wait, game loans. Ding. Detected host funds 625. Credit rating excellent. Available loan principal 500 highway coins. Interest 500 highway coins. Total principal and interest 1,000, to be repaid within 10 days, 100 per day. If repayment is overdue for 3 consecutive days, the system will obliterate you, refining you into an item or NPC. Chun Ye's eyes grew suddenly grave. In his previous life, he had personally witnessed someone who took a loan, failed to repay, and was refined by the system into an inflatable doll hung in the trade area. But for a Awakens god tier talent, this level of risk and interest was nothing. Take the loan, he declared. Without the slightest hesitation, he confirmed the borrowing, afraid that if he was even a second late, someone else might exchange for it first. However high the interest, with his advantage of foresight, he could easily repay it. Ding. Loan successful. Current highway coin balance 1125. Do you wish to exchange for unique god tier random in-vehicle talent? Confirm exchange. Exchange successful. Remaining balance 125. Boom. In an instant, the scrapped vehicle beneath Chun Ye erupted with blinding golden light, engulfing his entire body. The nearby survivors were all busy upgrading their own vehicles and paid little attention to the anomaly on his side. Their vehicles also emitted white light, but compared to the resplendent golden radiance around Chun Ye, they were on a completely different level. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the god tier exclusive entry, 1 golden legendary entry per level. This talent is eternally unique worldwide. Would you like to enable a world channel announcement? Reject. High-profile displays would only invite disaster. Pressing down the surging excitement in his heart, he fixed his gaze on the bus that was about to fully take shape. Gulp. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His heart was pounding wildly. It was truly god tier, 1 golden entry with every level. Once the vehicle upgrade finished, he would immediately gain a new ability. The black mist pressed closer step by step. Many people had already completed their vehicle upgrades and were hurriedly driving out of the parking lot. From within the black mist came wave after wave of shrill screams, inhuman and hair-raising to hear. At that moment, Chun Ye's bus completed its assembly. The Doomsday bus was finished. He immediately sat in the driver's seat. Ding. Vehicle upgrade complete. It has been deeply bound to the host's soul. Please name your vehicle. Eternal Night, he said. Ding. Naming successful. The world has been fully datafied. By silently invoking the system, you may view your vehicle and personal panels. System. With a single thought, 2 clear panels instantly surfaced before his eyes. Vehicle Eternal Night LV1 Defense 20 Space 60 cubic meters Speed 30 km/h Weight 15 tons Host Chun Ye 22 years old Remaining lifespan 60 years Health 100100 Physique 10 points Average adult Standard 10 points Spirit 10 points Perception Will Mental Resistance Madness Value 15,100 God tier talent activating. Drawing exclusive golden entry. The next second, a multitude of cards surged before his eyes like rolling waves. In an instant, the cards froze in place. All the old gray cards faded away, leaving a single pure gold card etched with ancient divine patterns quietly suspended in midair. The moment he saw the description on the entry, Chun Ye's breathing stopped. No way could it really be exactly what I was wishing for. Entry God tier Beast Tamer. Contract rule. Any female creature that stays on your vehicle for a full 24 hours or is in a near-death state can be forcibly bound to you through a soul blood contract. Contract targets include all of them. Monsters, demons, ghosts, aberrations, humans, gods, immortals, and any other beings can be contracted. Innate talents. Beast Taming Halo. The recovery speed of contracted beasts is increased tenfold, and the host's affinity toward females is permanently 10. Tyrant Holy Lord. Contracted beasts possess 100 loyalty and will never betray. Hearts. As one, you can communicate with your beasts through thought alone. Beast Mastery. Your vehicle serves as an exclusive beast taming space. With each vehicle level up, you can contract 1 additional beast. Each time you successfully contract a female, there is a 90% chance to obtain a random attribute bonus. Current number of contractable targets 1. Never betray, and I can communicate by thought. Worthy of being a god tier class. In the apocalypse, are supplies the most precious? Weapons? No, neither of those. What truly matters are companions whose loyalty is absolute. Having suffered betrayal in his previous life, he knew all too well how heaven-defying this talent was. Chunyi stared at the panel, the corner of his mouth twitching. Females only. Forced contracts. And it even hands out attribute points. Forget it. Women it is then. For the sake of power, I can't cling to notions of men and women being different. In theory, a Beast Tamer is the strongest class of all. One person alone can field an entire team. With proper combinations they become invincible. But that is only in theory. In reality, aside from contracting beasts, a Beast Tamer has no other skills. In this apocalypse, it is hard enough to feed oneself, let alone a group of obedient women. It is even more difficult. Others would have to wait a whole week and survive 9 deaths out of 10 just to change classes. He had it right from the start. He was already enjoying a blessing from the heavens. More importantly, he already knew of a single god-tier creature. Creature's combat strength was divided into 6 ranks: common, excellent, rare, epic, legendary, and god-tier. Humans were generally only at the common level. That target was a succubus, female no less, perfectly fitting the conditions for a forced contract. He lifted his gaze toward the roiling black fog in the distance. Plans have changed. I'll head into the depths of the black mist first and force a contract with her. A fully grown god-tier creature possessed battle power comparable to the gods themselves. In his previous life, the strongest player in the entire server had only managed to contract a single legendary grade beast. A living god-tier being. No one had ever even seen one. I just hope she hasn't breathed her last yet. If I hurry, I should still make it in time. He twisted the ignition key. The bus let out a low, deep roar and slowly started up. The metallic clatter and rumble echoed through the empty parking lot. After moving barely a dozen meters, raucous laughter came from the lane beside him. Damn, look at that. Someone actually picked a bus. A yellow-haired youth rolled down the window of his RV, pointing at him with open mockery. You start with just 5 liters of fuel, and that iron coffin guzzles gas. I bet he won't even make it 5 kilometers before he stalls out. Seriously. Choosing a bus at the start. Did he get his brain smashed in a door? Chunyi cast the group a brief glance. These people were about to die, though he could not be bothered to respond. Those small cars could finish upgrading in just 2 or 3 minutes. Yet they insisted on dawdling until the very end, clogging up the tail of the convoy. Once the black fog arrived, unless they abandoned their cars and became scavengers on foot, not a single one would escape. On a highway, the deadliest thing was never a lack of food or water. It was traffic jams. Anyone who had not lived through it would never understand the advantages of a bus. Diesel vehicles were few and untapped blue ocean track, with little competition. No one would be fighting over diesel. The vehicle was heavy, but it had its own exclusive lane and never got stuck in traffic. Its tonnage was massive and no one would dare stage a collision scam. Its interior space was vast with enormous potential for modification. No luxury RV could compare to a mobile fortress. In weather above 40 degrees, the air felt like a steamer. Chunyi casually spent 1 road coin in the shop to exchange for 2 bottles of ice-cold cola. He twisted off a cap with a crisp pop. Icy bubbles slid down his throat. Ah, burp, so good. Damn, he actually has cola. A few yellow-haired youths instantly flushed red with jealousy. Sitting in their drafty tin can of a car felt like steaming in a sauna. Ice-cold cola. Now that was a true luxury. Hey kid, share a few bottles of that cola with us. Tag along with us, and we'll let you play with some psychic girls, the kind you tie up and play with. A few 15 or 16-year-old punks, barely grown, were already dabbling in such depravity. Chunyi did not spare them a single glance. He jerked the steering wheel hard, and the bus swung directly into the empty auxiliary lane beside them. Shit, he actually dared drive in there. He's looking for death. A sedan just brushed that line earlier and blew up. Damn, he seems fine. Wait, look at the words on the ground. Bus-only lane. The entire crowd fell silent at once. Everyone looked from the main road, jammed into a pot of boiling porridge, to the bus-only lane clear as a straight line with the bus already pulling farther and farther away. Their guts twisted with regret, so bitter it turned them green. Damn it. If I'd known, I would have picked a bus too. Who was the idiot who said buses were useless just now? You've screwed us. The faces of the yellow-haired punks at the rear of the queue had turned completely pale. The black fog behind them had grown thicker and thicker. The countdown was about to hit 0. You idiots up front, move already. If you don't move, I'll ram you. On the other side, Chunyi drove out of the parking lot without the slightest obstruction. Behind him were countless gazes filled with envy and despair. Fully 1/3 of the players were still stuck in place, unable to move an inch. A crisp notification chime echoed in everyone's ears. Countdown to black fog reaching the parking lot. 3, 2, 1, 0. The game has officially begun. Building B Zone F007 players aged 1440, current population 9921100. Ding. Global Survival Guide updated. Black fog movement speed 10 km/h. Rule 1: completing quests, killing wild monsters, and opening supply crates will all grant random rewards. Rule 2: strictly obey the rules. The enforcer's punishment is more terrifying than any evil spirit. Rule 3. Keep tight control over your emotions. Madness is more frightening than death. Madness value at 60, bloodthirsty. At 80, insane. At 95, warped into a monster. At 100, unknown. Novice quest before 1800 today reached the Happiness Town station 100 kilometers away. Rewards will be distributed based on order of arrival. Any who fail to arrive in time will be completely erased. Good luck. The instant the system voice faded, panic surged through the parking lot, rising with the black fog. Please just move. I'm going to die. A beautiful woman was so desperate she wet herself on the seat, collapsing over the steering wheel and sobbing uncontrollably. The black fog slowly gnawed its way through the people in the rear. The first to be swallowed were the yellow-haired punks who had just been shouting threats. Seconds later, shrill screams blended with the sound of flesh being torn apart, audible even from far away. Ding. Player madness value 30. Ding. Player madness value 80. Ding. Congratulations to Zhou Xingxing for mutating into the first zombie. Reward skill runs fast. The crowd completely exploded. In truth, the black fog's speed was not great, about the same as a walking human. But the highway was sealed tight with traffic, and once people went mad, they began hacking and ramming at random. Over 100 cars rear-end one another in a cascading pileup, turning the situation into a complete dead end. Run. Forget these damn cars. The black fog is eating people. Some lunatics swinging a knife at everyone. Help. The cruelty of doomsday ripped apart the peace of the past in an instant. Stampedes, hacking wails. The tragedies unfolded one after another. Chen Yi watched it all through the rearview mirror, his expression calm. The scene was familiar, the outcome even more so. Soft-hearted, good men never lived to see the end. It was a lesson he had paid for in blood in his previous life. Bang, bang, bang. A group of survivors who had abandoned their cars and fled hurled themselves at the bus door, pounding the glass until it rattled. Stop. Open up. Let us on. Young man, to save a life is better than building a 70-year pagoda of merit. Are you deaf? Do you want to die? If you don't open this door, I'll smash your ride. Ahead, another accident had occurred. Two of the 4 main lanes, only 2 remained passable. Only the bus lane stayed clear and unobstructed. Chen Yi felt not the slightest twinge of pity. Stop. Out of the question. Save people. Why don't you turn around and save those behind you instead? He stamped the accelerator to the floor. The bus instantly left the crowd behind, speeding away. Damn it. So cold-blooded. That loser driving the bus is definitely going to get what's coming to him. Just wait. When we reach the next station, I'll be the first to cut him down. A crowd powerless to change anything could only vent their terror through curses. Look, there's another bus behind us. Hope flared in the crowd all at once. Behind them, a balding, middle-aged uncle with an honest face was slowly driving a bus toward them. Seeing the road packed with people, he instinctively stepped on the brake. With a clang, just as the bus stopped, its door was pried open from the outside. A scar-faced man carrying a blood-stained fireman's axe and a barrel of diesel sprang onto the bus. Piercing screams erupted from within. Several underlings wielding wrenches followed close behind, firmly holding the door. This bus now belongs to Brother Biao. Anyone who hands over their supplies stays. Anyone who doesn't, get out. The crowd erupted in uproar once more. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Yi glanced at the bus behind him. He caught sight of a familiar figure squeezing onto that bus amid the chaos. So it's Crazy Biao from the Axe Gang. Good thing I didn't ease off the gas just now. If he'd latched onto me, I'd definitely be a dead man. Chen Yi naturally had no intention of meddling in others' affairs or inviting trouble upon himself. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, eyes fixed on the billowing black fog behind him. I have to head into the black mist immediately and contract the succubus princess. I must hurry into the black mist to contract the only legendary succubus princess in the entire server. If anyone else were to enter the black mist now, there would be no chance of survival. However, he had unlocked the shop in advance, so it was different. Special exchange. 1 year of life, ordinary, no trouble, token, region-wide limit of 10 per day. After equipping your vehicle, will gain immunity from the black mist for 1 hour. Chen Yi exchanged all of it at once. Ding. Exchange successful. Life, 10 years, no trouble, tokens 10. Remaining life, 50 years. This item would be hard to seize once everyone unlocked the shop. Having deducted 10 years of life, he felt a slight heaviness in his chest, but nothing else unusual. Life can be traded back with road coins, so he wasn't worried. Next, he exchanged for a zombie serum to prevent infection from the zombie virus. Ding. Exchange successful. Road coins, 10 zombie serum 1. Remaining road coins 114. Having prepared everything, he drove straight ahead, avoiding driving against traffic as that would cause congestion. And there was rule 2, follow traffic regulations. The punishment from enforcers is more terrifying than any monster. Although he knew enforcers wouldn't be around at this point, 3 months of survival made him instinctively obey the traffic laws. Speeding along the bus lane, he picked up 3 wooden resource boxes. A can of diesel, a fire axe, and a pack of tissues. Not bad, there's diesel, looks like I need to buy fuel from the system shop. After filling up the vehicle, Chun-Yi continued to speed ahead. He didn't linger over the boxes by the roadside. His mind was on a single goal, contracting the succubus. Only by contracting this succubus could he rest easy. Finally spotted a place to turn around. Seeing the sign ahead, he immediately made a U-turn, driving towards the black mist. Several players by the roadside completely couldn't understand his actions, pointing across the green belt. Is that person crazy? Driving into the black mist. There really is an idiot who can't tell direction. It's a pity for that bus. Chun-Yi didn't care what they said, maintaining his speed as he charged straight into the black mist. Ding. Used 1 no trouble token. Gained 1 hour of immunity from the black mist. A layer of faint white light instantly enveloped the entire bus. He turned on the high beams, but could only see about 10 meters ahead. In the black mist, there were dense zombies everywhere, along with various twisted monsters howling and wandering in the darkness. From time to time, there were chilling screams from players. There's a car. Save me. Help. I'm the daughter of the Ma family. Save me out, and I can get my dad to give you $1 billion. Ding. Your madness value 5. Please remain calm. A woman whose face was mangled by a zombie suddenly lunged at his bus, banging on the door. Damn. Chun-Yi cursed softly, changing lanes and leaving her behind. Money is useless once you're in a survival game. He drove straight towards the center of the black mist along the bus lane. All low-level monsters avoided him under the influence of the no trouble token. This is the function of the no trouble token. With the permit, travel is naturally unimpeded. The vehicle continued forward at the same speed. Passing by the entrance of the apocalyptic parking lot, Chun-Yi caught a glimpse of a middle-aged man's corpse out of the corner of his eye. His head was smashed open by a blunt object with brain matter splattered everywhere and a bloody axe mark painted on the ground. Chun-Yi's expression remained unchanged. It was indeed the Axe Gang killing for vehicles, just like in his previous life. The bus traveled through the black mist for about 30 minutes. Finally, he arrived at the source of the black mist. Chun-Yi slowly pressed the brake. Before him lay a massive spatial rift spanning the heavens, and the earth constantly spewing thick black mist. The edges of the rift were lined with long fangs, as if some terrifying creature was gaping. Above the rift, a gigantic blood-red eyeball slowly rotated, scanning the entire region. Upon seeing Chun-Yi's bus, it fixated its gaze on him intently. Chun-Yi was unfazed. This eyeball wouldn't harm anyone. As long as no attacks were directed at it, it wouldn't attack others. Chun-Yi quickly scanned the scene, then his gaze fell on the square in front of the rift. There, a semi-transparent black egg lay quietly, glowing faintly with rainbow light, particularly mystical in the black mist. The egg was about the height of a person, and through the shell one could vaguely see a graceful figure curled up and target unhatched succubus young girl. Race, demon race, magic immunity. Bloodline level, mutated divine level. Age 18 years. Level LV0. Health 1999. Appearance 98. Spirit physique 1. Ability unawakened. Status near death, innate energy insufficient, unable to break out of the shell autonomously. System evaluation. A rare divine creature. A love-struck, extremely lecherous species. If you are a man, please protect yourself. Amen. A bad egg that has been asleep for 18 years, recommended to be made into fried rice. Consuming it could permanently increase physique by 10 points. Seeing the panel, Chun-Yi frowned. Lecherous. You probably don't know the power of a 22-year-old virgin, do you? Fried rice. 10 points of physique. What a ridiculous joke. This is my exclusive magic pet. In my last life, this egg was discovered by an adventuring team half a month later, and by the time they found her, the egg was destroyed and the person was dead. Because of her stunning figure and appearance, her photo flooded the entire region's channel for a full 3 days, and the system even analyzed that she died shortly after the game opened. It doesn't matter, a bad egg is still a bad egg. After the contract, my tenfold recovery ability can also restore this little demoness health to full. Hurry and contract to see what abilities can be awakened. Chun-Yi parked the vehicle at the edge of the black egg and opened the door. In an instant, all the zombies and twisted monsters around stopped their movements. They all turned their heads in unison, staring at him intently. The no trouble token only ensures safety inside the car. Getting out would still lead to attacks. In that moment, countless monsters howled as they charged over. Chun-Yi acted quickly. He got out of the car, immediately picked up the transparent black egg at the door, and turned to dive back into the vehicle. Bang! The door slammed shut heavily. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The monsters behind surged forward, but were blocked by an invisible barrier. They smelled the scent of living humans, frantically howling and scratching at the air, but to no avail. Chun-Yi looked outside and took a breath. Great. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. He checked his status. His skin had not been contaminated by the black mist. Hey, it seems I saved a bottle of serum. Just then, a very weak breath suddenly came from the egg in his arms. Chun-Yi looked down. He had been too hasty when carrying it, and the eggshell had cracked against the car door, creating a fissure. Transparent amniotic fluid flowed out, filling the car with a sweet scent of yogurt. Crack. The crack continued to widen. With a bang, the eggshell completely shattered. Shit. Looking at the shattered demon eggs scattered all over the ground, Chun-Yi hurriedly scooped the demon out of the sticky egg whites. The demon was drenched, incredibly slick, curled up into a ball, with a pale complexion, showing no signs of breathing, as if it had already perished. Ding. Detecting a dying god-level creature in the vehicle, would you like to initiate a contract? Yes. Immediately. Damn. Thankfully it's not dead, otherwise it would have been a wasted trip. Please feed a drop of blood to complete the master-servant contract. Chun-Yi did not hesitate, biting his fingertip and placing it near the girl's lips. In the next moment, a drop of blood fell into her mouth, and the demon, like a little greedy cat that hadn't eaten for over 10 years, bared her little fangs and fiercely sucked on his fingertip. Health 1. Health 1. The marks of health recovery continued to pop up on the girl's forehead. Soul contract in progress. 5. 20. 50. Hey, we agreed on just one drop. Why are you getting addicted to it? Don't treat me like a milk bottle. Although he complained, feeling the girl's breath gradually warming up, Chun-Yi ultimately did not pull his hand away. In the next moment, a golden-red halo spread from his fingertip, flowing along the girl's body and swirling around her lower abdomen, coalescing into a peach-colored rose-shaped magical pattern. Beneath the peach-colored heart-shaped petals, his name was faintly engraved. Damn, my name is tattooed here. Ding. Congratulations, the contract is complete. The demon's abilities have awakened, gaining additional rewards, all attributes 5. Suddenly, Chun-Yi felt a warm current surging from within the demon, enveloping him and transforming his physique. His senses of hearing, sight, and smell were all enhanced by a mysterious power. His lower abdomen even tightened into 6 solid abs. Contract feedback. I actually gained 5 points in all attributes directly. With just these 5 points in all attributes, that's already over 1,000 road coins. Now my physical fitness is almost on par with a professional athlete. At this moment, the girl's complexion gradually turned rosy, and her icy body slowly warmed up. Her eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening her eyes. A pair of wine-red eyes glistened with confusion and affection. Can't you speak? Chun-Yi, relieved to see her alive, was just about to relax when the girl burrowed into his embrace, her tiny nose gently rubbing against his neck. The sweet fragrance, like yogurt mixed with her unique softness, overwhelmed Chun-Yi, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chun-Yi fumbled to take off his t-shirt, slightly covering her alluring body. It didn't matter if he was bare-chested, but his magical pet couldn't be exposed. The girl nestled, obediently clutching the hem of his shirt tightly, her little demon horns rubbing against his chest. Chun-Yi's ears instantly flushed crimson, his breathing becoming a bit erratic, a sweetness rising in his throat as he swallowed back his nosebleed. A peach-colored heart-shaped tail of the girl wrapped tightly around his thigh, her little mouth pressed against his chest muscles, leaving him drenched in saliva. Just as he placed her on the lounge chair, a soft, milky voice whispered, "Master, I'm hungry. Hush so you can talk. She doesn't want to drink my blood, does she? Could she be a vampire?" The girl blinked, revealing 4 small fangs smacking her lips, and hugged him even tighter, biting down onto his chest muscles. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Damn, I'm bleeding. You can't suck food out of there, hey. Chun-Yi was at a loss, and could only pry open her small mouth, pouring a can of cola into it. The god-level creature quickly realized that cola was a drink, and she hugged the can, drinking it greedily. Drink up this stuff, fills you up fast. The little demon obediently settled down in the back seat for the time being. Just born and already using ice cola as milk, no one else can say that. How about I call you Little Cola from now on? The little demon nodded foolishly. Cola. I want a hug from Master. Chun-Yi gently patted her head. Master still needs to drive. You're not a little baby. At 165 meters tall, go play by yourself. The little demon with magical patterns locked and felt a submissive awareness growing within her. This made her obediently follow Chun-Yi's commands. We need to prepare to head back. From today on, you must help Master with tasks, understand? The girl learned quickly, nodding her head like a drum. Chun-Yi did not want to raise a little demon who only thought about, ding. Your black mist immunity is down to 10 minutes. Please manage your time wisely. Upon hearing the system announcement, Chun-Yi hurried back to the driver's seat, preparing to turn around and catch up with the main group. On the other side, he opened the little demon's panel again. Name Cola, God level. Affection, loyalty 100 full. Race, demon, magic immunity, will not be infected by black mist. Health 271,009. Physique, mental 2. Abilities. Lucky right hand, the first treasure chest opened each day will increase by 1 grade. Each treasure chest is limited to once. Demon body, swallow when in close contact with a preferred opposite gender master, all attributes 1 daily, permanent health 10, unlimited growth. Charming aura, allies, all attributes 5. Lick wounds. The demon's saliva or bodily fluids have healing properties, can quickly restore wounds with unexpected effects from long-term consumption. Wow for skills. This god-level contract pet is truly exceptional. Treasure chest upgrades, unlimited growth. This adventure into the Black Mist was definitely the right choice. In this life, I will definitely encounter more things like the Chosen One. Chunyi knew that he was not the only. Many people would gain various abilities during this Black Mist and highway disaster. In his last life, he was merely a low-level survivor, but this life would be different. He looked at the bite mark on his chest, which had also healed instantly due to the demon's saliva, as did his fingers. So amazing, it smells like strawberry cake. Just as Chun-Yi was marveling, a silver treasure chest suddenly appeared in the rearview mirror, shining bright. Although the visibility in the Black Mist was very low, Chun-Yi's sensitivity to resource boxes remained high. That box earlier was probably reflected by his taillights. There's actually a silver treasure chest under the space rupture. I didn't see it at all just now. Considering the haste of sneaking out to steal eggs, it was understandable that he missed it. Without hesitation, Chun-Yi used another no-event card and turned around directly towards the rupture entrance. Ding. One no-event card has been used. Gained 1 hour of Black Mist immunity. Current remaining immunity duration 1 hour 05 minutes. Cola, go help Master fetch the treasure chest back. Upon hearing Chun-Yi's command, little Cola immediately put down the half-drunk Cola and bounced out of the car with a little milk burp. In no time, the demon girl came back struggling, hugging the treasure chest. As a pure-blood demon, Black Mist zombies and Black Mist creatures would not attack her. Cola is awesome. Master will get you some good food later. The girl smiled sweetly, her face full of delight. Cola is the best. As Chun-Yi took the treasure chest, he initially wanted to open it directly, but suddenly remembered Cola's lucky ability. On the first day of survival, let alone silver treasure chests, most players would be thankful just to touch a black iron resource box. Even if he encounters silver boxes again later, he could wait until tomorrow for Cola to open them. Cola helped Master open the treasure chest. The girl extended her jade-like hand, pawing at it a few times, but the treasure chest didn't budge, and in her urgency, she showed her little fangs and tried to bite it. Hey, be gentle, don't break the chest, just press this button to open it. Chun-Yi helplessly facepalmed. Receiving the hint, little Cola finally cluelessly pressed the chest button. Swish! A blinding white light suddenly illuminated, slowly turning golden. A golden light orb gradually emerged. At the moment the golden light dissipated, a yellowed note was still pressed at the bottom of the box, covered by the afterglow of the orb, which Chun-Yi momentarily did not notice. Ding! Congratulations, the host has opened a level 5 finished vehicle kit bathroom integrated toilet, with water resource collector producing 5 tons of clean water daily. Would you like to install it immediately? I actually opened a level 5 finished product, and it comes with unlimited water supply. This is really going to make me rich. Chun-Yi was planning to pull a scrapped RV later, but now that he didn't have to, he said, install it right away. In the next moment, the bus shook slightly, and a flash of golden light passed by. At the back of the carriage, an approximately 8 or 9 square meter golden small compartment appeared out of nowhere, exquisite and sturdy. Chun-Yi opened the door to take a look. Inside was a spacious double bathtub, a pure gold toilet, fully automatic drying devices, clean bath towels, and all the necessary washing supplies, with even the water tank gauge being full. Damn. These conditions, are you sure this is for survival? Chun-Yi couldn't help but click his tongue. Cola, you are truly my little lucky star. You go wash up first, I'll drive and hurry on. Cola doesn't know how to wash. Master, help me. Chun-Yi utilized the skill hearts connection and discovered that this little creature understood everything, pretending to be silly. Cola, carrying the memories of inheritance, knew even more than he did. Time was already precious, and now he was wasting a useless card. His immediate priority was to drive out of the Black Mist, otherwise he would waste another useless card. This thing was exchanged for his lifespan, extremely precious. He had aged 10 years to obtain this card. Go wash yourself. Chun-Yi was a bit displeased and pointed towards the bathroom. Alright then. Do you need Cola to help you wash? The girl blinked innocently. Chun-Yi was left speechless. Hurry up. Seeing Chun-Yi angry, she immediately obediently entered the bathroom. In no time, the sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. Chun-Yi drove the bus at full speed, leaning back in his seat with a sneer. A god-level magical pet is indeed impressive, born with knowledge, even knows how to use a bathtub. The Black Mist was serene, and the sound of splashing water from the bathtub was particularly pleasant. Cola was still humming a tune, a song she had learned in the womb. It's just that it wastes too much water. This is a desert, and water is life. This is already half a ton wasted for me. Complaining was one thing, but then he switched to double standards. After all, this was a future magical pet that could rival deities, so what if it used a bit more water? It's just that it wastes too much water. This is a desert, and water is life. This is already half a ton wasted for me. Complaining was one thing, but then he switched to double standards. After all, this was in this hot summer desert without air conditioning, it was unbearably hot. He needed to quickly upgrade the bus to level 2. At that point, not only would there be air conditioning, but also independent rooms and a planning area. The first to upgrade will receive 100 road coins as a reward. This reward must be obtained. Upgrading to level 2 requires road coins, and currently, he has some water resources can be exchanged for upgrade materials, which is already a pre-locked reward. While driving towards Happiness Town, he sorted through the memories of his past life. Although there were ranking rewards at the stations, the bus was slow and couldn't compare to the speed of sports cars. But first place only awarded a few road coins. He didn't care for such garbage resources. He decided to collect more supplies along the way as the bus had plenty of space to store them. At that moment, Cola came out wrapped in a bath towel, her body clean and fragrant, squatting right next to him, looking up with an innocent gaze like a freshly groomed kitten. Master, I'm done washing. Chunyi looked down and was taken aback. Wow, how come you're so white? And he couldn't help but touch her head. Chunyi swallowed hard. He had never seen such a celestial beauty. Fortunately, this exquisite being was his magical pet, his own. Otherwise, he would be extremely jealous. With long hair down to her waist, delicate features, and skin that was incredibly tender and smooth, the natural physique of a succubus was irresistible to most men. They all grew into the most comfortable appearance in your mind. But now in this apocalyptic survival scenario with his life hanging by a thread, he naturally had no extra. After glancing at his own dirty self, he checked the time. Breaking through the black mist would take at most half an hour. With time to spare, he decided to take it easy and have a shower himself. Covered in sticky succubus egg liquid, though it wasn't a big deal, it was indeed uncomfortable. Chunyi immediately pulled over. Stay outside and wait for me, don't run around. Okay. The little succubus nodded shyly, behaving obediently. In less than 3 minutes, Chun-Yi quickly took a shower and returned to the driver's seat to start the vehicle. Oh, it's refreshing. I haven't had such a nice shower in 3 months. Feeling clean, Chun-Yi came out in just shorts, showing off his tempting abs, making Cola drool. What he didn't know was that while he was showering, Cola had already peeked through the door crack, watching him bathe. Cola mumbled softly. I was just worried that Master wouldn't know how to wash. What if he needs Cola's help? She pretended to sip her cola nonchalantly, but Chun-Yi could see through her thoughts. However, he didn't mind. It's normal for a man to be seen by his woman, let alone a close magical pet. At 11 a.m., Chun-Yi casually picked up the silver treasure chest he had just opened. Just as he was about to toss it aside, he inadvertently caught sight of something at the bottom of the chest, a gray piece of parchment that looked like the wooden base of the chest. Under the parchment was a collar with a bell. There's something else. He immediately took out the items inside. Special positioning collar. After wearing it, the host can view the wearer's location, effective range 100 kilometers. Royal relic. A mysterious merchant is willing to buy it back at a high price. Wow. Something the mysterious merchant wants. This must be worth a lot. Maybe I can sell it and just relax. And it's a locator. Let's put it on Cola first, so she doesn't wander off and get lost. They'll sell it after meeting the mysterious merchant. Chun-Yi opened the bloodstained parchment. An egg abandoned by the Black Abyss King. Take her, and you will be targeted by the Black Abyss. Chun-Yi raised his eyebrows. Black Abyss King. Never heard of it. Chun-Yi wasn't afraid of the Black Abyss King. In this game, even deities had to obey the rules. So what was the Black Abyss King? What could the Black Abyss do to him? Can he watch me die? He chuckled and shook his head, not thinking too much. He looked out at the giant eyes outside, showing no signs of fear. One hand on the steering wheel, he gently shook the bell with the other, and the jingling sound echoed in the cabin. Cola, come here. Cola heard her master's call and trotted over, her snowy feet pattering. Do you like it, Master? Chun-Yi casually put the collar on her, the leather bell fitting snugly around her fair neck, reminding him of the cowgirls in fantasy worlds. It's a pity the other party wasn't pregnant and had no milk. The size is just right. This thing can't be lost. Do you understand? Cola was very happy, treating the bell as a ring given to her by her master. Master's gift is more precious than Cola's life. Chun-Yi didn't think much. This was something valuable that absolutely couldn't be lost. Road coins were life in this world. Ding. Positioning bell is binding to the vehicle. Bindings. With her new toy, the girl stopped bothering Chun-Yi and obediently sat in the back seat, sipping cola and fiddling with the bell around her neck, her eyes full of wonder, as if she had discovered a new world. On Chun-Yi's system map, a small succubus icon appeared right next to his with a clear visible distance. It's quite useful. Chun-Yi closed the succubus positioning map. He drove slowly towards Happiness Town, constantly looking out for supply boxes along the way. He collected a total of 4 inferior boxes and 2 wooden boxes. He found a bottle of engine oil, a fire axe, 2 sausages, a pack of spicy strips, and a roll of garbage bags. All supplies were picked up by Cola after getting out of the vehicle. The boxes weren't large, and Cola could easily carry them. After driving for over half an hour, the bus finally burst out of the range of the black mist. Just as they exited the black mist, they spotted a mutated wolf with a broken leg in the distant wasteland, lowering its head to gnaw on a corpse, looking fierce and terrifying. Ding. Encountered mildly unpleasant sight, madness value 0. 5 humph. Lucky encountered an injured one. Mutated wolf, level 1 health, 30-50 physique 7 Shun. Yi parked the vehicle by the side, grabbed a fire axe nearby, and prepared to go down. These mutated beasts would drop road coins. Cola's health hadn't fully recovered, so Chun Yi didn't plan on taking her along. Cola, stay in the car and don't come down. Oh. Cola leaned against the car window, curiously watching Chun Yi hunt. The stinking drool of the wolf corroded the flesh as it chewed the rich smell of blood, masking Chun Yi's scent until he got close enough for the wolf to notice. But it was all too late. The wolf growled twice. Without much struggle, Chun Yi struck quickly and accurately, swinging the axe down, and a wolf head rolled away. Being able to kill the monster without injury was mainly due to his overwhelming strength and the fact that the opponent was injured. He looked around temporarily. No other mutated beasts dared to crawl out of the black mist. Ding. Killed mutated wolf, X1, road coins 1, obtained school uniform, X1. System announcement: congratulations to player Yong Yi for achieving the first kill in the entire region, hereby awarding revolver X1, universal fuel X3, mineral water X10. Is this all there is? This first kill reward is better off not being given at all. What did Yongya actually kill? I just accidentally ran over someone, so why was there no reward? My sister is about to die of thirst. Chun Yi ignored these people and directly closed the public screen. He stored the loot and returned to the car, tossing the highway currency into the coin slot. Balance 115. Remaining 885. Master is amazing. Kaylay clapped and cheered. Back in the car, Chun Yi helped her change into the brand new school uniform he had just picked up. Chun Yi nodded in satisfaction. This way you won't have to run around naked anymore, and it will be more convenient to get off the car to collect resources later. Master, I'm hungry. Kaylay frowned as her stomach growled. Chun Yi felt hunger rising within him too, and he took out the remaining rations. One person, one sausage. He also had an extra pack of spicy strips. He let Kaylay taste a small bite of the spicy strips, which made her scream from the heat, amusing Chun Yi. However, as he ate, he found himself getting hungrier. With a significant loan hanging over him, he dared not spend a penny recklessly. Chun Yi opened the global chat channel. In just half a day, the total number of people in the area had dwindled to over 8,000, and the public screen was filled with cries for water. This is a desert, and besides traffic jams, the lack of water had become the biggest problem. He sent a message: pure water in exchange for food or upgrade materials. As soon as the message was sent, a flurry of friend requests popped up. He sifted through reliable trading partners. Boss, I have no resources to trade. Can I owe you? I'll pay you back double tomorrow. Brother, can I trade black stockings for it? I licked it. It's salty enough to replenish salt. Handsome guy, can you give the water to your sister first? They'll spend the night with you at the station, alright. Chun Yi saw these freeloaders and blacklisted them all. Boss, can I trade 1 bucket of instant noodles for 2? Finally met a reliable one. He quickly accepted the friend request and sent back 2 words. He did not exchange bottled water. Instead, he used a garbage bag to hold the water from the water collector, which had a scale indicating that 2 pounds of water equaled 1,000 milliliters. Then he completed the transaction at the central control panel, and with a mindset of just trying it out, he taught Kaylay how to operate the resource exchange. Unexpectedly, under 100 loyalty and the guidance of the bond of understanding, Kaylay learned how to operate within just a few minutes. Kaylay, you truly are a divine creature. I didn't expect your learning ability to be this strong. Can I exchange for more delicious food? Of course you can. In the following journey, Kaylay assisted with trading, while Chun Yi focused on driving. With 5 tons of pure water available each day, Kaylay frantically exchanged it for survival resources. 18 portions of instant noodles and sausages, each 12 portions of milk and bread, 1 pack of cigarettes, 2 packs of dried fish, 11 liters of diesel, 15 units of wood, 8 units of steel. A bountiful harvest. After eating and drinking his fill, Chun Yi opened the vehicle upgrade panel. Level 2 vehicle upgrade requirements: 50 units of wood, 50 units of steel, 20 units of rubber, 20 units of glass, 30 highway currency. Still need some materials. I must collect them quickly. Once the vehicle reaches level 2, I can contract a second beast to find Kaylay a good sister. This way she won't keep sticking to me. Chun Yi drove towards the happy town. Along the way, corpses lay everywhere, and most survivors died from mutual slaughter. The mutated beasts and zombies currently only lingered around the black fog, posing no immediate threat. The black fog, moving at a speed of 10 kilometers per hour, had been left far behind, with less than 40 kilometers remaining to the destination. As the number of people and vehicles gradually increased on the road, the resource boxes dropped were immediately fought over frantically. A single sausage or a bottle of water could lead to bloody brawls. Yi was glad that in this life, he didn't have to compete with them. His vehicle could produce 5 tons of pure water every day. Directly exchanging it for resources wasn't that tempting. The succubus was managing transactions at the central control screen. With Chun-Yi's bond of understanding assisting her, she learned very quickly. The car was soon piled high with resources, and the little creature drooled at the sight of food. Chun-Yi rewarded his diligent magical pet with a bottle of milk. Kayle was overjoyed and returned the favor with 2 kisses. Master, there are only 3 tons of water left. Should we continue to exchange? Yes, just keep enough for us to drink. Alright. Since not using the water would be wasteful, his water tank could only hold 5 tons. Once full, the water collector would stop gathering water from the air. Master, I'll go get some more water. Go ahead, I'll keep an eye on the central control screen for you. Kayle dashed towards the bathroom, and the central control screen immediately popped up a new trade request. Yonya, can I trade diesel for your water? Yes, 5 pounds of water for 1 barrel of oil. As everyone chose gasoline vehicles, diesel had little market demand, and his fuel tank was already full. Just after finishing this transaction, another new trade request came in. Boss, I have a blueprint. Can I exchange it for a weapon? A blueprint? Chun-Yi instantly perked up. This item was truly hard currency in the apocalypse. He glanced at the other person's avatar. The note read Money Fatty. What blueprint? It's a level 1 wooden bed blueprint. Chun-Yi chuckled. No wonder no one wanted to trade. A wooden bed was not a necessity compared to water, fuel, or weapons. Besides, RVs came with beds already. However, he did indeed want a bed. Even though it was just a wooden bed, it was better than the uneven hard seats he had. Glancing at the pile of fire axes beside him, he realized that he didn't need so many. I can trade a fire axe, but you must add something else. The value of a fire axe was much greater than that of a wooden bed blueprint. Chun-Yi was not one to be at a loss. Can I add 2 barrels of diesel? Sure. Thank you so much, boss. I originally had a fire axe, but it was taken by the axe gang when they The fatty's reminder instantly reminded Chun-Yi of events from his past life. The zombie gang relied on ambushing and robbing at the start, rolling in wealth, and eventually became a terrifying presence that no one dared to provoke in this area. In this life, you won't be so lucky. Chun-Yi frowned, already devising a plan to deal with the zombie gang's ambush. He didn't waste words and directly clicked on the trade. A flash of white light from the console and a fire axe was exchanged for a sheepskin manuscript. Single bed crafting materials, 3 units of wood, 1 unit of sponge. Would you like to craft it immediately? Surprisingly, it even included a 10-centimeter sponge mattress, which was much better than he had expected. Yes. Ding. Crafting successful. Please select the placement location. Place it next to the driver's seat. A flash of white light passed, and a single bed was securely fixed next to the driver's seat. Chun-Yi reached out to touch it. The texture was even softer than the original bed in a level 1 RV. At this moment, Kayle had just come out of the bathroom and immediately pounced onto the new bed in the passenger seat. Wow. Is this bed prepared for me by the master? It's so soft and comfortable. Chun-Yi felt embarrassed. The bed was originally made for himself, but unexpectedly the little creature claimed it immediately. Chun-Yi was speechless. Considering she had helped a lot today, he simply let her keep the bed. Master, this bed is so big we can sleep together. Chun-Yi twitched his mouth. This bed was 2 meters long and 90 centimeters wide. It was barely enough for 1 person to sleep, let alone 2. Was it supposed to be a game of stacking people? Stop messing around. You keep an eye on the resource exchange while I focus on driving. Okay. Time ticked by, and the fresh water in the car was nearly all traded away. Kayle was also tired and lay down on the little bed to sleep. Chun-Yi did not wake her. The little creature had helped a lot today, and her health had not fully recovered. Staying by his side allowed her to enjoy a 10-fold recovery bonus as a beast master. Chun-Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at the roadblock ahead, his expression turning solemn. He knew there was a roadblock set up by the zombie gang. Even the bus lane was blocked by a scrapped bus. The other party was not just anyone, and if they encountered truly united or desperate people, they would also look at the person and let them go respectfully. But there was only him. He was destined to be at the mercy of the zombie gang. This encounter with the zombie gang was unavoidable, and he had no intention of dodging. Fortunately, he could utilize the shop to buy some props. He hesitated no longer and directly opened the system shop. Weapon area level 1 zone fire axe 1 highway currency composite bow 10 arrows 3 highway currency grenade 5 highway currency revolver 18 bullets 15 highway currency. Chun-Yi didn't think twice and exchanged for a pistol and 7 grenades. Ding. Highway currency 50 current remaining 65. This money had to be spent. Although the system rewarded him with a pistol, it was too unreliable. In today's scenario, it was either to break through or die. There was no third option. No one knew better than him what kind of person the zombie gang was. The bus slowly glided forward, moving at an extremely low speed. The road ahead was completely blocked. Thousands of people and vehicles were squeezed outside the roadblock, yet they were stopped by dozens of men. Yi observed that there were indeed people resisting, however the resisting individuals were not united and lacked effective organization, leading each to their demise. The roadblock ahead was piled up with scrapped vehicles spanning all lanes, leaving only a toll booth open. Those vehicles were erected by the resistors. People murmured, filled with fear. What to do? I have nothing to pay the toll with. Don't you have a daughter? Old Zhang ahead sent his daughter over and successfully exchanged for a way out. But my daughter isn't here. Then how about sending your wife over to try? Yi no longer paid attention to these passers-by. The only communication point ahead had dozens of burly men wielding fire axes standing guard. Hundreds, or even thousands of people were subdued by just a few individuals, all obediently handing over their resources. Yi recalled his past life, realizing that he couldn't blame them. It was common for the weak to fight over scraps, but in the face of organized bandits, hearts would scatter and resistance was just seeking death. The first to step up would not receive reinforcements, only ridicule awaited. This was true even in peaceful times, let alone in the apocalypse. Yi coldly swept over the masses. At that moment, two familiar figures that made him feel nauseated entered his view. Lin Feng and Lu Ruyan. The two stood under the shade of a tree, their bodies intertwined. So the dog couple has been together for a long time. In my past life, I was truly foolish treating them as family. Yi's grip on the steering wheel tightened, the veins on the back of his hand pulsing. He wished he could slam on the accelerator and turn this dog couple into minced meat. Ding. Host's emotional fluctuation madness value 5, current madness value 20. As the system notification faded, Yi realized that 3 months of apocalyptic training was still insufficient to be affected emotionally by such insignificant ants. At a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, it would be quite difficult to kill someone. Drawing his gun in advance would surely alert the bandits blocking the road. The biggest crisis now is the zombies. After taking care of these robbers ahead, I can casually deal with this dog couple. Yi closed his eyes, recalling the images from his past life. How the dog couple conspired against him, poisoning, attacking, insulting, and mocking. However, this was the norm of betrayal in the apocalypse. When he opened his eyes again, only extreme calmness remained in his gaze. He no longer paid attention to the two following the flow of cars paying tolls, slowly driving toward the only passage through the blockade. Not far away, Lu Ruyan was swaying her slim waist and voluptuous hips, excitedly entering the tent of the zombies, hoping to curry favor with the powerful. But Yi knew that the zombies had already taken their core members to compete for ranking rewards, and those left behind were merely temporary street thugs. Her desire to attach herself to the zombies would end in vain, reducing her to serving the slovenly men. Yi withdrew his gaze, having been reborn, once he finally saw the true character of this woman. His fingers brushed the cold body of the revolver at his waist, and he pressed the 7 grenades in his pocket. Voices from the toll booth echoed. 1 portion of water, 3 portions of basic supplies, 1 portion of gasoline. Very well, you can go now. Next. Hey, the one driving the bus, come here. Cooperate with the inspection. The guards at the entrance had long been fixated on his bus. The zombies were looking to build a gang, naturally needing to collect large buses like his. The lead tattooed man raised his hand, halting the flow of cars, holding a firefighter's axe, grinning with yellowed teeth as he glared fiercely at Yi. Get out of the car for inspection. The intent to seize the bus was written all over the tattooed man's face. While others were not required to exit, he insisted on checking. But the next moment he scared the tattooed man into a panic. What the hell? How do you have a gun? The tattooed man froze in fear, as did those behind him. Bang! Without any further ado, a bullet exploded from the gun. A few fearless ones charged forward with axes. The revolver has only 6 bullets. If we protect our heads and seize it with a gun, we will be the bosses of this area. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Gunfire erupted continuously, an entire magazine emptied. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. If he can't hit the head, aim for the chest, neck, or legs. The dense gunfire suddenly erupted, instantly shocking everyone. Even the survivors who hadn't had time to escape were immediately silenced, panic etched on their faces. Ordinary players madness value 30, ordinary players madness value 80. This bus driver actually, what are you standing there for? Why not take the chance to rush over? Are you waiting for the black mist to accompany you to the grave? What the hell? Finally, a savior has come to rescue us. The survivors whispered among themselves. Meanwhile, Yi, having emptied his handgun, had already frightened away all the thugs blocking the road, especially as he raised another fully loaded revolver. The booming gunfire also awakened the sleeping Kola. Master, what happened? Kola, wake up, and we will go down to gather supplies later. The petty robbers were all temporary recruits, lacking any real unity. The small leader and a few fearless ones were dead. The remaining people instantly lost their morale, only caring to escape. Besides those who had already gone mad, unloading fire in the tent, everyone else fled. Everyone understood that with so many people attacking together, they might not be able to kill Yi. But no one wanted to be the first to die as cannon fodder. Don't run. You hold them off while I call for backup. I'll back you up, you mother. They have guns. If you have the capability, you come hold them off. The petty robbers cursed, each one running faster than the last. The chaotic sounds of fleeing rose and fell, and the collapse of the scene happened even faster than Chunyi had anticipated. He turned back to look at the tent still swaying rhythmically. Casually popping the pin from a grenade, he accurately threw it inside, where only a few people remained. Boom. Instantly severed limbs flew everywhere. Ugh. Ouch. After the explosion, only the sounds of painful gasps and low moans remained. Lu Ruyen was among them. Though she didn't die on the spot, shrapnel left her wounded all over. In this apocalyptic world lacking medicine, she was left to suffer and await death. Chunyi looked at her suffering, feeling more satisfied than if he had killed her directly. He merely glanced at her from afar and did not pay her any further attention. This kind of hatred towards insignificant ants could be easily avenged. He was not someone who harbored deep resentments and enjoyed kicking a corpse. The other was no longer on the same level as him. He scanned his surroundings, but did not see Lin Feng. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. It seemed Lin Feng had little sincerity toward this woman as he vanished at the sound of gunfire. Not delaying any further, he got out of the car, pulling Cola down with him to gather supplies. There were piles of supplies looted by the Axe gang. These were ill-gotten gains, and he felt justified in taking them. Wood 18, steel 13, rubber 11, dried fish 10. With one hand holding the gun and the other moving supplies, Chun-Yi suddenly felt a chill down his back. Turning around to glance, he was shocked to see thousands of hungry survivors eyeing him. The Axe gang members had long since fled, leaving only these people. Each one displayed greed and excitement mixed with a hint of fear. Clearly the madness value had affected their minds, making them somewhat fearless. So many supplies. He is just one person. And he's with a girl dressed as a succubus. But his eyes are so red. He must be a killer. What if he runs out of bullets? At that moment Lin Feng was hiding in the crowd, trembling. He recognized Chun-Yi, but dared not show himself. The Chun-Yi he knew was timid and ineffectual, someone who wouldn't dare retaliate when bullied, let alone kill. He found it hard to believe the person before him was the same. Moreover, he was killing bandits without even caring about his girlfriend's life or death. He even had a premonition that the affair he had with Lu Ruyen had long been seen through by Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi must know about me and Lu Yen. He has gone mad. Why? I can't go out. A wave of fear washed over him, hiding in the crowd, afraid to look up, fearing Chun-Yi would shoot him or make him a eunuch. On the other side, Chun-Yi's blood surged rapidly, his temples throbbing. He quickly shook his head, forcibly suppressing his madness value, which had reached 61. The demonic sounds echoed in his mind. He even felt an urge to use a grenade on ordinary people. No, I can't kill anymore. If my madness value exceeds 80, it will be dangerous. Chun-Yi lightly bit his tongue, the pain bringing him a moment of clarity. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he had killed. He had properly laid to rest more than 10 of the most densely packed being in that tent. He fired 2 shots into the ground and revealed the row of grenades hanging from his waist. Faced with the threat of death, the crowd with only slight madness value immediately scattered in panic. If you stop. Come here. Chun-Yi shouted, pointing his gun at several men. Big guy, we don't want any supplies, just let us go. You help me carry supplies, and once I can't carry any more, the rest will be yours. 1 hour later, Chun-Yi's bus was packed to the brim before he drove away. 60 cubic meters, at least 40 cubic meters have been loaded. Chun-Yi indeed left them some supplies, and those who helped him got a substantial amount. Oh my, the person with the gun has left. Only a few unarmed people are left, so everyone hurry and grab the supplies. In an instant, a bloody battle erupted, a scene of the lower class slaughtering each other, leaving viewers' scalps tingling with fear. Chun-Yi's red gaze slowly faded, and his madness value dropped from 61 to 59. This was the calm technique he had developed in his previous life. He could use deep breaths to regulate his madness value. He silently rejoiced in his previous choice. Master, so many people have died behind. Are you scared? Though the demonic pet did not possess a madness value and could kill freely, she should still be afraid, right? But she was his contracted beast. Every day in the future, she would have to face such bloody scenes, and she needed to adapt early. What's there to be afraid of? Cola loves the taste of blood. Hearing this, he recalled the time the girl had sucked his blood. Cola, you are not allowed to drink blood anymore, understood? Cola won't drink blood. Cola will drink milk. Milk tastes better than blood. As she spoke, little Cola took out a bottle of pure milk, squatting beside Chun-Yi on the bed, her eyes shyly glancing at him, as if asking if she could drink. Chun-Yi simply nodded, continuing to drive. In a short while, the system once again sent out a notification. Current number of people remaining in this area 6,821. 3 to 4,000 fresh lives were merely a series of cold numbers here. Ding. District announcement. Player Sanzong Affix the first to reach Happiness Town, arrival time 1:03 p.m. Reward Pioneer Medal equipping grants 2 to all attributes road currency 10, exclusive web ding. District announcement. Player Huzi the second to reach Happiness Town, arrival time 1:00. Reward Pioneer Medal road currency 5, a revolver. Ding. District announcement. Player Sang Biao the 999th to reach Happiness Town, arrival time 1:55 p.m. Reward road currency 1. The system's delayed notifications came one after another. It was already 4 p.m., those people had long since reached their destination. The reason the announcements were only now being pushed is that only those who reached Happiness Town could see the rankings. Indeed, Chunyi had already arrived at Happiness Town. Though it was called a town, it was merely a temporary station. Looking around, there were only old stair houses with all vehicles parked in a massive park. Ding. You have arrived at Happiness Town, ranking 5022, no reward. Please park your vehicle in the designated white line parking spots to ensure your vehicle is not attacked. Only with your permission can others enter your vehicle. Sanzong Affix mercenary Huzi and these two have taken first and second place. Especially Sanzong, who became the only chosen one in this area. Chunyi casually chose a bus parking spot, smoothly stopping within the white lines. The next moment, the vehicle began to emit a faint white light, gaining special protection. Beside him were 8 other buses, all occupied by Sang Biao. At this moment, their vehicles were empty, as everyone had gone into the town to scavenge supplies. However, Chunyi did not plan to go out. Happiness Town could be haunted, and there was still danger in broad daylight. Moreover, Sang Biao was someone who would seek revenge. Having taken his things, he would never let it go. With so many people, he decided to avoid the limelight and upgrade the bus to level 2 first. Ding. Would you like to upgrade the bus to level 2? Yes. Please select the type of upgrade you want. 1. Balance 2. Survival 3. Combat. Without hesitation, Chunyi directly selected 1. A pure survival type can provide a comfortable environment and renewable resources, becoming a mobile castle in the future, but is easily attacked and robbed. A pure combat type allows for the addition of onboard weapons, gaining greater strength and resilience, transforming into a battle mech in the future. A balanced type can create a comfortable environment while also adding armaments, but it is not as powerful as purely specialized attributes. In the ever-changing future of the roads, it's best to choose balanced when alone. Ding. Selection successful. Balanced type. The next moment, with a hum, the vehicle entered the upgrade state. The supplies in the vehicle transformed into light points, beginning the modification of the bus. Estimated upgrade time, 30 minutes. Master, our bus seems to be getting bigger. Chunyi looked at the cute little succubus before him and couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Cola, hasn't your health bar recovered? No, it has only recovered to less than 110. But if the master can hold Cola, I can recover faster. Chunyi's mind was a whirlwind. This succubus seemed a bit indecent. Could it be her lecherous attribute acted up? Are you serious? Cola nodded vigorously, looking quite innocent. All right. Chunyi opened his arms. After all he had known, the little succubus excitedly jumped into Chunyi's embrace. Her stunning figure made Chunyi feel overwhelmed. Fortunately, this time, he was prepared and did not bleed from his nose. The girl's warm and soft touch made his heart flutter. The faint fragrance wafted through his nostrils, instantly dispelling all his fatigue. The scent on my master is so nice. It feels like so much warm vitality is flowing into Cola. Health 1, health 1. Not long after, Chunyi noticed something unusual. Staring at the health points increasing by 1 every 5 minutes, he was left stunned. This girl isn't lying. Her recovery speed really doubled. Good heavens, if she truly recovered 1,000 health points, he could use her as a meat shield. The little succubus wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her head on his shoulder, and fell asleep comfortably. What the hell? She fell asleep in an instant. What kind of physique is this? Half an hour later, Chunyi, holding the little succubus, inhaling her faint fragrance, also comfortably fell. Ding. Your vehicle has successfully upgraded. Ding. District announcement. Player Yongyi the first in the entire server to upgrade to a level 2 vehicle. Reward road currency 100, bronze, blueprint chest 1. The system's announcement finally stirred Chunyi. The moment Chunyi opened his eyes, he found himself staring at a dense crowd outside the car window. His hand instinctively reached for the revolver at his waist, fingers tightening around the grip as his gaze swept coldly across the scene. There were about 100 people led by the scar-faced Sang Biao. There was no doubt these were his Axe Gang underlings. What surprised him was the familiar figure among them, Lin Feng. He hadn't expected that Lin Feng, before pledging allegiance to him, was actually a member of the Axe Gang. Wait, could it be that the attempt on my life was orchestrated by the Axe Gang? The moment their eyes met, Lin Feng flinched and shrank back into the crowd. I never thought Lin Feng would be this cowardly in this life. Chunyi didn't dwell on it and continued scanning the crowd. He noticed a few people with pallid faces, sweat beading on their foreheads, and bloodshot eyes. His pupils contracted. They were possessed by evil spirits. Humph. Young Eternal Knight, you're in high spirits. You took my things, upgraded your vehicle, and now you're fooling around with women here. Don't you owe me Sang Biao an explanation? Sang Biao's voice dripped with mockery, his lecherous eyes fixed on the sleeping posture of Chun-Yi and Kaylai inside the car. His demeanor suggested he had Chun-Yi cornered. Hearing this, Chun-Yi's eyes turned icy cold, his killing intent surging. It wasn't just the verbal offense, it was the deep-seated blood feud from his past life. But he released his grip on the gun. The enemy outnumbered his bullets, and with the threat of possession, a direct confrontation would be disadvantageous. Chun-Yi raised his hand and pulled the window curtain shut with a rustle. This was an exclusive accessory of a level 2 vehicle blocking all outside view. Those possessed would surely cause chaos tonight. He only needed to wait and watch. Outside, Sang Biao, humiliated by Chun-Yi's disregard, turned from smug to furious, his face dark with rage. Damn it. You really think a crappy gun makes you tough? He had heard that a revolver held at most 6 bullets. Smash it. Drag that punk out. I want his life, his car, and his woman. Emboldened by their boss, the underlings grabbed tools to break the windows and doors. The next second, a white light burst forth with a hum. The underlings were all thrown to the ground. Ding. The vehicle in the parking spot is under system protection and cannot be attacked. Boss, this parking spot has system protection. We can't do anything. Seeing this, Sang Biao could only gnash his teeth and bluster. Forget it. I almost forgot about this parking rule. Kid, I don't believe you'll never come out. You few stand guard and watch him. The rest follow me back. Got it, brother Biao. The shouting and banging outside didn't warrant a second glance from Chun-Yi. He got up and carried the sleeping Kaylai to her small bed. The level 2 vehicle had built-in air conditioning. He set it to 16 degrees and grabbed 2 bath towels for Kaylai to use as a blanket. While others suffered in their metal cars under the summer heat, he enjoyed the cool air and milk. He unscrewed a bottle of pure milk and drank it down, its rich, sweet taste soothing some of the rage in his heart. He paid no mind to the clowns blocking his car outside. Standing out there now was just offering themselves as free vessels for possession. Chun-Yi opened the newly upgraded vehicle panel. Vehicle Eternal Knight LV2 road coins, 165 daily loan repayment, 100 remaining days, 10 defense, 50 speed, 90 kmh, fuel consumption 65 L, 100 km durability, 1010 weight, 100 tons, cultivation room level 0, upgradable simple bedroom level 0, upgradable weapon, slot 1 unloadable. Installed accessories level 5 golden bathroom with water resource collector level 1 single wooden. Held items bronze blueprint chest, revolver 2 grenade 3 fire axe 3 talent 1 gold trait per level, activated trait 1. Divine Beast Tamer current contract slots 12 contract Beast Kaylai Divine Succubus. You have 1 chance to draw a new gold trait. Chun-Yi looked at the space behind the bus, now transformed into a small independent room. The dome had also been remodeled into a cultivation room with stairs, though it was currently empty. Additionally, the vehicle now had an external weapon port. As expected, a bus offers the most modification space. Even 3 or 4 other vehicles couldn't match half the space of a bus. Chun-Yi steadied himself and turned his attention to the trait draw. Without hesitation, he tapped it. Ding. Drawing a trait for you. Golden red card waves rolled wildly before his eyes, then burst into golden flames. The next second, it abruptly stopped. Congratulations. You have obtained the divine trait Infinite Devour. Trait effect: your vehicle can devour ownerless scrapped vehicles and fallen beast corpses, randomly granting vehicle attribute bonuses or material chests. Chun-Yi clenched his fist tightly, his heart pounding and his breath hitching for a moment. Infinite Devour. A vehicle that could grow infinitely, an apocalypse fortress with no upgrade cap. And it could even drop material chests. Today, over 300 vehicles had been scrapped district-wide, all ownerless. A wild idea instantly took shape in his mind. He would go devour these treasures tonight. He glanced at the system time, 5:45 p.m. There were still over 10 minutes until the 6 p.m. system. He looked at Kaylai sleeping on the bed, then at the bronze blueprint chest, suppressing the urge to open it. He decided to wait until tomorrow to use Kaylai's lucky right hand to upgrade the chest for maximum gains. At the same time, he recalled the Divine Beast Tamer trait, which allowed him to contract 1 beast per level. The evil spirits of Happiness Town were all rare grade, immune to physical attacks, and made decent contract beasts. If he contracted 1, it could serve as a guard for the vehicle. But evil spirits had no physical form, could possess others and drive them mad, and he had no way to deal with them. Contracting a 2nd beast will have to wait for now. He casually opened the level 3 vehicle upgrade panel. Level 3 vehicle upgrade requirements with 200 glass, 100 alloy steel, 50 a mechanical core, 1 road coins, 300 a bus needed a mechanical core at level 3, whereas his off-road vehicle in his past life didn't require this rare material until level 4. He could only hope that devouring scrap cars today would yield a mechanical core. Lost in thought, the time quickly jumped to exactly 6 p.m. A flash of lightning struck in the distance, ending the lives of players who hadn't completed their tasks. Then the cold system announcement echoed in everyone's minds across the district. Ding! Current survivors in Zone B Block F007-609810000. Congratulations to all players who arrived at Happiness Town on time. Reward 1 road coin each. Accumulate 100 road coins to unlock a hidden surprise privilege. Players who did not arrive on time have been uniformly erased by the system and transformed into game NPCs or puppet items. System reminder: do not leave the white line area of the parking spot. Otherwise you will lose system protection. Good night, everyone, see you tomorrow. As soon as the announcement ended, the district chat channel exploded. That was terrifying. I barely made it to town. The cars behind me were all struck by lightning. Damn. You guys risked your lives for supplies without a care. Won't be so lucky next time. Hey, aren't you looking at the reward? What's 1 road coin good for? This damn system is impossible to survive. Yeah, even upgrading to a level 2 car costs 30 coins. Eternal Night must be cheating. I'm reporting him. Who's shouldn't you be curious about what hidden privilege 100 road coins unlock? Wow, it's the second-ranked brother who's speaking. Brother who, that unlocking thing is way beyond us. Thinking about it is useless. Sanzongda, sure, you're mistaken, benefactors. In fact, we can all unlock this hidden privilege right now if we just help each other. Whoa, the top-ranked Sanzongda sure is talking too. How do we help each other? Master, teach us. On the other side, Chunyi glanced at the chat and closed the window. The advantage of the system shop is about to disappear. Everyone was developing quickly, especially Sanzongda sure and Huzi. They could likely upgrade to level 2 vehicles by tonight at the latest. If Chunyi didn't work hard, they'd catch up soon. He immediately turned the key, the engine humming with a low, steady roar, ready to go devour the free scrapped vehicles. The level 2 vehicle had completely shed its previous rattling noise. The body was as steady as a rock at speed, leaving all level 1 vehicles in the dust. He spun the wheel and drove straight out of the bus parking spot, heading toward the abandoned road shrouded in black mist to test his infinite devourability. Ding! You have used One Piece talisman. Shortly after his vehicle left the town, a piercing scream erupted from Sangbiao's bus. Several underlings possessed by evil spirits, eyes bloodshot and crazed, had killed 2 people with fire axes. Don't come near. Brother Biao. What do we do? They can't be killed. I don't believe it. They'll shoot their heads off with my compound bow. Just then the few thugs he had stationed at Chunyi's car door returned. But they too had bloodshot eyes and pale faces, pounding on the car door from outside, completely blocking their escape route. Meanwhile, Chunyi had already encountered his first scrapped vehicle. Ding! Detected an ownerless RV. Do you wish to devour? Just as he was about to confirm, a white shadow drifted past inside the car. Ding! Detected an unowned RV. Would you like to devour it? Next moment, the abandoned RV slowly faded away, transforming into countless shards of light that were completely absorbed by Chunyi's vehicle. Ding! Devoured level 1 RV 1, O vehicle magic resistance, permanently 1, inferior treasure chest 1. With the enhancement of magic resistance, the faint blue light surrounding the double-decker bus suddenly brightened for a moment. Current vehicle magic resistance 1. An inferior treasure chest dropped beside the driver's seat. A hint of surprise flickered in Chunyi's eyes. Permanent magic resistance. This attribute is generally unlocked at level 3 vehicles. With magic resistance, it can directly resist the spiritual attacks of the eerie spirits. As soon as the thought settled, a faint bang-bang sound of light collisions was heard inside the car. Ding! Detected eerie spirit invasion. Hearing the system alarm, Chun-Yi realized that the eerie spirit had already infiltrated the vehicle. How is this possible? I clearly used the amulet of safety. Could it be that during the moment I used the amulet, the opponent sneaked in? This is too coincidental, isn't it? Chun-Yi turned to look in the direction of the sound, only to see a faint white shadow swiftly darting past inside the vehicle. He did not panic. Panic would only allow the eerie spirit to take advantage of the moment. Such things do not directly kill the host, but attach themselves to a person, tormenting their willpower and amplifying negative emotions, thereby triggering their madness value, ultimately turning them into mindless, crazed shells. Fortunately, he had experienced this in his past life, and his mental state far exceeded that of ordinary people. Coupled with the previous increase of 5 points in all attributes, including 5 points in magic resistance, the eerie spirit's attacks, mostly spiritual, were most afraid of magic resistance. Eerie thing, if you have the ability, try to stay on my vehicle for a full 24 hours. Chun-Yi had already made up his mind to fight this eerie spirit. With 5 points of magic resistance and his own willpower, he was confident he could hold out for 24 hours. If the opponent really insisted on staying, he would directly contract with it. If it fled early, he would still find peace. Moreover, he had the magic-resistant Cola as backup, but he was unsure if Cola could deal with it. After devouring this vehicle, Chun-Yi did not stop, but continued to search for the next target in the black fog. Ding! Detected an unknown sports car. Would you like to devour it? Yes. Ding. Devoured level 1 sports car 1 speed, permanently 1, inferior treasure chest 1. It can directly increase speed. Chun Yes lips curled slightly. This infinite devouring attribute was even more incredible than he had anticipated. He did not stop pressing the accelerator as the dim yellow headlights traveled steadily through the black fog. One by one, unowned scrapped vehicles were completely devoured by him. The roadside was littered with the remains of previous owners, most of whom had turned into crazed zombies or were transformed puppets wandering the desolate streets. Ding. Devoured level 1 heavy truck 1 defense, permanently 1, ordinary treasure, chest 1. Ding. Devoured level 1 van 1 space, permanently 1 cubic meter, inferior treasure, chest 1. Ding. Devoured level 1 off-road vehicle 1A durability, permanently 1, inferior treasure, chest 1. In just over 10 minutes, he devoured dozens of scrapped vehicles, raising the original level 2 vehicle's 50 points of base defense to 57, with speed, durability, and all attributes visibly skyrocketing, and the treasure chests piled up inside the vehicle. Meanwhile, the happy town was already in utter chaos. On the zombie-infested bus, 2 of the crazed subordinates had already been killed by his own hands. But the eerie entity was completely unharmed, continuing to possess other subordinates to cause trouble. Brother Biao, look at the chat group. Many people are saying the same as us, saying that their companions suddenly went crazy and attacked. They say there are eerie beings. What on earth is going on? Didn't the system say that as long as you don't cross the white line of the vehicle, there would be no problem? Brother Biao felt a sinking in his heart, realizing this was definitely a new survival challenge. It wasn't until 2 more subordinates lost control and went crazy that he fully realized that what was said in the group might be true. They had indeed collided with the eerie. It's over. We are just ordinary people. How can we compete with the eerie? They had just dealt with 2 crazed subordinates when a white mist-like eerie shadow suddenly darted out, directly lunging towards Lin Feng in the crowd. Suddenly a change occurred. With a sharp buzz, the eerie was blasted away by a beam of golden light, revealing its true form and dying on the spot without even a scream. Ding. Congratulations to Lin Feng for killing the eerie spirit. Reward black iron treasure, chest 1, highway currency 2. Clank. A treasure chest fell to the ground. Lin Feng was bewildered, touching the copper coin hanging around his neck, which was now glowing faintly and warm. Suddenly a small corner of the copper coin chipped off. This scene was witnessed by Brother Biao. He stepped forward and grabbed Lin Feng's item. Haha, treasure. Haha, magical artifact. Then he turned to Lin Feng. What's your name, kid? Meanwhile, just as Chun Yi had devoured a scrapped vehicle, a soft voice from Cola was heard beside him. Master, I'm so hungry. I want to eat instant noodles. The little girl's stomach rumbled, waking her up. Strangely, Chun Yi seemed to have completely ignored it, still focused on driving. Cola's wide eyes suddenly lit up, immediately locking onto the eerie infant in a spiritual form. Hey, little Eerie, how dare you cover my master's ears? It was a little girl, Eerie, sitting on Chun Yi's shoulder, her small hands firmly covering his ears. Upon seeing Cola, the little girl Eerie turned to flee like a mouse seeing a cat. You've played tricks on my master, and you want to run. Come back here. The succubus had a divine bloodline, and possessed an instinctive suppressive effect on lower-tier Eerie beings. Just as the little girl Eerie was about to escape through the wall, Cola's commanding voice pinned her in place, rendering her unable to move. Chun Yi suddenly felt a wave of relief. His shielded hearing and perception instantly returned, and his entire state returned to normal. He turned to look at the passenger seat, only to see the succubus with a pleading expression, hoping to fill her little stomach. Awake. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the little girl shaking her demon tail, the tip wrapped around a wisp of faint white mist, proudly waving it at him. Chun Yi's pupils constricted as he instantly realized that the wisp of white mist was the eerie spirit that had invaded the vehicle. Master, I'm hungry. I want to eat instant noodles. You? The one tied to your tail is an eerie. Oh, this. Just a mischievous little ghost. Hurry up and reveal your true form and apologize to my master. As Chun Yi's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, the wisp of white mist suddenly coalesced, revealing a timid, translucent little girl who looked innocent and harmless. Unfortunately, this was an eerie that could kill invisibly. Uncle, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I had my eyes on the treasure in your vehicle long ago, and took the chance to sneak in when you left your vehicle. As she materialized, the system panel also popped up simultaneously. Race, Eerie Spirit, physically immune, level 3, quality rare. Health points, 33, mental attack, 10, abilities, possession, supersensory. Chun Yi immediately pulled over, his eyes gleaming even brighter. Incredible, Cola, you can actually subdue a rare level Eerie Spirit directly. I didn't expect you to have this ability. Chun Yi understood that this must be the legendary bloodline suppression, as Cola was a divine quality being. Then can I have instant noodles, master? Of course you can. Wait a moment, master will get it for you right now. Soon Chun-Yi turned around to make instant noodles for the little succubus, even adding a sausage for her. Cola embraced it and started eating, clearly famished. Meanwhile, Chun-Yi was staring in a daze at the little girl Eerie. In his past life, he had heard of a beastmaster who contracted with an Eerie, allowing the Eerie to possess the vehicle and become its spirit, turning it into the safest doomsday fortress in the entire region. Cola, quickly bring her to the brink of death. Okay. Cola looked at the trembling little girl Eerie with a mischievous grin, causing the little girl to instantly panic. No, don't hurt me. I only have 3 health points, sister, please. The little girl Eerie begged frantically. Weren't you having fun when you were playing tricks on my master? Let's see how you enjoy this, Cola. The little succubus shook her heart-shaped tail, directly shooting out a sharp-boned spike, accurately piercing the little girl Eerie's neck. Health 2. In an instant, the girl Eerie let out a piercing scream, unable to maintain her little girl form, instantly transforming into an Eerie bride, draped in a white wedding dress. Her appearance was stunning, her figure voluptuous, and her looks easily above 90 points. Oh, still pretending to be innocent, Chun-Yi said with a playful expression. Ding. Detected a dying rare level Eerie spirit in the vehicle. Would you like to initiate a Beastmaster contract? Chun-Yi glanced at the beautiful Eerie bride, and then at the 4 large characters physically immune on the panel, feeling overjoyed. 1 immune to physical attacks, 1 immune to magical attacks. Haha, this is fantastic. Contract. Just as Chun-Yi confirmed the contract with the ghostly bride, in the next moment a wisp of vital energy was drawn from his body by the system, beginning to imprint a swirling cloud and thunder pattern on the bride's forehead. In addition, a delicate cloud pattern appeared on Chun-Yi's wrist alongside his original charm demon mark, clearly indicating that he now possessed 2 Beast Tamers. Ding. Congratulations on successfully contracting a rare level Shadow Ghost. Extra rewards: spiritual power 3, special attribute points 8 centimeters. A stream of dark blue murky energy surged out from the ghostly bride, flooding into Chun-Yi's body. He felt a cool chill wash over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. After absorbing the boost in spiritual power, his eyes became even clearer and brighter, and his mind felt a bit sharper. His gaze then fell upon the 8 centimeters special attribute. Ding. This attribute is a physical mutation attribute, which can be freely applied to any body part. Chun-Yi pondered for a long time. I should apply it to my height. In the next moment, he felt his limbs gently stretching, and his original height of 1.72 meters directly surpassed the coveted 1.8 meter mark. Hee. Not bad, I can actually grow taller. Suddenly Chun-Yi felt something was off, and looked down. Little Chun-Yi seemed to have grown 8 centimeters taller as well. He felt that Kayleigh would probably cry. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He opened his personal panel. Name: Chun-Yi, human, 22 years old, quality inferior. Height 180 centimeters, occupation divine, Beast Tamer, level 1, vehicle level 2, health 100100, physique 15, spirit 18, madness value 5, system evaluation, inferior, human, barely considered excellent among peers. Hope you can live a bit longer. Not bad. Chun-Yi chuckled lightly. In my last life I struggled for 3 months, and my final attributes were about the same as now. With my current base attributes, defeating a level 1 zombie in a 1v1 confrontation is completely fine. But in this life I am a divine beast tamer, so I won't choose to engage in close combat. After feeling the changes in his body, he finally put away the panel and turned to the silent, ghostly bride. What is your name? In response to my master, I am called Bai Ling. After being contracted, she became aware of all the rules, having lost her previous thoughts, and cooperated throughout. Bai Ling, you should be able to possess my bus, right? Yes. Of course, master. She obediently nodded. Chun-Yi glanced at Kayleigh and slightly raised his chin. Kayleigh instantly understood. Her little tail immediately tucked away, releasing Bai Ling from her confinement. Having learned from the lesson of bloodline suppression, and with the contract imprint on her forehead, Bai Ling had completely lost any lingering thoughts of rebellion, respectfully bowing to establish her position. At Chun-Yi's gesture, she transformed into a wisp of light, white mist gently flowing into the bus central control panel. In the next moment, the entire level 2 vehicle trembled slightly, and a faint ghostly white glow swept through the interior. On the vehicle's central control screen, a minifigure dressed in a white wedding dress appeared. It was Bai Ling. From now on, the iron shell of this vehicle would be her body. Ding. Your beast and vehicle have successfully merged, upgrading the quality to epic level. Bai Ling, now possessed, was both astonished and delighted. Master, it seems I have awakened a power of devouring that makes me stronger. Chun-Yi did not find it surprising. This was merely a derivative ability of his vehicle's infinite devouring trait. However, Bai Ling was overjoyed. Awakening another ability meant that her bloodline quality had directly improved, leaping from a rare level ghost to an epic beast under Chun-Yi. Bai Ling, can you control this vehicle? The little Bai Ling on the control screen nodded vigorously. Yes, master, this vehicle has already become my body. Eager to demonstrate her capabilities in front of her new master, Bai Ling quickly enumerated her functions. I can help master drive. Ensure safety inside the vehicle, and if someone tries to ambush, I can give you advance warnings. Not bad. From now on, this vehicle will only allow our own people to get in and out, and absolutely no strangers are allowed inside. Understood. Bai Ling understands, though I will never let anyone else board the vehicle. Health 1. Suddenly Bai Ling's health unexpectedly restored a bit. She was both surprised and puzzled, knowing that ghosts had a very slow recovery rate after being injured, yet unexpectedly her recent injuries were healing on their own. And master, was this you helping me recover? She could clearly sense that this powerful recovery ability only occurred when she was close to Chun-Yi. Consider it a deal. Having a divine Beast Tamer aura, you being able to become my beast, is truly a blessing from your past life. You must work hard in the future. Understood. Kaylai, seeing that Chun-Yi had contracted a new beast, immediately assumed the role of a little master, slurping on instant noodles while advising Bai Ling. Yes, Bai Ling will serve master and the little master well. Bai Ling quickly responded, her attitude growing more respect. That's more like it. Also in the future. Chun-Yi observed coldly from the side, casually taking a piece of bread and eating it with milk. He had only consumed a bucket of instant noodles all day and was already quite hungry. They now had plenty of supplies and did not need to be frugal, unlike other players who had gone an entire day without food, some even pushed to the brink of desperation, relying on drinking urine for hydration. In this desolate wasteland where moisture evaporated rapidly, failing to drink water could lead to dehydration and fainting, but Chun-Yi had no such worries. After hastily finishing dinner, Chun-Yi let Bai Ling take control of the vehicle while he and Kaylai sat beside it, opening treasure chests and organizing supplies. The bus smoothly traversed through the black mist, once again continuously devouring the abandoned vehicles along the way. Ding. Devoured. Level 1, RV 5, a vehicle magic resistance 5, inferior treasure chest 3. Chun-Yi also figured out the rules of vehicles that were too severely damaged would not generate treasure chests after devouring. Master, I sense there is a bronze treasure chest nearby. Oh, Bai Ling, you can actually find treasure chests in the black mist. Yes, master. My perception is based on spiritual power and is not hindered by the black mist vision, but my spiritual power is still not strong enough to directly move the boxes. Chun-Yi's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Bai Ling to be a living radar. Moreover, since she said her spiritual power was insufficient to move boxes, it meant that once her power improved, she could actively help him gather boxes and collect supplies. Great. Kaylai, go grab the box. Okay, master. Kaylai showed no hesitation. She was the most obedient little one to Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi continued to organize the massive supplies, unable to help. But sigh, it's a pity Bai Ling doesn't have a physical form, otherwise she could lend a hand. Sigh, having too many supplies is also a kind of trouble. Thus Chun-Yi swept through the player's abandoned vehicles, crazily stockpiling supplies and strengthening his vehicle. On the other side, the happy town was invaded by eerie beings, and several more people died. Fortunately, the number of eerie entities in the town was not too high, resulting in only a few hundred casualties. Moreover, the survivors were not without means of defense. Master Senzong relied on an ancient Buddhist scripture to continuously exorcise several ghostly spirits. Huzi used boy's urine to drive away the female ghost attached to him, and Sang Biao, using the copper coins he had stolen from Lin Feng, killed ghosts, surprisingly outpacing Master Senzong in numbers due to the sheer number of his possessed subordinates. Damn it, Lin Feng, why does your broken copper coin always seem to be missing a corner every time I use it? Do you have any stock left? Sang Biao caressed the copper coin in his hand, feeling pained. This was a precious item for killing ghosts, but it was too fragile, and if he killed a few more eerie beings it would probably be completely used up. Biaoga, you already searched me, why don't you believe me? I really don't have any left. Lin Feng huddled in the corner, trembling like a leaf. Sang Biao narrowed his eyes, feeling that Lin Feng was not telling the truth. Biaoga, it seems Lin Feng doesn't respond well to coercion. How about we try a different method? A sharp-nosed, monkey-faced advisor beside Sang Biao pulled him to the back of the crowd and whispered, Biaoga, Lin Feng's wife Lu Ru Yin was injured, right? How about we save her? That would make Lin Feng grateful to you. Then he will definitely hand over all his secrets, right? The advisor, keen on reading expressions, quickly grasped Sang Biao's desire for copper coin clues and eagerly proposed, all right. Let's do it that way. Bring over the recovery potion we just opened from the black iron treasure chest and use it on that woman. As soon as this was said, the nearby little brother became anxious. Biaoga, that's the only life-saving potion we managed to get. How can we let a harlot benefit from it? What do you know? You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Each of these eerie beings can drop black iron treasure chests. If we can get another copper coin, what's a mere potion worth? Sang Biao clutched the half coin left in his hand, speaking with unwavering conviction. Just as the little brother turned to fetch the potion, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the square. Two more little brothers had been possessed by eerie beings and were charging toward the crowd with crimson eyes. In order to hunt ghosts for resources, they had already stepped out of the safe zone. Sang Biao spat in frustration, cursing, "Damn it. It seems these eerie things have a grudge against me. They arrived just in time. I'm here to send your whole family to the afterlife, haha." After a continuous devouring session lasting 5 or 6 hours, Chun Yi and Kulu sorted through the treasure chests while listening to the relentless system notifications, unable to suppress the slight curl of their lips. They sped along, devouring everything in their path, consuming nearly 1,000 scrapped vehicles in just a few hours. The vehicles' attributes skyrocketed, and they truly experienced the sensation of opening chests until their hands cramped. Chun Yi wiped a thin layer of sweat from his brow, unscrewed a bottle of sports drink, and gulped down half of it. He leaned back in his seat to rest, casually tapping open the vehicle panel. Vehicle: Eternal Night, LV2 Bound Spirit, by Ling. Spirit status: HP 33, Spirit power 10, defense 220, magic resistance 398, durability 102, space 260 cubic meters, max speed 190 km/h. Vehicle modification: expandable hiss. Chun Yi stared at the numbers on the panel, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. Such attributes were unheard of even for a combat-type level 2 vehicle, let alone a balanced one. A true all-rounder with no weaknesses. He was thoroughly satisfied with this wave of devouring results. The interior of the vehicle was still piled high with supplies. If used sparingly, they would last him a month. Despite the satisfaction, he dared not be greedy. Only 2 safety talismans remained, and finishing the remaining thousands of scrapped vehicles within 2 hours was utterly unrealistic. Without the protection of the safety talismans, staying in the black mist meant certain death. In his past life, countless players had perished in this very mist. Within it lurked monsters of level 3 or 4, elusive NPCs, and regional bosses capable of shattering a level 3 vehicle with a single blow. Chun Yi tilted his head back, finishing the remaining drink, steadied his mind, and commanded. Bai Ling turned back to Happy Town. "We'll return for the rest another time." "Yes, master." Bai Ling smoothly steered the bus around at the intersection ahead. At a speed of 190 km/h, the vehicle remained as steady as a rock, giving Chun Yi and Kulu a true taste of what thrust felt like. 100 kilometers were covered in half an hour. Ahead of Happy Town, a thick white fog blocked further progress. They could only wait for a new mission to unlock before things returned to normal. Thus he couldn't set off early. Bai Ling, don't park in the spot, stop in the square instead. "Yes, master." Bai Ling steadily parked the vehicle in the center of Happy Square. With Kulu on guard and magic resistance nearly at 400, Chun Yi had no fear of any specters. This was purely a trap waiting for specters to come knocking, ready to drop coins and chests. Chun Yi knew the rules well. Today the black mist had ceased spreading and wouldn't engulf Happy Town. Aside from a few scattered specters, this place was absolutely safe, leaving him with nothing to worry about. No sooner had the vehicle come to a stop than the clock struck midnight. Ding! Congratulations to all surviving players for successfully enduring the first survival day. Server-wide survival rewards: Road, Coin 1, Universal Repair Wrench 1. Item effect: repairs all vehicle damage, restores durability, with system-provided step-by-step maintenance guidance. The cold system notification flashed simultaneously on the screens of all survivors' vehicles. Players who had already lost their vehicles and become wasteland scavengers received only 1 road coin without the item. Those who received the rewards excitedly flooded the chat group. Having survived the specter attacks, everyone was buzzing with adrenaline. Whoa, has the system actually shown mercy? Giving out repair tools. Has anyone unlocked the shop? How do you do it? I'm dying to know. I joined Master Sanzang's mutual aid group and unlocked it. 1 road coin for 2 bottles of iced cola. It's amazing. What? Iced cola? I signed up late and have to wait days for my turn to unlock. Waiting a few days is still good. Ooh, I found out even later and have to wait over 10 days. Sang Biao spotted a business opportunity and immediately posted in the channel. Anyone wanting to unlock the shop early, come to my Axe gang. Just a 2 road coin fee and he'll open it on the spot. As soon as the message appeared, quite a few impatient players privately messaged him. Seeing that many had already unlocked the shop, Chun Yi opened the special exchange window early to stock up on a few safety talismans. But just as midnight passed and the numbers refreshed, the safety talismans were snatched up in a flash. He had been just 0.1 seconds too slow. Damn, who was that? Must have been single for decades to be that fast. Don't they value their lifespan? Chun Yi cursed under his breath, his face dark as a pot bottom. He then glanced at the newly refreshed talents, now priced at 10,000 with no divine talents left. Ding. System automatically deducts 100 road coins for daily loan payment. Payment successful. Your remaining unpaid principal and interest 900 road coins. Current balance 66 coins. Great. Not only had he missed the safety talismans, but his road coins were nearly depleted. If he didn't earn some soon, he wouldn't even be able to pay tomorrow's loan. As for Sang Biao, who was eyeing him warily in the town, Chun Yi paid him no mind. Suddenly Bai Ling's voice rang out with a hint of surprise. Master, a specter is approaching. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds of impact erupted as the specter frantically pounded on the vehicle. Ow, what kind of junk car is this? It's hurting my head. A few small specters, having finally found a vehicle not in a designated spot, and thus unprotected by the system, were stunned to find its shell unbelievably tough. Chun Ye's eyes lit up. Kulu, go down and kill them. Drop some coins for your master. Kulu cheerfully pushed open the door and leaped out. The small specters, seeing the girl descending from the vehicle, were terrified out of their wits and bolted away. Mom, why is there a demon on the car? Run. The specters wished they had more legs, fleeing at top speed. You came, and now you want to leave. Think you're the only ones who can fly. The demonic patterns on the little succubus abdomen rippled faintly, and two purplured bat wings sprouted from her back. With a light flap, she soared into the air and gave chase. In mere moments, Kulu caught up to the fleeing specters. Locked in her succubus aura, the specters couldn't move fast and were instantly frozen in place. Demon King, we didn't mean to ram your car. Please spare us. Hee, if it wasn't on purpose, then it wasn't. My master is still drowning in debt, so we'll just borrow your little lives to drop some coins. With that, sharp claws extended from her fingertips, and the heart-shaped fleshy lump at the tip of her tail transformed into a silver hook. There was no gory scene. Oh Chun, ye only saw Kulu in the air clawing relentlessly at the immobile white mist. With a gentle swing of the silver hook, the specters dissipated completely. Ding! Congratulations to Eternal Knight for killing 3 specters. Rewards: iron chest 3, a road coins 6. Clang, clang, clang. 3 iron chests crashed heavily to the ground, instantly drawing the gazes of nearby vehicle owners. They huddled inside their cars, eyes pressed against the glass, fixated on the square's commotion. Holy crap! What is that thing? Claws, silver hook, ram horns, bat wings. Could it be a legendary succubus? That girl is so cool. Her looks and figure are flawless. Whoa. She picked up the chests and got back in the car. Isn't that the first level 2 vehicle in our district, Eternal Knight? Meanwhile, in Sang Biao's vehicle. Biao Gu, it's confirmed. That Eternal Knight guy has a succubus, and it helps him kill specters. What? That succubus can fight monsters too. Sang Biao's eyes turned bloodshot instantly. Staring intently at the bus, he ground his teeth and growled, fine. That bastard steals my resources, beats me to upgrading to level 2, and now he's hiding such a treasure. That succubus, his car, and his supplies. They should have been mine. Mine. He glanced at his newly upgraded level 2 vehicle, which had received no extra rewards. His fury reached its peak, his madness value surging. He punched the center console of his vehicle hard, chipping its durability by 1 point. Why? Why did Chun Yi get to steal his resources, upgrade his vehicle, and receive system rewards? This was a lawless savage land, and a beast like Chun Yi deserved to rot in hell. Why? Why did Chun Yi get to steal his resources, upgrade his vehicle, and receive system rewards? This was a lawless savage land, and a beast like Chun Yi deserved to rot in hell. The fierce-looking figure was glued to his car window, his gaze fixated on Kule's silhouette, trembling with. However, the copper coins he used to eliminate the specters were nearly depleted. It was now midnight, the time when the malevolent spirits were at their strongest. Having previously slain too many specters, he feared retribution and dared not seek trouble with Chun Yi at this hour. He could only grit his teeth and make sinister threats. Dare to park your car in an unprotected area. I'll see if you can survive until tomorrow morning. On the other side, Chun Yi's car, doors silently slid open. Bai Ling expertly controlled the door, which automatically closed tightly after Kulu got in, more responsive and reliable than any smart lock on the market. As soon as Kulu got into the car, she started feeding the coins she had just picked up into the bus fare machine one by one. A series of crisp clinks echoed, and on the system panel, Chun Yi's coin balance jumped to 72. My Kulu is indeed capable. Chun Yi couldn't help but recall a famous saying. If there's work to be done, let the succubus do it. If there's nothing, just. He chuckled and rubbed the succubus' head, feeling that this contract with her was indeed worth it. The little succubus, praised by her master, immediately snuggled up to him, as if she wanted to cling to Chun Yi again. Master, shall we open the treasure chests? Yes, but let me handle these black iron chests. All right. Chun Yi glanced at the 3 bronze chests piled in the corner. It was already a new day, and Kule's lucky right-hand talent could trigger again, ensuring she wouldn't waste it on black iron chests. Even the bronze chests weren't directly handed to Kulu, as he wanted her to open better ones. Without further thought, Chun Yi eagerly opened the black iron chests in succession. Ding. Obtained alloy steel 5. Ding. Obtained a cubic meter space backpack 1. Ding. Obtained a low-level healing potion 1. Wow. The items dropped by the specters are something else. They actually included a space backpack and healing potions. With these, venturing out after getting off the car will be much safer. Seeing Chun Yi's delight, Kulu also giggled beside him. Having tasted the sweetness of victory, Chun Yi began to lie in wait for the specters, yet the specters, sensing the aura of the demon clan, were already frightened out of their wits and dared not come back. This fishing law enforcement ultimately succeeded only this once. Chun Yi lay on the seat, closing his eyes briefly, and the night quietly passed. The morning sun shone on his clean face. The cold system reported on time, waking Chun Yi from his light slumber. Ding. Survival task issued. Please reach the next stop, Pet Paradise Station, within 48 hours. 500 kilometers away. The task will begin in 10 minutes. Players who complete the task first can obtain pet blind boxes of different qualities. Players who fail to complete the task on time will be eliminated. Friendly reminder 1. The supply boxes released today may carry certain risks. Please pick them up with caution. 2. The upcoming station will allow you to capture and purchase pets, becoming your survival companions. Chun Yi rubbed his sore eyes. I actually fell asleep like that. Whatever. The Pet Paradise Station's connection is crucial. Just as he sat up and stretched, there was a loud crash. The Eternal Night vehicle shook violently. Master, someone is smashing the car. Bai Ling's voice immediately rang out. With over 200 high defenses, the Eternal Night vehicle became nearly indestructible. Chun Yi didn't even raise his eyelids, continuing to stretch. What's the panic? Just a bunch of ants. Even if they wear themselves out today, they won't break anything. Outside the car, the fierce figure led a dozen little brothers, swinging steel pipes and axes, fiercely striking the car door and tires. Brothers, smash it hard. Drag that brat from Eternal Night out and beat him to death. Remember, don't hurt that succubus. The fierce-looking figure grinned, completely unaware of how tough Chun Yi's car was. Bang, bang, bang. Countless strikes crashed against the energy shield, merely scattering tiny blue sparks without leaving a single mark behind. Brother Biao, something's wrong. What the hell kind of car is this? We can't even puncture the tires. A little brother holding a broken steel pipe looked terrified. The fierce-looking figure's face turned ashen. Impossible. Isn't it just a lousy level 2 car? He gritted his teeth and pulled out the gun he had just exchanged from the shop, pulling the trigger through the window. Bang, bang, bang. The barrage of bullets was fired, yet the car window remained intact. All the bullets deflected away. The deafening gunfire finally woke Kolo. The little succubus rubbed her eyes, yawning as she sat up, her voice soft and sleepy. Master, what's going on? So loud. How is this possible? The fierce-looking figure was still reeling from shock when the car window slowly opened a crack. Chun Yi took a sip of water, the barrel of his revolver aimed directly at the figure's chest, as the fierce-looking figure, fearing for his life, wore a helmet. Had enough smashing. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The fierce-looking figure knew Chun Yi had a gun and was prepared. With a thud, the bullet struck his chest, and he fell to the ground. Before Chun Yi could breathe a sigh of relief, the fierce-looking figure merely rolled on the ground and quickly got back up. Damn, this guy not only has a helmet, but also a bulletproof vest. Chun Yi's eyes widened. But that was all. His current vehicle was invincible at this stage. Even if he charged directly at him, he could finish off this fool. Retreat. The fierce-looking figure grabbed a little brother and used him as a human shield, madly fleeing backward. Trying to escape. Chun Yi drew out 2 guns and fired simultaneously. He aimed at the fierce-looking figure's legs and shot wildly. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out, yet the fierce-looking figure remained unscathed, instead taking down several of his little brothers beside him. Dare to touch my master's car. You're seeking death. Kula instantly exploded in anger, her wide eyes filled with rage as she shouted at Bai Ling. Bai Ling, run them over. Yes, my lady. Kula. Chun Yi remained silent, as if giving his tacit approval. Virum. The engine of the Eternal Night roared like a waking lion, charging fiercely towards the fleeing crowd. The sound of tires crushing flesh sent shivers down people's spines. Ding. Your madness value 3, current madness value 20. The fierce-looking figure, scared out of his wits, rolled and scrambled into the car parked in the lot. Stop. Chun Yi immediately ordered Bai Ling to halt. The parking lot was protected by the system, so there was no need to violate for a piece of trash. Haha. Eternal Night. Weren't you so tough just now? Why aren't you charging? Come and crash into me if you dare. The fierce-looking figure hid in the car, poking his head out and shouting wildly. Chun Yi took another sip of mineral water, his gaze icy. Hiding behind the system shield, feeling proud, like a turtle. Huh? Who says I want to be a turtle? The fierce-looking figure's laughter grew even more arrogant. Mountain cannon. Smash him. We are a combat-type vehicle. I don't believe that his ordinary level 2 car can be tougher than mine. All right, boss. A heavily tattooed fat man shouted as he drove a level 2 combat-type bus straight towards Chun Yi. The front of the bus was welded with spikes and armor, looking fierce and terrifying. Chun Yi couldn't help but laugh. Actively stepping out of the safety zone to offer his head was simply hopelessly foolish. Bai Ling, let's give him a ride. Understood, master. Bai Ling drove the Eternal Night, charging fiercely as boom. A thunderous crash erupted. The two vehicles collided violently. In the next second, the entire area fell silent. The front of the combat-type bus was instantly crumpled beyond recognition, the windows shattered, headlights fell off, and it ground to a halt, diesel gushing from the fuel tank. As for the Eternal Knight, apart from losing a trivial 5 points of durability, its body bore not a single scratch. How is this possible? The fierce-looking figure slumped in his seat, his face ashen. All the players who had been secretly watching were left dumbfounded. What the hell? A combat-type vehicle couldn't even outlast a balanced type. It was directly wrecked. Sang Biao had assumed that the other party's car ramming into his was nothing but a moth darting into a flame. As it turned out, that was true. Except the flame was Chun Ye's vehicle, and he was the moth. Cough. Why? Sang Biao's face twisted with madness as he was jolted senseless inside the car, his internal organs damaged, blood streaming uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. The owner of this car, Shan Pao, had been killed on the spot. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I'm a combat-type vehicle with double his stats. Double. Damn system, are you messing with me? Bro, Biao, stop yelling. We need to get out of here. A lackey beside him quickly urged. How could Sang Biao know that Chun Ye's car had already devoured 1,000 scrapped vehicles, its attributes now incomparable to an ordinary level 2 car? Coupled with the deep fusion of Bai Ling, who possessed physical immunity with the vehicle, not only was the car's body unscathed, but even the interior lacked any strong vibration. Chun Yi and Kula hadn't even moved a step. The surrounding car owners witnessing this swallowed hard. Do you think Yong Ye's car has a vehicle talent? I saw one in the special exchange at the mall. I saw one called Barrier, but it costs 10,000 road coins. How could he have that much money? Then how do you explain this? Do you think Yong Yi found a way to top up the system? Among the crowd, keen-eyed observers had already spotted the uniqueness of Chun Ye's car. Ding. Master Yong Yi, do you have a vehicle talent? Please tell us. Ding. Master Yong Yi, did you find a recharge entrance? Paid inquiry, spicy strip 1. Instantly, hundreds of friend requests popped up frantically, even from Hu Zi, who ranked second. Chun Yi frowned slightly, a miscalculation. He hadn't expected that merely revealing a hint of his car's abnormality would draw so much attention. Many players who were originally rushing on their way had now stopped to watch his conflict with Sang Biao. Sang Biao, seeing several of his key men lost, glared with bloodshot eyes, itching to charge at Chun Yi. But he knew that charging now would only mean certain death. The other party didn't even need to get out. He could simply run him over. After the peak of rage, he regained a Bro, Biao, let's go. Hide in the backup bus. Sang Biao also caught the chatter in the chat channel and instantly thought of that horrifying possibility. He dared not delay any longer, dragging a few lackeys as they scurried toward a bus in the adjacent parking spot. Chun Yi immediately drew his gun and fired, but with the car body as cover, he only managed to kill one lackey holding a hand crossbow as a rear guard. Sang Biao still succeeded in escaping into another bus. Damn it, this bastard is really hard to kill. Inside the bus, Sang Biao had fled into Lin Feng, and Lu Rian were also present, their eyes fixed on Chun Ye's car. Only they knew that Yong Yi was Chun Yi. Lu Rian even felt a stir of excitement. Chun Yi was her nominal boyfriend, one of her most reliable backups. If not for Chun Ye's handsome face, she wouldn't have bothered with a pauper like him. But now in the apocalypse, Chun Yi possessed such a formidable vehicle and a succubus capable of killing specters, even driving a ruthless man like Sang Biao to flee in panic. Such a backer was more than adequate. Unfortunately, she had just been saved by a recovery potion and wasn't fully healed. After being tormented by Sang Biao's men all night, she lacked the strength to escape to Chun Ye's car. In her mind, as long as Chun Yi knew she was here, he would risk everything to save her. This innocent little puppy always obeyed her every word. Lu Rian immediately pushed open the window and screamed toward Chun Ye's direction. Chun Yi, save me. It's Rian. Chun Yi, save me. I'm your Lu Rian. I'm so scared, save me. She hadn't realized that the grenade that had injured her was thrown by Chun Yi himself, still treating him as that ever-obedient, naive backup. Lin Feng and Sang Biao hadn't yet told her the truth. Chun Yi, seeing the woman leaning out of Sang Biao's car, was also taken aback. In his past life, he might have risked his life to save this woman, but now he only wished for the early demise of this pair of scoundrels. This venomous woman is still alive. Did Sang Biao use a precious potion to save her? Is he insane wasting a potion on such trash? Does this crazy woman not know I was the one who bombed her? And she's begging me for help. A sneer of undisguised mockery spread across Chun Ye's face. Lu Rian's sudden cries for help startled Sang Biao as well. After Lin Feng's hurried explanation, he learned that the plaything he had casually saved was actually Chun Ye's girlfriend. Haha, perfect. Heaven helps me. Sang Biao grabbed Lu Rian by the hair, dragging her like a dead dog to the car door, pressing a gun firmly against her temple. It hurts. You bastard, Sang Biao. My husband Shin Yi won't let you off. You're dead. Is that so? Sang Biao sneered wickedly, carefully hiding behind the car, while pushing Lu Rian forward, letting out a mocking laugh toward Chunyi in the distance. Haha, kid, so your name is Chunyi. Listen up. He was brimming with smugness, believing he had found Chun-Yi's fatal weakness. Hand over your car, and that succubus, or he'll blow your wife's brains out right now. Chunyi almost laughed at it. He even wished he could add a couple of shots himself. But the other party was too cautious, too far away to aim with a pistol. If he shot and missed the woman, head-waste bullets, and worse, Sang Biao might not kill that vile woman. The enemy was in a safe parking spot. Going alone was dangerous. He thought of sending Bai Ling, but felt a vague unease. Sang Biao, you're killing me with laughter. I am indeed Chunyi, but I don't know this woman. Kill her if you want. Hearing this, Lu Rian, Lin Feng, and even Sang Biao were stunned. Kid, don't play hard to get with me. He'll really kill your wife. Just give me the car, and you can save your woman now. Otherwise, your wife is so beautiful. My men have plenty with STDs and AIDS. Think it over. Chunyi was speechless. Wife. That woman hadn't even let him touch her hand. Apart from killing him in his past life and drugging him, there had been no physical contact at all. As for killing that woman, he couldn't be more eager. He now wondered if Sang Biao was actually helping him. Bai Ling, devour this scrapped level 2 car. Yes, master. The owner of this level 2 bus, Shan Pao, had already fallen, making it an ownerless vehicle perfectly fitting the devouring rules. Ding. Devoured level 2 combat type, bus 1, permanent defense 10, permanent magic resistance 10, permanent durability 10, a road coins 15, black iron chest 1. Current road coin balance 87. Whoa, devouring a level 2 vehicle, is this satisfying? Chunyi directly devoured the scrapped vehicle in front of everyone, once again stunning the watching players. Now no one doubted he had a vehicle talent. What? What kind of ability is that? Directly dismantling someone's car into resources? Crazy. I'm fully convinced Master Yong Yi found a recharge path. Right after devouring, Chunyi ordered, Bai Ling, let's go. Take first place in this mission. Yes, master. Count on me. Virum. A loud horn blared as the bus instantly accelerated and sped away, leaving Sang Biao standing in the wind, gun pressed to Lu Rian's forehead, utterly bewildered. Lu Rian stood frozen in shock. You useless trash. He doesn't even know you, and you dared to fool me. Do you think I won't kill you because I saved you, eh? Bro Biao, it's a misunderstanding. Chunyi definitely has me in his heart. Lu Rian's legs trembled. He said that to keep you from hurting me. Yes, that must be it. If I were lying, how would I know his name? Sang Biao found some sense in her words, but his fury had not abated. He yanked her hair hard, and with a thud slammed her head heavily into the bus door. Blood gushed. Bro Biao, why are you hitting me? Lu Rian clutched her bleeding head, whimpering. Slap, slap, slap. Sang Biao's veins bulged with rage as he delivered a dozen fierce slaps to Lu Rian's face, turning it into a pig's head. Bang! A gunshot rang out, shattering one of Lu Rian's legs. A heart-wrenching scream exploded inside the bus. You still have the nerve to ask why? Pray your man hands over the car for your life, or you're dead. Meanwhile, the commotion Chun-Yi had stirred spread across the entire district. He was already driving his Yong-Yi smoothly along the road to the next stop. Its speed was so great that those who had set out earlier craned their necks to look. Holy crap, that fast. A bus running like a high-speed train. Idiot, don't you even recognize Master Yong-Yi's car? On the other side, inside the Yong-Yi, Master, a black iron resource chest spotted ahead with a pack of jackal guards. Shall we stop to clear them? Bai Ling's voice carried a hint of inquiry. No need. Bai Ling, ignore those low-tier chests. We have only one goal right now. Claim the first station clear. Yes, master. Bai Ling instantly pushed the speed to the max, steadying at 190 kilometers per hour. Across the entire district, she was likely the fastest for now. The earlier skirmish with Sang Biao had already cost them precious time. After a day of development, at least dozens, even hundreds of vehicles across the district had upgraded to level 2. Aside from special vehicles like buses, most level 2 cars could easily clock over 100 kilometers per hour. Moreover, those who managed to upgrade to a level 2 vehicle within a day were no ordinary individuals. Through deceit, theft, or robbery among thousands, there were plenty of ruthless players blessed with incredible luck and formidable strength. Some even took out in-game loans, throwing caution to the wind. These people were nothing but ticking time bombs. For the sake of a rare pet blind box, Chun-Yi had no choice but to abandon the roadside chests and floor the accelerator. Bai Ling drove with remarkable stability, even at the blistering speed of 190 kilometers per hour. With her, as the vehicle's spirit, the cabin remained absurdly steady. It felt nothing like riding a speeding bus. It was more like sitting on a subway gliding on flat ground. Inside the cabin at that moment, the little succubus was greedily nestled in Chun-Yi's arms, munching on bread and drinking milk, her eyes glued to the window as cars blurred past. She clicked her tongue in amazement. Chen Yi held her combing her long hair with one hand while scrolling through the chat group messages with the other. Damn it all, I got bitten by a mutated jackal. Anyone have healing potions? Bro, just take out a loan to buy one. I got scratched by a zombie and bought my meds on credit too. Bro, have you seen how insane that loan is? Borrow one, pay back two. What the hell else can I do? If I don't borrow, I'm dead right now. Today's chests all had guardian monsters. Many had been scratched or bitten, and some had even lost their lives. The group chat was filled with nothing but wails and lamentations. I have potions. Everyone ship in 1 coin to join the Mutual Aid Alliance, and it'll give out the medicine for free. Really? Free medicine. It's true. I joined. Look, this is the medicine I got. JPG, holy crap, it's real. Sign me up. I want in too. Chen Yi watched the scammer offering free medicine with a calm expression. This kind of con happened every day, and people had exposed it before, but there were always those who fell for it lured by greed. Just as he finished eating, Kayleigh's skill triggered. Ding. Charming Body Devour activated. Health 10, Physique 1, Spirit 1. Chen Yi set down the little succubus clinging to him. Though Kayleigh was irresistibly alluring and sweet, a 99 on the beauty scale worthy of being called a celestial maiden. This was the apocalypse. Safety had to come first. He refused to live as helplessly as in his past life, watching those regrets unfold before his eyes. Of course, the little succubus understood none of this. She only thought of seizing any chance to completely conquer her master. It was a curse etched into her demonic runes, now burning with restless intensity. Chen Yi glanced at her stats panel. Her health had mostly recovered, and all attributes had steadily risen to 3 points. He then instructed Kayleigh to continue as before, using the purified water from the water collector to trade for supplies, materials, and road coins. He himself dug out the bronze chests had saved up and began opening them one by one. Kayleigh's lucky right-hand skill was naturally reserved for the rare pet chest. Ding. Obtained 20mm auto cannon blueprint. Ding. Obtained level 3 finished water collector. Collects 0.5 tons of purified water daily. Ding. Obtained AK automatic rifle, 60 rounds of ammunition. Magazine X2. Chen Yi's eyes lit up. Lucky break, all top-tier loot. He opened the auto cannon blueprint and scanned the crafting requirements. Alloy steel 10 units, precision instruments 5 units. I don't have the precision instruments yet, so I can't craft it for now. Chen Yi hefted the AK in his hand. The cold, solid weight of the gun felt reassuring. With 60 rounds and this rifle, even if I face level 2 mutated beasts at the pet paradise, I'll have a fighting chance. He stowed both items away, then handed the level 3 water collector to Kayleigh. Kayleigh put this up on the trading. Master, is this a finished water collector? Kayleigh's eyes went wide, stunned. Right now, theirs was the only stable, exclusive water source in the entire district. Selling a water collector meant cultivating their own competition, didn't it? Yeah, it's a level 3 collector. I'm strapped for cash right now. Everyone will be able to unlock these soon enough. Right now its value is at its peak. List it for 300 road coins and see if it sells. Got it. Kayleigh never doubted Chen Yi's decisions. She nodded obediently and immediately listed the level 3 water collector on the district-wide trading interface. The moment it went up, it caused an uproar. Holy crap, someone's actually selling a water collector. Half a ton of water. That's an infinite water source. No wonder Eternal Night has so much water. Are you insane? 300 road coins. Who can afford that? This is a gold mine that keeps on giving. If I had 300, I'd buy it in a heartbeat. On the other side, Sang Biao stared at the water collector on the trading screen, his eyes bloodshot with envy. Damn it, what a wasteful bastard. Selling a treasure like that. Sang Biao assumed Chen Yi was putting his only water collector up for sale. He had still been planning to trade Lu Ruiyan for Chen Yi's bus. Seeing Chen Yi sell the water collector made him feel as if his own prized possession was being sold off cheap. Chen Yi, this is Sang Biao. Hand over the water collector for free right now, or he'll kill your wife this instant. The channel immediately exploded. Whoa. Sang Biao captured Eternal Night's wife. No wonder those two were fighting earlier. Chen Yi glanced at the message and shot back on the public channel. Sang Biao, if you've got the balls, kill that woman. If you don't, shut your trap. In his heart, he wished Sang Biao would just put a bullet through that woman. Sang Biao, upon reading this, completely lost it. He almost felt as if Chen Yi truly didn't care about that vixen. He unleashed a torrent of profanity at the screen. One moment, he called Chen Yi a beast, the next he fabricated a story that Lu Ruiyan was pregnant with his child, threatening to kill both mother and child if his demands weren't met. But Lu Ruiyan and Lin Feng were locked in a dog cage, completely oblivious to the outside world. If they had heard this, they would have surely called Sang Biao an idiot. The two of them had never even held hands. If there really were a child, it could only be Sang Biao's, or one of his dozens of thugs, never Chen Yi's. Sang Biao kept spamming the chat, but he exceeded the daily limit of 3 public messages and was fined several road coins, making him wince in pain. Chen Yi simply blocked Sang Biao. Out of sight, out of mind, he didn't see a single word. Right now Chun Yi had no time to deal with those annoying dogs at Sang Biao and Lin Feng. He was waiting for his mission to end so he could settle old and new scores together. Afterward, he told Kaylay to keep an eye on the trading zone. Kaylay, if someone offers 280, oh well, sell, understand. Understood, master. The little succubus flicked her tail hanging at her side and agreed obediently. She was fully aware that Chun Yi still had a loan of 900 road coins to repay and was scrambling to raise funds. After arranging things with Kaylay, Chun Yi first organized the mountain of materials piled up in the cabin, then turned and headed to the bedroom, which had yet to be upgraded. He pushed open the door. The 15-square-meter bedroom was a bare sight, completely empty like a rough shell with only water and electricity connected. Whoa, it's this spacious, almost as big as my bedroom at home. And it has floor-to-ceiling windows. Ding. Level 0 bedroom. Maximum upgrade level matches the vehicle's level. Upgrade to level 1 requires wood 20 steel, 20 cotton cloth, 20 road coins 20. Chun Yi checked his material stockpile. More than enough, and directly initiated the upgrade. Ding. Selection successful. Bedroom is upgrading. Estimated time 1 hour. Current balance wood 421 steel, 280 cotton cloth, 120 balance 67. Watching the room transform automatically, Chun Yi didn't linger and stepped out, closing the door behind him. Next he climbed the stairs to the bus-domed glass roof. Half of this area was planned as a planting zone, the other half for breeding, with weapon slots left on the outer glass. Like the bedroom, it was currently empty and bare. Ding. Level 0 cultivation room. Maximum upgrade level matches the vehicle's level. Upgrade to level 1 requires wood 20 black soil 5, road coins 20. This bus is far more versatile than ordinary vehicles. It even comes with a cultivation room. No wonder in my past life someone managed to feed over 100 people with just one bus. Too bad I haven't found any black soil. This desert is all sand, there's no fertile dirt to be found. Chun Yi shook his head and turned to head back to the driver's seat on the first floor. But out of the corner of his eye he caught a black cloud hurtling toward his vehicle at breakneck speed. Caw, caw. He focused his gaze and saw a flock of reed crows. At least several hundred of them, each with 3 eyes, their gazes savage and radiating a murderous aura. Target reed crow. The lowest vermin among abyssal creatures. Grade rare skills, self-destruct, level LV 1 health, 75, physique, 7 spirit, 7 chin, yes, pupils contracted. What the hell? It looks like they're targeting my bus. The abyss. Could it be related to Kaylay? Caw, boom, rumble, boom, crack. The glass dome shattered, revealing a tiny crack. Master, something is attacking us from the sky. Bai Ling immediately sounded the alarm. No need to remind me, I can see it. Ding. Your vehicle is under attack, durability 5. Current durability 102,112. Damn, it's really coming for us. The reed crow was incredibly fast. Bai Ling, focused on driving, did not expect the crow to launch a sudden assault. Chun Yi quickly retreated to the control panel and ordered Kaylay search the entire area for anyone selling precision equipment. Understood, master. Kaylay hurriedly searched. Found it, the lowest is 10 road coins for 1 unit. Chun Yi sat in the driver's seat and immediately looked at the information. Kaylay found many people were selling precision equipment. The lowest was listed at 10 road coins, with some even at 20. Damn, these people are crazy for money. Do they really think that tier 3 materials are valuable? This thing is worth at most 5 road coins for 1 unit. But time was not on their side. Boom. Another reed crow crashed into their vehicle. Durability decreased by another 5 points. Kaylay was still very weak and could not withstand such explosive impacts. Chun Yi was well aware that the reed crows were merely testing their defenses and had not yet launched a large-scale self-destruct attack, otherwise the consequences would be dire. Kaylay, no matter the cost, quickly by 5 units. Understood, master. Kaylay immediately controlled the control panel and purchased 5 units of precision equipment. Ding. Transaction completed. You have obtained 5 units of precision equipment, remaining balance 7. Chun Yi did not have time to lament spending 60 road coins on materials. He immediately clicked to create an automatic cannon and installed it directly in the weapon slot. In the next second, a flash of white light appeared, and in less than 5 seconds, a 20mm caliber automatic cannon was added to the weapon slot on Chun Yi's vehicle. Ding. Production complete. Initial cannon ammunition, 200. Automatic ammunition supply, 1 road coin, 10 bullets. Fortunately, the equipment blueprints were not as complicated as upgrading the vehicle body. There was no need to wait, it was almost completed in an instant. Bai Ling, immediately fire at the reed crows in the sky. Chun Yi immediately ordered. Yes, master. In an instant, Bai Ling operated the cannon, producing the sound of firing da-da-da. The reed crows in the sky fell like dumplings, one after another. Chun Yi was not idle either. He handed Kaylay 2 fully loaded pistols, while he himself carried an AK rifle and dragged her to the roof of the vehicle. Kaylay, follow me to the roof and take out those bastards. Chun-Yi knew that even with the cannon it was not safe due to the overwhelming numbers. They had to resolve the threat quickly, or if the crows self-destructed en masse, he would not only lose Kayleigh, but also his vehicle. Kayleigh understood the severity of the situation. Her magic patterns helped her comprehend Chun-Yi's anxious thoughts. She nodded obediently. Just as Chun-Yi was pulling the succubus onto the car roof, the red-eyed crows in the sky suddenly froze, as if intimidated by the regal aura emanating from the succubus. This was bloodline suppression, which made their movement sluggish. Good opportunity. Chun-Yi quickly rolled down several glass panels to create shooting holes. Tat tat tat. He steadied the AK automatic rifle, rested the stock against his shoulder, and decisively pulled the trigger to fire. The red-eyed crows in the sky fell in droves like rain. Bang bang bang. Kayleigh was also busy continuously firing with 2 revolvers. Ding. Detected a large number of devourable beast corpses. Would you like to devour? Chun-Yi's eyes lit up. There was actually a surprise. Without hesitation he chose yes. Ding. Devoured 35 level 1 incomplete crows by Ling's health 35. Damn. Is that it? These abyss creatures are too stingy, not even 1 road coin, or a treasure chest. Chun-Yi's face darkened immediately. He was still carrying a loan of 900 road coins, and if he couldn't repay it the system would erase him. Others might gain road coins from defeating an ordinary mutated wolf, yet these rare monsters did not drop a single feather. He had no time for complaints, gripping the rifle tightly, and continuing to fire madly at the sky. Da-da-da, tat tat tat, bang bang. The sounds of gunfire intertwined with the crows' explosive crashes. In less than a few minutes over half of the red-eyed crows were dead, and seeing they could not win, the remaining crows reluctantly retreated. However, what Chun-Yi did not know was that the leading level 3 red-eyed crow had recorded the entire process in its third eye, preparing to return with the report for a reward. After the fierce battle, Chun-Yi's ammunition was nearly exhausted, and he was left with only a few road coins, while the vehicle's durability had dropped by more than 50 points. The only consolation was that they were still alive. Bai Ling's health had soared from an initial 3 points to 105 points, which could be considered a qualitative leap. However, apart from that, he didn't gain a penny and had lost a significant amount of ammunition and road coins. Damn, what a huge loss. Chun-Yi spat in frustration. Thinking of the 900 loan made his head ache. Master, don't be discouraged. Bai Ling will grow stronger and can serve as your meat shield. Come on, I invested all my possessions and only gained you 100 health points. You're clearly a money-eating beast. Bai Ling remained silent, afraid to retort, yet inwardly murmured, my initial health was only 3 points, and now it has increased to over 100. Isn't that strong enough? Chun-Yi ignored Bai Ling's silent glee and took Kayleigh to take a shower, washing off the crow blood and changing into a new outfit he had obtained from opening a box. When he returned to the driver's seat, he finally received some good news. Ding. Your level 3 water collector has been successfully exchanged by Master Sanzong. Road coins 300. Current balance 307. Huh. Not bad, not bad. Master Sanzong is impressive, managing to obtain 300 road coins so quickly. Chun-Yi wanted to see if there were any messages from the other party, but they had said nothing. Quite aloof. He casually scrolled through the chat interface, finding only friend requests. Some women sent various provocative photos seeking to befriend him or to be taken down. Many men were fawning, calling him boss and daddy. Chun-Yi rejected and blacklisted them all. Do these fools really think I have a way to recharge? This is a game set by the gods. How could there be a recharge option? Just as Chun-Yi closed the system and was about to lean on the driver's seat for a nap, the system voice rang out before he could even get 10 minutes of rest. Ding. Your level 1 bedroom has been transformed. Please check it. Chun-Yi's eyes lit up, instantly grabbing Kayleigh and heading to the bedroom. Wow. Master, is this our room? What a big soft bed. And a sofa, panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, a walk-in closet. Saying this, she directly jumped into the big bed. Chun-Yi was also very satisfied with the room. He didn't expect this to be a level 1 bedroom. Looking at that soft big bed after sitting in the car seat for 2 days, he was already sore all over. Having just gone through a life-and-death battle and enjoying a comfortable shower, he was overwhelmed by sleepiness and could not help but lie down on the big bed with Kayleigh. Chun-Yi glanced at the time. It was just past 10 a.m. He estimated that they would reach the station in about an hour. Not thinking too much, just lying down for an hour first. Perhaps he was truly exhausted, lying on the soft mattress. In less than 5 minutes, Chun-Yi was fast asleep. Seeing this, Kayleigh kindly covered him with a blanket, turned on the air conditioning, and snuggled into his arms, drooling contentedly as she fell asleep. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Ding. Congratulations, player Yong-Yi, you are the first to arrive at the Pet Paradise Station. Time 1121. Reward pet badge, all attributes 3, a rare pet blind box, golden treasure chest, a road coins 30. The system's broadcast awakened Chun-Yi. After spending 3 months in the apocalypse, he had long adapted to this fragmented rest. Lying on such a spacious soft bed, he estimated he was the first in the entire area. This bed is just perfect. The most comfortable part is the soft, fluffy big pillow which when gently squeezed gives off a faint milky fragrance, so smooth. This texture. The girl's soft moan stirred something in Chunye's heart. He swallowed, reluctantly releasing his large hand, planning to return tonight to celebrate with the little demon. Kaylee, wake up. We've arrived, we need to search for supplies. Oh, time was precious now. Upon arrival they had to resolve the survival crisis before considering anything else. After all, the people behind them would catch up soon and their exclusive advantage must be maintained. He quickly headed to the driver's seat. Master, you're awake. This is the first item sent by the system. Bai Ling's voice and appearance echoed from the control screen, reminding him to check the package. Chunyi steadied himself and opened the package on the console. Inside lay a golden treasure chest, a regular metal, and 30 road coins. He picked up the cold metal and directly wore it. In an instant, a gentle power surged from the metal, enveloping his entire body, significantly enhancing both his physique and spirit, even sharpening his senses. His physique soared to 18 points, now his strength was nearly twice that of an ordinary person. Chunyi clenched his fist, feeling his power. Not bad, this metal is quite practical for the early stages. The metal only had one effect. Wearing multiple was of no use, a rule he knew from his past life. The road coins had also increased to 337. As for that golden treasure chest, it was naturally to be opened by Kaylee. Kaylee, hurry up, use your lucky right hand to open this treasure chest. Here I come, master. Kaylee did not hesitate and directly approached to unlock the golden treasure chest, triggering the lucky right hand skill. The golden chest suddenly transformed, bursting forth with dazzling purple light, its grade directly elevated by 1 tier. Seeing the purple light, Chunyi gasped. Kaylee's lucky right hand was simply a cheat. Whoosh whoosh. As the radiant light dissipated, a beautiful loli resembling a large-headed porcelain doll floated in midair, her round face like a bouncy jelly, soft and petite, only the size of a palm. One couldn't help but want to pinch her. Ding. Congratulations, player Yongyi, for obtaining the epic spirit pet, Elemental Slime. Race Elf, Elemental Slime type, Dual, Elemental Master, level LV0, appearance 93, health 50, magic 50, physique 5, mental power 5, core abilities 1. Transformation. Transform into a lowly girl, can change into a prime lowly between 120,000 160 centimeters tall. Normal form is a 20 centimeters small ball. 2. Earth element control, can autonomously produce fertile black soil and construct earthen barriers. 3. Wood element control, can accelerate plant growth, summon vines to entangle and bind enemies. Comprehensive evaluation. Super endangered species, a coward. 007 constitution, a natural working saint. Epic level, and it's of the elemental type. Chunyi couldn't help but swallow. This was like a pillow scent when one was sleepy. It can actually produce black soil now. I don't have to worry about black soil. He understood how scarce black soil was, a resource that couldn't even be bought with money. Chunyi knew that after the next stop the system would no longer provide food for sale. Those who couldn't grow their own food could only eat dirt, garbage, or even humans. Chunyi's tone was excited as he gently pinched her soft little face. Wah wah wah. Whoosh whoosh. The little one murmured incomprehensible syllables. Chunyi immediately looked at Kaylee and Bai Ling, casting a pleading glance. Master, I don't understand what she's saying. Master, I don't understand either. Chunyi rubbed his forehead. Forget it, once I contract her, I'll naturally know what she's saying. He tried offering a sausage to ease the unfamiliarity. With a Beastmaster's 10-point affinity, although the little one was scared inside, she did not refuse Chunyi's kindness and was about to hug it to take a bite. Bai Ling's spirit body floated out, instantly startling the little one. The 10-point affinity bond was immediately thrown out of her mind. Whoosh whoosh. She called out twice. Dropping the sausage, she flew around in panic to escape. Chunyi hurriedly spoke to reassure her, don't be afraid. Unfortunately, the little one couldn't understand and directly dove into the glass room on the roof of the car. Hey master, I'm sorry, I just wanted to take a closer look at her. Bai Ling quickly apologized. Next time, don't leave your body to wander around. Forget it, I'll go take a look. Chunyi also hurriedly climbed up to check the situation. The roof was tightly closed and the little one was curled up in the corner, trembling violently. Indeed, a coward so afraid of ghosts. Seeing this, Chunyi decided to let her be. He intended to let her slowly adapt to the new environment. Being afraid of ghosts was not a good habit, otherwise how would she get along with Bai Ling in the future? Chunyi's time was precious. This commotion had already delayed him for 5 minutes. In those 5 minutes, he felt he could have played an adult game with Kaylee. Returning to the first floor, he seriously instructed Bai Ling, you stay in the car and keep an eye on the little one. Kaylee and I are going to collect supplies. Okay, my respected master. Bai Ling had already fused with the Yongyi and could not stray too far from it, so Chunyi couldn't take her with him. Chunyi waved his hand as he got out of the car, holding Kaylee's silky little hand as they walked ahead. He had to obtain this known mechanical blind box to upgrade his vehicle again. Glancing at Kayleigh's status, damn. How is your health full? Hee sleeping like that with Master was instantly comfortable. Chunyi swallowed. He hadn't done anything. He wondered if doing something would make him even stronger. Kayleigh, you pick up things with the backpack, stick close to me. Kayleigh obediently put on her little backpack, drew her pistol, and closely followed Chunyi. Chunyi, with a fully loaded AK slung across his chest and a fire axe at his waist, cautiously walked ahead. They quietly sneaked into an old stairwell. Other survivors were also battling monsters and fighting among themselves on the way, with the number of players rapidly decreasing. The zombie dog was reluctantly forced to set out, otherwise the black mist would swallow him, but he walked carefully, fearing Chun-Yi would play a trick on him halfway. On the other side, Sanzong, who had bought Chun-Yi a water collector, was letting Huzi distribute water in the mutual aid group. Those who refused to contribute were all kicked out by Huzi. In his last life, Chun-Yi had barely survived 3 months thanks to this mutual aid alliance. Returning his gaze to Chun-Yi, he was with Kayleigh, already inside a 6-story pet breeding base. The mechanical blind box he was looking for was on the top floor. However, the pets in the corridor had long been infected by the apocalypse's mutated virus and had become bloodthirsty, killing monsters. The sounds of roars and scraping claws intertwined, echoing back and forth in the empty corridor. Behind the door crack in the corridor, 3 pairs of scarlet compound eyes gleamed red, dripping corrosive mucus from their mandibles onto the carpet, making a sizzling sound. It was hunting for tasty humans. The moment Chun-Yi stepped into the corridor, a massive shadow flashed by so quick, it was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. Tat tat tat. His vigilance was high. He had already noticed the other party. He raised his gun and fired without hesitation. The bullet accurately struck the target. It was a spider over a meter long. With a loud thud, it fell heavily to the ground, its 8 legs envied by countless girls curled up in pain. It emitted a struggling screech. Tat tat. Without changing his expression, Chun-Yi fired 2 more shots, directly blowing its head apart. Ding. Killed a level 2 capture spider, obtained black lace panties, X1 Desert Eagle pistol, X1 magazines, X2. After gathering the supplies, Chun-Yi handed the unopened panties to Kayleigh. Saying nothing, Kayleigh understood in an instant. Oh, outside one still had to cover up. But why was there a little zipper in the middle? Kayleigh blushed and immediately got dressed. Soon the 2 of them followed the stairs up to the 2nd floor, where the staircase leading to the 3rd floor was at the deepest part of the corridor. Just as they reached the center of the corridor, a strange table caught their eyes with 3 treasure chests on it. Kayleigh, emboldened by her thousands of life points and fearless nature, rushed forward to pick them up. With treasure chests, there must be mutated beasts lurking nearby. Kayleigh, be careful. Just as Kayleigh rushed out, 2 level 1 giant pythons, entirely black and thick-legged, suddenly sprang out from under the counter, followed by a larger level 2 python behind them. Mutated giant python level 2, carnivorous, beware of being swallowed whole. Life points, 500 physique, 30 mental strength, 20 skill, maternal constriction. With its forked tongue flicking the cold vertical pupils fixed intently on the 2. Just a few little snakes, watch me, master. Kayleigh immediately unleashed her bloodline pressure. The mutated giant pythons instantly felt the aura of a superior being, causing them to hesitate momentarily. However, they were all artificially cultivated pets, and their instinctual awareness of danger had long since regressed. After a brief delay, they deemed the girl before them not terrifying at all and attempted to display their dominance. Seeing that her aura had no effect, Kayleigh could only curse and start shooting. Damn creatures, you actually can't be scared. Then let's see how you fare against my gun. Bang, bang, bang. With the right distance, Kayleigh shot, accurately hitting the head of the level 2 mutated giant python 3 times in succession. But it only angered the python. Its defense was very strong, and the bullets couldn't penetrate its flesh at all. The level 2 giant python immediately went into a rage. Its venomous fangs bared its cold eyes, filled with murderous intent, as it lunged towards the 2. Chun-Yi, seeing this, regarded Kayleigh as an ordinary girl and quickly pulled her behind him. Idiot, why aren't you hiding behind me? Chun-Yi raised his gun and fired without any hesitation. Tat tat tat. The fire tongue of the AK automatic rifle surged continuously, and under the absolute firepower suppression, several mutated snakes were instantly shot into a sieve, collapsing on the ground in convulsions until they breathed their last. Ding. Killed level 2 giant python, obtained beginner growth potion, X1 absorbing, it grants a small amount of experience. Ding. Killed 3 level 1 mutated black snakes, obtained rifle magazine, X3. Next time follow my orders, otherwise I won't take you out again. Chun-Yi's tone was somewhat severe as he stared at Kayleigh. Oh. Kayleigh lowered her head, tugging at the hem of her short skirt, looking like she realized her mistake. Chun-Yi did not criticize her too harshly. He had the rare spiritual insight skill and understood that Kayleigh's actions were protective. Besides, with her 1,000 life points, she was completely unafraid of entangling with the enemy. Hurry, go collect the loot. Chun-Yi patted Kayleigh's shoulder. Kayleigh obediently stepped forward to gather the spoils, and also opened all the treasure chests, obtaining 20 road coins and 10 cans for pets. The moment he saw the cans, Chun-Yi thought of the slime in his car. Let's take everything. After collecting their things, the two of them passed through the long corridor on the second floor and found the entrance to the third floor. Chun-Yi did not let his guard down, holding the AK as he led Kayleigh cautiously towards the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, they encountered two extremely fast mutated cats. Inming Cat Level 2 enjoys eating its caretaker. Life points 300 physique, 30 mental strength, 25 skill rapid speed, gains 100 extra speed for 3 minutes. This guy is too fast. We must set a trap to kill them. Chun-Yi set up a trap in advance, placing 2 cans of pet food, playing a bit of fishing law, prepped his gun, and hid in the dark, waiting for both cats to come to feed before easily taking them down. Inside the bronze treasure chest, he once again opened it to find 20 road coins. After passing through the corridor on the third floor, the two of them carefully climbed up to the fourth floor. The fourth floor was mostly filled with abandoned, empty breeding cages. After dealing with a few scattered guarding monsters, he chose a delicate little tree house for Kayleigh to take back as a home for the little lowly. Kayleigh stuffed the little tree house directly into her backpack, taking up 23 of its space. The two of them did not linger and quickly crossed the fourth floor directly to the fifth floor. Meanwhile, Sanzong also arrived at the station. Ding. Player Sanzong Master II to reach the Pet Paradise Station, time 1201. Reward Pet Medal, all attributes 3, Quality Pet Blind Box Bronze Chest, our road coins 10. He was driving a level 2 combat sports car with a top speed of 180, racing all the way, stopping only 3 times to collect supplies. I didn't expect this eternal knight to drive a bus, and it's even faster than me. A middle-aged monk in his 30s or 40s, covered in dragon totem tattoos, held a golden bowl in one hand and a string of prayer beads in the other, with a golden staff on his back. He gently closed the car door and walked into the small building of the pet base, preparing to collect the materials needed to upgrade to a level 3 vehicle. He was originally a wandering monk practicing in the mountains, and his master had instructed him to experience the world for 2 months. But just as he descended the mountain, he encountered a road survival situation. Even driving was something he had just learned yesterday. Yesterday's first chain car accident on the road was caused by his clumsy handling, leading to the deaths of many players, and he felt guilty about it for an entire night. After reciting the Rebirth Sutra dozens of times, he suddenly realized that all cause and effect were arranged by Buddha, that life and death were predetermined, and that everything was a test from Buddha. As long as he harbored good intentions and passed on to others, past unintentional mistakes could not be counted as wrongs. After all, so many people in the group called him a living bodhisattva. Who hasn't killed a few people? My master once said, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha instantly. On the other side, Chun-Yi had already arrived at the 5th floor, and he and Kayleigh finally encountered the most bizarre monster in this building, the hypnotic man-eating pig. They looked round and plump like little winter melons, pink and cute with no aggression. Extremely deceptive. To reach the top floor, they must pass through this 5th floor. Ding. Target level 1 hypnotic man-eating pig skill, mental hypnosis. Please be careful not to make eye contact. Kayleigh, go grab that treasure chest or we'll retreat right after. Chun-Yi stood guard with his gun, quietly instructed. The little succubus nodded and swaggered forward to open the treasure chest. A few little piglets rushed up, their eyes red as they released hypnotic waves. However, as soon as they got close, Kayleigh kicked each one away. She had a magic immunity physique. Ordinary mental hypnosis was utterly ineffective on her. Watching from behind, Chun-Yi couldn't help but think, this magic immunity physique is indeed useful. Oh, I wish I had Kayleigh's physique too. Unfortunately, it was innate and could not be acquired later. Seeing that their attacks were completely ineffective, the man-eating pigs could only retreat to a corner, whimpering, helplessly watching Kayleigh take away the treasures they guarded. After collecting the 3 healing potions from the treasure chest, Chun-Yi hid behind Kayleigh, feigning strength, and passed through the 5th floor, finally arriving at the iron door leading to the rooftop. Chun-Yi replenished all the ammunition for himself and Kayleigh in advance, also giving Kayleigh 2 healing potions before slowly pushing open the iron door leading to the rooftop. On the rooftop, a 2-meter-tall werewolf was facing away from them, grunting as it did its fitness training. The barbell it held was even made from the bones of the former caretaker, and the ground was scattered with rotten flesh, a pungent smell of decay wafting towards them. Ding. Target level 3 werewolf. Quality ordinary level LV 3 life points 1000 physique 50 skill, can speak bloodthirsty transformation. The moment Chun-Yi and Kayleigh pushed the door, it immediately noticed them. The werewolf suddenly turned around, a delicate dog tag hanging around its neck. Its foul-smelling nose sniffed the air greedily, and a glint of desire flared up in its murky eyes. Finally, takeout has arrived. It's delivered right to my door. Upon seeing the attributes of the opponent Chun Yi's pupils constricted sharply, he knew he was absolutely no match for it. Damn, how did that Sanzong defeat such a monster in his past life? My delivery feast, you finally arrived. I've been starving while waiting for you. The werewolf dragging a chain of severed heads grinned wickedly as it rushed towards the door. Cola, run. Without hesitation, Chun Yi grabbed Cola and turned to flee. Seeing the werewolf closing in, he had no choice but to turn back, raising his rifle and unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Damn carnivore, how dare you resist? It hurts like hell. The opponent did not back down and lunged forward. Chun Yi quickly pulled out 2 grenades and accurately tossed them at the entrance of the dilapidated rooftop door. Boom. The worn-out door and cracked walls of the rooftop collapsed, instantly sealing off the only path the werewolf could pursue. Damn it. Food, my food. Don't run. The frantic howls of the werewolf echoed behind him, along with the sound of debris being scraped away. Chun Yi continued to drag Cola down without looking back, fearing that the opponent would dig through the rubble to catch up. In the blink of an eye, they had run from the 6th floor to the 3rd. The corridors of this building staggered at both ends, equating to nearly 1,000 meters of continuous sprinting. With an 18-point physique, Chun Yi could easily handle a kilometer. However, Cola only had a 3-point physique akin to that of a 3-year-old child. Master, please. Slow down. I can't keep running. Huff. Huff. Cola was being dragged by Chun Yi at breakneck speed, gasping for breath, her heart pounding almost on the verge of collapse. Cola, that's a level 3 monster with a physique of 50. If we don't run, are we just waiting to die? My automatic rifle can only inflict some superficial wounds when it hits it. Chun Yi felt a chill of fear at the thought. No, we need to get down quickly. Oh, we can't stay here. Let me carry you. But master, I can fly. That big oaf doesn't seem to know how to fly, does he? Boom. Chun Yi felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck his brain, suddenly enlightened. Of course, Cola could fly. Why should he confront the werewolf Hedon? He was a god-level beast master. Controlling a succubus in battle was surely more advantageous. The werewolf couldn't fly, but Cola had absolute air superiority. It could only be beaten. Realizing the key point, Chun Yi excitedly hugged Cola and planted a kiss on her. Cola's previously flushed face now turned an even deeper shade of red. You're absolutely right, Cola. He then slung his AK onto Cola's back. Just hold this gun and shoot at that werewolf from the air. Huff. Huff. But I'm so tired. Cola was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, her legs trembling like leaves. Chun Yi finally remembered her low physique. That kilometer sprint was a deadly blow to her. All right, let's rest for a bit. Later you help the master tire out that werewolf. Don't hold back on the bullets, understood? Cola gasped with her mouth open, her chest rising and falling with rapid breaths, and a health bar even began to float above her head. Health. 1 health. 1. Upon seeing this, Chun Yi immediately took out a bottle of pure milk from Cola's backpack, inserted a straw, and handed it to her, pulling her to sit on the sofa at the counter on the 3rd floor. Here, replenish some nutrition. Watching Cola sip the milk, Chun Yi felt no fear of the werewolf above rushing down. Worst case, they could jump out the window, and Cola could carry him away. However, just as they were adjusting, they heard faint footsteps coming from the 2nd floor ascending. The visitor was none other than Sanzong the monk. Their eyes met, and the monk was the first to greet. Ba, you must be the benefactor, Chun. The monk clasped his hands together and respectfully bowed to Chun Yi. Chun Yi nodded slightly in return while sitting on the sofa. Master, do you need something from me? Cola, frightened, immediately curled up behind Chun Yi, holding the milk straw in her mouth and clutching Chun Yi's clothes tightly. Chun Yi could clearly sense Cola's tension, her instinctive fear of Sanzong. His gaze sharpened slightly. In his past life, he did join the Mutual Aid Alliance of Sanzong, relying on their power to survive for 3 months. But in the apocalypse, there are no eternal benefactors, only eternal interests. Anyone who could rally a team in such a hellish place could not possibly be a kind-hearted soul. The monk was robust, nearly 2 meters tall, not much different from the werewolf on the rooftop. His muscles were bulging, covered in dragon tattoos, exuding an imposing presence that made him seem rather intimidating. Though Chun Yi held some reservations, he knew the monk was one of the few benevolent souls in the apocalypse, straightforward and without much pretense. Benefactor Chun, I owe thanks to your water collector. It has provided me with ample water supply. If Benefactor Chun is in need of water, please feel free to speak. I can arrange for you to join our Mutual Aid Alliance. The monk spoke earnestly. Water in the desert is more precious than life. Chun Yi was willing to trade the valuable water collector fairly, which the monk greatly appreciated. As for the rumors, who doesn't have a few secrets? He himself had developed a specialized weapon, the golden bowl, in his hand, which could enhance vehicle defenses and store living beings. The small green snake he had just acquired was being kept in the golden bowl, intending to cultivate it slowly, either as a battle pet or as a spicy snack if it couldn't be tamed. Hearing the monk's words, Chun Yi understood that Sanzong meant well, but he had no desire to be someone else's subordinate again. No thanks, I have water. Chunyi scoffed inwardly. He possessed a level 5 water collector which provided 10 times more water than the monk's entire alliance, but asking him for help was a bit unreasonable. A level 3 water collector could be opened from a bronze chest, making it a profitable deal for him. This item would only be valuable for a few days. In less than 3 days, it wouldn't be worth 100. The monk assumed Chunyi was just being stubborn and embarrassed to ask for help, akin to a boss going bankrupt and becoming an employee of his once employees. Then I won't press the matter further. Chunyi smiled without speaking. In the shop, 1 road coin could buy 2 bottles of ice cold cola. Who would still die of thirst now except for those without access to the shop? Those who caused a chain accident blocking the road were the true culprits behind the deaths of many. By the way, Benefactor Chen, are there any pet beasts in this building? He had arrived early at the station, not only to seize the first coma reward, but also to contract a powerful. Although he was satisfied with the green snake, he also hoped to see if he could capture an even stronger one like the talented succubus behind Chunyi. Even though he was a monk, he was fond of these spiritual pets. If they could assist him in cultivation, it would be even more wonderful. His tone was calm, revealing no hint of emotion. Chunyi replied nonchalantly, I've only cleared the 3rd floor, and I haven't gone further up. Chunyi lied, after all this was his rival. Thank you for informing me, Benefactor Chen. The monk expressed his gratitude and then strode upstairs without inquiring about the dangers above. Chunyi watched as the monk's figure disappeared at the end of the stairwell on the 3rd floor without warning him to be cautious of the hypnotic man-eating pigs. He knew the monk was powerful, and this level of danger would not pose any threat to him. After Sanzong left, Cola tugged at Chunyi's clothes and murmured softly, Master, that monk carries a heavy aura of malice. It makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. It's okay, we just need to avoid him in the future. Don't be afraid. With me here, I will protect you. Chunyi understood that Cola's instincts were correct. The monk indeed had the potential to pose a threat to them. I will also protect you, Master. Cola hugged Chunyi's waist tightly. Great. I'm looking forward to it. But let's not provoke that monk for now, he is a chosen one. Cola swallowed nervously. She had inherited memories and knew what Chunyi meant. What he didn't say was that the monk had saved his life in the last life, and he didn't want to become enemies with him. Though it was an incidental rescue, the favor was real. If the monk had a request in this life, he wouldn't hesitate to help as long as it didn't affect his interests. But for now it was best to keep distance, as the monk could very well snatch away his treasure chest. However, we are not lacking. We shouldn't belittle ourselves, especially since you can grow infinitely. Right now he may be stronger than us, but in time we will definitely surpass him. Cola nodded her head in agreement. I will listen to the master. Chunyi rubbed her head, and then asked, How are you feeling? Can you fly to fight the werewolf? Seeing that Cola's breathing had stabilized and her health was slowly recovering, Chunyi eagerly inquired. Before Cola could respond, a commotion came from upstairs. Whoa! A deafening wolf howl echoed from the 5th floor, causing the entire building to tremble slightly. Not good. My mechanical blind box. Chunyi's expression changed. Even though the monk's organization had helped him in the last life, that was separate from the present. This time Chunyi owed him nothing. Cola, you immediately fly to the rooftop and see if you can steal that mechanical blind box. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Okay, Master. Should I go now? Yes, go now. Remember, be sure to pay attention to safety. Kaylay followed Chunyi's instructions. The magic patterns on her lower abdomen flickered slightly as her bat-like wings suddenly spread out, gently pushing open the door and window of the 3rd floor balcony before she leaped down. Chunyi saw her body dip slightly, then the bat wings began to flap steadily, lifting her upwards. Kaylay, if there's any danger, abandon the mission. Don't worry, Master. There won't be any danger. You just wait for me to return. Kaylay grinned mischievously as she held an AK, flying straight up at a 90-degree angle and disappearing towards the rooftop in an instant. Chunyi immediately went downstairs to wait for Kaylay, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the rooftop. Although he knew Kaylay could fly, he still felt a sense of unease. After all, he had never been to that rooftop in his past life, and wasn't sure if there were dangers beyond the werewolf. Impossible. It's just a mechanical blind box. Having a level 3 monster guarding it is already bizarre enough. How could there be any other danger? Chunyi shook his head, going downstairs early to quietly wait for Kaylay's swift return. Time passed slowly, second by second. Chunyi felt as though time was dragging on endlessly. If it weren't for Chunyi checking the system panel and seeing Kaylay's location on the rooftop, he would have thought she. At this moment, the sounds of fighting coming from the 5th floor grew increasingly intense, with the clashing of metal and the roars of monsters echoing alongside the shouts of monks. The monk is indeed formidable. He can fight against that tough-skinned werewolf to such a degree. I am still no match for him right now. Although Chunyi was curious about the battle between the monk and the werewolf, he knew well that curiosity could lead to trouble. He had given his only means of protection, the AK, to Kaylay, and going up to watch would be too dangerous. Just as he anxiously awaited Kaylay's return, a sudden whoosh of wind surged from behind him. A level 1 mutated werewolf leaped out from behind the garbage bin, directly pouncing on Chun-Yi, who was gazing upward with no defense. However, even though Chun-Yi was focused on the rooftop with his spirit power at level 21, his perception was twice that of an average person, and he had already noticed the creature approaching from behind. Instinctively, he kicked out with a powerful whip kick, striking the werewolf squarely in the midsection. A whoa! The werewolf was immediately injured and collapsed to the ground, letting out a mournful whine. Chun-Yi took a closer look and saw that this was a mother werewolf about to give birth. His kick had caused her to miscarry. Woo-woo! The mother wolf lay on the ground, trembling and emitting a few cries of despair, yet her eyes were still fierce as she bared her teeth at Chun-Yi. At that moment, a deafening howl erupted from the rooftop, abruptly responding to the mother wolf's cries. A whoa! This roar was more violent than any previous ones, and a blinding red light suddenly burst forth from the direction of the 5th floor. Damn you, demon monk! You forced my hand. Lowlife, I will give you one last chance to submit, otherwise you shall die. In an instant, the sounds of battle above grew even more intense. The door on the 5th floor crashed and shattered as the werewolf's fury escalated. Judging by the momentum of the fight, the werewolf had even briefly suppressed the monk. Of course, Chun-Yi could only hear the sounds and not see the battle. Seeing the two sides evenly matched, he actually felt relieved. The fiercer they fought, the safer Kayle would be on the rooftop. He murmured softly, "Kayle, hurry back, please." Turning his gaze to the mother wolf on the ground, he then noticed that she and the level 3 werewolf were wearing matching dog tags. Damn. So this creature is actually a pair. This mother wolf had tried to eat him earlier, and he was not about to show mercy just because she was pregnant. Chun-Yi drew out a fire axe and swiftly ended her suffering with a decisive chop. Ding. Killed level 1 mutated mother werewolf, rewarded low-level growth potion, X1 wolf, meat X, 1 kilogram wolf skin, X1. Dog tag X1. Ding. Killed 0 level wolf cub, X10, a rewarded highway coins, X5. Lucky I got another growth potion. The growth potion was the only item to increase personal level in the early stages, so the more the merrier. As for the wolf meat and wolf skin, only system drops could be used. The mutated beasts carried mutated viruses, and their flesh and fur were not usable. Just as Chun-Yi stored the supplies in his backpack, a rosy figure was diving down rapidly from the sky. It was Kayle. Seeing her return safely while tightly clutching a mechanical treasure chest, Chun-Yi's heart eased a little. But as she flew closer, his heart sank again. The young girl had a deep, visible wound on her calf, blood dripping down, her complexion pale as a sheet, and her lips purple. She had been poisoned. The health bar above her head showed less than 100 points remaining. Master Kayle, brought the chest back for you. Kayle's voice was faint, yet she still smiled as she handed the treasure chest towards him. Don't speak, let me take you back to treat you first. Chun-Yi immediately took the chest and stuffed it into his backpack. As soon as he finished speaking, Kayle's vision went dark and she fainted. Chun-Yi hurriedly dropped his backpack and caught Kayle in his arms. He quickly poured a healing potion into her mouth to stabilize her injuries. On the way back, Kayle kept mumbling about traps and a demonized monk. Chun-Yi couldn't hear her clearly, but none of that mattered right now. What mattered was taking the girl home for treatment. In the blink of an eye, the two returned to the place where the Eternal Night bus was stationed. It was now around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Dozens of level 2 vehicles had already arrived at the station, and most players had gone to gather supplies. However, there were a few old players gathered in front of his vehicle, pointing and discussing. This must be the vehicle of the Eternal Night boss, right? Do you think he will tell us where to recharge? If we give him a little tip, he will definitely say something. No loss in giving a tribute. Who wouldn't be happy? A few of them chattered away. Chun-Yi had no intention of paying them any mind and coldly shouted, "Please step aside. Get lost. Who the hell dares to push me? My dad is the president of Shin City Bank." A well-dressed young man was shoved aside by Chun-Yi. Everyone turned to look, instantly recognizing him and the enchanting girl he was carrying. Before they could react, Bai Ling had already opened the car door, and Chun-Yi hurriedly climbed into the vehicle with Kayle, slamming the door shut immediately. Was that the Eternal Night boss, just now? Damn it, it's all this idiot's fault for blocking the boss path, making him look down on us. You guys beat him to death. Damn it, my dad is the district chief, but how could the son of a bank president ruin my plans? A few of them immediately surrounded the young man and began to beat him up, and the cries from outside made Chun-Yi feel annoyed. Although this parking space was safe, it was not soundproof. He had just given Kayle a healing potion, and after much effort her wound had stopped bleeding and started to heal, yet the noise outside was unending. Chun-Yi was worried it would disturb Kayle's rest. He immediately ordered Bai Ling drive them away. Yes, master. Bai Ling transformed into a ghostly figure, suddenly appearing in front of the crowd, directly taking on a terrifying appearance. The group was so frightened that they fled in a panic. They had witnessed the creature's power firsthand last night. Once the surroundings fell completely silent, Chun Yi looked at Kayleigh's steady breathing, and his anxious heart finally settled. He covered Kayleigh with a blanket, washed her bloodstained clothes and stockings, and then sat down to tally the spoils from this extermination of the pet base. Healing potions 6, low-level growth potions 2, total highway coins 407. With this amount of money, I won't have to worry about being wiped out by the system in the coming days. Chun Yi sighed in relief, looking towards the mechanical blind box beside him. This bronze blind box had only an 80 chance of yielding a mechanical core, which wasn't guaranteed. However, as long as it could be upgraded to a silver prize, it would definitely yield a core for upgrading the vehicle. I can only wait for Kayleigh to wake up tomorrow before opening it. He turned to look out the window, memories from his past life rushing back. This station could only stay for a maximum of 3 days before leaving the novice village to enter the official game at the initial station. At that time, the regular items in the system mall would automatically close, and all supplies would rely on self-sourcing. Additionally, law enforcers would descend, and they would encounter players from other districts. To return to the novice area, one would need a pass. In this area, besides the pet base, there were also plenty of good items in the surrounding desert and caves. Most mutated pets had escaped to those places. Chun Yi snapped back to reality, picked up the remaining pet food and the exquisite little tree house, and moved them into the glass room. The little slime, resembling a young girl, was still curled up in the corner, yet she no longer trembled in fear, seemingly slowly adapting to the place. He did not disturb the little one, gently placed the items down, and quietly retreated. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he kept watch over the sleeping Kayleigh, while taking out the growth potion to begin absorbing and refining it. Just as he had absorbed half of the potion, someone suddenly knocked on his car door. Outside, the monk's steady voice could be clearly heard even through the door. Chen Shizhu, is Chen Shizhu there? I have something to discuss with you. Stinky monk, you want to disturb my master's rest too. Bai Ling was so furious that she immediately wanted to go scare him. Bai Ling, don't go. Chun Yi had just refined a growth potion when he heard the system's announcement. Ding. Successfully refined a primary growth potion, X1. Your vitality experience 5 points. Current upgrade progress, 5,100. He checked the panel and his health had reached 105 points. Oh, this feels wonderful. One more, please. Just then there was a knock on the door. Shin Benefactor, are you there? I have something to discuss with you. At this moment, it was already dark outside. Seeing this, Bai Ling immediately wanted to go out and scare the person away. It's Sanzong. How did this devil come to my door? Chun Yi was afraid something might happen to Bai Ling and quickly stopped her. Bai Ling, don't go, step back. With a click, the car door opened. Standing at the entrance was indeed the monk, Sanzong, looking somewhat disheveled, but otherwise unharmed. Shin Benefactor, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you so late. Though Chun Yi had his doubts, he didn't think too much about it, and welcomed the monk inside. He had a bit of selfish desire wanting to ask for the monk's help, but due to the relationship with Coke, he didn't plan to get too close. So it is a master, please come in quickly. Please take a seat. There were many seats on the bus, and Sanzong casually found a spot to sit, looking around and praising. This bus of yours may not look large from the outside, but the space inside is truly enviable. The monk's sports car was great in every way except for its limited space, so he naturally envied Chun Yi's spacious vehicle. Oh, it was just a random choice. At first I was laughed at. He casually tossed a bottle of drink over. The environment is tough, there's nothing else on the bus, just make do with this. Hearing this, the monk's eyelids twitched, and he thought to himself, this environment is called tough. What does that make my vehicle? There's hardly any space left with all this stuff on the floor. However, he remembered that the other party had given him 300 road coins, so this little bit of stuff was nothing to complain about. The monk joined his palms and bowed, accepting the drink. Then thank you for your hospitality, Benefactor Chin. I actually have a favor to ask. Oh, please speak, master. Coincidentally, Chun Yi also had something to ask, and was unsure how to start, so this was perfect timing. In fact, I'm here to look for a method to tame beasts. To be honest, I caught a werewolf, and that beast can understand human speech, just like your pet. Rest assured, I will not learn for free. Saying this, Sanzong took out a bronze resource box from his alms bowl and placed it on the table. Hearing this, Chun Yi was taken aback. Captured a werewolf. This monk was even more powerful than he had imagined. Chun Yi hesitated for a moment, shook his head, and pushed the treasure box back. Master, I really can't help with this. Taming beasts depends entirely on whether the pet recognizes its master. There's no universal method. After Chun Yi finished speaking, Sanzang's face immediately filled with dejection. Chun Yi's mind stirred, recalling a certain item, the dog tag. Wait. He took out the wolf head dog tag and placed it on the table. Special item, friendship dog tag. Both parties wearing the tag will gain a 30 increase in basic favorability. This was precisely obtained from the female werewolf, while the other piece was on the neck of that level 3 werewolf. Sanzong glanced at the system description of the dog tag, and his eyes immediately lit up. Coming to seek guidance from Benefactor Chun was indeed the right choice. He excitedly took the dog tag, fiddled with it for a while, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He immediately prepared to take his leave to test the effects of the dog tag. Benefactor Chen, please accept this token of my gratitude. I shall take my leave now. He took out another bronze blueprint treasure box. Wait. Chen Yi pressed down on his hand that was extending the box. Master need not be so polite. Actually, you have something I want as well. The monk paused, not reaching for the box. For him, being able to tame a werewolf as a helper was worth far more than a few bronze treasure boxes, and he was afraid Chen Yi would not agree to the exchange. Benefactor Chen, please tell me. What is it? Chen Yi did not keep him in suspense, and frankly stated, I see that your skills are extraordinary, and I wish to learn some skills from you. Chen Yi knew that the monk had given many martial arts scriptures to quite a few people in his previous life. If the other party asked for money, he would be willing to pay. Oh, is that all? Then how about I trade you this for the dog tag? The monk took out a stack of scriptures from his monk robe, casually picked one, and handed it to Chen Yi. This, Yijin Jing, is a method that cultivates both internal and external strength. Consider it a gift. The monk had refined this book since childhood and was already well versed in it. Keeping it now was just a sentimental value, and it was better to exchange it for something useful. Moreover, without years of practice, one wouldn't even reach the threshold of cultivation, so naturally, he was not afraid that Chen Yi would surpass him because of it. The other party had some fortune and good items, and who knows, in the future, he might even seek him out, which would be an advantage for himself. Sanzong also did not want to carry a burden with him. Exchanging items was the most practical. Chen Yi looked at the Yijin Jing with wide eyes. This was the monk's skill for external cultivation of muscles and bones, one of his divine techniques. He thought that the monk wouldn't personally teach him, but he initially assumed that the other party would give him some basic martial arts like 12 paths of kicking or Vajra demon subduing staff. He never expected the monk to be so generous. He traded a dog tag for this. Master, is this, too? Chen Yi said this, but his hands did not stop as he tightly grasped the scripture while pushing the two bronze boxes forward. Benefactor Chen, as long as you like it. Then I shall take my leave. Both felt they had gained a great advantage. Shortly after, the monk happily took his leave. Chen Yi watched as more and more vehicles gathered outside, not caring much. He happily closed the car door called by Ling, and together they began to study the Yijin Jing. Meanwhile, in another place, to avoid Chen Yi's revenge, Sang Biao was slowly moving along the edge of the black mist, afraid that Chen Yi would come after him. In Sang Biao's eyes, Chen Yi was a ruthless character of the same level as him. He could easily abandon his wife and children, and he truly did not know what could control the other. This made him quite troubled. Although he couldn't do anything to Chen Yi, his team was quite strong. Even when facing the mutated werewolf pack on the road, they handled it with ease. However, he did not realize that compared to his previous life, his current strength had diminished significantly. In his last life, Sang Biao's vehicle was always far ahead of the entire region, yet now he had to hide from Chen Yi, pushing along the black mist line and developing cautiously. On the way, Sang Biao and his brothers had nowhere to vent their anger, so they caught Lin Feng and Lu Ru Yin to torment. As a result, they discovered that Lin Feng was Chen Yi's sworn brother. Now good. Chen Yi's woman and brother were all in his hands. Huh. Chen Yi, I don't believe you would abandon your brother. Sang Biao also figured it out. There was a reason why Chen Yi neglected Lu Ru Yin. After all, there was such a beautiful succubus by his side, who would be like them, only able to engage in trivial matters with their brothers. Biao Lin Feng has been knocked out again. This kid has a tough mouth. He insists that the copper coin was obtained as an offering at the ancestral temple. It's obviously a game item. What kind of superstition is he talking about? Tough mouth. I'm not afraid of tough mouth, so wake him up and smash all his teeth. Remember, take pictures and send them to Chen Yi so he knows the consequence of provoking me. Tell him if he wants to save his brother, he must bring the car and that succubus in exchange. Meanwhile, across the entire region, after 2 days of survival on the highway and life and death battles with mutated beasts, the surviving players finally realized the importance of teamwork and began forming small teams to huddle together for warmth. Various groups like Independent Group, Green Hat Gang, Lily Team, Explosion Alliance, etc. suddenly emerged overnight. The scene shifts back to Chen Yi's bus. After Sanzong left, Chen Yi practiced the Yijin Jing for half a day, but understood nothing. Fortunately, Bai Ling indicated to Chen Yi to absorb the growth crystal core while practicing the little figure patterns on the Yijin Jing. Unexpectedly, it actually worked. A faint white glow soon appeared on his skin. Ding! You have initially mastered the Yijin Jing for gaining 1 point of Qi. Qi, a type of energy that can be used to resist or rebound attacks. Damn! Is this the so-called supernatural ability? This was Chen Yi's first encounter with martial arts in 2 lifetimes. Just as Chen Yi was delighted to have gained Qi, there was a rustling sound coming from the bedroom. Coke, now in a new uniform and barefoot, pushed open the bedroom door. She had woken up from hunger, but her first words were not about food. Master, that monk is not human. Master, that monk is not human. After saying this, Kaylay picked up a piece of dry compressed biscuit and began nibbling on it with her head lowered. Chunyi paid no heed to her words. Whether the monk named Sanzang was human or not, what did it matter? Kaylay was not human either, yet Chunyi felt no fear, not even sharing a bed with her. As long as they served his purpose, what did their nature matter? Lin Feng and Lu Rian were human, but in the end they killed Chunyi after he saved them. Come here, let your master thoroughly examine your body. Kaylay shyly settled into his arms. Chunyi's fingertips gently lifted her skirt hem, carefully inspecting the wound beneath her stockings. It's healing well, no scars and no signs of residual toxins. Don't be so reckless again, understand. Low-grade healing potions were not a panacea, they could merely accelerate wound recovery. Since Kaylay had been poisoned earlier, he naturally had to examine her meticulously. The girl obediently sat on Chunyi's lap, nestling in his embrace, appearing docile and affectionate. She nodded delicately, like a little girl admitting her mistake. Chunyi did not press her about what had happened on the rooftop. The matter was over, and asking further was pointless. He helped Kaylay straighten her skirt, snatched the biscuit from her hand, and tossed it out the window. A succubus was a race that required high-calorie intake. Gnawing on such nutritionless vegetarian fare day after day would do no good for her development or evolution. Kaylay, stop nibbling on that junk. You need to eat meat, or how will you evolve? Today we're having something good. He had already listed an order on the trading channel, exchanging his surplus ton of water for a brand new portable barbecue grill. It came with 10 gene of charcoal and a packet of secret barbecue seasoning. In the eyes of all players on the server, this move made him the ultimate fool. Water was more precious than life itself now. Everyone even saved their urine in bottles to recycle. Yet he traded a ton of water for a barbecue grill. Unbelievable, right? But pleasure was beyond price. Chunyi had more water than he could use and didn't need to shower 10 times a day. Rather than let it go to waste, it was better to exchange it for something to enhance his quality of life. Moreover, he was a master of barbecue. His parents had died early, and his grandfather had raised the family by scavenging junk. From his grandfather's scrap, he had found a barbecue grill. On weekends and summer breaks, he set up a stall at the night market every day, helping to ease the family's burden. Grandfather, how is he now? Chunyi shook his head, not daring to dwell on it. He set the grill by the car window, lit the charcoal, brushed on the base oil, his movements highly skilled. Then together with Kaylay, he sliced the wolf meat they had hunted today into thin pieces neatly arranged on the grill rack. The fat sizzled as it met the heat, and the aroma of meat mingled with charcoal smoke instantly filled the air. Each slice was grilled until crispy on the outside and tender inside, finally sprinkled with cumin, plated and handed directly to Kaylay's lips. After just one bite, Kaylay's eyes sparkled like stars. She couldn't stop eating, with grease smeared all over her mouth, her little cheeks bulging. Master, this is so delicious. I've never had anything this good in my whole life. Chunyi smiled and tapped her little nose. Your whole life? You only hatched from your shell yesterday. There are plenty of good things you haven't tasted yet. Your master will cook them all for you in time. As Chunyi flipped the meat, Kaylay buried herself in devouring it. Watching the little girl eat with such relish, he couldn't bear to take much for himself. The aroma of barbecue drifted half a street away on the evening breeze. Players who had planned to endure hunger and sleep in their cars were instantly thrown into an uproar. One by one, they slid open their car windows with a clatter, leaning out to inhale deeply, nearly driven mad by craving. Holy crap! Am I hallucinating from hunger? That's the unmistakable smell of a real night market barbecue. The zone chat exploded instantly. Which heartless bastard is barbecuing in the middle of the night? Have you no decency? You've got my stomach growling. Since water was more critical than food, most players had traded their food to Chunyi for water, leaving them to eat instant noodles dry. Even then, they could only manage a half-full stomach. Help! Whoever is making barbecue, give me a bite, and it'll bear you 8 sons. Everyone shut up. I see it clearly. It's Eternal Night's car. The big shot is barbecuing. Damn, the big shot has such skills. Was he a night market vendor? Oh my god. Barbecue. Eating mutated beast meat. Won't it cause infection? Hearing this, the frantic chatter in the channel instantly quieted down. Earlier today, many players couldn't resist eating raw mutated beast flesh and ended up infected and dead, their deaths gruesome. A chilling memory. Idiot. You obviously don't know that hyena men have a very low chance of dropping safe, edible meat. Damn, why am I so unlucky? Not a single piece dropped for me. Then the discussion in the channel erupted again. The meat the big shot is grilling smells so amazing. I'd trade a mansion in Shanghai for a bite. Some people are still daydreaming if Shanghai probably doesn't even exist anymore. Everyone only dared to voice their thoughts in the public channel. None dared to step out of their cars to cause trouble. After all, the outside was uncertain. Just yesterday, many who recklessly left their vehicles were killed by anomalies, dying horribly. Everyone instinctively stayed huddled in their cars, only daring to sniff the aroma through the windows and howl in misery. Chun-Yi had long since muted the group messages with a single tap. Even the videos and photos saying Biao scent of Lin Feng beaten beyond recognition, he only glanced at them without any extra emotion. Sang Biao torturing these two enemies for him saved him the trouble of doing it himself. Moreover, the aroma of his barbecue had attracted countless pairs of gleaming green eyes fixed on the grilling spot in the pitch-black night. It was unclear whether these creatures were hostile toward Chun-Yi due to the wolf meat scent or driven mad by the allure of the roasting aroma. Just then, the little slime girl from the second-floor glass room timidly poked her soft, squishy body out from behind the doorframe, peering over. Clearly lured by the rich, meaty fragrance, her round eyes were fixed on the grill. Her tiny body trembled slightly, yet she couldn't help shuffling forward a couple of steps. Chun-Yi caught sight of her at once, and with a smile picked up a skewer of the most tender meat, offering it to her. "Want some? Come over and have a bite." The little creature started to move forward, but meeting Chun-Yi's gaze, she flinched in fright and scurried back into the second-floor glass room. Seeing this, Chun-Yi didn't insist. He took a small plate, put a portion of the cut meat on it, and quietly placed it on the second-floor landing before heading back downstairs. Soon Chun-Yi finished grilling all 2 jin of wolf meat. He ate only 1 piece himself, the rest was devoured entirely by Kaylay. Kaylay patted her slightly rounded belly and let out a burp, clearly stuffed. "Master, that was so delicious. Can we have it again tomorrow?" "Of course. Go wash up and sleep first and don't wait for me." Chun-Yi checked the system time. It was already 11 p.m., and he still hadn't forgotten to perform maintenance on the vehicle. The bus had been attacked by red-eyed crows in the morning, and he hadn't had time to repair it. If he put it off until tomorrow, it would delay his plans. "Okay, master. He'll go take a shower then." With that, Chun-Yi picked up his universal wrench and got off the bus to repair its durability. But the outside was far from safe. Dozens of gleaming green eyes were fixed intently on his vehicle. Chun-Yi arrived outside his bus holding a universal wrench and began to skillfully repair the vehicle according to the system's instructions. This repair requires wood 35, glass 15, highway currency 4. Do you wish to proceed with the repairs? At this moment, pairs of mutated beast eyes slowly became discernible in the surrounding darkness, and figures emerged from the shadows. Chun-Yi glanced at these level 1 mutated beasts, knowing full well that they were drawn by the aroma of his grilled meat. Yet he paid them no mind, showing no sign of concern. Firstly, players are provided basic protection by the station system when repairing vehicles in the designated area. Secondly, he also had an epic-level spirit on board, making most mutated beasts too afraid to approach. Indeed, as the mutated beasts took a few steps forward sensing the imminent danger, they all retreated with their tails between their legs. However, what Chun-Yi failed to notice was that a group of pitch-black venomous new species had already locked onto him from a distance. Before long, they burrowed into the sandy ground. The time quickly passed to midnight, and a notification chimed. Congratulations to all surviving players for successfully surviving the second day. Reward highway currency 1. Immediately after, Chun-Yi heard the sound of deductions by his ear. System automatically deducted 100 highway currency for daily loan payment. Deduction successful. You have an outstanding principal and interest of 800 highway currency, current balance 304 highway currency. Damn, this loan deduction is really annoying. Chun-Yi had no intention of grabbing an idle card as he needed to meet the mysterious merchant tomorrow and had to leave some life for himself. By the time Chun-Yi finished repairing the vehicle, it was already past 1 a.m., with nothing happening throughout. He returned to the vehicle, took a shower, and prepared to go back to sleep. However, as soon as he lay down, Kalu, who hadn't slept at all, pretended to turn over, pressing her smooth, white thigh onto him. Chun-Yi was not the type to remain unaffected. Little succubus, are you playing with fire? I just want to recover some health, master, please don't get too carried away. The little succubus's voice was sweet and sultry, her warm breath brushing against his ear, causing him to feel a bit heated. Her fiery figure made him cry out in frustration. You like to rub against me, huh? Don't cry later. With an 18-point physique, how could Chun-Yi be afraid of a 3-point succubus? A seductive succubus and a vigorous young man. With the lights off, it was like dry tinder meeting a raging fire. Nothing could go wrong. A night without further events, only the sound of swaying copper bells could be heard. Succubus consumption, critical hit, activated health 20 of physique, 1 spirit 1. Current health of Kulu 1039, physique 4 spirit 4. The next morning, Chun-Yi was bewildered. He had been tortured. Like most people playing a game for the first time, he was instantly defeated as soon as he showed his head. He couldn't hold on 3 minutes. 3 minutes was already his limit. He was genuinely trying to play, but the opponent was. The succubus teacher was incredibly skilled. Seeing him struggle, she used her succubus abilities to help him recover, allowing him to fall and stand up again. It was like a continuous cycle of torment. Chun-Yi was not one to give up. The more he fought, the braver he became. Practice makes perfect. After a night of hard work, he finally reached a standard of half an hour. Looking at Kuli's charming sleeping posture, he wanted to pull out the golden cudgel and teach this little demon a lesson. However, his 2 kidneys felt empty, as if his 22 years of savings had been completely drained by a heartless girl. There was not a single drop left. The little succubus had a succubus inheritance. Although it was their first time, she came with all-encompassing skills. As for Chunyi, he had watched countless videos, yet was a true novice. Last night was truly like an iron stick meeting a king-level opponent. Master, you have great potential. Who knows, if you squeeze a bit you might have some left. Kulu had also woken up, she wasn't joking. Master was exceptionally gifted, and if it were an ordinary girl, she might have already perished. Hearing this, Chun-Yi was so startled that he nearly fell off the bed. He had an 18-point physique. How dare this girl shout like that? No. Today I have important matters to attend to, so let's hurry up. We can continue tonight. Now was the apocalypse, and he knew clearly what was important. Oh, alright. Although Kulu was skilled, she obediently followed Chun-Ye's orders. Soon the 2 of them got dressed and returned to the driver's seat. Chun-Yi opened the system panel and saw that there were only a little over 4,900 people left in the entire region. He then opened the regional channel, and what greeted him was a flurry of messages, all discussing him. Chun-Yi was well aware that he had been under scrutiny, and that was not a good thing. In his previous life, someone had found a mysterious merchant in this station desert by good fortune, spending 10 years of life to buy a gold coin blind box, which could randomly yield 1 to 999 highway currency. However, that person was too showy, shouting that he wanted to sell it for 500 highway currency, only to tragically perish in the desert the next day. And now he was suspected of having a vehicle talent, and was being speculated to know some kind of overpowered bug. To be honest, he just happened to have brought $625. The attention he was receiving was already quite high. Chun-Yi no longer looked at the chat bar, and directly closed the channel. Although he was not afraid of ordinary thieves, he was wary of thieves who had their eyes on him. From now on I must act with more discretion. He steadied himself and planned for today's itinerary. But before setting off, Chun-Yi intended to upgrade the vehicle to a level 3 bus. He immediately took out the bronze mechanical blind box and handed it to Kulu. Kulu, use your lucky right hand to open it. Kulu obediently complied and raised her hand to open the blind box. The blind box immediately upgraded by 1 tier. Congratulations. You have obtained Mechanical Core X5, Precision Parts X100. Great, I really got the mechanical core, and there are 5 of them. These cores can also be used to upgrade to a level 4 vehicle. System, upgrade my vehicle to level 3. Deducting with 200 glass, 100 alloy steel, 50, mechanical core, 1 highway currency, 3. Beginning upgrade of vehicle LV3. Estimated time 6 hours. This vehicle modification will only upgrade the external framework and core systems without affecting the interior space or harming the people inside. Chun-Yi reminded Bai Ling once more to keep a close eye on the slime little Lolita on the 2nd floor, then gathered his gear and pulled Kulu out of the vehicle. The first place he intended to go was the location where the mysterious merchant had appeared in his previous life. However, he did not know the exact coordinates, he only knew the general area. After all, in his previous life, he had never had the opportunity to meet that mysterious merchant. It was early morning, and many survivors were already traveling in groups, beginning to search for resources in the vicinity. After several days of brutal eliminations, the remaining individuals were quite clever. Some even saw Chun-Yi from a distance and immediately excitedly approached him, wanting to team up. It's the Great One of Eternal Night. Great One, please take us with you. Yes, Great One, we can carry things for you for free, just take us along. He was now so famous that his appearance had been thoroughly investigated by players across the region. Chun-Yi stepped into a mysterious cave with a bottle of cola. At the end of the cave, a bizarre figure covered in eyes sat cross-legged. Goods for sale were spread out on the ground. Chun-Yi recognized him as the mysterious merchant. Besides having eyes all over his head, several rolling eyeballs were embedded in his hands, and even in the scepter he held. Even in the sweltering summer heat of 30 to 40 degrees, the sight sent chills down one's spine. Ding! Your madness value 2. What would you like to purchase, esteemed guest? The store rule states that each person can only purchase 1 item. The multi-eyed creature's voice was eerie as he stated his rules. Chun-Yi glanced over the stall, which was filled with all kinds of wonderful items. There was even an awakening stone that could help awaken a profession, priced at the cost of 60 years of lifespan. A high-level spatial backpack, priced at 50 years of lifespan. A gold coin blind box, priced at 10 years of lifespan. A random top-secret message, priced at 10 years of lifespan. In addition, there were also various survival tools like water collectors and idle plaques, all piled up on the ground. Without any hesitation, Chun-Yi pointed at the gold coin blind box. I want this one. Although the coins in the blind box were randomly generated with Cola's lucky right hand backing him, he was confident that once he upgraded the blind box tomorrow, he would definitely uncover a fortune. As for the other items, either he couldn't afford them or they were of no use to him. For example, the Awakening Stone, he was already a divine-level beast master and had no need for it. The strange figure lightly tapped his forehead with the scepter, and instantly a wisp of vital energy was drawn from Chun Ye's body, then collected by the merchant into a small glass jar, which represented Chun Ye's 10 years of lifespan. Ding! Lifespan deducted by 10 years, current remaining lifespan is 35 years. You have obtained a gold coin blind box. The transaction completed, and the merchant did not urge Chun Yi to leave. Esteemed guest, may I see the collar worn by this lady beside you? Of course. Chun Yi unfastened Cola's collar and showed it to the merchant for a closer look. Boss, is this thing valuable? Chun Yi couldn't help but ask on the spot. Of course it's valuable. Chun Yi's eyes immediately lit up. It's a pity that I can't afford it right now. Thank you for showing me such a precious item. Let me give you a gift as well. The boss handed over something tightly wrapped in red cloth and placed it into Chun Yi's hands. Off. Chun Yi was filled with astonishment as he couldn't help but open it on the spot. A bloody eyeball covered in viscous liquid lay quietly in his palm. Ding! Dragon's eye fruit. Eating it has a chance to grow an additional eyeball. Ding! Madness value 5. Seeing this item, Chun Yi couldn't bear to eat it and almost wanted to throw it away, but he ultimately restrained himself. The mysterious merchant was not to be trifled with. If he angered the other party over such a trivial matter, both he and Cola could end up paying dearly. Thank you for your generous gift. I certainly won't refuse. No need to thank me. Next time I will definitely bring enough money to buy your items. Chun Yi stored the dragon's eye fruit and the gold coin blind box in his backpack. Just as he finished, the mysterious merchant waved his hand, and a whirlwind of black sand swept in, instantly transporting the two back to the ground. Cola was not a player and could not purchase items additionally. At this moment, Chun Yi had completed his set goal and was preparing to return with Cola. However, his archenemy Sang Biao had long dispatched informants to keep an eye on his every move. The route Chun Yi took out in the morning had already been thoroughly investigated and reported back to Sang Biao. Upon receiving the news, Sang Biao promptly hurried to the rendezvous point, gathered his men, and entered the desert to ambush Chun Yi. In Sang Biao's eyes, Chun Yi was formidable only because of that vehicle. In reality, he was just a 22-year-old kid. He was a person who had taken lives even in peacetime. The thought of being toyed with by a bookish university student infuriated him. As long as the opponent lost their vehicle, they were like a turtle without a shell, simply waiting to die. Brothers, someone saw Chun Yi heading deeper into the desert. Hurry up and follow, don't fall behind. Meanwhile, Chun Yi was completely unaware of all this. It was noon, the sun blazing high above, and he was hiding under the shade of a giant cactus with Cola to avoid the sun's scorching rays. The two sat on the ground, nibbling on some nutritionally deficient dry rations, planning to rest a bit before continuing their journey. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire echoed from not far away. Chun Yi warned Cola, stay put, and don't move, I will go take a look. Cola continued chewing on the dry compressed biscuits. From a distance, Chun Yi saw himself climbing up a sand dune. Upon hearing the noise, he unexpectedly encountered a group of acquaintances. It was the mercenary Huzi leading 3 or 4 injured teammates engaged in a battle with several level 2 desert giant scorpions. 2 giant scorpion corpses already lay on the ground. Ding! Level 2 Black Abyss Giant Scorpion, health 300, defense 50. Black Abyss creatures. Wouldn't they be after Cola as well? Chun Yi furrowed his brow. Without thinking much, he carefully observed the battle between the two sides. The bullets from the handguns struck the giant scorpion's hard shells, only producing metallic clinks. Only hits to their eyeballs or heads could inflict effective damage. Bang bang bang. Who good, these things are too hard to hit. When killed, they only drop scorpion meat and no materials at all. That shouldn't be the case. The level 2 mutated beasts I killed before dropped decent materials. I guess those few just had bad luck. Bang bang bang. Hughes's marksmanship was exceptionally accurate. He fired 3 shots in quick succession, each hitting the head, and directly took down another Black Abyss giant scorpion. Ding! You have obtained delicious scorpion meat x 5 pounds. Damn, it really only drops meat. I'm not fighting anymore, let's withdraw. Gia. You want to leave after killing my child? Suddenly, a massive level 3 giant scorpion measuring 4 meters long burst out from beneath the sand dune. It spoke human language, and its shiny shell was clearly far from that of an ordinary mutated beast. Ding! Level 3 Black Abyss Giant Scorpion, elite, health 1500, defense 150. Skill Venomous Tail Spike, speaks human language. Seeing this string of data, everyone present gasped in shock. Everyone retreat. They'll cover you. Huzi shouted, and his teammates instantly reacted, not daring to linger. They ran off into the distance, leaving Huzi to cover their retreat. Huzi knew full well that he had no chance of winning against an opponent of this level. I wish Sanzong were here. Huzi had a good relationship with Sanzong and naturally knew how terrifying his abilities were. Come at me if ant-like races dare to kill my Black Abyss kin, simply seeking death. As soon as he finished speaking, the level 3 elite giant scorpion charged forward at lightning speed. Even Chunyi, who was far away, barely had time to react. Bang bang bang. Huzi flicked his wrist, quickly changed the magazine, and continued to pull the trigger to shoot. Clang clang clang. Still hitting accurately at the head, but this time the bullets that struck the giant scorpion's head were deflected by its hard shell, leaving not even a scratch. What the hell? How do I hit this? Huzi, seeing the bullets were ineffective, immediately tossed a grenade at his feet and quickly retreated. The elite giant scorpion indeed lunged forward, colliding with the grenade just as it exploded. Boom. The loud explosion rocked the area, but when the smoke cleared, the giant scorpion had only lost a mere 50 health points. Seeing the giant scorpion close in, Huzi immediately drew out a fire axe and swung it fiercely. Clang. The scorpion's venomous tail collided with the iron axe, producing a piercing metallic clash. But the elite giant scorpion had not only its tail spike, but also pincers and leg spikes. A sharp scorpion leg pierced through Huzi's wrist, splattering blood. Watching this scene made Chunyi's scalp tingle, and he secretly rejoiced that this creature hadn't targeted him and Cola, otherwise it would have been a serious problem. In an instant, both sides were locked in battle. Chunyi thought the Black Abyss creatures must already know that Cola was revived by him, and were continuously sending people to search for Cola. Cola was his nighttime comfort and daytime right-hand helper. Naturally, he wouldn't hand her back to the Black Abyss creatures. He suddenly turned around and looked at Cola, who was still enjoying the shade under the cactus. At that moment, he clearly saw that the sand beneath Cola's feet began to surge violently. Cola be careful! Chunyi shouted, his eyes wide with panic. As soon as his voice fell, several level 1 Black Abyss giant scorpions suddenly burrowed up from the sand, rushing straight towards Cola. Chunyi's shout also momentarily stunned Huzi, who was in a fierce fight. There are actually more people. After Chunyi's warning, a swarm of Black Abyss giant scorpions began to surge around Kaylee. Sensing the imminent danger, Kaylee immediately unleashed her bloodline suppression. Unfortunately, these dark creatures had been specially selected by the Black Abyss and were almost immune to bloodline suppression. They charged straight towards her unaffected. In a critical moment, Chun-Yi raised his AK rifle and pulled the trigger. The Black Abyss giant scorpions could withstand ordinary handgun bullets with their tough exoskeletons, but in the face of Chun-Yi's high-caliber rifle rounds, they were as fragile as paper, instantly riddled with holes. Ding! Delicious scorpion meat, x 1 pound. Kaylee quickly reacted, spreading her bat wings and soaring into the air, pulling out the revolver that Chun-Yi had given her earlier, and began shooting frantically downward. Bang! Bang! Soon Chun-Yi and Kaylee had resolved the trouble beneath them. At that moment, several members of the Tiger team who had fled in panic earlier encountered an ambush by the giant scorpions and were forced to retreat. Beneath the sand dunes there were dozens to hundreds of giant scorpions, with the smaller ones half a meter long, and the larger ones reaching 2 meters each, with thick scales making them very formidable. Soon someone couldn't hold on any longer, getting stung by a scorpion tail, and was directly dragged into the sand dune, meeting their demise. What should we do? There are too many of them, and I'm out of bullets. Lao Wu has been dragged away. Damn scorpions, I'm going to fight you to the death. Outnumbered, everyone quickly ran out of ammunition, drawing fire axes to fight desperately against the encircling scorpions. Bang! Bang! Chun-Yi arrived just in time with Kaylee, and the concentrated firepower instantly suppressed the approaching giant scorpions. Is that the Eternal Knight mentioned in the group? He actually has an automatic rifle. We're safe. Chun-Yi directly activated his slaughter mode, changing magazines one after another as waves of giant scorpions fell like wheat being harvested. Suddenly, a level 1 scorpion emerged from the sand beneath his feet, its poisonous tail striking unexpectedly. Chun-Yi reacted swiftly, smashing the scorpion with the butt of his gun. While he successfully blocked the attack, the scorpion's large pincers clamped down on his calf. At that moment, a faint layer of protective energy surged from within him, blocking the attack for an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Chun-Yi exerted force and broke free. That was close. Luckily, I cultivated this energy, otherwise I'd be seriously injured after that hit. He pulled out his leg and unleashed a barrage of fire. With a series of shots, he turned the half-meter-long level 1 giant scorpion into a mush. Having learned from this lesson, Chun-Yi became increasingly cautious, slowly tearing through the encirclement of the Black Abyss giant scorpions with Kaylee. Fortunately, the majority of the giant scorpions were level 1, with few level 2 among them. After half an hour of fighting, seeing that they were not gaining anything, the scorpion swarm burrowed into the sand and retreated. Chun-Yi and Kaylee immediately began to joyfully collect the delicious scorpion meat scattered on the ground. Master, there's so much meat. We can eat barbecue every day now. Yes. This will be enough meat for us for over half a month. At that moment, a few injured team members came over, supporting each other and expressing their gratitude. Thank you, young brother, for coming to our rescue. Chun-Yi paused his actions, glancing at the crowd. These individuals were all teammates from his previous life in the Alliance. Seeing everyone now, Chun Yi felt as if he were in a different world. In his previous life, he was the most inconspicuous one in the Alliance, merely following behind to scavenge remaining resources, receiving many small favors from everyone. The people before him were mostly middle-aged, around their 30s or 40s. At this moment, each of them had purple lips, clearly poisoned by scorpion venom. Are you all? Alright, we're fine. We pooled money to buy a bottle of antidote, and a few of us shared it, so we should be fine. Saying this, a few of them shared the remaining half bottle of blue potion, taking sips. Sorry, these creatures were most likely after me. Chun Yi scratched his head. Although he wasn't familiar with everyone in his previous life, they were still on the same team, and now being the cause of their trouble made him feel somewhat embarrassed. You just, young brother. We were the ones who provoked these scorpions. It should be us who implicated you. Fortunately, young brother had such a powerful AK, otherwise the consequences today would have been unimaginable. Just as they were conversing, a bloodied man crawled up from the other side of the sand dune, looking extremely tragic. He staggered a few steps before collapsing and rolling down the dune. Seeing this, everyone quickly rushed forward to support him. Tiger bro, wake up. Chun Yi immediately became alert, gripping his weapon and watching the back of Tiger. After waiting for a long while, he saw that the level 3 Black Abyss giant scorpion did not follow. He was filled with astonishment. How is this possible? Did Tiger manage to kill the level 3 Black Abyss giant scorpion? That creature is so tough that bullets can bounce off its forehead. Chun Yi glanced at Kayle, who was busy collecting supplies and was temporarily out of danger. He quickly climbed up the dune to take a look into the valley on the other side. He saw a giant scorpion claw about the size of a person lying forlornly in the sand. Looks like they both suffered heavy losses. Soon Kayle had finished collecting all the scorpion meat. She flew directly to Chun Yi's side, her eyes sparkling. Wow, what a huge claw. Chun Yi turned to look at Kayle, who had come over. You finished so quickly. Yes. A total of over 130 pounds. Kayle was beaming with excitement, anticipating Chun Yi to use this meat to fill her belly. Great job, Kayle. Let's make barbecue together later. Yes. Chun Yi hugged the approaching Kayle, calmed himself, and thought this place isn't safe. The Black Abyss giant scorpions might come back. He was about to say goodbye to his older brothers when one of them immediately spoke up to stop him. Eternal Night, brother, wait a moment. When we arrived, we saw the Lost Tiger's men ambushing outside. They should be coming for you. Lost Tiger. Chun Yi frowned. This indeed sounded like something Lost Tiger would do. Yes. Eternal Night, brother, why don't you come with us? We've already called the brothers in the Alliance to come here. By then, Lost Tiger won't dare to do anything to you. Several older brothers decided to help him out of gratitude for Chun Yi's rescue. Chun Yi quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Now the enemy is hidden while he is in the open. Lost Tiger also had a gun. It wouldn't be wise for him to venture out recklessly. It wasn't realistic to have Kayle carry him out either, as this desolate area spanned over 100,000 square kilometers, and Kayle couldn't sustain such a long flight. It seemed he could only follow the others for now. Brothers, you must be hungry. Let me roast some meat for you. This isn't necessary, is it? Chun Yi smiled and replied, what's there to be embarrassed about? The group hadn't had a decent meal in days and had heard about the delicious barbecue. They could only shamelessly agree. Immediately, Chun Yi took out the barbecue grill he had specially packed from his backpack, hid under the shade of a cactus, and began roasting the freshly collected scorpion meat. After all, he still needed these older brothers to take him out, so he had to show some appreciation. Besides making some barbecue for them, he also needed to satisfy his and Kayle's hunger. Before long, the mouth-watering aroma of the barbecue wafted through the air. Eternal Night, brother, your barbecue smells amazing. At your age, you wouldn't be running a barbecue stall, would you? To be honest, I did run a night market barbecue stall when I was in school. Meanwhile, the enticing smell of the barbecue attracted another person, the chubby man who was pulled into the mysterious merchant's deal with Chun Yi. At this moment, he was weak in the legs, hungry and tired, following the scent all the way over. Seeing a group of people gathered under the cactus eating barbecue, he couldn't help but swallow hard and bravely approached. Qianpengzi gazed at the sizzling barbecue, swallowing hard. He turned to look, realizing, I should have thought of that. Who but the great master of Yongye could grill such fragrant meat in the apocalypse? Immediately, he shamelessly ran to Chun Yi's barbecue grill, rubbing his hands and asking, Master, could you sell me a skewer? At that moment, Chun Yi was focused on grilling the meat and didn't pay much attention to him. He lifted his gaze and realized the face looked somewhat familiar. Alright, it was the little chubby guy from the day before who exchanged betting blueprints for weapons. Wait a minute. Chun Yi's gaze suddenly fell on the object hanging around the chubby guy's neck, and his pupils constricted instantly. Awakening stone. How could this be possible? In his previous life, the first to awaken a profession was clearly Master Sanzong. Could it be that my rebirth has caused a butterfly effect, altering the course of events? Is that what you mean, Master? Pongzi pointed at the stone around his neck. But that weird multi-eyed guy won't let me sell it or give it away. Oh, otherwise I would have given it to you directly. Hearing this, Chun-Yi understood at once. This chubby guy must have found the mysterious merchant. That awakening stone was what he had exchanged an entire 60 years of his lifespan for. Gulp. Chun-Yi swallowed hard, secretly astonished. This chubby guy had some nerve to pay such a high price for a worthless stone. As for the other party's offer to give him something, he considered it just a joke. Chubby, what's your name? Chun-Yi felt this chubby guy was extraordinary and generously handed him a freshly grilled piece of meat. Just to buy some initial goodwill. Thank you, master. My name is Qian Duodua, and everyone calls me Qian Pongzi. You can just call me Qian Pongzi, master. Qian Pongzi took the meat and immediately started devouring it, eating faster than the cola sitting next to him, finishing it in just a few bites. This is so delicious. What kind of meat is this? It tastes a bit like Australian lobster. The flavor is so authentically street market. Qian Pongzi's eyes sparkled as he stared intently at the barbecue grill full of meat chunks. Master, how much is it? Can I have another piece? Chun-Yi didn't hesitate and directly gave him another piece of meat for free. Qian Pongzi, let me ask you, how many years of lifespan do you have left? 102. Qian Pongzi smacked his lips, mumbling as he ate. Yes, eyelids twitched. I meant years, not days. I mean years. I don't know if it's real or not. That weird guy just renewed it for me. Qian Pongzi nonchalantly displayed his system panel to Chun-Yi. Name Qian Duo level LV0 road, coins 99999. Vehicle level 2 business car profession merchant, pending awakening physique 8 mental power 11, remaining lifespan 102 years. Chun-Yi looked at it in bewilderment. What the hell is going on? Why are your road coins negative? Oh, don't mention it. I was forced by that multi-eyed guy to become some exclusive franchisee, which got me into massive debt. While chewing on the meat, Qian Pongzi dragged down the large backpack on his back. He even gave me these things to sell to repay the debt. He then unzipped the backpack. Chun-Yi took one look and was instantly dumbfounded. The advanced spatial backpack was packed full of treasures from the mysterious merchant. Everything you could wish for. Chun-Yi reacted quickly, reaching out to close his backpack, lowering his voice. Quick, put it away. Don't let anyone know, otherwise your life won't be safe. It's fine, it's fine. I have this. Qian Pongzi carelessly pulled out a string of copper coins from his waist, inscribed with the words safety talisman. The copper coins emitted a faint precious light resembling the one his grandfather had obtained for him at the Great Temple back in the day, but Qian Pongzi had an entire string of them. Ding. Life-saving talisman, invincible unless the wearer actively attacks others. Chun-Yi swallowed hard, his eyes wide open. Invincible. He had a strong feeling that the 3 months he experienced in his last life would be completely disrupted by this chubby guy. That weird guy said I can't level up by fighting monsters anymore, everything has to be obtained through trade. Chun-Yi was even a bit envious of Qian Pongzi's situation. Damn, what kind of luck did you stumble upon? Why didn't that merchant make me an agent? Huh, you want to be an agent, master? Qian Pongzi was directly surprised. Don't you know? To be an agent you must have a 5 increase in sales every day. Otherwise you'll be obliterated. Just 5? Isn't that a piece of cake? Chun-Yi was unfazed. Who wouldn't want the stuff from the mysterious shop? As long as you do a bit of hunger marketing, this condition is nothing. But he also requires that I can only have as many customers as my vehicle's level. I'm currently at level 2 business car, so I can only have a maximum of 2 customers. Hearing this, Chun-Yi instantly sobered up. What the hell? Only 2 customers. And there's a requirement for a daily 5 growth in sales. How much lifespan do 2 people even have? Master, do you know if there's any way to get rid of that weird guy? Qian Pongzi asked with a sorrowful face. Chun-Yi could only shake his head. There's no way. He paused and smiled, saying, since you are a merchant, how about giving me 10 years of lifespan just as payment for these 2 pieces of barbecue? Upon hearing Chun-Yi's words, Qian Pongzi suddenly perked up, smacking his thigh. Right. The sales growth can be calculated from the negative. Thank you for the reminder, master. Master, your meat is so delicious. I'll take 2 more pieces. In the next moment, Qian Pongzi pulled out a small magic wand and lightly waved it, directly extracting 20 years of lifespan to give to Chun-Yi. Ding. Qian Duo invites you to become his first permanent customer. Do you accept? Yes. Chun-Yi did not hesitate at all. It would be foolish not to take such a bargain. Ding. Binding successful. You have become Qian Duo's first permanent customer, no discount. From a distance, several team members watched as the chubby guy and Chun-Yi chatted enthusiastically, whispering their guesses. So that chubby guy knows Brother Yongya. That must be it, otherwise who would treat someone to meat for free out of nowhere? Just then the previously unconscious Huzi, having used a healing potion, slowly woke up, drawn by the strong scent of barbecue. Brother Hu, you woke up just in time. Here, this is the meat Brother Yongya grilled for us. Yongya. Huzi was momentarily stunned, and the team members immediately started explaining to him what had happened with Chun-Yi coming to their rescue. After hearing it, Huzi immediately took the meat and bracing himself walked over to Chunyi. Hello, brother Yongya. Oh, brother Hu, you're awake. Hey, just call me Huzi, brother. I owe you one for saving me this time. If you need anything in the future, just let me know, I won't decline. Chunyi knew Huzi was a righteous person and quickly waved his hand. It's just a few pieces of barbecue, it doesn't constitute a life-saving grace. I still need you all to help me get out later. It's a small matter. By the way, should I help you deal with that rogue? Seeing Huzi dragging his injured body and wanting to speak up for him, Chun-Yi quickly shook his head. No need, ew, I want to handle a person like Sang Biao myself. Once I get back to the car, Emir Sang Biao will be nothing to fear. Then everyone took the opportunity of enjoying delicious food to chat enthusiastically. Huzi even took out a bottle of top-notch white liquor, and as everyone exchanged drinks, their relationship warmed considerably. Chun-Yi grilled over 20 pounds of meat in one go before finally satisfying a few people. By the time the sun sank in the west, the main force of the alliance finally arrived. Leading them was a spicy girl holding a small whip. Her voice reached them even before she arrived. Brother Hu, we're late. We encountered those rogues on the way and had a fight with them. The newcomer is named Hei Ying, in her 20s, and she is a female teacher specializing in martial arts. She possesses a physique rating of 15 and is one of the core members of the Mutual Aid Alliance. Hei Ying quickly approached the crowd and sniffed the air. It smells so good. Tiger brother, how come you're enjoying such delicious roasted meat? Huzi handed a small packet of roasted meat to Hei Ying. That's all there is. You guys ran into the Axe gang and didn't get hurt, right? Hei Ying took the packet without hesitation and said, how could that be possible? The mere Axe gang, do they think they can harm me? Hei Ying picked a piece of roasted meat from the package and took a bite. Instantly her eyes lit up. This is too delicious. Tiger brother, are you sure we came to support you and not just to enjoy your feast? Look at us, we're in such a state. Hei Ying glanced over. Everyone indeed looked quite miserable. They were all injured and poisoned, their combat power reduced by at least 50. If it weren't for the Yongya brothers stepping in, we'd probably be meeting Yan Wang by now. This meat was cooked by them. Huzi nodded towards the youth in the team who was cleaning up the grill. Hei Ying followed his gaze and glanced at Chun-Yi. Is he the Yongya? I can't believe he's so young. She murmured softly, then glanced at several teammates. Suddenly she casually asked, where are Lao Wu and Lao Qi? They are dead. Huzi replied nonchalantly. Hei Ying pressed her lips together and didn't ask further. She wrapped up the roasted meat and tossed it to her teammates behind her. Take this and share it, it's a gift from the Yongya brothers. She raised her eyebrows towards Chun-Yi. Several members of the Mutual Aid Alliance caught the package and immediately cheered. Thank you, Yongya brothers, for treating us to roasted meat. Chun-Yi put the grill into his backpack. He dusted off his clothes, saying, everyone, there's no need to be polite. If you like it, you can pay in the future, and it'll help everyone with the roasting. At this moment, everyone hadn't had the chance to eat the roasted meat yet. Hearing Chun-Yi's words, they only smiled. Road currency was quite precious, and they were unwilling to spend it on roasted meat. However, after everyone had eaten, someone indeed added Chun-Yi as a friend, saying they would help with the roasting. The first to do so was Huzi. After a brief meeting, the team began their journey back. Everyone quickened their pace, their footsteps crunching on the gravel, eager to return to the station before sunset. Otherwise, if they encountered the giant scorpion at night, even with many people, they would still be at a disadvantage. On the way, Minnie asked Chun-Yi if there was any way to recharge. Chun-Yi directly replied no. Although everyone had their suspicions, hearing Chun-Yi's words, they truly lost hope. Qian Pengzi stayed close to Chun-Yi, promoting his products. Boss, would you like to buy some of this? The Axe gang had set up an ambush on the main path. Passers-by were unavoidably stopped and robbed. Damn it, it's already 5:30. Why hasn't that kid come out yet? Sang Biao squatted behind a rock, his fingers digging into the stone, his face full of anxiety. They dared not spend the night in the desert. No one knew what might emerge at night. Biaoga, don't worry. That kid isn't stupid and won't stay inside to die. Remember, if you encounter tough resistance, don't act recklessly. Sang Biao glanced at the injured subordinates beside him, still feeling somewhat apprehensive. He didn't expect so many small groups to have emerged, their strength on par with theirs. Go bring those two dead dogs. If that kid doesn't obediently surrender, push them forward. Understood, Biaoga. He'll bring Lin Feng and Lu Ruyan over right now. The sound of dragging chains came from behind. Soon the Mutual Aid Alliance team returned just before the last rays of sunlight disappeared. Biaoga. Not good. The lookout rushed back, rolling and crawling. That Chun-Yi is coming with the Mutual Aid Alliance team. What? Those dogs from the Mutual Aid Alliance, I spared them before, and they're actually getting more aggressive. Dare they steal my prey? Kunba, bring all the brothers, we're going. All right, Biaoga. Meanwhile, Hei Ying quietly warned, everyone be careful, we were ambushed by Sang Biao at the entrance earlier. Although she knew Sang Biao had just suffered a loss, he probably wouldn't trouble them again. But everyone still heightened their vigilance, pulling out their weapons. Just as they were about to enter the western desert entrance, swish! Swish. Two of Sang Biao's guards jumped out from behind cover. Hei Ying was about to draw her gun to shoot, but the two had already turned and fled, their footsteps fading quickly. Everyone looked around, but saw no other ambushers. They ran away like dogs. Seeing the enemy flee, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. With their guard down, they swaggered into the narrow path behind Hei Ying. Only Chun Yi remained frowning. Sang Biao's current strength was not inferior to their small team. Adding to that the enemy's tendency for revenge, it felt suspicious. Sistering, I think we should still be cautious. Why not send someone to scout ahead first? Chun Yi kindly reminded. Haha. Yongya, little brother, I heard people say you're brave. Why are you scared now that they've... A girl behind Hei Ying stepped forward and said, the sun is about to set. We don't have time to send someone to scout. What a shame they even call you a boss, yet you're so cowardly. Everyone had previously defeated the Axe Gang and was somewhat proud, and seeing those who had just fled who would still fear the Axe Gang. Enough. Yongya brothers are right. This narrow path is easy to defend, but hard to attack. To prevent any tricks, we should still be alert. Huzi looked up at the cliffs on either side. As a seasoned mercenary, he never underestimated the enemy and fully agreed with Chun Yi's words. Listen to Tiger brother, everyone take out your weapons. Seeing this, Hei Ying agreed. Everyone, though reluctant, pulled out their weapons and continued to move forward slowly. Their footsteps echoed in the rocky walls, sounding particularly empty. Above the rocky walls, Sang Biao was watching everyone's movements closely. That Huzi and Chun Yi are truly annoying. Inform everyone to be prepared. Once they all enter the passage, open fire. Only target the middle, let them be cut off from the front and back. Then attack them one by one. I want them to have no place to bury their bodies. Understood, Biao Go. If the Mutual Aid Alliance hadn't hurt his Axe Gang brothers before, he might still negotiate with them. As long as they handed over Chun Yi, he would let them go. But now that enmity had been established, he naturally wanted to eradicate them completely. Meanwhile, just as the last few people were about to step into the passage, Chun Yi's unease grew stronger. Kaylai, it's a hassle, but fly up to the cliff and see if there's any danger. I hope I'm just overthinking. Okay, Kaylai spread its wings and swiftly flew up. Chun Yi, what's wrong? Why aren't you moving? A teammate behind noticed Chun Yi hesitating and asked. I need to use the restroom, you guys go ahead first. Chun Yi had already reminded everyone, as saying more would only annoy them. Boss, wait for me. I also need to use the restroom. Qian Pengzi immediately followed. They ducked into the sound of their urination against the stone indicated that both of their kidneys were quite healthy. The wind blew through the narrow passage, producing a howling sound. It was already quite dark. Boss, are you sure Sang Biao will ambush us here? Not sure, just suspecting. Suddenly a sharp gunshot rang out from above. Bang! Chun Yi immediately looked up. Was Kaylai injured? The sound of gunfire from the cliff instantly tensed the members of the Mutual Aid Alliance. Bang! 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 Several more urgent gunshots rang out. It's an ambush. Huzi shouted anxiously. Stay close to the cliff. Block their line of sight above. Withdraw in an orderly manner. Above the cliff, Sang Biao, seeing this, angrily kicked a younger brother who had fired prematurely down the cliff. The younger brother screamed as he fell off the cliff. Useless trash that only brings trouble. What are you all staring at? Throw grenades. Blow them out. Shoot them. A bunch of useless fools. Everyone immediately complied, fearing they would meet the same fate as the brother who just fell. Boom. Boom. The sounds of explosions and gunfire erupted in the narrow passage, shaking the cliff and causing debris to fall. With the geographical advantage, Sang Biao suffered almost no personnel losses, but it pained him deeply to see that each grenade cost 5 road coins. This round alone was equivalent to the upgrade fee for a level 2 vehicle. On the side of the Mutual Aid Alliance, however, the losses were severe. Out of 34 people, most fell into the trap. Only a few who entered the narrow passage last managed to escape. Chun Yi paid little attention to the fates of both sides. He tilted his head back, fixating on the sky, watching the fragile figure that was teetering and uncontrollably falling. Kaylai! Chun Yi shouted, predicting her landing point. He sprinted, and then leaped up, arms wide open, to catch her securely. Thud! Chun Yi felt as if he had been hit by a truck, embracing Kaylai, as they both heavily fell into the sand, rolling for dozens of circles before coming to a stop. Chun Yi crawled out of the sand dune, spitting out the sand from his mouth, helping the dizzy Kaylai up, finally feeling a weight lift from his heart. He immediately noticed a blood hole in the left wing of Kaylai, still oozing blood. Chun Yi couldn't help but reach out and gently touch the edge of the wound. Ding! Kaylai's health 102, current remaining 937. Thankfully the injury wasn't severe. Seeing the worried expression on Chun Yi's face, Kaylai quickly folded her wings and revealed her smooth back, smiling. Master, I'm fine, my wings will heal themselves slowly, just give it some time. Who told you to shoot? Chun Yi glared at her, annoyed. He had been keeping an eye on Kaylai's movements. When she saw the ambush above, instead of reporting back first, she directly opened fire. Indeed, the first shot was fired by Kaylai. She recognized Sang Biao and wanted to help Chun Yi take revenge, but ended up missing and got hit in the wing by the enemy sharpshooter, causing her to lose control and fall. Fortunately, the ground was sandy, and there was Chun Yi to act as a human cushion. Master, I'm sorry, I won't do it again next time. The little girl hung her head, feeling a bit wronged. She thought it was all her fault for being such a poor shot, otherwise she would have killed Sang Biao earlier. Chun Yi patted her head, stroking her disheveled long hair. Through their telepathic connection, he sensed her feelings. It's okay. Sang Biao's life isn't worth more than yours. Don't do foolish things in the future. After confirming Kaylai was fine, Chun Yi pulled her behind a large rock, watching the two groups battle with a cold gaze. Before long, Qianping came over again. Boss, you're amazing. Sang Biao really sent people to ambush here. Qianping, why are you always following me? Aren't you invincible? Shouldn't you be able to pass through this passage safely on your own? Of course there's no problem. I tried it before, with the safety talisman. Bullets can't harm me at all. Boss, I'm following you mainly to protect you. You're my only customer now, and if you get into trouble, I'm finished too. Listening to this fat guy's twisted reasoning, Chun Yi felt there was some truth to it. He decided to let him tag along. Although he couldn't attack, he would still be useful as a meat shield. The sounds of explosions and gunfire continued for more than 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Seeing this, Sang Biao immediately halted his assault, grimacing in pain. Aren't bullets and grenades money? Save some. Everyone down. Clean up the battlefield. Find Chun Yi and that succubus. Understood, Biao Ge. The first batch of Axe gang members circled around below and entered through the narrow passage. Looking at the corpses strewn about, they relaxed their guard upon not seeing a single living person. Strange, why don't I see that kid, Chun Yi? Just as they were searching through the corpses one by one, bang, 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 gunshots suddenly rang out. He Ying led over a dozen surviving teammates, emerging from the crevice in the cliff, and began to shoot wildly at the unprepared Axe gang members. A few others lying on the ground pretending to be dead suddenly jumped up, slitting the throats of their opponents with the daggers in their hands. Sang Biao watched from above, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. The advantage gained just moments ago vanished in an instant. However, he had few grenades left. If he continued to use them, even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Kunba, take everyone down with me. I want all the members of the Mutual Aid Alliance to die here. Sang Biao gritted his teeth, determined to finish the fight before nightfall, and personally led the remaining members down the rope. Both sides engaged in intense close combat in the narrow passage, with gunfire and shouts echoing continuously until nightfall. Chun Yi glanced at the sky, realizing he could not wait any longer. Once it turned deep night, mutated beasts would come out in droves to hunt in the desert, and at that point not only would fighting be impossible, but surviving would also be a question. Hearing the gunfire in the passage grow quieter, he tightened his grip on the AK. Let's go, we need to rush out too. Tat tat tat. The night was too dark to see faces clearly. Chun Yi didn't care, as long as he saw someone approaching from the other side. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. In the chaos, he even felt that he had taken down a few members of the Mutual Aid Alliance. However, to survive, he had no other choice. In the melee, distinguishing between friend and foe was impossible. Striking first was the only rule to survive. Fortunately, he managed to break through the crowd with relative ease and ran all the way to the entrance of the station. Whoosh! A grenade suddenly flew out from the shadows, landing at Chun Yi's feet. In a critical moment, Qianping, who had been following closely behind, swiftly kicked the grenade away. Boom! The grenade exploded midair. Qianping dusted himself off completely unscathed. Naturally, Chun Yi and Kaylai, who were hiding behind him, were also unharmed. But Chun Yi was already drenched in cold sweat. He almost died. Sang Biao, hiding in the abandoned wooden house, stared wide-eyed. Go, bring those two dogs over here. At this moment, only one younger brother, Kuan Ba, remained by Sang Biao's side. Kuan Ba immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, Biao, go. But when he looked back, there was no one left. Where are they? Sang Biao, realizing people had run away, grew anxious and wanted to kill. Gone. They're gone. It must be Lin Feng and Lu Ruyan who took advantage of the chaos and escaped. Useless. You can't even keep track of two people. What use do I have for you? Sang Biao angrily pressed his gun against Kuan Ba's forehead. Biao Ge, we're good brothers who have been through thick and thin together. How can you treat me like this? Brothers, if I spared your life, go out and help me divert their attention. Kuan Ba, who was Sang Biao's childhood friend, was filled with sorrow and indignation as he watched his former brother turn into this state, feeling as if he was meeting a stranger. Okay, I'm going. Sang Biao kicked Kuan Ba out, facing Chun Yi's direction. Bang, bang, bang. Sang Biao immediately opened fire wildly towards Chun Yi. But the bullets hit Qianping, producing a clinking sound, leaving no marks at all. What the hell? Is this for blocking bullets with flesh? What the hell is this? Sang Biao swallowed hard, cold sweat, soaking. He didn't dare to hesitate, and using the cover of the night, immediately ran in the opposite direction. You think you can escape? Kuan Ba, who was kicked in front of Chun Yi by Sang Biao, knelt on the ground with his eyes closed, resembling a corpse awaiting execution. He had no weapon, but was already firmly in the sights of Qian Pengzi. Chun Yi ignored him, locking the gun's muzzle on the fleeing Sang Biao. Bang! Bang! 2 shots were fired with precision, both striking only his thighs. Sang Biao let out a dreadful scream as he fell heavily to the ground, blood instantly staining his pants. This troublemaker had been a nuisance all along, and had even injured Kolo. How could Chun Yi let him escape, just like that? Sang Biao grimaced in pain, clutching his broken leg as he trembled all over. Seeing Chun Yi approach step by step, the arrogance he once had disappeared in an instant as he crawled and begged for mercy. Great Lord Yongyi. No, boss Yongyi. I was wrong. I'll give you all my road coins, just spare my life. Oh, buying your life with money. Chun Yi raised an eyebrow with interest. Yes. I'll give you all of it. Sang Biao fumbled to activate the panel, and a flash of white light appeared. Ding. You have received Sang Biao's gratuitous gift, 72 road coins. Current balance, 406. Chun Yi's smile instantly cooled as he raised the rifle again. Just 72 coins, and you think you can buy your life? I truly only have this much left. I spent everything in the last fight. Sang Biao cried out as he projected his panel, and he indeed had no money left. Spare me this time, and I'll serve you as a loyal dog, helping you make money. If I die, it won't benefit you at all. Seeing that Chun Yi seemed a bit hesitant, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Sang Biao's eyes as his hidden hand quietly reached for the gun at his waist. But no matter how fast he moved, he couldn't outpace Chun Yi, who was still aiming his gun. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots rang out, and Sang Biao's limbs exploded in blood. He collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, his hands ruined by bullets, unable to even reach for his gun. Chun Yi, you beast. You won't have a good death. Even as a ghost, I won't let you go. Knowing he was doomed, Sang Biao completely tore off his facade, cursing loudly. Chun Yi couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind, and turned to look at Kuan Ba, who was kneeling on the ground. With a spirit power of 21, he had heard the conversation between Sang Biao and Kuan Ba clearly. Kuan Ba, do you want to die, or do you want to live? Kuan Ba suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot. I want to live. If you want to live, then kill him. Chun Yi threw the fire axe at his feet, which clanged loudly. Kuan Ba looked at the axe on the ground, then at the moaning Sang Biao. He recalled his sister who had died at the hands of Sang Biao. The loyal brothers turned into cannon fodder, and most importantly, this big brother he had followed his whole life, who had unhesitatingly kicked him out to block bullets. He trembled as he picked up the axe, taking slow steps towards Sang Biao. Kuan Ba, you dare! Sang Biao's eyes bulged with rage. Did I feed you? Did I give you women? You ungrateful dog. Brother Biao, I'm sorry. Kuan Bai's voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing together. This is what you taught me. If one does not act for oneself, heaven will punish them. No. Thud. The axe smashed into Sang Biao's chest. After a piercing scream, the world fell silent. Kuan Ba went berserk, swinging the axe down repeatedly, releasing years of pent-up resentment at that moment. You owe me my sister. You owe me my brother. You beast. I've wanted to kill you for a long time. The smell of blood grew stronger. The person on the ground looked as if they had been shredded by a meat grinder. Qian Pengzi couldn't take it anymore, leaning against the wall and dry heaving. Even Chun Yi frowned. Enough. Kuan Ba seemed not to hear, continuing to swing the axe mechanically. Bang! Chun Yi shot at the ground beside him, sending debris flying into his face. Kuan Ba finally stopped, the redness in his eyes slowly fading as he looked at his bloodstained hands, and collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Get up. Chun Yi's voice was devoid of emotion. Kuan Ba immediately wiped his tears and sat up on his knees. The 3 buses of Sang Biao and the remaining little brothers will be under your command from now on. You will turn in 50 of the profits every month, and the rest you can distribute as you wish. Chun Yi continued, I don't care how you do it as long as you can make money for me. If you don't do well, I won't mind changing to someone else. I can do it. I can do it. Kuan Ba hurriedly bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, great Lord Yongyi. My life is yours from now on. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. Chun Yi nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a series of howls suddenly erupted from the corridor behind him. Oh whoa! Countless pairs of glowing green eyes lit up in the darkness, densely packed like stars. The gunfire and the smell of blood attracted all the wolves in the desert. Kalu, we need to retreat. With a command from Chun Yi, he grabbed Kalu and turned to run. Qian Pengzi brought up the rear, protected by a talisman, and the wolves couldn't do anything to him. Fortunately, they were not far from the exit. A few minutes later, everyone safely escaped back to their vehicles. Only Chun Yi did not notice that as they left, Kuan Ba had stealthily taken half of a mysterious copper coin from Sang Biao. Chun Yi closed the car door and leaned back in the seat with a long sigh. The troublesome Sang Biao was finally resolved. As soon as he got in the car, he discovered that his vehicle had already successfully upgraded. Ding! Congratulations, you are the first player in the entire server to upgrade to a level 3 vehicle. Received special reward 200 road coins, 1 designated level 3 blueprint. Current balance 604. The original double-decker bus transformed into a luxurious 3-story RV, first floor driver's cabin, large storage room, freezer, armory. Second floor 2 independent bedrooms, living room, kitchen, dining room, bathroom. Third floor open-air observation deck, cultivation room. Vehicle Yong, Yi LV3. Bound Spirit by Ling, health 105, spirit power 10, defense 720, magic resistance 898, durability 602, space 760, cubic, maximum speed 240 km/h, golden entry lottery 1, beast control quantity 1. Shun Yi nodded in satisfaction. With this level 3 vehicle, the road ahead would be much easier. But for now, aside from the master bedroom and bathroom, the other rooms remained in their bare state. Chun Yi glanced at the materials needed for the upgrades of each room. Currently, the supplies at hand were only enough to upgrade the kitchen, dining room, and living room. Without any hesitation, Chun Yi directly clicked the upgrade button. The next moment, the resources from the entire vehicle suddenly transformed into points of white light, flooding into the second floor, starting an automated rapid transformation of the space. Ding! Consumed wood, stone, glass, and other materials, deducting 50 road coins. Upgrading kitchen, dining room, and living room, estimated time 3 hours. After selecting the upgrade, Chun Yi immediately prepared to draw new attributes. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the car door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Bai Ling rushed out. Master, it's those 2 annoying pests again. I can't chase them away no matter what. Chun Yi opened the car window and looked down. 2 disheveled, ragged individuals were kneeling on the ground, covered in mud and blood, the stench overwhelming enough to make one's eyes water. It was Lin Feng and Lu Ruyan. Seeing Chun Yi, Lu Ruyan immediately rushed over in tears, banging on the car window. Chun Yi, save me, I'm at my limit. Yu Ruyan, do you think I did something bad to you? Those things were all Lin Feng's doing. They have nothing to do. Lin Feng directly knelt on the ground, repeatedly banging his head. Chun Yi, you mustn't believe this woman's words. Your grandfather's car accident last time was caused by her. Lin Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? His grandfather's visit to the school to see him after being hit by a car had always been a burden on his mind. He had searched for 2 years without finding the driver. It turned out that Lu Ruyan had been driving without a license. He never expected that this matter was related to these 2 beasts. Chun Yi's gaze instantly turned icy. As Lin Feng and Lu Ruyan turned around to see the pair of golden vertical pupils, they didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies melted away like ice and snow under high temperatures, instantly turning into a puddle of blood, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. Then a shrill, piercing siren shattered the night sky, awakening everyone. They all leaned out to look. A shadow flashed by, and the golden pupils that had been suspended in midair vanished without a trace. Chun Yi quickly closed all the doors and windows, his back instantly soaked with cold sweat. He trembled as he tried to open the other person's information panel to take a look. Ding! Insufficient permissions to view target information. Chun Yi swallowed hard. He probably already knew what it was. It was the enforcer. The next second, a cold system voice echoed in the minds of all the survivors. Emergency announcement for the entire district. Due to a player in this district upgrading to a level 3 vehicle ahead of time, the system mechanism has been triggered, and the enforcer has descended ahead of schedule. Enforcer's duty to maintain road traffic order and protect the safety of vehicle owners in legal parking spaces. All survivors must strictly adhere to traffic regulations. Running red lights, speeding, driving against traffic, and harassing vehicle owners in parking spaces will result in immediate execution by the enforcer. Please adhere to the rules and escape civilizedly. Chun Yi leaned back in his seat, his heart racing. In his previous life, the enforcer only appeared after leaving the novice zone. He never expected that by upgrading his vehicle to level 3 ahead of time, he would attract them earlier. But it was also good. Only he knew their habits. What traffic rules must not be broken, and which ones can be overlooked. For instance, robbery and murder on the road do not fall under their jurisdiction. These enforcers generally disdain to intervene. They prefer to handle trivial matters. Also, they tend to be more patient with higher-level vehicles. If a low-level vehicle collides with a high-level vehicle, severe punishment will follow. If a high-level vehicle collides with a low-level vehicle, they will feign ignorance. Ding dong. Suddenly Chun Yi received a message. It was from Money Fatty. Boss, congratulations. You are the first person in our district to have a level 3 vehicle. Don't call me boss, it sounds weird. You're younger than me, just call me Yigo. Alright Yigo, remember to trade with me tomorrow. Otherwise I'll be wiped out. Sure, just remind me. Okay Yigo, I'm going to rest now, I've had a tiring day. Today I freeloaded 20 years of life from Fatty, and I probably can get some more tomorrow, but just thinking about it makes me feel great. After ending the communication with Money Fatty Chun, Yi received a message from Sanzong, also congratulating him, and asking if he had seen Hu Zi and the others. Chun Yi replied that he hadn't. The other party abruptly ended the chat. Hu Guo and the others haven't returned, yet it seems the odds are against them. Chun Yi felt little sorrow. Although he felt quite positive about Hu Zi, he wasn't at the point of crying over their death. Thinking about how even with such a huge advantage Sang Biao was beaten so badly, the situation for the Mutual Aid Alliance probably wasn't much better. Chun Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Later he received several congratulatory messages from others he had added as friends. After all, he was announced across the district, and everyone knew he was the one who upgraded to a level 3 vehicle. Chun Yi and Kulu sat in the driver's seat, drank something lightly to take a break, then took a hot shower to relax his tense nerves from the day. Time flew by, and the two of them enjoyed a thorough wash for an hour before finishing up. Chun Yi instructed Kulu to sleep in the bedroom on the second floor while he returned to the driver's seat. Ding. Detected that you have won and used golden attribute draw opportunity. Would you like to draw immediately? Yes. Congratulations host, you have obtained the golden attribute blessing from the opposite sex. Affect every opposite sex with a charm score of 89 or above who stays overnight in your vehicle has a 50 chance of generating one permanent attribute point every day. This attribute point can only be absorbed by the host. Remember to go find the opposite sex in their bed on time. Wow, this attribute is amazing. Personal attributes are indeed the most cost-effective things. If I have 50 points in physique, I could even withstand gunfire. The benefits of mental power are numerous. An ordinary person might only improve by 12 points after training hard for a month. Yet I currently have 3 individuals with scores over 90 in my vehicle. As long as luck isn't too bad, stabilizing at 1 attribute point daily shouldn't be a problem. Chun Yi happily closed the system interface and prepared to go to the 3rd floor to see what the little slime was doing. As soon as he reached the hallway, he saw that the plate of roasted meat he had left out yesterday was already gone with 2 empty cans beside it. Looks like this little guy can eat quite a bit. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Chun Yi heard the little guy snoring. There were 3 clumps of dark soil on the ground, emitting a faint scent of grass and trees. Oh, this little fellow is working on its own without my instruction. This is a rare resource. I haven't seen anyone else obtain it before. Chun Yi immediately noticed that the little slime had transformed into a little girl in a white dress sleeping soundly in a tree hole with drool hanging from its mouth. Taking advantage of the little one's deep sleep, Chun Yi bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood into the little one's mouth. After consuming Chun Yi's blood, the little one's cheeks began to flush slightly. Ding. Detecting a masterless contracted beast, the contract begins. Target shows no resistance. Contract progress 10. 50. 100. The little one, still groggy, hugged Chun Yi's hand and used it as a blanket over its belly, sleeping particularly sweetly. Ding. Contract successful. It seems that luck wasn't too good this time. I didn't gain any attribute points. As the contract succeeded, the magical patterns on the little one's belly slowly solidified, and she seemed to sense something suddenly waking up. She pushed Chun Yi's hand away and burrowed into the tree hole. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. The next second, a soft voice appeared in Chun Yi's mind. What? What do you want? I am your master, do you understand? The little slime instantly understood Chun Yi's words through a mint. However, the little one didn't seem very smart and was a bit slow to respond. Master. The slime tilted its little head, sensing the intimate bond between them that was even stronger than that of a mother and child, and nodded. Yes, I sensed it. You are my master. The little potato, feeling Chun Yi's aura, couldn't help but leap into his arms, rubbing her little face against his chest. Chun Yi took the opportunity to pet the little one and lifted her into his hands, playing with her. She was soft all over and quite fun. Master, my name is Potato. Oh, you already have a name. All right, from now on I'll call you Potato. MHM. Master Potato is afraid of the dark and ghosts. Can I sleep with the light on? The little potato lowered her head, fearing that Chun Yi would disagree, since sleeping with the light on was a pure waste of electricity. Of course you can. You can keep the light on 24 hours a day. That's great. By the way, if you're still scared, you can go play with sister by laying on the 1st floor, okay? Potato refused. Potato is afraid of ghosts. That Bai Ling is a female ghost. Chun Yi was immediately speechless. All right then. From now on you will take care of the entire cultivation room. Can you help your master grow vegetables? Okay, master. Potato loves growing vegetables, but I need seeds. By the way, master, I made 3 piles of poop. Can you help Potato clean them up? Potato pointed at the 3 clumps of fragrant black soil on the ground, speaking innocently. What? That's your poop. Chun Yi learned that the black soil was produced by the potato, but did not show any disdain. Bird's nest is still made from the saliva of golden-collared swallows. The slime is indeed an elemental spirit producing the purest earth elements. This black soil, known as black gold in his past life, could sell for 100 road coins per portion. After the last world Sang Biao got rich and extravagantly used it as spiritual food, rolling it like a cigar. However, in this lifetime, he would not have that chance. Chun Yi looked again at the little potato in his arms, his eyes shining. This little guy was simply a moving gold mine. Potato, how much of this black soil can you produce every day? The potato under Chun Yi's gaze felt a bit shy about its own excrement and quietly said, 1 to 2 portions. Chun Yi's heart was filled with joy. That meant he could gather enough materials to upgrade the cultivation room in at most 2 days. The urgent task now was to get some seeds. Noticing the time was getting late, he patted the little potato's head. Good potato, go to sleep now. Tomorrow master will give you a surprise. As soon as the potato heard it had to be separated, it immediately grew larger, transforming into a soft and adorable little girl about 1.6 meters tall, tightly hugging Chun Yi's waist. Master, can I sleep with you? I'm a bit scared of the dark. Seeing this, Chun Yi directly turned on all the lights on the 3rd floor, instantly illuminating the top floor like daylight. Behave, master's bed is too small for 3 people. You can rest in the tree house, the lights will stay on all night. Chun Yi was already overwhelmed with just cola. He couldn't handle another one. All right. But master, you mustn't turn off the lights secretly. The potato rubbed its little head against Chun Yi's chest, then reluctantly shrank back, transforming into a soft, sticky ball. Chun Yi gently cupped it in his hand and placed it back in the tree hole. Good night, little one. Good night, my dear master. After settling the potato, Chun Yi went downstairs. He thought it was indeed a bit hard for the potato to grow vegetables alone. Maybe before I leave tomorrow I should buy a few ordinary slimes at the pet shop to keep it company. Determined, Chun Yi returned to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Just as he lay down, a chubby leg stepped. Master, I want. Shoo. I knew you wouldn't want to sleep. Come close, and let's turn off the lights and sleep. MHM. They spent the night in silence. Time flew by, and it was already the 4th day of road survival. Early in the morning, glancing at Cola, who was blissfully sleeping, Chun Yi did not disturb her and fumbled around on the bed. Eventually, he found a small ball the size of a purple grape, soft and warm with a gentle glow. What luck! A 50 chance, and he hit it on the first try. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. A cool stream of air instantly rushed into his mind, and his previously drowsy head became incredibly clear. Even the chirping of insects outside the car window was vividly audible. Ding! Mental power 1. Awesome! Chun Yi immediately jumped out of bed and ran to the tree hole on the 3rd floor. Sure enough, in the potato's little nest lay a bright red attribute ball. He swallowed it in one gulp, and a wave of warmth spread throughout his body. His muscles felt like they were swelling, filled with explosive power. Ding! Physique 1. Finally, he went to the driver's seat to find Bai Ling, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find her. Forget it, getting 2 out of 3 is already a big profit. Chun Yi opened his attribute panel. Physique 19, mental power 22. His attributes were already close to those of level 2 powerhouses who had awakened their professions. Chun Yi happily made breakfast using his new kitchen. At this point, the living room, kitchen, and dining room had all been fully renovated. The entire 2nd floor was neatly arranged, resembling a standard two-bedroom living room residence. Cola was also thrilled to see the refreshed environment. Wow, master, our little home has become even more beautiful. It would be great if I could leave some marks here with you. The little succubus clung to Chun Yi, growing bolder in her affection. Eat your meal properly, but don't be so clingy and misbehave. Oh, I just like being close to master. The little succubus pouted, looking aggrieved and dissatisfied. Just then, as they were halfway through their meal, the system's announcement sounded. Ding! Congratulations to all survivors for completing the station task. Reward: road coins 5, universal fuel 1 portion. Current remaining number of people 4,571. The novice village is about to close. Please head to the initial station 1,500 kilometers away within the next 72 hours. The public screen exploded with comments. Damn. More than half are dead, and it's still just the novice period. Will we still be allowed to live? 72 hours to run 3,000 kilometers. With this little time, they still had to find fuel and supplies. It was simply impossible to complete. I just upgraded my car to level 2 yesterday, thinking it was a good thing, only to find the fuel consumption doubled. Now the fuel tank is almost empty. Who sells gasoline? I'll trade 2 boxes of instant noodles for it. Help. Don't even think about it. The trading area only has diesel now. Oh, gasoline was snatched up long ago. Chun Yi bit into his bread with roasted meat, while watching the whales on the public screen, his expression unchanged. In his previous life, countless people were directly obliterated by the system for not leaving the novice village within the stipulated time. He closed the chat window and said to Cola, I've finished eating. Today you stay in the car responsible for exchanging supplies. I'll go out alone. But, master, I want to go with you. Cola pouted and said, no, we went out together yesterday and we didn't exchange even 5 tons of water. You stay at home today and try to upgrade the bedroom to level 2. Shinyi also wanted to continue discussing life with the little succubus, but unfortunately, he had important matters to attend to. Then, okay, master, you must pay attention to safety. Don't worry, saying Biao is dead, and for now no one dares to openly trouble me. In fact, Shinyi still had a concern. Every time he took Cola out, it seemed to attract the dark abyss creatures. This time it was safer to leave her in the car while he went to the pet shop. Shinyi got out of the car and walked towards the pet shop while checking the system log from last night. 0 daily survival, reward 1 road coin. 001 system automatically deducted loan 100 road coins. Remaining loan 700. Current balance 510. He closed the interface and glanced around. Many vehicles had already set off in a panic, and some people were still frantically scavenging for supplies in the last moments. Shinyi walked straight through the pet base to the pet park behind. There was a shabby little pet shop there. He had been here in his previous life, but it was just a lesson learned from money. Here various types of pet blind boxes were sold. However, this was a black shop. Shinyi pushed open the door and stepped into the little shop. The shop was filled with a faint musty smell, and a green-skinned dwarf was sitting behind the counter polishing a cup. Several player corpses lay scattered on the floor, their blood already dried to a dark brown. These were players who had bought dead pets and confronted the owner legally killed by him. Oh, what can I do for you? Our shop has various pet blind boxes, great quality, at a low price. The dwarf owner lifted his head, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Shinyi glanced at him. Target pet shop owner description: goblin merchant attributes, unknown, money loving. Do you have slimes? Yes. You have a great eye, sir. Slimes are the easiest pets to care for. The owner immediately took out 3 dull gray, ordinary blind boxes, clearly old stock. Ordinary slime blind boxes, 10 road coins each. How many would you like? Boss, do your pets stay alive? Hearing this, the dwarf owner's face instantly darkened, and he heavily placed the cup on the counter. Could I see you're looking for trouble, huh? Blind boxes are blind boxes. Anything is possible. I thought you were a beast master and knew the trade, but turns out you're just looking for death. Chunyi understood the rules and wasn't angry. He smiled and said, Boss, you misunderstood me. Ooh, I can pay more. 10 times more. Hearing the words pay more, especially 10 times, the dwarf owner's face instantly brightened, his eyes squinting into slits from smiling. Sir, I was just too blind to recognize your greatness. Paying more? Don't even mention looking for trouble. You could tear down my shop if you wanted. Just wait a moment. Oh, I'll get you the best. He dove under the counter, rummaging around for a while, and finally mysteriously pulled out 2 completely black blind boxes, each engraved with a strange skull. These 2 are 100 road coins, each absolutely guaranteed to stay alive. If they don't come alive, you don't pay. The novice camp can be accessed with a pass, and in his previous life, countless people had already figured out the greedy boss habits. This boss is a bit greedy, but as long as you pay him more, he will indeed offer good goods. Shinyi looked at the 2 blind boxes in front of him. He immediately brought up the panel and took out 300 highway coins from the system, placing them on the counter. They'll offer an additional 100 highway coins. Can I buy 2 female slimes? Upon seeing the money on the counter, the dwarf boss immediately nodded and bowed, his demeanor resembling that of a sycophant. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll fetch them for you right away. He quickly dove under the counter, energetically rummaging around. Though they are called blind boxes, he knows exactly what is inside each box. He is definitely a shady businessman. Where did it go? Found it. The dwarf boss fumbled for a while and finally pulled out a blue and pink blind box. I told you I had some. Sir, this is it. The boss pushed the blind box for Chunyi to inspect. Only one. Chunyi, no. Sir, this is not a black shop. There are 2 inside. They are a pair of twins. The dwarf boss immediately wanted to open the blind box to prove it to Chunyi, but he was stopped. He did not want to open it now, as opening the treasure chest could enhance the quality for cola. Opening it now would waste the effort. Chunyi pushed the money to the dwarf and packed the blind box into his backpack. Money and goods are settled. No need for inspection. I trust you. Oh, sir, your generosity is commendable. I'll give you a small gift as a token of friendship, hoping you will visit my shop again next time. Saying this, the boss handed over 2 bottles of basic growth potions. Chunyi received the potions, his eyes lighting up. Boss, you sell this too? This is a good thing. He relied on growth potions to practice the Yi Jing. Unfortunately, no one was selling them in the trading area. This is just a little trophy from my adventures. The dwarf glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground. Chunyi awkwardly smiled at the boss. He did not expect this NPC to loot corpses. He stuffed the growth potion into his pocket and turned to leave the pet shop. Sir, please take care. Remember to come back next time. As soon as he stepped out of the pet shop, a desolate feeling hit him. The bustling station from moments ago was now deserted, with only a few vehicles remaining. Empty cans, water bottles, and torn clothing were scattered on the ground, with battered men and women tossed aside like dead dogs, creating a scene of devastation. Dozens of abandoned vehicles were parked at the roadside, resembling a pile of cold steel graves. In the distance, sporadic gunshots and screams could be heard, constantly reminding that this place was a lawless and immoral wasteland. Master, you finally returned. Cola saw Chun-Yi come back and jumped down from the vehicle, leaping into his arms for a tight bear hug, her legs wrapping around his waist. It's already noon. If you didn't come back soon, Cola would have gone looking for you. You clingy little sprite, can't you survive even half a day without me? Chun-Yi scratched her nose. Thinking about it, he had indeed spent all of his time with Cola since she hatched, only leaving her for a short while. With a hint of helplessness, Chun-Yi hugged her back into the vehicle. Once back in the driver's seat, Cola obediently returned to her little bed in the passenger seat, continuing to stare at the trading screen. Chun-Yi glanced at the trading log and found that Cola had spent half the day trading, but had not managed to exchange even a ton of water. He understood that this was because many small teams had already reached the water collectors and water was no longer as scarce as it had been a few days ago. Moreover, with more than half of the people eliminated, the market was shrinking and competition was becoming increasingly fierce. It was likely that in a few days this business would no longer be viable. Cola, forget about trading, help your master open a blind box instead. Chun-Yi took out the blue and pink blind box from his backpack and handed it to Cola. As for the gold blind box, Chun-Yi felt there was no rush. Cola's lucky right hand could only trigger once a day, so saving it for tomorrow was equally fine. Oh, Cola responded, taking the blind box and directly activating her lucky right hand ability, enhancing the quality of the blind box. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a pair of twin slimes, grade rare water elemental spirits. Two pink squishy little balls were tightly hugging each other, trembling in fear. Whoosh. Whoosh. They looked incredibly soft and adorable. Wow. Rare grade. Chun-Yi never expected that a common blind box could yield a rare grade pet. The 300 highway coins were indeed not wasted. Logically, even if Cola could enhance the quality of the treasure chest, it would only yield an excellent grade at most. He never imagined it would produce a rare pet. He quickly checked the panels of the two little creatures. To his dismay, he found that although they had the title of rare, their skill attributes were quite lackluster. They could not transform, had almost no combat power, and were even more timid than potatoes. Their only basic ability was to produce 2 cups of pure water each day. There seemed to be nothing particularly special about them. It appeared they could only serve as helpers for the potato. After all, as water spirits, they should be handy for watering and fertilizing in the future. Once the cultivation room was upgraded, planting a few hundred seedlings would surely be too much for just the potato to handle, so having the 2 of them would be just right. After all, slimes are known for their exceptional resilience. Master, they are so cute. Cola saw the 2 little creatures trembling in fear and couldn't help but reach out her finger to poke their little bottoms. They were soft and squishy with a particularly pleasant texture. The next moment, the 2 little creatures squealed. Whoosh. Whoosh. Don't tease them, a look at how scared they are. Oh. Cola blinked innocently and withdrew her hand. Come on, let's take you to meet the potato. Chun-Yi held the blind box and pulled Cola up to the 3rd floor. As soon as they arrived on the 3rd floor, he saw another pile of dark soil on the ground. Just one more pile, and he would have enough materials to upgrade the cultivation room. Master, what brings you here? The potato was sitting in the treehouse, shaking her little feet, while looking at the scenery, holding a can of pet food. I came to give the potato a little surprise. Master, you've already contracted her, right? Cola looked at the potato and immediately guessed. Yes. Can I hold this little sister? Chun-Yi waved at the potato. Potato, come greet Cola's sister. The potato, having received Chun-Yi's magical mark, regarded him as her closest person. Naturally, she obeyed Chun-Yi's every word. She nodded, put down the can, floated into Cola's arms, and rubbed against her chest, making Cola giggle. With Chun-Yi acting as the translator, the 2 little girls quickly became friends. Alright, you 2 can get to know each other later. Potato, come and see what I brought you. Chun-Yi said as he placed the blind box containing the twin slimes on the ground. The 2 pink little blobs sensed the potato's aura and immediately raised their little heads, locking eyes with the potato. Wow, there are actually 2 slime sisters. The potato floated over excitedly. The 2 little creatures, seeing their kind, immediately floated over, hiding behind the potato and peeking at Chun-Yi. Whoosh. Whoosh. Help. Are they going to eat us? Whoosh. Whoosh. No, that's our master. He will give us good food. The potato patiently comforted the 2 timid little creatures. Seeing that they were getting along well, Chun-Yi reminded the potato to call him after collecting 5 units of black soil, and then led Cola downstairs, leaving the little creatures some space to get acquainted. Hey, those 2 big guys left. What big guys? That's our master and Cola's sister. The potato, with her epic aura, began educating the 2 little ones. Meanwhile, Chun-Yi noticed it was getting late and roasted a few pounds of delicious scorpion meat to satisfy their hunger. He and Cola shared a portion, sneaked another portion for the 3 little creatures on the 3rd floor, and prepared a portion for Money Fatty as well. Ding dong. Money Fatty's message arrived right on time. Brother Yi, when are you setting off? Aren't you afraid of missing the first clear reward? First clear? I wasn't planning on going for that. I made roasted meat again. Ew, do you need to trade for it? Brother Yi. You. Are you going to deduct my lifespan again? Oh, isn't this for your KPI? You gave me 20 years yesterday, so giving a bit less today would just boost your performance, right? Fine. Chun Yi knew that there was a world boss in front of the starting point. No one could kill him now, and only on the last day, when he left, could they pass through. Going early would only lead to death. Chun Yi ended the call and walked to the control panel. He placed a piece of roasted meat there. With a flash of white light, the roasted meat was traded away. Another flash of white light revealed a small glass vial on the table. It was vitality energy. This energy is an indescribable force resulting from a contract between merchants and the system, allowing one to age or regain youth. It could be considered a peculiar and alternative form of currency. However, this lifespan cannot be endlessly accumulated. A normal person can live up to 120 years, a beyond which they cannot absorb anymore, unless one raises their personal level and breaks the genetic lock. The traveling merchant must have quite a few rare goods hidden away. I must keep in contact with this fat guy. Gently twisting open the vial, an overwhelming energy was absorbed by him. Instantly all fatigue was swept away, and his body's functions reached their peak state. Ding! Congratulations, the host has gained 15 years of lifespan. Current remaining lifespan 70 years. Awesome. This feeling is fantastic. After handling the trivial matters, Chun Yi did not rush to set off. He called Bai Ling to supervise his practice of the Yi Jin Jing. You continue to urge me to practice. Rest assured, master, I've got this. Seeing this, Chun Yi drank the potion, seated himself cross-legged, and began to circulate the methods of Yi Jin Jing. Bai Ling floated beside him, tilting her head and seriously reviewing the diagrams, occasionally flipping a page of the book with her mysterious energy. Though Bai Ling was a bit clumsy as a spirit that had lived for who knows how long, she was more knowledgeable than Chun Yi in many respects. Fortunately, the diagrams were not difficult. They merely contained methods of breathing and meditation, which Bai Ling truly understood. The challenge of this technique lies in the persistence over the years by practicing. It is not particularly profound, belonging to the kind that even kindergarten children could learn. Fortunately, he had the potion to assist him, saving a lot of time. Kaylee was a sensible little magic pet. Seeing Chun Yi practicing, he went off to play with a potato. Meanwhile, on the other side of the parking lot, Qian Pengzi looked at Chun Yi's bus through the car window. He held an empty plate and rubbed his belly. The meat that Yi Ge grilled smells amazing. Slowly lifting his head revealed a strange face covered with many eyes. He had eyes on his forehead, palms, and legs. The fat man had successfully changed careers, becoming the second career changer in this area after Chun Yi. Career traveling merchant talent third. I see through the essence of things, possessing strong discernment. 5 times increase in mental power. Qian Pengzi hurriedly wrapped himself in cloth strips, looking like a mummy. It's over. Now I look scarier. This damn profession not only makes me look ugly, but also increases the revenue by 5 daily. If I don't meet the target, I will die. Pengzi was not foolish. This compounded growth would eventually blow up. In other words, he was doomed. I wonder if reducing losses counts as meeting the KPI. Ding. Today's trading target achieved. Great. Reducing losses is indeed feasible. Ooh, I must cling to Yi Ge's thigh tightly. Qian Pengzi breathed a sigh of relief. My vehicle is about to reach level 3. Once it's upgraded, I'll ask Yi Ge if I can travel with him. At this time, Chun Yi was still cultivating, having just absorbed a vial of growth potion. He gained 5 points of permanent life value and a bit of chi. Master, you are so strong. They say it takes half a month to cultivate 1 point of chi, but you did it in just 1 hour. Given time, you will definitely be able to crush that tattooed bald donkey. Stop flattering me. Ooh, I only have 2 points of chi value. We shouldn't be too proud. Come on, continue practicing. Meanwhile, deep in the desert, the mysterious merchant who forced Pengzi to change careers received a new customer, a tall, skinny old man who was being scolded as he was kicked out. His name was Holy. He was the first player to find the mysterious merchant, and Chun Yi's discovery of the merchant was thanks to him. The gold coin blind box he wanted to exchange had already been snatched by Chun Yi, who ended up spending 50 years to draw a blind box. A perfectly healthy 16-year-old lad instantly turned into a 66-year-old old man with gray hair. Damn it, I haven't even played with women yet. At this rate, I guess I'm doomed to be sterile. Holy had a gloomy face. Damn it. 50 years for a worthless piece of paper. That demon said I lost big. If I asked one more question, had beat me up. Damn it, I'm done. I won't play anymore. He slowly opened the treasure in his hand. A desert treasure map. It was inscribed with 5 gilded characters, legendary secret treasure. The routes on the map were erratic. There were 7 routes, and they changed each time it refreshed. At the bottom of the map, a small line of text was engraved, only thieves can locate it. Damn, this is such a scam. Ooh, I wonder if it would sell in the trading area to some fool. Holy cursed put away the map and prepared to sell it in the trading shop. Before selling, he took photos of the 7 routes on the map for future reference. He then pulled out a control panel. Since he chose a 2-wheeled electric vehicle, the control panel was strapped to his back for convenient trading at any time. He sent the map information to the public screen of the entire area, pricing it at 100 highway coins. To his surprise, as soon as he posted it, dozens of people added him as a friend to inquire. However, when everyone learned the details, they instantly lost interest. Everyone was rushing to reach their destinations, and no one would be foolish enough to stay in the desert to dig for treasures. Scam artist flaunting this rubbish to deceive people. 100 highway coins dreaming. Only a fool would buy this. Damn, no one is buying it. Having his lifespan drained by that demon and being toyed with. Holy cursed once more preparing to put away his terminal and return to his little electric scooter. However, this worthless map that no one wanted caught the eye of Chun Yi, who had just finished cultivating. Legendary treasure map. Only 100 highway coins. Holy, why is he an old man? Did I misremember? Wasn't he a little yellow-haired kid? Chun Yi was also taken aback upon seeing the profile picture. He had just completed his cultivation. Total life value 115. 3 points of chi value. Now even a small knife could not cut his skin without force. He was thinking of coming to the trading area to buy some growth potions when he saw this. This map was a priceless treasure. Not to mention 100 highway coins. Even 1,000,000 highway coins could not buy it. Chun Yi knew that the newbie camp was not a one-time event. As long as he had the pass, he could return at any time. Without hesitation, he directly purchased it. Looking at the treasure map in his hand, which shimmered with light and changed patterns, Chun Yi couldn't help but smile. Why didn't I see this at the mysterious merchant? Could it be that he got the grand prize after spending 50 years drawing? Chun Yi's guess turned out to be right. The multi-eyed merchant was so angry, he was stomping his feet. If he had known this item was in the blind box, he would definitely have kept it for himself. He knew that its value was enough to trade for Kayleigh's bell. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Chun Yi carefully stored the treasure map, contemplating. Even if I can't obtain the treasure myself, selling it directly would allow me to lie back and relax. Holy watched as his map was snatched away, laughing hysterically. God, is there really such a fool who bought that useless map? On the other side, Chun Yi continued to browse the trading area, hoping to find other opportunities. Just then Kayleigh came running down with the little potato girl. Whoosh. Master, we have 5 pieces of black soil now. Can we build a farm? Chun Yi was delighted to hear Kayleigh's words. Great. Today is truly a day of good fortune. Let's go upgrade the farm. Ding. Would you like to consume 20 wood, 5 black soil, and 20 road coins to upgrade to level 1 breeding room? Yes. Ding. The breeding room is upgrading. Estimated wait time is 30 minutes. The scenery before him was rapidly shifting. Fences, chicken coops, rabbit huts, and small plots of land were being constructed by the system one by one. While Chun Yi was busy upgrading the farm, the monkey, who had just earned 100 road coins, was happily making his way back. Just then he heard fierce sounds of battle and the roars of beasts from afar. He crouched down and quietly approached. What he saw nearly scared him to death. A bare-chested monk was fiercely battling a somewhat deranged. The deranged man had bloodshot eyes, bulging veins, a distorted face, and was emitting beast-like growls already starting to mutate. His strength was terrifying, capable of punching a level 2 desert lion's head into a hole. He's mutated. This is definitely a mutant. The monkey gasped, instinctively shrinking back. Behind the monk, there was a disheveled woman and a 2-meter-tall werewolf clearing out the mutated beasts. The ground was strewn with the corpses of the beasts, with treasure chests, materials, and road coins scattered everywhere, glimmering in the sunlight. So much money. At least over 100 road coins. The monkey's eyes widened. But he ultimately resisted the urge to collect them. The people below could easily cry. Although the man in camouflage was fierce, he was clearly no match for the monk. The iron rod in the monk's hand danced with a fierce wind, striking at the man's vital points with every blow. Tiger, wake up! Sanzong shouted, landing a heavy blow on Tiger's shoulder, producing a dull cry. Sanzong, stop! Brother Tiger is about to collapse. The woman, with her legs apart and clothes torn to shreds, cried out in desperation. The monkey knew at a glance that it was likely caused by the deranged man, and the monk was the woman's husband catching the adulterer. How shameless. This woman actually wants her husband to spare the adulterer. It's useless. I've tried, he can't be awakened anymore. The poor monk can only help him pass on. Sanzong said expressionlessly. Brother Tiger, it's me, Haiying. Wake up. If you don't wake up, you'll really be beaten to death. Haiying cried out desperately. If you just wake up, I won't hold you responsible for what you did to me last night. Hearing the name, Haiying, Tiger's movements suddenly paused. A flicker of clarity flashed in his murky eyes, only to be consumed by madness once more. Haiying, Brother Sanzong. Brother, quickly kill me. The person in my head is no longer me. Kill me. Quickly kill me. Stop struggling, it's useless. A sinister voice suddenly emanated from Tiger's abdomen, cold, eerie, and strange, sending chills down the spine. Tiger suddenly let out a heart-wrenching howl, grabbing a piece of jagged scrap metal and smashing it down on his own head. Bang! Die for me! Bang! Bang! Each strike was delivered with all his might, cracking his skull and splattering blood and white brain matter everywhere. After only a few strikes, he collapsed straight to the ground, motionless. Brother Tiger! Haing screamed, her vision going dark as she fainted on the spot. The mutated beasts around, seeing the heartless demon fall, let out a wail and scattered in all directions. They had come drawn by Tiger's madness, and now that he had fallen, they fled as well. Sanzong reached out to check Tiger's breath. Damn, he's not dead. You brat have a tough life. Saying this, he hurriedly poured a bottle of healing potion into Tiger. In this apocalypse, one's mentality is crucial. The poor monk has caused the death of thousands, and as long as he has Buddha in his heart, he can navigate through safely. How could you go mad after killing only a few people? And you even made Haiyang. Sighed. As Sanzong sighed and tried to straighten up, his expression suddenly sharpened as he glanced at the sand dune where the monkey was hiding. Sneaky lurking around, aren't you going to come out? Oh no, I've been discovered. The monkey's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. But he still held on to a glimmer of hope, shrinking himself tighter, not daring to breathe. The next moment, bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet grazed his scalp and struck the sand beside him. The monkey was so scared that he nearly lost his mind, quickly raising his hands and jumping out. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. I'm here to help. I'm a good person. Oh, a good person. Here to help. Sanzong raised an eyebrow, smiling as he put away the gun. Yes, I'm definitely a good person. Then good, go make 2 stretchers and help me carry the people back. Looking at Sanzang's unyielding gaze, the monkey could only nod with a bitter face. Before long, the monkey and the werewolf were carrying stretchers, following behind Sanzong as they made their way back. Sanzong carried a bulging backpack filled with the materials that had scattered earlier. These are things that the brothers risked their lives for. They cannot be wasted. Only he can do this. When we return, we will upgrade the vehicle to level 3. Oh, we cannot let that kid Chen Yi show off alone. Meanwhile, atop a distant sand dune, a pair of pitch-black eyes were quietly watching their retreating figures. At such a young age, the chi is so dense. It seems to contain a hint of divinity. Could he be a chosen one? After the old man finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace. On the other side, Chen Yi, watching the breeding room upgrade, didn't just wait foolishly. He directly went to the top floor to start a barbecue for everyone, eating while waiting. Ding! Congratulations, host, the breeding room has been upgraded to LV1. With a flash of white light, the fresh fragrance of grass and wood filled the air, refreshing and invigorating. The rooftop farm had completely transformed. There were now 2 areas, one for planting with several small plots, and another for breeding, enclosed with small animal pens. Whoosh! 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 Awesome! The farm is built. Finally, we can get to work. Potato was extremely excited. With this farm, Chen Yi felt a bit more confident. In a few days, the system was going to cut off food supplies. His farm would bring him a continuous stream of income. This was much safer than robbing money. The slimes beside him were overjoyed, starting to shout, Master, Master, when can we plant vegetables? The little guys were surprisingly eager to get to work right away. No rush, Master hasn't brought in the seeds, yet we can only plant once we have the seeds. Naturally, seeds wouldn't grow in the desert, but Chen Yi had seen seeds on the product list of Qianpengzi before. Kulu, holding Chen Yi's hand, felt that the building had become more beautiful without any other sentiments. Chen Yi didn't delay. Having connections meant he had to use them. He immediately went downstairs to the central control screen to contact Qianpengzi. At that moment, Qianpengzi had already found his second client, the monk, Sanzong, who asked him to buy some dog food. Pengzi, do you have seeds for tomatoes, potatoes, and peppers? Yigu, can you grow crops? Do you have black soil? Yes. I urgently need seeds right now. Chen Yi didn't hide anything from him. Yigu, I have fast-growing seeds that mature in 3 days. Oh, and each pack lasts for 5 years. All right, give me a pack of each. Yigu, I don't need lifespan. Can you give me 5 pieces of black soil? Chen Yi thought for a moment. Sure, but you'll have to wait 2 days. Okay, I've sent the seeds. With a flash of white light, the seeds were in hand. After receiving the seeds, he handed them all to Potato and 2 little pink slimes. At this moment, the 2 little slimes, under Potato's guidance, were no longer as afraid of Chen Yi. Potato guarantees to help Master grow the best vegetables and fruits. Potato raised the barbecue that Chen Yi had given him, loudly promising, all right, if you grow well, Master will make even better food for you. Yay, long live the Master. After finishing their meal and arranging the slimes, Chen Yi took Kalu downstairs, opened the car window, and looked outside. Almost all the vehicles at the station had left. It was time for him to set off. The fat man saw Chen Yi starting the vehicle and proactively followed him. Brother Yi, wait for me. Qian Fatty. Level 3 vehicle. The two communicated through the system interface. Chen Yi was unaware that the fat man had mutated. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't be surprised. The fat man's level 3 vehicle was purely survival-oriented. No wonder we need the black soil. The road outside was wide, so the two could walk together without causing traffic jams. Thus, Chen Yi decided to take him along. Chen Fatty's business vehicle was quite large. Parked next to Chen Yi's bus, they looked like two moving iron fortresses. Fortunately, the business vehicle was also fast, capable of reaching speeds over 200 kilometers per hour. Fatty, why don't you go ahead? You might just shine this time. Chen Yi knew there was a world boss ahead, who could pass before the boss left. Probably only this fat man. After all, he had an invincible peace talisman. Brother, you don't joke around. I don't want to attract attention. How about you go ahead instead? Chen Fatty now had so many eyes growing on him, fearing others might mistake him for a monster, not wanting to draw any attention. The reason Chen Yi walked last was to devour the scrapped vehicles, naturally not wanting to go too fast. Then let's move together. As the two level 3 vehicles drove side by side on the road, they hadn't even left the parking lot when Chen Yi gradually stopped. He saw a pile of discarded level 1 vehicles on the roadside along with a level 2 RV that had been smashed to pieces. From the traces at the scene, it was evident that a fierce localized conflict had occurred here, with several mutated beasts surrounding and tearing apart a few corpses. Chen Yi had long since grown accustomed to such scenes. Seeing this, Chen Fatty quickly stopped his vehicle, thinking Chen Yi was going to get out and kill the mutated beasts for rewards. He immediately perked up, planning to take the opportunity to observe Chen Yi's hidden cards. He now had more eyes, allowing him to see more clearly. The mysterious merchant said, "Brother, Yi has some kind of aura, so I'm just going to observe from the vehicle." However, Chen Yi had no intention of getting out, leaving Fatty in vain excitement. It was nighttime. If they engaged these mutated beasts, the sounds of fighting and the fresh blood would immediately attract endless mutated beasts. If a level 3 mutated beast showed up, it would be quite risky for Chen Yi. He simply sat in the driver's seat, holding a clingy cola, learning to help her manage her long hair. Chen Yi liked twin tails and was helping her tie braids. Let Bai Ling devour the scrapped vehicles. Ding! Devoured 21 level 1 vehicles, received wooden resource box 13, permanent speed 5, permanent defense 6, permanent space 8 cubic meters. Ding! Devoured 1 level 2 RV, received highway currency 10, permanent space 20 cubic meters, black iron treasure box 1. After the vehicle's attributes improved, Bai Ling, now personified, stroked her little belly and said how good the food was. For her, this Evernight vehicle was her body. Chen Yi and the others were like the babies in her belly. The stronger the vehicle, the better she could protect everyone. Chen Fatty beside her was staring wide-eyed. Although players couldn't view each other's system data, Chen Fatty was an exception. His extra eyes were different. He could see those scrapped vehicles gradually turning into white energy, merging into Chen Yi's bus, making it sturdier. Vehicle talent. He recognized it at a glance. However, he said nothing. Everyone had their secrets. In his current ghastly state, he had no right to question others. Bai Ling controlled the bus smoothly. It was fast, but the interior was exceptionally stable, with not even a ripple in the water cup. Definitely a top-notch female driver. Chen Yi, along with the cola, organized the supplies just unpacked from the resource box, categorizing them for storage on the first floor. Thus, every time Chen Yi stopped to devour a scrapped vehicle afterward, Chen Fatty would obediently slow down and patiently wait beside him. For him, Chen Yi was his ticket to survival and must be well pleased. Moreover, his resources were not unlimited. The mysterious merchant had only given him a backpack full of items, and once they were used up, they were gone. So he was very cautious in choosing clients, ultimately selecting only Chen Yi and Sanzong, the two most reliable. After Chen Yi tied 2 ponytails for the cola, he let her search the trading area to see if there were any missed opportunities. Just then a private message popped up. "Brother Evernight, I'm Lung Meng. Do you remember me? I bought your water before. Master, someone is looking for Lung Meng." This name instantly reminded Chen Yi. In his previous life, she was a top-tier thief awakened with catgirl talents, with a stunning appearance, scoring over 95 points to rare beauty, with big shots, even offering 1 of his currency to buy her first night, which she rejected. However, despite her beauty, she was up to no good. As a thief, she had her hobbies. She stole treasures from several big shots, and was later hunted down by the entire server. In the end, she was captured by a big shot from another region, and subsequently vanished without a trace. The profession of a thief was extremely perverse, able to stealthily open others' vehicle doors and steal everything inside. Chen Yi didn't want to offend such a capable woman. Presumably Cola had traded water with her before. Chen Yi immediately replied, "What's the matter?" "Brother Evernight, I upgraded to a level 2 vehicle with a loan, and now I can't repay. Can you lend me some money?" Chen Yi frowned. He originally didn't want to offend her, but an unfamiliar woman immediately asking him for money. What was that about? "Lung Meng, right? What makes you think I would lend you money? MF, currently single. I think you meet my aesthetic standards. I only need 15 highway currency to be your girlfriend. Can you do that? 1,000 not for sale. Selling for 15 seems like a good deal. No need. Chunyi rolled his eyes. This woman reminded him of an unpleasant experience. Buying a female thief as a girlfriend. He wasn't sick. Regardless of whether she was F or G, his cola clung to him like a band-aid every day. He didn't lack women. Brother Evernight, do you need a chicken? Chunyi was instantly speechless. He knew it, none of these women were good people. Miss, please have some self-respect. Don't think that just because you're pretty. The other side was silent for 5 seconds. Then a photo was sent. JPG. In the photo, a plump hen stood amidst a pile of chicken droppings, tilting its head at the camera. Brother, you misunderstood. I'm not the same as the woman on the public screen who offered 2 highway currency. I was asking if you wanted a hen. One that can lay eggs. Chunyi stared at the photo, momentarily stunned. His face flushed with embarrassment, awkward enough to dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. So it turned out his thoughts were filthy. Are you talking about this chicken? Of course, brother. This is what I got from opening a pet blind box. It has almost no shortcomings apart from making a mess on my vehicle and leaving droppings everywhere. Lung Ming looked at her RV filled with chicken droppings, nearly in tears, determined to sell this permanent food-producing chicken. Cluck. The hen cooperatively clucked. If you think it's too expensive, how about 10 highway currency? It can lay an egg every day, you just need to feed it some bugs daily. I can catch desert bugs even in the desert. Lung Ming was already 1 day overdue. She had initially borrowed 50 highway currency, needing to repay 10 highway currency daily. If she couldn't repay again, the system said she would be turned into a catgirl toy. Today, several strange individuals had already called her with threatening messages. 10 highway currency was her last line of defense. Chunyi stared at the hen on the control screen, instantly feeling hungry. For the past 5 days, he had only been eating dry bread and roasted scorpion meat, and his mouth had nearly gone bland. All right, just 10 road coins. Thank you so much, brother Yongyi. They'll catch the chicken for you right now. Moments later, with a flash of white light, the transaction was completed. A plump hen clucked as it jumped down from the control trading platform. Chunyi, a man with 19 points of physique, was quick and agile, catching the flapping hen in one swift motion. Ding. Egg-laying hen, no need to mate. It will lay eggs vigorously. This is indeed a good hen. After finishing the chat with Lung Ming, he bought a bunch of household items like pots and pans in the trading area. In the entire area of 4,000 to 5,000 people, the public screen displayed a variety of items for sale. Many people simply chose not to take risks and sat in their cars buying low and selling high, becoming middlemen. After a buying spree, aside from pots and pans, he inexplicably ordered a bunch of white silk lace skirts and little uniforms. Chunyi was bewildered, his mind uncontrollably racing. One moment imagining a girl with 2 ponytails in a puffy skirt spinning around the next, a potato wearing a floral lace apron watering plants, and then Bai Ling in a nurse's outfit. He suddenly snapped back to reality, glancing at his balance and feeling a sharp pain. What the hell? Only 130 road coins left. After paying the loan, he would be back to eating dirt. He immediately stopped stuffing the newly received clothes deep into the storage room, then took the hen to the 3rd floor to hand it over to the potato for free-range farming. Chunyi bought this hen for laying eggs, not for soup. He wasn't wealthy enough for that yet. Fortunately, the hen surprisingly settled down in its new environment, only making 2 messes in his vehicle, which Chunyi swiftly cleaned up. Having taken care of all the trivial matters, Chunyi went to prepare for a shower and sleep. However, as soon as he opened the bathroom door, he heard the sound of rushing water. Cola was still not done washing. Master, you finally arrived. Hurry and help me scrub my back. I can't reach. Time flew by, and it was now the 6th day of survival, with only 2 days left until the novice zone closed. Chunyi did not let Bai Ling rush ahead. Their vehicle was fast, covering over 1,000 kilometers overnight, surpassing many who were on the road. The dark mist behind them obscured any shadows. They were currently resting at an official service station by the roadside. The presence of enforcers kept a watchful eye, ensuring they adhered to traffic regulations and did not drive while fatigued. After a refreshing sleep, the first thing Chunyi did upon waking was to look for attribute points. He carried Cola to the sofa, and then tossed and turned on the bed several times, only to find himself lonely. It seems Cola won't produce an attribute sphere today. Let's see if anyone else has. Reluctantly, he placed Cola back on the bed, tucked her in, and let her take a nap. He then went to the 3rd floor slime area and the driver's seat, searching around. In the end, he found a purple attribute sphere in the gap of the driver's seat. Ding. Mental power 1. Not bad, better than nothing. Suddenly, Chunyi remembered Lung Ming from last night and wondered if bringing her into the vehicle would also yield attribute points. He quickly shook his head. Contracting an ordinary woman was simply a waste of his precious contract quota. He wouldn't consider it for now. He then sat in the driver's seat, as usual, opening the public screen to check today's situation. He needed to ensure everything was progressing as he knew it should. However, as soon as he opened the public screen, he was utterly stunned. After just one night, the remaining number displayed was only 3,109 people. Chen Yi recalled that in his previous life, nearly 4,000 people had passed through the initial station. He quickly scrolled up to check the trending events on the public screen. The first news was about the enforcer's ruthless crackdown on first-level vehicles. From violations like illegal parking, speeding to excessive noise while driving at night, a myriad of unfounded charges nearly wiped out all lower-tier first-level vehicles. Now the remaining vehicles were almost all second-level, with first-level vehicles dwindling to just a few. Fortunately, someone had noticed this pattern in time and strongly urged everyone on the public screen to upgrade their vehicles with loans at the Midway service station, which helped many escape disaster. However, as a result, everyone was now burdened with loans, truly achieving a nationwide debt. There was no way around it. The enforcers targeted only first-level vehicles, clearly forcing everyone to upgrade. If he could take on the enforcers, Chen Yi would have wanted to beat them up. Although everyone upgraded their loans, very few could actually pay them off. In other words, after 3 days, the system would sell a large batch of soulless flesh dolls. This time, I must make a lot of money to prepare to buy a soulless beauty to work for me in 3 days and see if I can produce attribute points. Now everyone was tightening their belts to repay loans, and naturally no one dared to spend money recklessly. Chen Yi's daily output of 5 tons of water could no longer be sold for even a drop. Fortunately, he had early plans. This water was just right for watering the fields to grow vegetables, so it wasn't wasted. The second major reason for the population decline was those who rushed to the 2,000-kilometer mark, because there stood a silver mech floating in the air. World BOSS Elite Mech LV5. Health 150,000. Destruction power 8,000. Defense 5,000. Description: a higher metal life form with self-repair capabilities armed with laser beams and energy cannons. The first kill will definitely drop an epic treasure. Someone posted the boss's attribute panel on the public screen, causing an immediate uproar. What the hell? Is the system trying to kill us? 15,000 health. 8,000 destruction power. How do we fight this? Has anyone tried rushing together? Don't be foolish. It has area damage. One sweep of its laser, and your vehicle will turn into molten iron. There won't even be scraps left. Chen Yi was not surprised. In his previous life, there were at least 800 to 1,000 people who died at the hands of this boss. Even 3 months later, no one could come back to kill it. He sighed and closed the public screen. Chen Yi took out the gold coin blind box from his backpack, originally intending to let Cola use her lucky right hand to open it, but accidentally pulled out a fruit ball. The fruit was only the size of a fist, with a white base and golden pupils covered in countless red blood vessels, looking sticky and exceptionally disgusting. Ding. Abnormal item detected. Madness value 2. Chen Yi suddenly remembered that he had such a thing. Longan fruit, a gift from a mysterious merchant. It is said that eating it has a chance to grow a third eye. This thing is too disgusting, not to mention eating it. Just holding it makes me want to vomit. Master, don't throw it away. This is an epic item. Bai Ling's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Chen Yi's hand froze in midair. Do you recognize this thing? He was very surprised. The system didn't tell him this was an epic item. Master, this is called Longan fruit, a very rare spiritual fruit. Eating it has a high probability of awakening the eye of truth to see through all falsehoods. Moreover, this eye can also be cultivated, but only multi-eyed merchants have the complete cultivation method. Even if the awakening fails, it can provide the master with at least 10 points of mental power. I suggest the master must consume it. Chen Yi was stunned upon hearing this. What? 10 points of mental power? And the ability to see through falsehoods? Does a multi-eyed merchant have a cultivation method? He wondered if the fat money had it. He'd have to ask him later. No need to think too much. This thing doesn't guarantee a third eye will grow. He certainly knew how precious this eye. If it were displayed on the public screen, people would definitely fight over it. If a third eye grows on my forehead, it wouldn't be unacceptable, but I'm afraid it might grow in some strange place. Though a little worried for the sake of power, Chen Yi did not hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and swallowed the entire Longan fruit, enduring the nausea. To his surprise, as the fruit flesh went down his throat, the expected fishy smell did not appear. Instead, it tasted like ripe lychee, sweet and juicy with a faint exotic fragrance. However, in the next moment, a sudden change occurred. A scalding heat surged from his stomach, racing straight to his brow. At the same time, a cold and malicious power of a worm was quietly activated. An unbearable itching sensation crept up his forehead. Chen Yi couldn't stand it and reached out to scratch. Oh, it itches so much. His intact forehead was forcefully torn open by his own hands. It felt as if a strange flesh ball was pushing outwards. The previous intense itching sensation abruptly faded, replaced by a heart-wrenching pain. Oh, my head feels like it's going to explode. Bai Ling, what the hell is going on? I can't take it anymore. Bai Ling was instantly flustered upon seeing this. Meanwhile, the multi-eyed merchant in the desert cave burst into laughter, finally having tricked him. Watching Chen Yi writhing in pain on the ground, Bai Ling felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Master, I'm so sorry, I didn't know it would turn out like this. But at this point it was too late to say anything. Chun-Yi was convulsing in pain, lacking the strength to respond to her. She was anxious to help him, but as a mere spiritual entity her small hand passed right through his body, unable to touch anything. The two seemed to exist in different dimensions, unable to make contact. She immediately thought of Kolo and dashed upstairs calling for help. Meanwhile, within Chun-Yi a dormant goo insect quietly awakened. This was the method of the multi-eyed merchant. It was like those dense red veins on the longan fruit. Upon encountering a living being, they would activate, writhing madly as they attempted to root themselves deep within Chun-Yi's flesh. In the desert cave, the multi-eyed merchant let out a piercing, eerie laugh. Kik. Kid, my multi-eyed clan never engages in losing trades. If you wish to gain our power for free, you naturally must accept our control. From the moment he saw the collar bell on Kolu, he had the desire to claim this unique treasure for his clan, hoping to gain newfound respect from the elders. However, he currently could not provide an equivalent item. The multi-eyed clan had an agreement with the divine clan to only make equivalent exchanges, and he feared that Chun-Yi would leave without a trace. He originally intended to control Chun-Yi just like he did with Qian Pengzi, turning him into his own agent. Yet Chun-Yi had already successfully changed jobs and could not inherit his legacy. In desperation, he could only bind his precious goo insect to Chun-Yi, establishing a contract for constant contact and location tracking. To be safe, he gave his job transfer card to Qian Pengzi, instructing him to stay close to Chun-Yi at all times. It's just a bit of pain. Kid, you should be able to endure it, right? Kik. The multi-eyed merchant was feeling the goo insect he had nurtured gradually invading Chun-Yi's body. Before he could celebrate for long, the next moment his pupils suddenly constricted and his face turned pale. What ability is this? Just as Chun-Yi was engulfed in endless pain, the red string on his left wrist, which had once bound an ancient coin, suddenly became hot. It actually ignited without fire. The red string transformed into strands of golden light, surging into Chun-Yi's skin and veins. The malicious goo insects that encountered the golden light were instantly purified into a puddle of black blood, slowly oozing out from the hideous wound on Chun-Yi's forehead. The golden light from the red string easily wiped out all the goo insects, leaving behind plenty of energy, which surged into Chun-Yi's body. Ding! Detecting divine material is transforming the host's genes, awakening extraordinary abilities for the host. Far in the depths of the desert, the multi-eyed merchant suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, suffering from the backlash of the heart goo, and collapsed heavily to the ground. Cough. Who the hell is this kid? Could it be a divine chosen? Though the goo insects were dead, the pain persisted. The hideous gash on his forehead continued to bleed profusely. He was in so much pain that he nearly fainted, his face as pale as the weak Kolu he had first seen. Meanwhile, Kolu was hurriedly called down by Bai Ling. Seeing Chun-Yi lying on the ground, bleeding from his forehead, Kolu instantly exploded with rage. A terrifying divine pressure erupted around her, pressing down on Bai Ling as if it were tangible. Bai Ling, what have you done to the master? Kulu, my lord. Bai Ling stammered, unable to articulate her words. After all, it was she who had persuaded the master to eat the longan fruit, which led to the current consequences. If her death could exchange for the master's safety, she would do it without hesitation. Being shouted at by Kolo made her tremble with guilt. Stop yelling. It's giving me a headache. Chun-Yi, in excruciating pain, barely managed to utter a few words. Before he could finish speaking, the intense pain completely overwhelmed his consciousness, and everything went black as he fainted. All of Kolo's rage transformed into pure concern in an instant. She tightly embraced Chun-Yi, turned to Bai Ling, and spoke in a voice colder than ice. Think of a way to heal the master immediately. Otherwise I will personally kill you. Bai Ling hurriedly pointed to the potions on the table. As a spiritual entity, she could not touch the physical items, so she could only desperately remind Kolo. Try this healing potion. Without a moment's hesitation, Kolo picked up the potion and was about to pour it down Chun-Yi's throat. Yet Chun-Yi had already fainted, his jaw clenched tightly, unable to swallow on his own. Without any hesitation, Kolo tilted her head to hold a mouthful of the potion, bent down, gently pried open Chun-Yi's mouth, and slowly fed the potion to him mouth to mouth. The potion quickly stabilized Chun-Yi's injuries, causing his pale cheeks to gradually regain some color, yet it could not heal the hideous crack in the center of his brow. Beneath the crack, something seemed to be stirring, eager to break free from his bones. Kolo watched Chun-Yi's wound, her heart aching as if it were bleeding. She leaned down, using her unique healing ability, licked the wound, extending her soft tongue to gently lick and smooth the open wound. As she licked, the hideous crack gradually closed. The movement that sought to break free from the bones also completely ceased. Unnoticed, a faint golden glow quietly slid into the depths of Chun-Yi's left eye, causing Chun-Yi's eyelids to tremble slightly. A drop of transparent golden liquid slid down the corner of his eye. When Chun-Yi opened his eyes again, it was already night. His stomach grumbled, waking him from hunger. He was lying on his own bed. The surroundings seemed extraordinary. He could even catch the tiny dust particles floating in the air and could see things a kilometer away through the floor-to-ceiling windows. His left eye felt slightly warm, giving him an indescribable sense of strangeness. He touched his forehead. It was smooth, leaving no trace. Yet he could distinctly feel that his eyesight had indeed improved significantly. Just as he was about to get up, he looked down and saw Kulu sprawled over the edge of the bed, her head resting on his chest, sleeping soundly. Drool trickled down from the corner of her mouth, wetting his shirt. Looking at his own body, he discovered that Kulu had already helped him change into a clean outfit and even wiped him down with warm water. This little girl has really worked hard. Chun-Yi gently stroked Kulu's head, playfully tweaking her sensitive little ears with his fingertips. Damn, this epic spiritual fruit has some serious side effects. Chun-Yi muttered in complaint. He didn't feel that Bai Ling had harmed him. After all, he had never eaten an epic item before, and no one knew it would have such a strong reaction. If it weren't for Bai Ling's reminder, he would have thrown this treasure out the window long ago. He opened his system panel and immediately saw that his mental strength had surged by 15 points. Wait, what is this? Chun-Yi discovered 2 brand new attributes on his panel. Passive ability Divine Rebirth Effect. Your recovery ability receives a 20-fold enhancement, consuming a bit of chi and health. All your non-lethal injuries can quickly recover in a short time. Passive ability Eye of Insight. Incomplete effect. Your left eye, having been baptized by the Longan fruit, can see through the partial essence of things and see through some low-level disguises. Upon seeing the 2 abilities he had acquired, Chun-Yi nearly cried out in excitement. He quickly covered his mouth, afraid of waking Kayle. Holy crap. No wonder it's an epic spiritual fruit. He carefully lifted Kayle onto the bed and tucked her in. Glancing at the time, he exclaimed, damn. It's already 9 p.m. Oh, and I slept for over 10 hours. I need to cook a meal and properly reward this great contributor. With that, Chun-Yi kissed Kayle's sweet little lips, then quietly closed the bedroom door. The moment he stepped out, he saw Bai Ling kneeling at the door, head bowed like a child who had done something wrong. Master, you're all right. That's wonderful. Bai Ling's eyes lit up at the sight of Chun-Yi, her voice choked with tears. What could be wrong with me? Why are you kneeling here like a fool? Don't tell me you're afraid I'll blame you. Chun-Yi was both amused and exasperated. Bai Ling nodded, then shook her head, her eyes red, unsure of what to say. She truly hadn't known that the spiritual fruit would have such terrifying side effects. Get up. Don't kneel to me anymore. I'm not some heartless boss. In a few days, when Master has money, he'll buy you a beautiful young woman's body, so you can have some fun too. The bodies were naturally those of people who couldn't repay their loans. Their souls destroyed, their bodies reclaimed and sold by the system. Alright, go back to your workstation. Chun-Yi first painted a rosy picture. This mature female driver who required no food or drink and didn't drain her master was naturally someone to manipulate. After all, if not for this eerie bride's reminder, he would have missed out on that dragon eye fruit. The system only mentioned a chance of gaining an extra eye without listing any benefits. Who knew it would have such miraculous effects? Probably no one would have recognized its value even if listed on the trading market. At that moment, Bai Ling let out a foolish, "Oh." She slowly rose, still looking at Chun-Yi with a guilty expression. Watching her master happily stride toward the kitchen, she was still a bit dazed. Master's eyes. They seem a different color. Once in the kitchen, Chun-Yi didn't immediately start cooking. He wanted to test his new ability. Subconsciously, he cut a small slit in his finger with a knife. The wound, which would normally take half a day to heal, scabbed over and fell off within seconds, leaving not even. His eyes could also clearly see the entire healing process down to the regeneration of cells. This regenerative ability is damn insane. And these eyes, they can even see cell regeneration. However, after staring for a while longer, Chun-Yi immediately felt dizzy and lightheaded. He shook his head quickly. It seems this eye ability consumes mental energy. But both functions are very practical. In this apocalypse, they give me a bit more confidence to survive. Wait, where's my red string? Forget it, it must have fallen in the car. They'll look for it later. That was the last keepsake my grandfather left me. I absolutely cannot lose it. Just as he finished cooking, Kayle had woken up and came to Chun-Yi's side. Without a word, she clung tightly to him. Kayle, perfect timing. Look what I made today. I guarantee you've never tasted anything like it. He laid out dishes on the table: grilled meat, ham, and egg stir-fry sauce, mixed noodles, and more. Though it was just the menu of an ordinary otaku, it was already a rare treat in this post-apocalyptic world. After tasting the food, Kayle couldn't help but speak. Wow, Master, today's meal is so delicious. If it's good, eat plenty. From now on, things will only get better for us. Kayle ate an unusually large amount, yet her level didn't increase at all. In his past life, Chun-Yi was just an ordinary human and had no idea how to train a beast. He had naively thought that feeding Kayle meat would level her up. Now he realized he had been wildly unrealistic. Chen Yi thought to himself, first get to the initial station. There's a gene knowledge database there. As long as I have money, I can buy the knowledge I need. After the meal, Chen Yi asked Kaylai to take a portion of food to Tudo and the others. But just then a loud knock came at his car door. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Why aren't you replying to my messages? Master, it's Fatty Qian. Bai Ling transmitted the message directly to Chun Yi's mind. Damn, I almost forgot about this guy. Chun Yi checked the time. It was nearly 10 p.m. Opening the system, he saw that the other party had left him over 99 messages. He quickly went downstairs and opened the car door. Fatty Qian let out a long sigh of relief at the sight of Chun Yi. Thank goodness. My dear brother Yi, what happened to you? Why didn't you reply to my messages? Chun Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I ran into a small issue, but it's all good now. What happened to you? Chun Yi asked in return, pointing at the bandages wrapped around Fatty's head and his thickly wrapped hands puzzled. Fatty had a safety talisman. How did he end up like this? Hearing Chun Yi's question, Fatty's heart raced with guilt, afraid that Chun Yi would notice something off about him. He immediately averted his gaze. I hurt myself by accident. Chun Yi knew he was lying. He then focused his left eye, which emitted a faint golden light, granting him partial X-ray vision that saw through everything. But he didn't call him out. After all, if someone didn't want to talk, it was best not to ask. Fatty Qian's eyes darted around, unable to meet Chun Yi's gaze, and he didn't notice anything unusual about Chun Yi's eyes. But he had come for an important matter. Brother Yi, I'm here to trade. I haven't completed my daily task yet. Want to come inside? Chun Yi stepped aside to let him in. Fatty Qian saw the bright lights inside Chun Yi's car, and knew that if he went in, the other would definitely notice something strange about him. He had deliberately waited until midnight to come, only daring to go out in the pitch-black darkness where nothing could be seen. He immediately declined. It's too late, it's inconvenient. Chun Yi didn't insist. Alright, wait a moment. Since Fatty Qian didn't want to come in, Chun Yi quickly handed him a portion of the food. Without a second word, Fatty Qian transferred 10 years of his lifespan to Chun Yi, turned around, and returned to his own car. By now, Fatty Qian had only about 50 years of lifespan left, so had have to spend it carefully. In fact, their cars were parked right next to each other. Rolling down the window, they could hear each other speak. That morning, Fatty had heard Chun Yi's screams. So today, aside from upgrading various parts of his own car, he had been constantly sending messages to Chun Yi. He had already made a plan. If Chun Yi couldn't continue trading with him, he would turn to the monk Sanzang. After all, who would refuse free lifespan? Fortunately, the transaction went through. Fatty Qian not only enjoyed a delicious meal, but also lived another day. Shortly after Chun Yi sat in the driver's seat, Kaylai trotted down after him. Chun Yi took out a gold coin blind box and handed it to her to open. Without hesitation, Kaylai reached in and opened it. Naturally, her lucky right hand activated once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 1099 highway coins. Glittering gold coins poured out of the blind box. Seeing the highway coins Kaylai had opened, Chun Yi's eyes lit up. Kaylai, you're incredible. Great. Now Master doesn't have to worry about money anymore. Kaylai was overjoyed. She had no real concept of money. Seeing over 1,000 coins, she even thought it might be enough for her to bear Chun Yi a baby. Chun Yi quickly gathered all the coins scattered on the floor. His balance jumped from 30 highway coins to 1129. Without a second thought, Chun Yi paid off all his loans. It was a sword hanging over every ordinary person's head. Ding! Repayment successful. Your current balance is 629. With the loan repaid, Chun Yi felt an immense weight lift off his shoulders. Before he could properly celebrate by hugging Kaylai, Fatty Qian's car parked next to his started up and honked twice. Beep beep. Brother Yi, we can't stay here any longer. The black mist is less than 20 kilometers away. Alright, let's move out. Chun Yi glanced back outside. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see a thing. That Fatty has indeed awakened the talent of a multi-eyed merchant. He can spot the black mist 20 kilometers away at night. Chun Yi sighed in admiration, didn't think much of it, and immediately told Bai Ling to follow. He then continued, holding Kaylai, rewarding her properly. They still had 1600 kilometers to the destination, less than 2 hours away from the world boss. The two sped along with Chun Yi pushing the speed to over 200 kilometers per hour. There were almost no wrecked vehicles on the road. Vehicles executed by the enforcers left no trace behind. Around 2 in the morning, Chun Yi saw a dense cluster of cars blocking both sides of the road. He instinctively used his left eye to look into the distance. That single glance sent his madness value skyrocketing. Though he had seen it in his past life, never had it been so clear. The sight of people and cars fused together made his scalp tingle. Ding! Detected host witnessing an extremely brutal scene. Madness value 10. Level 5 World Boss. In the distance, hovering above the road, is the World Boss Elite Mech. It is reaping the lives of players attempting to pass through like the Grim Reaper. The scene is reminiscent of a child mockingly pouring boiling water on ants. Humanity stands no chance. Fortunately, it is only on the defense, not the offense. Otherwise, everyone here would have been annihilated long ago. Many squads have already disembarked, gathering to discuss how to get through this place, causing quite a ruckus. Even some previously hostile factions or alliances have transformed their enmity into camaraderie. This can't be a dead end. Let's wait for it to sleep, then make our move. Look, that's the vehicle of the illustrious Yonya, and there's even a level 3 vehicle beside it. Wow, this must be the 21st level 3 vehicle already. The crowd instantly turned from the dead end ahead to look at Chun Yes' approaching vehicle. With so many level 3 vehicles and the mounted main weapons, do you think we can defeat that world boss? It's a long shot. The alliance known as the Heroic Battalion fired together with 80 people, but they couldn't break through the defense. Chun Yi listened to the discussions among the squads along the roadside. Some even took the initiative to greet him. He smiled and nodded in response while remaining unfazed within. He knew clearly that as long as he waited until tomorrow morning, the world boss would leave on its own, and there would be no need to risk his life. Chun Yi found a parking spot and stopped, preparing to find a cozy place to sleep and release some excess energy. At this moment, the chubby guy slowly pulled up, rolled down his window, leaned towards Chun Yes' left window, and whispered, "Brother Yi, my talisman can protect my entire vehicle. Why don't you ditch your car and come with me?" Chun Yi was left speechless upon hearing this. Ask him to abandon this vehicle with divine level talents. Unless he were to die. However, he knew the chubby guy meant well. No need, buddy. I feel like tomorrow might bring a turning point. Enough of that, my cola is calling me to sleep. See you tomorrow. Chun Yi had Bai Ling close the window to prepare for rest. The chubby guy had no choice but to give up. Why does Brother Yi seem completely unconcerned? Though the chubby guy's eyes were covered with white cloth, his other eyes were special, able to see through people's fear levels. Yet he saw not a trace of fear in Chun Yi. Brother Yi has such a calm mindset. The chubby guy envied Chun Yes' unruffled demeanor. Just then a flurry of friend requests from Chun Yes' friends came pouring in. Most were asking if he had thought of any good ideas. Some even dragged him into a group of big shots totaling over 30 people. He replied uniformly, "Not yet, I'll think about it tomorrow." Everyone believed he had gone mad. Tomorrow is the last day. After passing here, there are still 1,000 kilometers to go. Who knows what other obstacles lie ahead? Waiting until tomorrow to find a solution is no different from waiting for death. Everyone don't rely on this Yonya. Yeah, just someone lying flat waiting to die. Oh, what big shot, our team leaders are more reliable. Chun Yi feigned ignorance, pretending not to see their group messages. Ding. You have been kicked out of the group chat. Chun Yi chuckled. He wouldn't say that he knew the world boss would leave on its own, and that there were no dangers ahead. Otherwise, when they reached the initial station, he would definitely continue to be doubted. The initial station is a gathering of the top players from 100 districts. In his previous life, during the first gathering, there were even many driving level 4 vehicles there. There's nothing to be done. Many big shots are notorious rogues who emerged through robbery across all districts, yet they insist on calling themselves leaders. In terms of shamelessness, he could not compare. Chun Yi continued scrolling through messages. Among them, he saw a few different messages. One was from Lung Ming, "Brother Chun Yi, I want to spend 10 highway coins to buy back my chicken." Chun Yi merely curled his lips. Sorry, it's already been stewed. After all the effort he put into acquiring a hen that lays eggs every day, how could he possibly give it back to her? Upon seeing Chun Yes' reply, Lung Ming felt as if struck by lightning. This old hen had been her companion for 2 days. They had developed feelings only to be eaten by the wicked executioner Chun Yi. You, how could you eat such a cute chicken? Chun Yi felt that Lung Ming was not quite right in the head. Did she not eat other people's eggs as usual, which was like eating someone's child? He ignored her and left her hanging. Closing Lung Ming's chat, he received a message from Kuan Ba, who also attached 20 highway coins. Bro, this is a token of gratitude from our Axe gang. Chun Yi felt that when he reached the next station, he would still need to give Kuan Ba a good talking to. Seeing that he had arrived at the scene, he sent himself money without any self-awareness. However, Chun Yi naturally accepted it gladly and reminded him, "Take the brothers to rest in place today, and let's see if there will be a turning point tomorrow." Okay, bro. After flipping through other unimportant messages, Chun Yi closed the chat window and went back to bed, cuddling with Cola, who had changed into her uniform. Time flew by, and it was the last day of the newbie camp. Chun Yi felt that Cola was becoming more and more womanly. It was just past 7 in the morning when he was awakened by a burst of shouting. Cola was too exhausted from tossing and turning and was sleeping heavily. Chun Yi, you bastard, opened the door. The person outside was a beautiful woman dressed in leather and yoga pants, flaunting an impressive pair of cups and a pert peach bottom, looking particularly out of place on this post-apocalyptic road. Bai Ling stepped forward, intending to scare the intruder, but was rebuffed by a talisman on the woman. That lady is fierce. Chun Yi was also awakened and froze in place upon seeing the visitor through the window. SSSS. She really is fierce. It turned out to be Lung Ming, the female thief. Chun Yi, you liar. I saw my hen in your glass house with a drone. Since Chun Yi had parked in a legitimate parking spot, Lung Meng's extreme behavior directly attracted the enforcers. Is this woman seeking death? At this moment, Lung Meng also sensed something was off. She slowly turned around and discovered the golden vertical pupils of the heavenly eye in the sky. Her face turned pale with fear. The golden vertical pupils of the heavenly eye did not spare her simply because she was a stunning beauty. With a beep, a laser shot came. No, don't. In an instant, Chun Yi opened the door and pulled her inside. The laser struck the protective shield of the parking spot, instantly vanishing without a trace. Lung Meng was directly scared stiff, sitting dumbly on the floor of the bus. She even wet the bus floor. Her mind was blank for some time. Thank you for saving me. Chun Yi was speechless. He originally didn't want to save her, but considering the treasure map in his hand and a glimmer of goodwill towards her, he took action. After all, this woman had only stolen from the wealthy in her previous life. Are you seriously risking your life for just one hen? Chun Yi looked down at her, taking in her stunning figure. I have money. I want to take the chicken home. Chun Yi teased. Alright, if you have money, first clean the floor you've wet, and then take out 50 highway coins, and you can take the chicken with you. What? Is this robbery? Beauty, you don't have to buy it. I'm not asking you to. Chun Yi was left speechless by this woman, thinking to himself, was she this foolish in her last life too? Does she not realize this is the apocalypse where robbery and rape are legal? Chun Yi, today is the last day the newbie camp is open. No one can pass that mech, and it's all death anyway. Yet you are still guarding those measly highway coins. Looks like I misjudged you. Tears flowed down Lung Meng's cheeks uncontrollably. She had thought Chun Yi was sunny and handsome and had helped her escape from a zombie's robbery on the first day. She was a bit smitten with Chun Yi, only to find out today that he was actually a miser. She just wanted to die while holding her pet chicken before dying. She never expected to be refused, even in such matters. How can you know there won't be a turning point until the last moment? If you don't have 50 highway coins, please leave. Chun Yi's tone was very cold. There was not a shred of pity for her. Lung Meng directly sat in his car, refusing to leave. If you don't return my chicken, I won't leave. Chun Yi had no choice but to grab the beauty and attempt to throw her out. Yet she clung tightly to a pole. Chun Yi couldn't drag her out no matter what. Her yoga pants were even torn by him. Sorry, I'll return your pants. Chun Yi felt a bit awkward, making Lung Meng's face flush red. Chun Yi, you're such a pervert. Chun Yi was not angry, rather there was a little excitement in being called a pervert by a beauty in this intimate space. However, he did not let his guard down. He allowed the woman to stay in his car, but she had to be disarmed. He activated his left eye capability, employing X-ray vision to thoroughly scan Lung Meng. He pulled out a handgun from her hidden place. Woo! Chun Yi, you pervert. How could you touch everything? Give me back my gun. Chun Yi directly extracted the bullets and tossed the empty gun back to her. Alright, stop crying. You can go to the 3rd floor to see your chicken, but you can't take it. Did you hear that? Lung Meng slowly climbed up while holding onto the bus railing. Is there a restroom on your bus? Her voice carried a mix of embarrassment and complaint, her eyes daring not to meet Chun Yi's gaze as she desperately shielded her modesty with her hands. Her fair skin instantly flushed a deep pink. A woman like this would elicit a reaction from any man who glanced at her for too long, and Chun Yi, embarrassed, quickly pointed to the 2nd floor. Remember to clean up the mess on the floor. Got it. Lung Meng rushed to the 2nd floor without looking back, only to be stunned by the sight before her. Is this the interior space of the vehicle? This is almost like my home. Oh wait, that golden room. Could it be made of gold? Where's the restroom? Chun Yi glanced at the time. It was 7:10 a.m. There's still an hour until the world boss will be released. I should prepare breakfast for everyone first. Chun Yi also went up to the 2nd floor. In the corner, Bai Ling watched the scene with glee, chuckling. As expected of my master, even such a fierce woman has been subdued. The master was surprisingly using his X-ray vision for so long. Could it be that he has taken a liking to this fierce woman? On the 2nd floor, Chun Yi had just entered the kitchen. Then he heard Lung Meng scream. Off. This cry woke up Kalu instantly. Keep it down, or weren't you going to the restroom? How could it be here? Whoa. Chun Yi, you pervert, have you seen enough? Quickly turn around. There's no restroom in your home. Chun Yi helplessly turned his head for his X-ray vision. There was hardly any difference between her being clothed or unclothed. Such a large golden restroom, and you didn't find it. That's a restroom. I thought it was just a place for treasures. Chun Yi was speechless. It turned out this girl hadn't dared to look inside at all. She was actually hiding in the kitchen, filling water to wash herself. Hearing Chun Yi speak, she pushed him aside and dashed into the bathing area like a gust of wind. With a loud bang, she slammed the door shut. Once inside, she was completely dumbfounded. What kind of tycoon is this? A double bathtub made from a whole piece of jade. The most advanced, fully automated bathing equipment, all made of gold. These brands are exclusively supplied to royalty. Just then Kulu stared blankly at Chun Yi. Is that big sister of the master someone you just contracted? A mistress? What nonsense are you spouting? Where did you learn such weird things? She's just a customer. Bai Ling told me that as long as the master is with another woman, that woman is a mistress. Chun Ye's mouth twitched awkwardly. Don't listen to her. Is she herself a mistress then? Yes, she admitted it. Chun Yi rubbed Kale's head, quickly stopping her from thinking too much. Don't listen to her. And don't overthink it. Keep an eye on the noodles in the pot, while I check if the vegetables are cooked upstairs. Oh, the master is in the kitchen with a naked woman. Forget it, I shouldn't doubt the master. At this moment Chun Yi had already arrived on the 3rd floor. He saw 2 pink slimes floating over the vegetable patch, patiently watering the plants while the potato was tossing some rotten vegetable leaves to feed the hen. There was also an egg in the chicken coop. Chun Ye's footsteps immediately caught the attention of the potato and the others. Shoo shoo. Shoo shoo. Master, why are you here? I'm here to gather some vegetables for cooking. I don't know if they are done yet. Look, master, I've already picked them for you. The potato immediately transformed into a 1-4-meter-tall little girl, handing a basket of vegetables to Chun Yi. She also rubbed her head against Chun Ye's embrace, and he knew this was a request for affection. Chun Yi immediately squatted down and hugged the potato. She promptly kissed his face. Just as Chun Yi was about to leave, Master, wait. The little potato rushed into the chicken coop and came out with the egg, placing it in the vegetable basket. You all did so well. Come to the 2nd floor dining room in half an hour for a meal, okay? Shoo shoo. Shoo shoo. Chun Yi patted each little creature before heading downstairs. Master praised me. Nonsense, the master was praising me. The 2 water element slimes were at odds, each refusing to yield, until the potato gave each a light smack on the bottom with a little baton. Hurry up and get to work. The master was clearly praising me. Little brat, how dare you compete for affection with me? Downstairs, Chun Yi looked at the basket filled with tomatoes, scallions, garlic, cucumbers, potatoes, and more. It's truly amazing that these things can grow so well in just 3 days. Before long, he prepared a salad platter, a tomato egg soup, a potato stew, accompanied by milk and bread, and the eternally unchanged secret roasted meat. It could be considered quite a decent breakfast. Kulu was helping beside him, learning to cook, and she was a fast learner. She picked it up immediately. Kulu, bring the dishes to the table, and go call the potato and the others for dinner. No need to call, they are already down. Shoo shoo shoo. Just as Chun Yi and the others were enjoying their meal, the restroom door swung open. A woman wearing Chun Ye's bathrobe emerged, shaking her long hair dry. That felt amazing. The freedom of using water is so refreshing. What's that smell? It's so fragrant. The moment the woman caught a whiff, her eyes darted over. She saw a table of breakfast that she had only ever seen in her dreams. While Long Ming was also curious about Chun Ye's beast, her appetite had completely captivated her, her eyes fixed greedily on the breakfast spread. Drool was flowing. In the past 8 days, she had eaten only a piece of crispy noodle and 2 eggs with only a small sip of water each day. Being alive was purely a matter of luck. Naturally, this is what I earned myself. As soon as Chun Ye's words fell, Long Ming's stomach growled loudly. She looked at him with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, a pitiful expression. You definitely can't finish all this, right? What does it have to do with you? If we can't finish, we can feed it to the chickens. What? Feed the chickens? Oh my god. You all see, can I act as a chicken for you? No, you can't lay eggs, and besides, why are you wearing the master's bathrobe? Can't you smell that it belongs to the master? Kala frowned, a bit displeased. Lung Ming, please conduct yourself. If you want to buy chickens, there's no need to act recklessly. I thought you just went to the restroom. I didn't expect you to bathe in my bathtub. Don't you know how precious water is in the desert? What do you plan to use to compensate me? Chun Yi gently stroked Kale's jade-like back, trying to soothe the little girl so she wouldn't get mad. Lung Ming thought about how it was the end of the world, and that she was destined to die today. Oh, why bother with so much? Chun Ye's good days made her envious. I can't care about so much anymore. Anyway, I'm going to die today, so don't use morality to constrain me. Lung Ming directly sat next to Chun Yi, placing the laundry basin aside. Picking up the bowl and chopsticks Chun Yi had just used, she began to eat without hesitation. Chun Yi, you only know how to bully me. My pants were torn by you, and if I don't wear your clothes, do you want to see me stay naked? I'd rather die as a glutton. Lung Ming cried as she ate heartily. Shut up, you crazy woman. That's my Kulu could no longer hold back, and was ready to fight with Lung Ming. Lung Ming, you're too much. I'm no longer afraid of death. I have no morals left, so feel free to scold me. After I finish eating, you'll check on my chickens, then I'll just stay here and watch you all die with me. Chun Yi couldn't believe that such a beautiful woman would collapse upon seeing the truth. Actually, you can check the public screen messages now. Chun Yi said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What's there to see? It's just that another team has died. Lung Ming continued to eat, shamelessly mumbling, this tomato egg soup is a bit bland. Next time this is the desert of the survival highway. You haven't contributed anything, so why should you enjoy such delicacies like me? Yeah. Chun Yi frowned, displeased. I know these things, even if I sold myself I couldn't afford them. But so what? We're all going to die, so what's wrong with having a little fun? Little girl, if you keep competing with me, I'll sleep with your man. Lung Ming wasn't foolish and had long noticed that this girl with her looks and temperament was quite close to Chun Yi. That's absolutely not allowed unless the master willingly agrees. You can eat as much as you want, just don't touch them. Kulu immediately shielded Chun Yi behind her, releasing a powerful pressure in an attempt to intimidate Lung Ming, but Lung Ming couldn't feel any bloodline pressure at all. After all, they were different species. Chun Yi was speechless. This woman was probably truly insane. He had no choice but to open the system public screen and project it for Lung Ming to see. Countless dialogue subtitles rolled by frantically. Oh my god, that mech person left. We're saved. The mech person will definitely leave after killing enough people. We are so lucky. Thanks to the big boss ahead who sacrificed their life. Lung Ming was stunned upon seeing the public screen. She was still worried that Chun Yi was playing tricks and even projected her own screen. The result was the same. She immediately grabbed 2 pieces of roasted meat, took the milk Chun Yi had drunk, and peeked out the window. It was indeed real. Turning back to face the furious Chun Yi, she instantly transformed from her previous arrogance into a docile little kitten. Great big boss, let me explain. I wasn't doing it on purpose, do you believe me? Upon learning that she would not die, Lung Ming instantly became timid. She tiptoed reluctantly, putting the grilled meat and Chun Yi's milk back. Chun Yi watched as the milk straw was bitten flat by this woman and the corners of his mouth twitched. Splash. With that, Lung Ming immediately corrected her attitude and knelt to apologize. Brother Yong, you please spare me. I know you are a good person. I just saw Chun Yi's stats, and this man actually had a terrifying physique of 20 points. Resistance was impossible. She could only enjoy the situation. Chun Yi crossed his arms, his eyes fixed on the alluring figure concealed beneath the opponent's bathrobe. A good person. Should I let you take advantage of me? I can let you go, but leave your Buddha pendant behind. The Buddha pendant in her hand could dispel the strange, and Chun Yi was still very interested. No way. This Buddha pendant is my ancestral treasure. You need to offer something else. It holds special significance for me. It would be useless for you to have it. Do you think I am negotiating with you? Otherwise, I might as well keep you under house arrest. I also want to indulge myself a bit. Having you generate attribute points for me every day sounds nice. Although Lung Ming thought being Chun Yi's girlfriend would be quite enjoyable with good food and lodging, transforming from a chicken to a phoenix, being kept under house arrest and forced to produce points was unacceptable. She was not a breeding sow. She certainly did not want to be tied to a wooden horse screaming. In her heart, she was already cursing Chun Yi as a pervert. Can you really let me go? That's right, if you drop the Buddha pendant you can leave. What about my chicken? What chicken? That was my chicken. You can't even take care of yourself, and you want to raise a chicken. Hearing Chun Yi's words, Lung Ming calmed down, took off the Buddha pendant from her hand, and placed it on the dining table. Can I leave now? Her tone carried a slight tremor. She even felt that Chun Yi would not let her go, perhaps just to toy with her. Then he would keep her under house arrest, doing some unspeakable things to her, even mistreating her. In her view, Chun Yi was definitely a pervert. Sure, you can go, Chun Yi said expressionlessly. Lung Ming was instantly stunned. What? Wait. Hearing this, Lung Ming snorted softly, muttering, liar. You've already ruined this meal. You can take it back as if I bought your Buddha pendant. Lung Ming couldn't believe her ears, even doubting her charm. Are you really willing to let me go? Chun Yi shook the empty milk bottle. Am I supposed to keep you around to consume my food? Although I can afford to support you, I'd rather raise a chicken. In his previous life, Chun Yi had been betrayed by his girlfriend and good friend, so he couldn't trust this woman. He signaled to the smug Kola, who was watching from the side. Take him to the warehouse to pick out a few outfits. We don't want her going out naked and causing misunderstandings. Follow me. Kola immediately stood up, leading the way confidently. Fearing that Chun Yi might change his mind, Lung Ming quickly got up from the ground, packed the table full of delicious food, and followed Kola downstairs to choose clothes. Thank you, boss. This table of food could last her 3 days if she rationed it. Mainly it was too hot, and the food couldn't be stored for long. She didn't have Chun Yi's freezer. Before long, Kola returned with Chun Yi's bathrobe. Master, that woman has left. All right. Kola, cook something yourself as I taught you, and prepare another serving for these little guys. I'm already full, and am heading to the driver's seat. Okay, master. Don't overwork yourself. Chun Yi ruffled Kola's sensitive little ears before heading downstairs. Damn, did that woman not help me clean the floor? Chun Yi picked up a cloth and began to clean the car bit by bit. The towel he used to soak up urine was directly thrown out of the car. Back in the car, Lung Ming had already remembered her incident with the urine, but now she felt too embarrassed to go back and deal with it. Chun Yi arrived at the driver's seat, and the money fatty waiting in the nearby parking spot had been waiting for a long time. He rolled down the car window and spoke to Chun Yi from less than a meter away. Brother Yi, did you know that boss would leave earlier? I wish I had known. I'm not Zhuge Liang. I can't predict the future. Naturally, Chun Yi would not admit it, even if the money fatty wouldn't say. Yi tossed a few dry loaves of bread into the fatty's car through the window. Make do with some bread for now, it'll make you something good by noon. Let's get going. The fatty accepted the bread without any complaints. Alright brother, let's set off now. Saying this, the fatty transferred 10 years of life to Yi, and the two left quickly. While driving, Yi checked the standards for upgrading the car to level 4, continuing to choose a balanced direction. Space Stone 1 Quiet Device 100 Smart Chip 5. Damn, a Space Stone. This is an ultra-rare item. Calling it epic would not be an exaggeration. In his previous life, Sang Biao had offered 2-0 to acquire one, causing a sensation throughout the entire region. However, he knew where to find this space stone, it was just that he couldn't reach it at his current level. Just as Yi closed the panel, the clingy Cola brought a bowl of noodles down. Master, would you like to try Cola's cooking? Oh, this is Cola's first time making breakfast for the master, of course I will try it. Being disturbed by Lung Meng, he naturally did not eat his fill. While eating, Yi lay by the window like Cola watching the scenery outside. He spotted a level 5 boss in the distance staring right back at him. Instead of fear, Yi thought about the epic items that would definitely drop upon defeating it, and his heart was already eager. After all, an epic item had allowed him to awaken 2 unique abilities. Thinking that when he was capable, he would definitely return to take it down. The clueless gatekeeping mech had no idea he was staring down a devil. Yi devoured abandoned vehicles as he advanced. His speed was not fast. Ding. Devoured a level 2 heavy truck, gaining 10 road coins, defense 15. Ding. Devoured a level 2 sports car, gaining 8 road coins, speed 12, black iron treasure. Yi did not expect any first completion rewards because he knew that even if he drove at full speed, he wouldn't squeeze into the top 100. The initial station's ranking was based on the total ranking of the 100 districts combined, with level 4 cars capable of easily reaching speeds of 400 to over 600 kilometers per hour. He was far from catching up. At that moment, the person who had kicked Yi out of the big shot group yesterday pulled Yi back in. Looking at it, the number of big shots had dropped from over 30 to 28, and even Kuan Ba Sanzong and Heiying were present. We must thank several big shots for their sacrifices which have secured our survival. Let's observe 3 minutes of silence together. Yi found the message somewhat speechless. This had nothing to do with how many people died. The mech boss left on its own when the time was up. Big shots, I have an announcement. I have already sent people to block the road and charge fees 500 kilometers before the finish line. At that time, you can send me your team member list, and we will let you pass for free, plus I will give each big shot 10 road coins as a cooperation fee. The speaker was the leader of the Green Cross Society named Lu Cha, an independent woman who had risen to power through selling herself. Alright, our wolf gang has also set up roadblocks 200 kilometers ahead. The benefits can only be half of what the Green Cross Society offers, as Lu Cha has already profited quite a bit. Following this, the group hurriedly agreed, drawing 5 roadblocks in total. Yi lamented how hard it was for the solo players, having to repay loans and being exploited like this. There was simply no way to survive. Yi and a few like Sanzong opposed it, but everyone still established the roadblocks as usual. In the end, they gave Yi a total of 30 road coins as dirty money. The big shots had many spies, and someone saw Lung Meng inside Yi's car for an hour before she came out. Soon everyone regarded Lung Meng as Yi's mistress and placed her directly on the whitelist. This time Yi did not play the hero and did not destroy a single roadblock. After all, he was also a beneficiary. The first time he destroyed Sang Biao's roadblock, not only did no one thank him, but everyone also looked at him enviously. Even those he had rescued had erupted into a massive battle, resulting in more deaths than those caused by Sang Biao. So Yi simply let things be and stayed out of it. The 1,000 kilometers quickly passed. The guards of the 5 roadblocks, upon seeing Yi's car, opened the doors in advance to welcome him and bowed respectfully. This was the reputation he had built. He had single-handedly taken on the Axe gang and had never lost. Yi and the fatty successfully arrived at the initial station. The journey was peaceful, and Yi did not sense anything unusual. Little did he know that the enforcers had blocked a level 4 abyss creature for him. It was a terrifying beauty spot. Damn, enforcer golden eyes accepting my lattice gifts while making things difficult. There is not a single good enforcer. On the other hand, Yi was completely unaware of this. Ding. Congratulations to Yi for being the 350,812th to arrive at the station. No reward. Wow. Master, what a huge station. A massive aerial mothership, towering skyscrapers, shopping centers, and various tech museums were everywhere. The flow of people was incessant, and there were free NPC receptions. Welcome to the new Blue Star departure station. The station was laid with a red carpet stretching far into the distance, where a designated NPC welcomed them into the parking lot. On both sides stood a crowd of NPCs, all station attendants, helping players with reception, car maintenance, repairs, upgrades, and more. Most of the NPCs were originally humans from Blue Star, and even a popular female celebrity was clad in a maid outfit kneeling on an ordinary player's car to clean the windows. Chunyi and his companions were guided to a safe parking space. Respectful Mr. Yongya, do you require special services? Yes. Please arrange for beautiful women to wash my car. How about an 18-year-old rookie star? I don't mind, just make sure to add a super dust-proof coating. By the way, no need to clean the inside of the car. Chunyi took out 30 road coins and handed them to the accompanying staff. Okay, I will arrange that for you. Chunyi's car was covered in blood and dirt from the slain Black Abyss Crow to the blood of Lin Feng, and Lu Rian being scorched along with desert dust, leaving his car in a wretched state. The most important thing was the super dust-proof coating, which could keep his car looking brand new forever without obstructing his view through the windows. Fatty Qian had no money and directly drove the service staff away. Get lost. Washing a car costs at least 5 road coins. Do you think my money comes from thin air? I can wash it myself. Chunyi shook his head, knowing that his car was like a 3-story villa, and washing it himself would take days. Chunyi got out of the car with a cola. Sir, we have prepared a comfortable waiting area for you with free services from beautiful technicians. Oh, would you like that? Not wanting to miss out on a good deal, Chunyi immediately asked, can I bring an extra person? Sir, according to regulations, a maximum of 3 people is allowed. Don't worry, just 3 of us. Chunyi went to Fatty Qian's car window and knocked, preparing to invite him to enjoy the beautiful service together. Are you annoying with your sales pitch? I said I wouldn't wash the car. Oh, it's Brother Yi. Fatty scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. Chunyi felt a bit speechless at Fatty Qian. Fatty, how about I pay for you to get it washed? Well, that would be a bit embarrassing. Fatty Qian knew Chun-Yi had money, and hearing that Chun-Yi was willing to spend on him made him feel thrilled. Chun-Yi saw through Fatty's thoughts and waved to a girl who had just been scolded by Fatty in the distance. The girl's eyes lit up instantly as she ran over. Chun-Yi selected the cheapest 5-coin car wash package for Fatty Qian. He knocked on Fatty's car window again. Fatty, do you want a star technician to give you a good time? Fatty Qian covered the bandage on his head and immediately shook his head. I think I'll pass. I'm a bit tired from driving and plan to rest for a bit. Seeing Fatty's hesitation, Chun-Yi did not insist. It was just as well that Fatty didn't go. He brought potato and cola to the service area to enjoy. Pushing open the door of the private room, 3 blanket beauties dressed in sheer veils knelt on the ground waiting for Chun-Yi and his companion's orders. Technician Diao-chan, Technician Shi-Shur, Technician Meng Kuno 007-008-009 at your service. The 3 women bowed and knelt as if they had seen an emperor. Get up, just give us a good massage, no other services needed. Yes, boss. Here one could experience various treatments just by spending money. However, the women here were communal, and some customers did not take safety precautions which could lead to various diseases, something Chun-Yi dared not risk. Wow, so comfortable. There are fruit platters to eat and foot baths too. Swish, swish, swish. Potato transformed into a 1.6-meter tall loli, chattering excitedly with cola. Chun-Yi also found it rare to relax. As long as one had money, one could still live lavishly even in the apocalypse. After enjoying the service, Chun-Yi and his companions didn't stay in the service area, but wandered around. Walking through the city with 2 beauties, Chun-Yi naturally attracted quite a few envious gazes. Wow, that succubus NPC is really beautiful. Oh, the little sister next to him is also so cute. Like a doll. Fool, that's a real person cosplaying. The NPCs have blank stares. Nonsense, that's our district's Yonya boss. That's a real succubus. She can even fight strangely. As soon as this was said, various envious and jealous glances were directed at them, and the noise of discussion grew louder. Fighting privately was forbidden in this service area. NPCs standing guard were not only service staff, but also modified mecha and beastmen. So Chun-Yi was not afraid of trouble. After buying a lot for the 2 girls, he only had a little over 700 road coins left. Having this much was because he had devoured quite a few second-tier cars on the way, earning a bit of money. Cola and Potato were overjoyed today, holding balloons and snacks with sunglasses. Just as Chun-Yi was having fun with the 2 girls, the system announcement echoed throughout the station. Congratulations to 2 Ingshir Guisen Zong Hu Zi and 30 others for completing the death challenge and receiving exclusive job transfer cards. Here it comes. Chun-Yi knew this was the rules of the rooftop game. By participating, one could obtain a job transfer card. However, the death challenge was risking one's life, generally out of 100 people, at most 5 would succeed. The rest would permanently become mindless NPCs or dolls in display cases. Chun-Yi had already obtained a divine-level job transfer card in advance, so he naturally did not need to take risks. The future belonged to those who could change jobs. Even more so to the chosen ones. While ordinary people could survive, life would be extremely difficult, and they would at least need to rely on a powerful team. The system announcement immediately stirred up a frenzy. The system chat area had automatically connected hundreds of thousands of players, and countless people began to inquire. Wow, you can actually change jobs. Yes, You can participate in the death game on the rooftop at the 1000th floor to change jobs. Don't go. That job transfer will get you killed. Hee, our boss died, and now I'm the boss. His women are so enticing. I'm having a blast. Wow. I want our boss to go too. Chenyi didn't look much at the public screen and directly turned it off. I wonder when Lung Meng will change to a thief. Wait. That woman succeeded in changing jobs in her last life. Who could it be because of this Buddha pendant? What do I care about her life or death? Chenyi did not pay much attention. After finishing the amusement park, he took Cola and Potato to the gene tower to look for their growth gene knowledge. This was a problem he had to tackle at the initial station. Upon entering, he paid a 60 coin entrance fee. What greeted him was a highly technological building. Inside the building were countless gene samples presented in holographic projection. The whole building was quiet with very few people. Welcome to the gene tower. How can I assist you? A beautiful mecha girl in a red interstellar armor I need 2 exclusive training plans. Sure, please follow me. 1 exclusive training plan costs 500 road coins. Chenyi felt a bit embarrassed. He didn't have that much money. Then I'll just take a look at one first. Naturally, there was no helping it. A love had its biases. It wasn't that Potato wasn't good enough. The girl in the red outfit paused, but did not mind that he was a poor guy. All right, please follow me. Chenyi had just paid and registered his information. The machine girl had already processed everything. Done. The plan has been synchronized from the database to your system. You can check it now. What? So fast. Chenyi immediately focused on the system. The panel promptly unfolded. Indeed, there was now a little icon of a cola, which was her exclusive growth panel. This speed is simply astonishing. He quickly clicked to take a look. Beast Master Guidelines: the beast's level cannot exceed the host's level. Demon Cola LV0 main growth condition requires the master's essence. Daily intimate companionship for 2 hours. Otherwise, it will cause the magic pattern to stir, manifesting as weakness, drowsiness, emotional instability, climbing onto your bed at night. No, don't worry about her draining you. She can heal all your malfunctions and even provide localized enhancements. Gulp. Chenyi swallowed hard. No wonder he felt his abilities were getting stronger. After all, demonesses can lick and heal. This licking, of course, is not just with the mouth. Chenyi dared not think too much and hurriedly looked down. Can switch forms: cowgirl, demoness, human. Promotion conditions: each level increase requires a deeper connection, etc. Chenyi dared not read further. There were also videos, albums, and even content on species reproduction, which was not suitable to elaborate on. It was actually quite comprehensive. Chenyi swallowed again. He finally understood the reason why the beasts couldn't level up. It turned out it wasn't Cola's fault, it was his own issue. He was stuck at level 0, which had severely delayed them. However, he would never have known such a simple issue without spending this money. After all, he had never engaged with a beast master in his previous life. It seemed that some intelligence tax was a must to pay. Just consider it: 500 road coins to activate a cola panel. But thinking about how the other party earned his 500 in just a few minutes made Chenyi feel uneasy. He steadied himself and looked at the somewhat handsome machine girl. Ahem. Is that it? No other services. He felt that the machine girl was making money too easily. He had to take full advantage of the free services, just like when he had his car washed earlier. We do have other projects available. Please take a look at the price list. The machine girl took out a tablet and handed it to Chenyi. The moment he saw the price list, he nearly gasped. Hiss. He inhaled sharply. Various supporting tests and genetic modifications range from 300 to 1 million. Not a single free project. Chenyi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. If he had money, he would have already synchronized the potatoes panel. As for chatting with her, he secretly mocked. This price was simply extortion. Even bandits wouldn't dare to rob this much. Those big shots in his group, if they risked their lives to raid for a bit, probably wouldn't even cover this minimum expenditure. Chenyi's mouth twitched slightly. He felt like he had walked into a black store. Huh. That's unnecessary. Chenyi not giving up boldly. Actually, what I mean is, since I spent 500, is there any gift? The machine girl coldly replied, sorry sir, we are an official institution and there are no gifts. Chenyi was a bit displeased for not getting a small bargain. But the fact is, it is a monopoly industry, so there was no need for her to attract customers like the girls on the street with car washes and massages. Chenyi had no choice but to leave with Cola and Potato feeling a bit dejected. The glass door closed behind him with a click. He looked up, just in time to see the sunset, dyeing the entire initial station a blood-red color. The wind swept up the litter and dust on the ground, carrying the unique rusty smell of the apocalypse. At this time, even level 2 vehicles had basically reached the starting station. By tomorrow, new rules would be. Cola instinctively leaned closer to him. Master, are we going home? Yeah, home. Chenyi ruffled her hair. Potato, also tiredly transformed into a slime, resting on Chenyi's shoulder, appearing listless. At this moment, Chenyi began to ponder the upcoming matters. First was his level issue. Secondly, he needed to obtain a space stone and get a pass back to the novice area for Bai Ling to devour thoroughly. 10 minutes later, Chenyi returned to his parking spot. 5 beautiful stars he had only seen on television were kneeling orderly on the ground waiting for him to inspect the vehicle. The face he had lost at the machine girl's place was instantly regained. He tipped each of the 5 stars 2 coins. They were all overjoyed. They thought Chun-Yi was hinting for them to get in and do something. It left them exchanging glances, unsure how to decline. After all, if they really were to do that, it wouldn't be just this amount of money. In the end, Chun-Yi was just putting on an act and turned to get in the car. Watching his bus being washed to a shine, even the mud in the tire crevices had been thoroughly cleaned. Chun-Yi felt that the money spent was absolutely worth it. As soon as Potato got in the car, it was like being fully revived. Holding the items Chun-Yi had bought, it bounced up and down to the 3rd floor to show off to its friends. Cola sat obediently next to Chun-Yi, her tail wagging, her bright eyes watching him. Chun-Yi took a deep breath and opened the trading market. Realizing that it was his issue that caused the beasts not to level up, he declared, "I must quickly advance to a level 1 life form." He decided to frantically buy up basic growth potions while the new mission had yet to be issued. His fingers flew across the screen. The next moment, a purchase message popped up on the panels of all traders at the initial station: 15 road coins per bottle, unlimited purchase of basic growth potions, instant transaction. Normally, the market price for regular growth potions was around 10 road coins per bottle, similar to healing. However, usually no one was willing to sell. But now it was different. Many individuals had come to the station, and after layers of exploitation, their pockets were empty. They had to repay loans while also needing to eat and drink. Naturally, some would bring out their reluctantest growth potions for cash. Ding dong. You have successfully traded for 1 bottle of basic growth potion. Current balance 196. Not bad, a good start. But the road coins are still too few. Chun-Yi looked around, surveying items that could be sold. In the past few days, Cola had opened boxes for him daily without wasting her talent. Chun-Yi listened to the commotion downstairs and immediately rushed to help. Oh, so many of them. He was somewhat astonished. Master, there will be even more tomorrow. Whoosh. Whoosh. It's all thanks to you. They'll give you extra rations later. The little potatoes were thrilled to receive Chun-Yi's praise and planned to work harder for more servings. Chun-Yi did not expect that his level 1 planting room could yield so much. He thought to himself that he must upgrade the entire cultivation room on the top floor to level 3 next time. Without a second thought, Chun-Yi listed all these vegetables and fruits on the trading platform, selling them all for 1 yuan per 2 jin, while pure water was 1 yuan for 10 jin. As for the rice, he was reluctant to sell it, as he only had 1 bag weighing 25 jin. After all, water and vegetables can be replenished, but rice cannot. Less than 3 seconds after posting, the first order was completed. Immediately, the transaction notification sounded continuously. Someone on the public screen started yelling, "Damn! Which dog has listed 1 yuan for 2 jin? I just hoarded cabbage at 5 yuan per jin. Stop cursing. Hurry up and grab it. If you wait longer, there won't be any left. This price is simply amazing. I snagged 6 jin of tomatoes. Finally, I don't have to gnaw on compressed biscuits. This water is so cheap, I want to trade for water." Watching the little ones busily scurrying around, Chun-Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. He planned to cook a delicious meal for everyone. Chun-Yi asked Cola to handle the trading back end while he went into the kitchen to cook. By the time the 3 dishes and a soup were served on the table, the items had nearly sold out. After all, a market with hundreds of thousands of people is not even comparable to the small market with a few thousand newcomers where they had previously stayed. He looked at the screen, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Initial growth potion 19 units. Highway currency balance 107. In his past life, he had been too timid to go to the top floor to change jobs and could only live by scavenging with others. In this life, he had received a free class change card for a god-level beast master and had contracted Cola by Ling and several top-tier beasts, so he was determined to make something of himself. After dinner, the little ones finished their baths early and went to sleep. Only Chun-Yi sat in the driver's seat, tirelessly absorbing and refining potions one by one. Generally, a person can only refine 2 to 3 units of growth potion in a day. However, with the enhancement of divine nature regeneration and the Jin Jing skill, he could absorb more. The icy blue potion was either injected into his body or taken orally, and he slowly absorbed it. The vital energy refined from the Jin Jing naturally circulated, gradually harmonizing with the scattered potion power. Beans-sized sweat dripped continuously to the ground, slowly expelling the accumulated impurities from his body. His entire body was making soft cracking sounds, the flesh being continuously polished and solidified by the potion's power, while both his blood and the vital energy within him steadily improved. Ding! You have successfully refined Growth Potion 1, gaining 1 point of vital energy, 5 points of permanent life value, and 5 points of upgrade experience. Ding! You have successfully refined Growth Potion 1. Ding! You have reached the absorption limit for growth potions today. Please try again tomorrow. Even without the system's reminder, Chun-Yi felt that he had reached his limit after absorbing a total of 10 units of initial growth potion. Now he was in a state of exhilaration with veins bulging and blood vessels throbbing heavily. He exhaled, only then did he slightly regain his composure. He opened his personal attribute panel, life value 165165. Level LV0 of 65, O physique 20, mental power 40. Traits: regeneration, insight. Chun Yi clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. At this moment, the number of people who had reached level 1 in the entire 100 districts could probably be counted on both hands. His eyes sparkled with determination as he thought to himself, as long as I can maintain this state, if I refine 7 more potions tomorrow, I can achieve level 1 life form. He activated the ability of his left eye and saw that the vital energy aura surrounding him was more powerful than before, more than double. He got up and took a shower to wash away the sweat, then rested a bit to adjust his energy. Unknowingly, it was already midnight. A harsh system notification sounded simultaneously on the interface of all survivors. Ding. The system mall, certain functions have been closed. A 100 real AI companion is now for sale. Official tasks will be announced tomorrow at 8 a.m. As soon as the system announcement finished, countless messages quickly scrolled across the public screen so fast that they were almost unreadable. What the hell? Damn system, why did you close the basic resources and food mall? I haven't stocked up yet. Tomorrow I'll starve to death on the road. Hey, don't worry, I have some for sale. Price increased by 50. Private message me if you want. Damn, price increased by 50. Have you forgotten where this is? What can't you buy at the initial station? Everyone, don't sleep. Go stock up overnight. Don't let the greedy merchants earn an extra penny. Doesn't anyone want an AI companion? I just saw my best friend. She was chatting with me yesterday, and today she's become an AI person. The chat interface kept scrolling without stopping. Chun Yi had anticipated this day and had already stocked up on quite a few supplies in advance. For example, drinks, beer, instant noodles, and bread, enough to last until the next system mall opens. However, he did not hoard too much for sale. Firstly, his funds were not sufficient. Secondly, as mentioned in the group chat, everyone had prepared and stocked up in advance, so trying to profit from the price difference wouldn't yield much. Chun Yi closed the chat window and directly clicked on the AI companion icon. Once he entered, he found the trading bar filled with the profiles of over 100,000 young men and women. Countless Blue Star people had been turned into AI dolls. They possessed all the physiological functions of normal humans, could cry, laugh, and speak, but had no souls, merely being puppets at the mercy of others. Lin Man, female, 21 years old, appearance score 82, price 102. First generation AI chip, intelligence equivalent to an elementary school student. Xiao Yin, male, 42 years old, appearance score 70, price 50. Mentally challenged, chip prone to falling over while walking. Wang Lele, female, 14 years old, appearance score 75, price 80. A no chip pure doll. Chun Yi's expression suddenly turned cold. In his past life, he had seen too many people treat these AI individuals like livestock, abusing them. In this apocalypse, human lives were truly thinner than paper. He directly set the prices to sort from high to low. The next second, the top-ranked item popped up. Mayer, female, 18 years old, appearance score 97, O price 19999, an unwed AI girl. Third generation AI, brain intelligence level comparable to a scientist, normal reproductive ability, can control a swarm of drones. I must get this AI Mayer. In his past life, she was obtained by the leader of the Revenge Alliance, Bloodhand. This AI girl, with her complete control over hundreds of drones, helped him wipe out countless squads and swiftly entered the top 10 of the 100 districts within just 2 months. Acquiring AI Mayer would be equivalent to obtaining a small mechanized unit, which was far superior to controlling a wallflower like Kuan Ba. She was also the first high-end AI living person to be bought, leaving him with only 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, the Revenge Alliance would pool resources to buy her. To gather such a large sum of money, he could only target the space stones. Chun Yi knew there were 7 small paths and 1 main road in the initial station. At the end of the easternmost small path, inside the multidimensional maze, there was a treasure chest hiding space stones. This was the same gem that Sang Biao had bought in his past life. The person selling the gem had actively revealed its source location, causing many to envy it. As long as Kolo went to open that treasure chest, he would definitely be able to obtain several space stones. When the time came, selling just a couple of space stones would solve all his current problems. It seemed that he had to take the risk and choose the multidimensional maze tomorrow. Chun Yi looked at his balance of only 107 highway coins and gently tapped the screen with his fingertips. The matter of helping Bai Ling to condense her physical body had to be temporarily set aside. Let's wait until we obtain the space stone first. He made up his mind and casually closed the system interface. As he turned back to his room, Kaylee was already lying obediently on the waterbed. The black lace hugged the thin gauze, accentuating her snow-white skin. Her cheeks were already flushed, as if they had been brewing for a long time, waiting for Chun Yi to pick. Master, I miss you a bit. You silly, you must want me. Chun-Yi leaned down and picked her up horizontally, unconsciously massaging her. The temperature of the succubus was slightly higher than that of ordinary people, and her skin was as delicate as high-quality sheep fat jade. It carried a sweet milk fragrance. There was no need for Chun-Yi to take the initiative. They naturally fell into a deep, companionable sleep. Kaylay liked to hum and whimper in her sleep, constantly calling out. Chun-Yi also enjoyed this sound. It was bound to be another night of tossing and turning. With Kaylay's healing ability, even after a night of tossing, Chun-Yi would be full of energy the next day. In contrast, many others were unable to sleep. The changes in the system mall had thrown everyone into a panic. Hundreds of thousands of survivors flooded into the stores during the deep night to stock up on supplies, rushing to gas stations, and even fighting over a roll of toilet paper. Fortunately, there were numerous law enforcers and NPCs here, and those players trying to cause trouble were all executed on the spot, turned into functional dolls. This ensured that everyone could line up to shop in an orderly manner. Those with money were fine, able to go to the supermarket to buy things. Those without money could only gather and rummage through trash bins. A pack of expired biscuits or a piece of moldy bread was a lifeline. However, the number of trash bins at the station was far from sufficient for those without money to rummage through. Some even began to monopolize several trash bins. Gradually, people started to venture outside the station to gather supplies, searching through old shipping containers for food. At this moment, Lung Meng was among them. She found a box of expired moldy bread in an old shipping container. Her eyes lit up. Wow, I struck gold. But there was no supervision from law enforcers there, and soon someone fired a gun while another swung an axe. Flames erupted outside the container. She carefully tried to take the items away, but was spotted by a hefty woman. A greasy, chubby hand reached out and grabbed Lung Meng's long hair. In pain, Lung Meng struggled with her. Unfortunately, the strength difference was too great. Lung Meng was severely injured, her forehead bleeding, her limbs dislocated, and she barely survived by playing dead. Having her items snatched and being physically impaired, she no longer had the capability to gather supplies. Fortunately, during the struggle, 2 pieces of bread had fallen in the dark. She picked them up and gently brushed off the maggots. Lung Meng limped back toward her vehicle, cursing in her heart. That fat woman, as long as I don't die, I will. Fortunately, Chun-Yi is a big pervert and sent me some food. I should be able to last a few more days. I must take good care of my injuries. Her departing figure blended with the sounds of gunfire outside the station, the wails of men and women, and the cries of children, presenting a scene of hell on earth. Yet all of this became the background music for a couple on the waterbed, mixed with the rhythmic sound of the succubus collar bells, making Chun-Yi feel entranced. Kaylay's healing ability gradually flowed into Chun-Yi's body through the points of skin contact, sweeping away the fatigue from refining potions during the day. Chun-Yi's breath also entered the deepest part of the succubus magic patterns without any hindrance, merging together and giving birth to symbols of life. A night without conversation. The next morning at 6:30, Chun-Yi woke up on time, feeling refreshed. Kaylay, like a docile little cat, was curled up in his arms, sleeping soundly with a teardrop hanging from her long eyelashes. He kissed her little mouth and then got out of bed. As usual, the first thing he did every morning was to check his attribute orbs. He dreamt every day of finding 2 physique attribute orbs on Kaylay. Unfortunately, they looked too plump and fake. Physique, too great. His body became sturdier. This time it was real. In the kitchen, Potato was busy with 2 slimes, washing the freshest vegetables, waiting for Chun-Yi to cook. Seeing Chun-Yi come down, Potato immediately bounced over, proudly holding up a freshly picked tomato. Master, look at this tomato, it's so big. Not bad, already proactive and working. Chun-Yi rubbed her head, took the tomato, and began to prepare breakfast. Golden fried eggs, sizzling secret grilled meat, fresh vegetable salad, and hot milk. The aroma quickly filled the entire compartment, and Kaylay was also awakened by the delicious smell rubbing her eyes as she came down from upstairs. Good morning, master. Wash your hands and eat. We need to set off after breakfast. Just as they picked up their chopsticks, the cold mechanical voice of the system suddenly echoed throughout the initial station. Ding! The novice period has ended. Players who failed to reach the initial point have been reclaimed by the system. You can find them in the AI Partner Merchandise section. Congratulations to all players for safely passing the novice period. Reward Level 1 Combat Suit 1, a Beginner Growth Potion 1. Here are the new game rules. 1. The station no longer provides safety protection. In fact, it is more dangerous than the highways. 2. Please take good care of your vehicles. If NPCs successfully seize vehicles, they will become new players while you will become NPCs. They are looking forward to exchanging identities with you. Becoming an NPC does not equate to death. It simply means you will be driven by the system to do things you cannot refuse. 3. Parking spaces can still protect vehicles, but fees must be paid on time, 1 highway coin per hour. 4. The speed of the black fog has changed to 40 kilometers per hour. Notice the rules will take effect at 8 a.m. today. You may set off half an hour in advance. The fog ahead will clear promptly at 7:30 a.m. At the moment the broadcast ended, 8 roads appeared out of nowhere in front of the massive parking lot. A wide 8-lane highway and 7 narrow 4-lane paths extended like 8 poisonous snakes into the distant fog. Behind them was the rapidly approaching black fog. The roar from within the fog could be heard even from miles away. Chunyi glanced at the time. It was 7:10. The public screen had completely exploded, messages scrolling by too quickly to read. Damn it. I didn't sleep all night stocking up supplies, and now I have to escape. The speed of the black fog has quadrupled. They intend to wipe us out completely. Can NPCs seize vehicles to become players? Doesn't that mean we can't even trust NPCs anymore? Can someone lend me some highway coins? My vehicle is running out of gas, I beg you. Chunyi took a glance and immediately closed the public screen. Dozens of messages in his friend list kept popping up, all inviting him to team up. He didn't reply to any, marking them all as read. At that moment someone knocked on his car window. It was Fat Money. He leaned against his 3rd-level business vehicle with 2 more layers of bandages wrapped around his head. He held a heavy black box in his hand. Chunyi casually took a few bites of food, then went to the driver's seat, rolled down the window, and a faint smell of blood wafted in. Ego. Fat Money's voice was a bit hoarse with heavy dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not slept well last night. Unlike Chunyi, who had the succubus helping with healing and slept soundly. What's wrong? I received a professional task. Fat Money scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, the task requires me to take the main road and distribute contracts. I'm going to take the eastern path. Chunyi stated directly. Fat Money was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood. He didn't ask further, merely handed over the black box he was holding. Ego, this is for you. Chunyi opened the box. Inside lay a brand new small caliber laser cannon, its barrel shining with a cold metallic luster. Next to it were 2 boxes of energy shells. Level 3 main weapon laser cannon. Its power is much greater than your current vehicle-mounted machine gun. It can take down level 4 and below mutated beasts with a single shot. Fat Money grinned. I'm a neutral class and don't need this. Hehe. But I want to exchange it for meals for the next month. Fat Money rubbed his hands, looking greedy. Deal. Chunyi took the box and casually placed it in the passenger seat. At that moment, in front of Chunyi's car, a woman covered in wounds was being chased by a half-human large black cat. Meowed. Seeing this, Fat Money immediately got into the car to hide, completely forgetting he had a safety talisman. Chunyi looked up and was surprised to see a familiar face. Lung Meng. Chunyi, saved me for the last time. With that, she fainted in front of Chunyi's car. The surrounding crowd, upon seeing the massive black cat, scattered in fear. No one cared about the fate of the cold, frail girl. They all drove away or stayed in the safety of their parking spots, afraid of drawing trouble upon themselves. This black cat was enormous, its physical strength far surpassing that of a tiger, with a body full of sinewy muscle that made it clear it was not to be trifled with. Yet Chunyi did not hesitate. He directly activated the vehicle's fire control system and aimed at the black cat, pulling the trigger. The machine gun's bullets with a rapid tat-a-tat continuously struck the black cat. Wounded and in pain, the black cat immediately spoke in human tongue. Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. Oh, you dare threaten me? Chunyi had originally intended just to drive the black cat away, but the creature's words stirred a killing intent within him. After all, some troublesome foes, if not eliminated, would bring endless future calamities. Bai Ling, possess it. Chunyi shouted, pointing at the black cat. Yes, master. Bai Ling's translucent form emerged from inside the bus and lunged straight at the black cat. The black cat was fully engaged in dodging the machine gun fire, its attention fixed above, and failed to notice Bai Ling's approach from below. The next second, the black cat's mind suddenly grew heavy, its body swaying, nearly stumbling to the ground. It shook its head vigorously, but instead of clearing its head, only became dizzier. It collapsed on the spot, thrashing about. Since absorbing the devouring ability, Bai Ling had become a force to be reckoned with. The opponent was merely a cat relying on physical attacks. To her, it was as easy as Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts, a piece of cake. Chunyi didn't idle either. He adjusted the machine gun's muzzle, directing all bullets at the black cat's head, each shot a headshot. But the level 3 black cat's defense was monstrously strong. It felt almost invincible. Though it was bleeding, the machine gun bullets only inflicted superficial wounds. Everyone around hid inside their vehicles, peeking out to watch the battle. Was that translucent thing a specter? Heavens! Which district's big shot is this? How come he's ranked with us in the 3s of OS? He can actually control a spiritual entity. I bet his true strength could reach the top 1000. He's just a solo player, a level 3 car with a laser cannon. Must have taken out a huge loan. He even saved a useless person. In a few days, the AI companion will probably be showing his stuff. The crowd exchanged glances, finding no answers, mainly because no one from Chunyi's own district was nearby. Chunyi continued adjusting the vehicle's weapon angles and activated the auto-fire mode. He then quickly pushed open the car door dash to Lung Ming's side, bent down to hoist her battered body onto his back, and swiftly returned to the vehicle. This entire process took no more than a minute. This woman's body is burning up cold sweat. She must have a fever. And her weight, she looks plump and curvy, but she's lighter than a can of soda. Her flesh sure knows where to grow. Clearly the 10 days of terror, starvation, beatings, and desperate flight had caused Lung Ming to lose significant weight. Chunyi laid her flat on the bus floor right, where she had previously wet herself in a moment of incontinence. He took out a vial of healing potion, gently pried open Lung Ming's mouth, and tried to pour the medicine in. But her jaws were clenched tight, and most of the liquid dribbled down the corner of her lips. She hadn't swallowed a drop. Just then Kaylay came downstairs, drawn by the gunfire. She immediately saw Chun-Yi sitting astride Lung Ming, his hands and mouth poised over the woman on the floor, as if to give her CPR or feed her medicine mouth to mouth. She pouted, a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Master, did you forget to take off your pants? Chun-Yi pursed his lips awkwardly. Kaylay, don't misunderstand. I'm just trying to save her. How about you do it? Chun-Yi immediately handed the potion to Kaylay. Kaylay, puffing with anger, reached out and pinched Lung Ming's nose shut, forcing her to open her mouth, then poured the entire vial of potion down her throat without ever coming into direct contact. The next second, cough, cough. Lung Ming coughed twice and then fainted again, clearly badly injured. See, all done. Still, can it be done like that? But last time we didn't do it that way, did we? Forget it, forget it. You watch her here, I'll go check on the black cat. Outside, the black cat was locked in a struggle with Bai Ling for control of its body, twitching and foaming at the mouth on the ground. Chun-Yi felt that Bai Ling alone could handle the opponent. Though the machine gun's continuous fire had left the cat's body a bloody mess, its health hadn't even dropped by 10. Chun-Yi opened the data panel to inspect the black cat. He could only read its level information, all other attributes were blocked. The black cat's voice, tinged with fear and compromise, came out in broken fragments. I only scratched her once. I won't bother her anymore. Just let me go, or else you'll be in big trouble. Chun-Yi suspected this might be an NPC, its purpose to tail Lung Ming and wait for a chance to snatch her vehicle, thereby transforming into a player identity. Could it be that in the previous life Lung Ming was actually killed by this thing? Chun-Yi couldn't figure it out and didn't want to prolong the entanglement. He prepared to deliver the final blow. He turned his head to the passenger seat, reached out, and picked up the newly acquired level 3 laser cannon weapon crate, placing it into the vehicle's central control console. Ding. Rare tier 3 primary weapon detected. Equip. Yes. A flash of white light on the console, and the black weapon crate was teleported to the vehicle's 3-tier roof platform, where it began automatic assembly, integration, and ammunition loading in one fluid motion. In mere seconds, the vehicle-mounted laser cannon was fully assembled. The icy silver-white particle cannon barrel radiated a deadly chill. The barrel automatically began charging, vibrating faintly in the air with a low-frequency hum. The black cat on the ground instantly had its pupils contract, as if sensing something. No, you can't kill me. My father is Miao Tai Sui. Bai Ling's voice also emerged from within the black cat's body. What Miao Tai Sui, Miao Tai Nai? You've offended my master, even calling grandma won't save you. At that moment, the driver's fire control interface displayed a new dedicated control axis and a sensory orb. This laser cannon black box couldn't be upgraded by Kaylay, so Chun-Yi hadn't let her handle it. Chun-Yi reached out and touched the interface, and the system displayed the complete operation guide. Tier 3 rare laser cannon energy charges 33. Control axis adjusts firepower level. Sensory orb controls firing direction, autolock, and precise targeting. Chun-Yi quickly familiarized himself with all the operational logic. Ignoring Bai Ling, who was still in the middle of her possession, he grasped the control axis with one hand and pressed his other palm against the sensory orb. The interface instantly locked onto the struggling black cat. Chun-Yi pressed down gently with his palm. The cannon muzzle trembled once the surrounding space briefly distorting, followed by a blinding white light that shot forth. No, you will regret this. The moment the white light struck its body, the Tier 3 black cat instantly dissolved into golden liquid, completely annihilated. Vehicle-mounted laser cannon, remaining energy 2 bars. Ding. Killed level 3 cat star person. Rewards: bronze chest 1, highway coins 20, cat ear decoration set 1. Cat star person. That thing hadn't even taken human form. How could it count as a person? Chun-Yi had never heard of cat star people in his previous life. The cannon light dissipated, leaving only Bai Ling floating in place, completely unaware of what had just happened. A look of utter bewilderment was on her face. Chun-Yi knew that Bai Ling was immune to physical damage, and that even a high-level laser cannon couldn't harm her, so he had fired without a second thought. Seeing the drops, he immediately got out of the car and picked up all the loot from the ground. Bai Ling, still dazed, followed closely behind and returned to the vehicle with him. Once back in the car, Kaylay's eyes sparkled with excitement as she sidled up to Chun-Yi. Master, you look so handsome when you fire that cannon. You hit it in one shot. Next time let me have a shot too, okay? I certainly hope you're talking about the laser cannon. Oh, Master, what are you thinking about? Of course I meant that cannon. Chun-Yi reached out and ruffled Kayleigh's hair, handing her the newly acquired bronze chest. Alright, open it first and see what's inside. Kayleigh immediately opened the chest, which instantly transformed into a silver chest. Ding. Congratulations. Obtained second generation drone 3. Second generation drone payload capacity 20 kilograms. Can mount small combat weapons, supports remote reconnaissance and attack. Holy crap. It's a combat-capable second-generation drone. A light of excitement dawned in Chun-Yi's eyes. With the drones, he could directly clear out low-level monsters in the wild from a distance in the future. Kayleigh, you're amazing. You got me another lucky pull. It's Master's good luck. Okay, it's our combined luck. Chun-Yi knew he owed this gain to Fatty Qian. Without him, it would have taken Bai Ling most of the day to wear down. Chun-Yi first stored 2 of the drones. He then walked over to the driver's window of Fatty's car and rolled it down if Fatty hadn't left yet. Brother Yi, the cannon I gave you is pretty sweet, right? It's absolutely devastating. Oh, Fatty, this is for you. Chun-Yi handed one of the unopened drones to Fatty. A drone, eh? Brother Yi, you actually got a drone. With this, he'll never be afraid of getting lost again. Although Fatty had many treasures, he didn't have a drone. For him, this gift was more delightful than 100 highway coins, because if he were given coins, the system would probably deduct them away in the next second. Alright, Brother Yi, time's about up. I gotta go. Fatty put the drone away safely and started his vehicle. Chun-Yi sat in the driver's seat, staring blankly for a moment at the new weapon and the drone. Alright, it's time for us to go too. Bai Ling set course for the easternmost lane. Yes, Master. Ding. Devoured a level 3 cat, star gaining 10 health and 3 mental power for Bai Ling. Obtained a bronze alien treasure chest 1. Master, I almost forgot to devour this one. Bai Ling boasted with delight. Chun-Yi looked at the treasure chest with an alien face printed on it, equally astonished. Not bad. I didn't expect you could devour it, even after it turned into a puddle of golden goo. He added, even more surprising is that it dropped a bronze alien treasure chest, something I've never seen before. Master, as long as it's a target we've defeated, it will be bound to me by causal connection, and I can— Alright, don't get too cocky, focus on driving. Bai Ling immediately fell silent, concentrating on the road. Chun-Yi happily handed the treasure chest to Kulu. Kulu, if we don't find a better treasure chest today, you can open this one tomorrow. Master, you can rest assured Kulu knows what to do. By the way, Master, do you still want that woman? Kulu pointed at the coldly adorable figure being blown by the 16 degrees central air conditioning. Chun-Yi then turned to look back. She was still unconscious, curled up and trembling all over her cheeks, as pale as paper, tears streaming down her closed eyes as she mumbled, so cold. Mommy, I'm so cold. Damn. He was so focused on counting the spoils that he almost forgot about her. Chun-Yi glanced at Kulu beside him. After spending time together under his careful nurturing, Kulu's attributes had improved by 1 daily, completely catching up with an average person, boasting 11 in physique and 11 in mental power, perfectly balanced. He knew that Kulu might mind him taking in this woman who had snatched breakfast from her, so to avoid suspicion, he could only let her handle it. Kulu, what do you think we should do? Kulu grinned mischievously. Master, this woman is gravely injured and has been poisoned by cat venom, she might not survive. But I have a way. Chun-Yi's heart sank. He sensed that while Cold Ming's external injuries were stabilized, her vitality was slowly draining away on the verge of death. What's your method? His first reaction was to prevent Kulu from taking risks. Even if Cold Ming died, it didn't matter. Don't be foolish, licking her poison will only poison you. Don't worry, Master. As his contracted beast, Kulu could share his senses naturally, knowing what he was all I need to do is turn her into our family's little maid. Chun-Yi hadn't yet understood what she was saying. Suddenly, he saw Kulu shake out a small black tail from behind her with a silver barbed spike emerging from the chubby little heart. She walked straight to Cold Ming and fiercely stabbed it into her abdomen. Oh! Cold Ming cried out in pain, instantly convulsing. Kulu injected something into her body. When she withdrew the tail, spiked Cold Ming's abdomen bore a mark resembling Kulu's, but in a much lighter color. The life symbol Chun-Yi had previously given to her abdomen was transferred to Cold Ming by Kulu. Cold Ming's abdomen now bore several rose totem life symbols, and her complexion gradually improved, while the blackened cat venom wounds stopped spreading. Master, this is the slave mark from our demon clan's inheritance. It can save her life. I can only enslave one in my lifetime. You won't blame me for taking the initiative, will you? Chun-Yi was stunned. He never expected such an ability existed. He was troubled about how to deal with Cold Ming. Having saved her twice, he couldn't kill her again, but keeping her would mean raising a tiger to ward off. Kuli's method perfectly solved all the problems. You actually have such an ability. Once the slave mark is planted, will she obey? Theoretically, she will be absolutely loyal. Hiss. Chun-Yi took a sharp breath. Kulu is 100 loyal to him and Cold Ming is 100 loyal to Kulu, which means he gained another completely trustworthy helper. From now on, let her cook, do laundry, and clean so Master doesn't have to work so hard. Actually, Kulu just couldn't stand Cold Ming seizing the chance to enslave her, feeling quite pleased. You seduced my master and stole my breakfast. When you wake up tomorrow, I want you to kneel and call me mommy. Shinyi also thought this was great and directly picked Cold Ming up. Since she's one of us now, don't let her lie on the ground and catch a cold. He placed Cold Ming on the sofa in the upstairs living room and covered her with a blanket. Kulu followed closely, watching Chun Yi upgrade a bare bedroom. Ding. Secondary bedroom upgrade in progress. Estimated time 20 minutes. Chun Yi didn't wait for the room to finish upgrading, embraced Kulu and kissed her, handing her several healing potions. Let's let her stay in this small room next door. Also, you've worked hard today, or I will call Potato and the other 3 slimes down to keep you company. Master has urgent matters to attend to and can't stay with you right now. Later tonight, Kulu will help Master recuperate. Chun Yi felt warmth in his heart, realizing that bringing Kulu back during the adventure was the best decision he made since his rebirth. He kissed Kulu again, parting his lips for a long while leaving a sweet strawberry taste. Then he called Potato and the 3 slimes to accompany Kulu and returned downstairs to the driver's seat. Today is truly a day of good fortune. He obtained a cannon, a drone, and even scored a maid for free. Chun Yi suppressed the joy in his heart. He refocused on the road conditions outside. Bai Ling had already driven onto the small road marked with a cube pattern. It was now 7:35. The fog ahead had cleared and the bus lane was smooth. However, the other lanes were ablaze with flames. Public discontent was boiling. Rioting, looting, and burning had already begun at the starting line. To successfully navigate through the outer blockade, it all depended on Bai Ling's impressive driving skills. Blocking the road was a level 4 combat-type heavy truck. It had 3 cannon barrels mounted on top, 2 of which were still smoking. In front there were wrecks of cars that had tried to break through, along with charred bodies. Boss, I really don't have any money left. Let me pass and I swear I'll pay you back. The one-eyed middle-aged man held a machine gun, arrogantly pressing it against the head of a kneeling old man. No money. Don't you know you can take out a loan to pay the toll? Listen up, you bunch of poor fools, it's 10 highway coins each. If you don't have the money, try another route. Huh. He spat a mouthful of thick soup right into the face of the kneeling old man. Poor fool, do you think I blocked the road for free? 1 shell from me could buy you a car? I'll pay. The people at that intersection charge 15 highway coins. This is the cheapest here. A young man in the crowd paid immediately and was instantly allowed to pass. Did you hear that? I'm running a low-profit, high-volume business. Each transaction loses me $5, but you lot are taking advantage of me. Countless people learned that this was cheaper and rushed to pay their way through. Just then, 3 level 4 engineering vehicles slowly rolled over ordinary level 2 and level 1 cars parked by the roadside. They were part of a small team. The leader, a young man in a white suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses, stepped out onto the human carpet. Jibo-do, we're taking over this intersection for the Justice Squad. You and your crew can roll 500 kilometers ahead and set up another blockade. Brother G, that's the guy who specializes in backing up the rich. A young lackey hurriedly relayed the message to the one-eyed middle-aged man. Do I need to tell you? I got his tattoo on my chest just the day before yesterday. Jibo-do immediately put on a smiling face and eagerly approached. So it's the honorable arrival of the Justice Brother. I'll get out of your way right now. Meanwhile, Chun Yi, who was already far ahead, suddenly found himself facing 3 identical forks. There were 2 viable paths here, while the dead end would undoubtedly lead to death. Without hesitation, he deployed the drone he had just acquired to scout the way. Chun Yi parked the car at the fork in the road and immediately attempted to control the drone to scout ahead. Equipped beneath the drone was a machine gun, ensuring he was well prepared. The drone slowly took off, and the images it captured were projected in real time on the central control screen. Bai Ling could also see it. Master, the picture quality is so clear. 16K HD, of course it's clear. Chun Yi controlled the drone to ascend directly to an altitude of 3,000 meters, unable to go any higher as the clouds would obstruct the view. Chun Yi felt as if he had opened the perspective of a god. Below, the road conditions were laid bare for him. In the distance behind him was a dark mist, while on either side lay white fog. The white fog divided all the routes. Chun Yi could only clearly see the condition of the multidimensional maze along the highway. Numerous treasure chests were scattered, mostly wooden and black iron chests, each one guarded by mutated beasts. The drone quickly found the dead end for him. It was the road furthest to the right, leading to a pitch-black area that exuded an ominous feeling. As long as we don't take this path, we're good. The other 2 roads would converge ahead. Just as he prepared to retract the drone, a sudden thud sounded and half the screen was instantly covered in bird droppings. Damn, what bad luck. Chun Yi immediately adjusted the position and looked up, only to find a level 3 black abyss crow. Bai Ling promptly reminded, Master, that's the self-destructing crow that attacked us before. I recognize this thing. Damn it, watch how I take you down. Without hesitation, Shun Yi controlled the drone to pull the trigger and drove the crow away. He pondered for a moment. In his previous life, he had never encountered black abyss creatures, yet in this life, they appeared one after another. Was it truly coming for the cola? After driving away the crow, the drone safely returned to him. Bai Ling, take the leftmost road. Okay, master. Bai Ling smoothly steered the car into the left lane, and the road ahead was temporarily safe, yet Shun Yi still felt a lingering unease. I must quickly enhance my own strength. A bit more self-protection is necessary. Shun Yi wiped the camera clean with a tissue, tossed the drone onto the car's table, prepared a mat, and got ready to refine the potion. Bai Ling, I need to focus on refining the potion. Drive carefully, and don't disturb me. Okay, master. Shun Yi no longer hesitated, immediately holding his breath, adjusting his breathing for a moment, and began injecting the potions into his body. His body quickly reacted. Fortunately, he had built a foundation beforehand, making the refining of the potion much smoother now. Ding. You have successfully refined a primary growth potion, gaining 1 point of chi value, 5 points of permanent life value, and 5 points of experience. Half an hour for each potion flew by, and it was already noon. Ding. Successfully refined a primary growth potion. Your life level is transitioning. At that moment, Shun Yi felt his bones crackling all over, every muscle tearing and reorganizing as a wave of scorching magical power exploded from his lower abdomen, instantly coursing through his body. In the end, only comfort and pleasure remained. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through level 1. Lifespan limit increased to 150 years. All attributes 5. And gained 10 points of magical power. Magical power can be used to charge magical weapons, vehicle-mounted weapons, and also supply consumption of rare secret arts. Shun Yi slowly opened his eyes, looking at his hands, which shimmered with a golden light. Without hesitation, he reached into the energy orb of the vehicle-mounted weapon, and in the next second the laser cannon directly drew out this magical power from his body. Ding. Charging complete, storage times 33. Awesome, this weapon sent by the fat guy can actually be charged with magical power. I won't have to worry about consumption anymore. Shun Yi was not concerned about the depletion of magical power, as it was closely related to spiritual power. He now had nearly 50 points of spiritual power, firmly placing him among the top tier across all 100 districts. Even if others awakened to the spiritual power-related professions at this stage, they would still be unable to surpass him. Shun Yi immediately opened his panel. LV 500 life value 200,000, 200 magical power 0, 10 chi 20 physique 27, 1 charming aura spiritual power 48, 2 charming aura beast mastery cola, Bai Ling potato characteristics, divine regeneration, golden insight. Balance 107, lifespan 22109, limit 150. After reviewing Shun, Yi closed the interface, lifted his clothing, and discovered that his muscles had become firm and elastic, especially the enhanced parts. He took out a military dagger and forcefully drew it across his forearm. Z. The dagger glided over his skin, leaving only a fleeting white mark, not even breaking the skin. Haha. Just 10 days after the launch, my strength has already far surpassed the level I struggled to achieve for 3 months in my previous life. Shun Yi confidently believed he now possessed the strength to kill a level 2 mutated beast with bare hands, yet when faced with a powerful level 2 beast, he would still need to rely on firearms. As for level 3 mutated beasts, unless there were obvious weaknesses, he was basically unable to contend without the vehicle-mounted laser cannon. Ordinary bullets from firearms could hardly kill level 3 mutated beasts. Only laser cannons, electromagnetic cannons, and heavy vehicle-mounted weapons could effectively slay them. Shun Yi thought of the terrifying combat power of the 3 Burials monk, and couldn't help but shake his head lightly. Currently his strength was at most comparable to an ordinary level 1 combat-type profession, and if he faced the tiger from his previous life, he still had no chance of winning. Shun Yi quickly shook off his distracting thoughts. I am a beast master, coordinating the team and managing development is my strength. I am a team by myself. Who could possibly be my opponent then? Shun Yi glanced at the time. It was noon, so he went to wash up and prepare a meal. After all, he had promised the fat guy to take care of his meals for a month, and he absolutely must not break that promise. On the other side, on the 8-lane main road. After leaving Shun Yi, the fat guy immediately joined the Mutual Aid Alliance formed by the 3 Burials monk. Relying on the monk's formidable strength, even a strong person driving a level 4 vehicle treated him courteously, and everyone within the alliance enjoyed smooth sailing. This action led many survivors to want to join the alliance, but the 3 Burials had already firmly decided not to expand recruitment, with the fat guy being the only exception. Brother 3 Burials, is that still human? That was a level 3 stone man. Others have difficulty even breaking through its defenses with level 3 vehicle-mounted weapons, yet you smashed it to pieces with a single blow. That's the demon-slaying staff technique. That stone man is nothing compared to the 18 bronze warriors set up by my master. The fat guy swallowed hard. He had previously thought all martial arts were scams, but he never expected there to be true masters in this world. By the way, Brother 3 Burials, how many professionals are there in our alliance now? Including you, there are 3 in total. Apart from you and me, there's also Tiger. He has transitioned to a butcher, advancing through slaughter, killing mutated beasts and people to enhance his strength, though his temperament is somewhat special. At this moment, Tiger was in the back of Black Sakura's RV, lagging far behind the convoy of level 3 sport. Tiger's eyes were blood red in one and pitch black in the other. His madness value was locked between 60 and 95, and he had very few moments of clarity. Only with Black Sakura's close care and comfort could he temporarily regain his senses. Sakura, you should leave me. Ooh, I'm no longer a normal person. Brother Tiger, are you unwilling to be responsible for me? Tiger himself couldn't explain why doing such things could reduce his madness value. In that state of frenzy, he was not something an ordinary woman could withstand. Black Sakura was already covered in scars, her skin dotted with bruises and bite marks. Moreover, without any safety measures, continuing like this would eventually lead to trouble. I don't want to keep hurting you like this every day. Brother Tiger, don't say that. If you hadn't saved me that night, I would have already died. Sakura, you really should leave me. Brother Tiger, don't say that. Look at this. It's the roasted meat sent by Brother Chun-Yi. This roasted meat was the meal Chun-Yi sent to the fat guy, who then gave it to the 3 Burials, and now the 3 Burials shared it with Tiger. Meanwhile, the fat guy and the 3 Burials had stopped the car to rest and eat, chatting casually from inside the car through the window. Brother 3 Burials, what profession did you awaken to? A monk, punishing evil and promoting good. Oh, I can see the sin value of all beings, slaying those burdened with heavy sins to accumulate merit. But when he glanced at the sin value above his head, which was a staggering 888 points, he felt that the system was deliberately mocking him. He earnestly sought the Buddha while the fat guy beside him was devouring food and his sin value was only 5. Why is it that both of us eat meat, yet he eats more than I do? He then shook his head, choosing not to think too much. The monk took a bite of the roasted meat made by Chun-Yi. So delicious. I need to leave a message for Brother Chun-Yi to ask him to buy some. Meanwhile, in the bedroom of Chun-Yi's vehicle, Lung Meng had already been carried into the small bedroom, soundly asleep, drooling on the pillow, her long milk-white legs tightly hugging a big pillow. The blinding noon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window onto her face, causing her to frown slightly and slowly wake up. Gurgle, gurgle. Roasted sweet potatoes. Roasted chicken drumsticks. Gurgle, gurgle. Lung Meng's external wounds had mostly healed, revealing tender fair skin. The healing potion had drained too much of the girl's energy. She was jolted awake by sheer hunger. Lung Meng, with drowsy, bleary eyes, rubbed against the soft spring mattress and muttered instinctively, "Mom, I'm hungry. Is the meal ready yet?" No sooner had the words left her lips than her eyes blinked, jolting her wide awake. Wrong. This isn't her home. Lung Meng's eyes snapped open. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, she saw the desolate highway outside racing backward. The bloody memories of the apocalypse, the desperate struggle of the crowd, mortal wounds, and the despair before death crashed into her mind like a tidal wave. A searing pain tore through her head, causing her to curl into a ball. Am I dead? Is this heaven? Before her death, she had even fantasized about that pervert Chun-Yi saving her in her moment of despair. I'm so foolish. That guy despises me so much. How could he possibly save me? As her mind went blank and her body trembled violently, with a click, the bedroom door swung open. Kaylay entered, holding a stainless steel basin, a mischievous smirk on her lips. Oh, my good daughter, you know to call me Mom, without me even teaching you. How obedient. Lung Meng froze for 2 seconds, her mind empty. Instinctively, she furrowed her brows in anger, her face flushed red, and she was about to curse. Then she sensed something was wrong. Was this that pervert's vehicle? Could it be that it wasn't a dream? Did the pervert actually have a change of heart? How is that possible? Didn't he say? Her thoughts raced, but the next second the succubus mark on her lower abdomen suddenly burned hot, and an irresistible sense of domination surged through her entire body. When you see me, shouldn't you bow and pay your respects? Kaylay's rose petal-shaped pupils suddenly formed and flickered faintly. Lung Meng's body was completely out of her control. She slid straight from the bed to the wooden floor, knelt with both knees, and bowed her head respectfully. Daughter pays respects to mother. Her voice was soft and obedient, startling even herself. But she seemed unable to control herself. She knew Kaylay was behind it, yet at that moment, she felt only reverence for Kaylay. No, she also felt the same reverence for the person beside Kaylay, not daring any offense. The magical pattern on her lower abdomen seemed to be the work of both of them. Alright, stop teasing her. She's just woken up and is still weak. Don't take it too far. Chun-Yi leaned against the doorframe, hands in his pockets, his gaze sweeping casually across the room. Seeing that his future maid was unharmed, he relaxed. Oh, Kaylay pouted and waved her hand reluctantly. You're lucky. The master pleaded for you, so he'll let you off this time. The oppressive force on Lung Meng vanished instantly. Huff, huff. She gasped for air, cold sweat pouring down her body, her fair chest heaving violently. The sensation of having her very soul gripped by another was more terrifying than death itself. From now on, don't call us mom and dad. Address us as Lord and Lady. Chunyi was only 22 and really didn't want to suddenly gain a daughter his own age. Kaylay slammed the food basin onto the floor in front of her with a clang, hands on her hips. Hurry up and pay your respects now. Yes. Lung Ming greets the Lord, greets the Lady. She bowed her head and knelt, her etiquette impeccable. Chunyi accepted the salute, calmly determined in his heart that once he accepted her completely, he would train her as a trusted confidant. Seeing her master satisfied, Kaylay immediately told Lung Ming to eat in peace. Eat up. This is a meal made by the master himself. It's delicious. Consider yourself lucky. From now on, you are the exclusive maid for me and the master. As she spoke, she pointed to the maid dress and cat ear accessories on the bedside table. From now on, laundry, cooking, and cleaning are all your responsibility. You're the hygiene commissioner of our vehicle, understand? Lung Ming hung her head, looking at the food basin on the floor, then up at the smug Kaylay and the indifferent Chunyi beside her. Her eyes reddened instantly. She bit her lip, clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. But the magical pattern on her lower abdomen still pulsed faintly, soothing her while reminding her of her current status. After accepting her identity, she felt not anger, but a sense of grievance along with an indescribable feeling of happiness that tangled her thoughts into a knot. She took a deep breath, knelt on the floor, picked up the food basin, reached for the spoon, and ate bite by bite. Tears fell with a patter into the rice, mixing with the food as she swallowed them. Watching her like this, Kaylay felt immense satisfaction. Serves you right for seducing the master. For stealing my breakfast. Now you're just a servant to me, aren't you? But she knew her limits, well aware that Chunyi had some fondness for Lung Ming. Out of love for him, she never intended to truly harm her, only to give her a little discipline, and maybe even turn her into a good sister. Chunyi glanced at the time and said to Kaylay, I'm going to the driver's cabin. Don't bully her. Call me if anything happens. Got it, master. Kaylay immediately rushed over, hugged Chunyi's head, and kissed him on the lips, as, don't worry, master. I'm not a bad woman. They'll teach her how to cook later. Chunyi didn't mind, ruffled her hair, turned, and walked out of the bedroom, closing the door behind him. The room was left with only Kaylay and Lung Ming. Kaylay pulled a chair over, sat across from her, crossed her legs, and watched her eat while cracking sunflower seeds. Eat faster. When you're done, learn to cook with me. I know what you're thinking. Kaylay touched the magical pattern that resonated with Lung Ming's, as if glimpsing her past memories. You used to be a spoiled mommy's girl who never lifted a finger, but this is the apocalypse. You should be grateful the master has some liking for you, or I wouldn't have wasted a precious maid slot to save you. Lung Ming lowered her head and ate in silence. She was truly starving. 3 dishes, 1 soup, and steamed rice. Outside, how many lives would this be worth? Even though her posture was a bit undignified, she was eating on all fours, face down on the floor. It was all to appease the little witch before her. Seeing her silent, Kaylay deliberately raised her voice. Did you hear me? Keck out your tongue. The magical pattern on her lower abdomen burned hot again. Lung Ming shuddered and quickly whispered, I heard you, lady. Kaylay smiled in satisfaction. From now on, I'm the one in charge in this house. In the driver's cabin, Chun-Yi shook his head. He knew exactly what Kaylay was thinking, and even what Lung Ming was thinking. A strange sensation. He felt he could control Lung Ming too. Chun-Yi didn't dwell on it, and began operating the drone to continue scouting the path. As for the treasure chests along the way, he didn't pick up a single one. He had no need for the junk in wooden chests, a sausage, a pack of crackers. His goal was only the space stone chest. After all, when it came to speed, he wasn't the fastest. This was a merger of 100 zones. Although he had a head start, others had level 4 vehicles and could catch up to him with ease. He had to rely on the drone for directions, taking the most efficient route without wasting time. At that moment, a level 4 vehicle had already reached the fork Chun-Yi had passed earlier. Brother G, there are 3 roads ahead. Which one should we take? G Boda narrowed his one remaining eye. This road is called the multidimensional maze. Only one path is likely correct. Send the drone to check. G Boda's drone was a first-generation standard model capable of flying only 500 meters high, with blurry image quality barely showing the vague outline of the roads. It would take more time to find the way, but it soon identified the right path as a dead end. Take a few men to the right road. That's the only safe route. Report back promptly. To test what lay in the dark area on the right, G Boda had no qualms about sacrificing a few underlings. Haha, got it, boss. The underlings thought this was a sign of trust, letting them go first. After they left, he led the main force and sped off toward the far left. The underlings on the right reported the road conditions in real time, but then the footage turned strange. They slammed on the brakes to reverse, but something bizarre happened. Even though their vehicle had stopped, the road itself seemed to move, dragging them into a dark void. Ding. Extreme event observed. Madness value 50. Boda watched it all unfold, a flicker of madness surfacing on his face before he quickly suppressed it. Damn, so that's the kind of road this is. Go set up roadblocks at that fork. Charge a toll for the left 2 roads and make the right one free. Yes, brother G. At that moment, Xinyi, through his drone's view, spotted a level 4 vehicle behind him racing forward at nearly twice his speed. Xinyi looked at the level 4 vehicle behind him, feeling a sense of urgency in his heart. But after passing 2 intersections, it would take quite some time for them to catch up. Moreover, the highways in the starting station were different from those in the novice area, where stations were hundreds of kilometers apart. Here, they could be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of kilometers apart. Everyone's vehicles required rest, and people needed to eat, drink, relieve themselves, and sleep. But only his Bai Ling was a perpetual motion machine able to run continuously for 24 hours. Besides, although the level 4 vehicle was fast, its fuel consumption was frighteningly high. Bodai couldn't possibly chase at full speed all the time. He would have to slow down to conserve fuel after running at full speed for 100 kilometers. As long as the opponent didn't go all out, the distance between them would not only not shrink, but would instead grow larger. Therefore, Xinyi was not worried at all. The next leg of the journey unfolded exactly as he had imagined. Bai Ling drove the level 3 bus, leaving Bodai's level 4 sports car far behind, to the point that even the drone couldn't see his vehicle. What delighted him even more was that the drone transmitted back images of a vast expanse of golden wheat fields ahead. Wow, master, the wheat ahead is ripe. Let's harvest some. Bai Ling was extremely excited. Although she didn't need to eat, she was happy for Chun Ye's discovery of so much food. It's really wheat, and we might even be able to save seeds. Chun Ye's eyes lit up, and without hesitation he opened the trading area and ordered several sickles. Ding! Transaction successful. You spent 6 roadway coins to obtain 6 sickles. Then Xinyi immediately went upstairs to call everyone down. Kailei, Lung Ming the potato, and 2 plump slimes all squeezed into the driver's seat. Looking at the endless golden wheat fields on both sides of the road, everyone's eyes lit up. Xinyi instructed Bai Ling to stop the vehicle by the roadside. Listen carefully, don't wander far, just harvest the ripe wheat in front of us. Once we've harvested, we leave immediately, don't be greedy. He gave instructions to the girls. Everyone nodded in agreement. Here, each of you take a sickle. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Swish. After distributing the tools, Chun-Yi took the lead and jumped into the wheat field, casually grabbing a wheat ear and scanning it with his panel. Objective: ripe wheat in 5 days. Description: high nutritional value, a long-term consumption, can slightly enhance physical strength, and seeds can be saved for planting. Wow, this is top-notch stuff. Chun-Yi moved even faster, cutting down wheat ears one by one. Seeing this, the girls quickly followed suit. Although Lung Ming had just joined, she was bound by the demon charm, and Chun-Yi wasn't worried about her running away. She indeed didn't play tricks, following Kailei to harvest wheat, working earnestly despite being a bit slow. Watching the 2 beautiful girls work alongside him, Chun-Yi felt indescribably pleased. With Kailei's charm aura and Chun-Yi's beast master aura boosting their spirits, everyone was enveloped in a faint spiritual glow, working with remarkable vigor. At this moment, the fastest worker was not Chun-Yi, but the potato. The potato didn't even need a sickle. With a gentle wave of her small hand, entire patches of wheat fell neatly in rows, cleaner than when cut with a sickle. She was a soil spirit possessing exquisite control over wheat sprouts. The other 2 slimes used levitation to move the harvested wheat bundles up to the roof of the bus. These wheat still needed to be shelled and dried, and the rooftop space was just enough. To facilitate their transport, Chun-Yi had already opened all the windows and doors on the top floor. In less than an hour, this acre of ripe field was completely harvested. Indeed, many hands make light work. Chun-Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and estimated that this acre had yielded at least 600 or 700 pounds of wheat, enough for his family to eat well for several months, with plenty of seeds left. After this busy work, Lung Ming, with her naturally cheerful disposition, was already overjoyed in her heart, having followed Chun-Yi. The other party was handsome, had rescued her multiple times, and had abilities. To her, he treated her like a little girlfriend without any airs, even personally teaching her how to work like a dream lover. Soon, everyone returned to the vehicle. After taking a shower, they each got busy with their own tasks. The potato was on the top floor processing the wheat, threshing and drying it, having a blast. Meanwhile, the big hen nearby was overly happy, constantly pecking at the wheat grains. Cluck cluck. Lung Ming walked over to tease it, but the big hen completely forgot her, flapping its wings and running away. You ungrateful chicken. I won't feed you bugs next time. Lung Ming pouted as she took 2 eggs from the chicken coop and went to find Kailei to learn how to cook. The potato giggled nearby, mocking her for getting angry at a chicken. The vehicle started moving steadily again. Chun-Yi used the drone to scan the rear and discovered that Bodai's convoy was actually stationary. It seems I've secured this space stone treasure chest. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Yi had clearly confirmed with the drone that the wheat field road ahead was safe. But now right in front of the bus, a huge circular wheat field circle suddenly appeared, like some strange magical formation, faintly glowing white and reaching into the sky. Yi didn't dare to take risks and immediately ordered, "Bai Ling, reverse, let's take a detour." "Understood, ma'am." As the bus turned around, a familiar yet annoying voice suddenly came from above. Call. The level 3 Black Abyss Crow actually returned and spoke human words. "Kid, we meet. You stole our captain's egg and still want to run. Oh, your captain's egg was stolen. That has nothing to do with me. If you don't scram, you'll die." Yi narrowed his eyes. He remembered that in his previous life, Kayleigh's egg remained unwanted until it rotted. How come in this life someone was chasing after it? Yi didn't think too much about it. He had long found this annoying crow displeasing. Bai Ling, head towards the wheat circle. "Yes, master." Bai Ling immediately made another sharp turn and accelerated. Yi then directly reached into the vehicle's fire control system, slowly raising the laser cannon, beginning to charge, aim, and lock on in one go. Target readied Black Abyss Crow level 3. The readied crow saw the laser cannon and instantly went. Although it didn't know what this thing was, the instinct of a level 3 life form told it that this thing could take its life. "Kid, let's talk. I'm just a messenger. You blew up my vehicle on our first meeting. What is there to talk about?" Yi would not hand Kayleigh over. Kayleigh was no longer his pet, but his most important family member. Buzz. A blinding white light flashed, and the laser cannon accurately pierced through the readied crow's body. It seemed it wouldn't survive. But just before the readied crow melted, it chose to self-destruct. "Kid, I'm taking you down with me. Everyone die." Black Abyss energy self-detonation. Boom. As he saw the explosion occur, Yes, pupils constricted. What the hell? His mind was filled with a stampede of 1,000 horses. The scene before him could only be described in 2 words: nuclear explosion. Before Yi could finish speaking, a strong shockwave swept in, directly lifting the bus into the air and rolling it several times. Yes' mind instantly buzzed. He couldn't hear anything, and his body was tossed around inside the cabin. Bai Ling desperately controlled the vehicle, managing to stabilize the bus and prevent it from flipping over. But the people inside the vehicle were not so lucky. Centered around the explosion point, a black blood rain mixed with small black and white mushroom clouds slowly rose. Far over 100 kilometers away, Ji Bodai clearly felt the tremor from the ground. "What is that thing?" He pointed at the mushroom cloud rising in the distance, asking his recently gathered right-hand man Kunba. Could it be someone dropped a nuclear bomb? How could that be? Who has a nuclear bomb these days? Kunba shook his head, then his eyes lit up. Oh no. Could there be a nuclear arsenal ahead? Upon arriving at the second floor, the entire room was in disarray. Both girls had bumped their heads, and Lung Meng instinctively protected the cola in her arms. The two of them had red marks on their foreheads, tightly embracing each other as they fainted. Yi bent down to pick up the two girls. His left eye immediately sparkled with golden light as he scanned them, finding no signs of lewdness, only a simple assessment of their injuries. Fortunately, it's not serious. But it's strange that their injuries are identical. Yi pondered briefly. Seeing the two girls clinging tightly to each other, he decided not to separate them, and simply carried them horizontally. For his current physique, carrying two beauties at once was a piece of cake. He gently placed them on his large water bed. Although the bedroom was quite messy, the bed was still relatively neat. After administering a bottle of healing potion to each girl, he continued upstairs to check on the slime. The planting room was also in a state of chaos. More than half of the glass was shattered. Fortunately, the three slimes could float, so nothing had happened to them. Cluck cluck. Even the old hen was unharmed. It seemed the two girls were worse off than the chicken. Are you hurt, master? No need to check, I'm perfectly fine. Do I really have to admit I'm worse off than a chicken? You two tie that chicken up, or it might fly away and escape. There's no need for that, master. It won't leave, it will starve if it goes out. Even if you want to chase it away, it won't budge now. Yi watched the old hen greedily pecking at the wheat ears, and couldn't help but agree. Then let's leave it be. Potato, take them both downstairs with me. Okay. Whoosh whoosh. Potato didn't ask what had just happened, or why they were going downstairs. As a well-behaved little lowly, she knew how to measure her actions, doing work for her master, and feeling satisfied with just a few praises. Potato, take care of them for me. Just call me if anything happens. Yi couldn't afford to waste time here. Even the vehicle repairs would have to wait, because they had already been blown into that strange wheat circle. He sensed something was amiss. After looking at the two girls, Potato gave Yi an okay gesture. No problem, master, leave this to Potato. You go ahead and get busy. The little lowly in the white stockings and dress patted her chest confidently. Yi left an external healing potion, with Potato indicating she could help apply it to them for faster healing and to avoid scarring. As she helped the two girls out of their clothes, checking their injuries, and applying medicine, Yi returned to the cockpit. Upon entering, he immediately asked, Bai Ling, how's the vehicle? Master, it's fine. Our vehicle has high defenses, and the basic functions are still intact. It just lost a bit of durability, and a few panels and windows were blown off. Chunyi nodded, feeling relieved. As long as it can start. The reason he hadn't let Bai Ling possess the crow earlier was that the crow had high spiritual power, and Bai Ling might have been countered, so he didn't let her go. Master is Lady Cola, alright. They are injured, but it's not serious. I had Potato look after them. Let's hurry and start the vehicle and leave this place. Bai Ling didn't dare to delay, feeling something was off. Alright, I'm on my way. We haven't even picked up the reward for killing the level 3 reedied crow yet. Chunyi then glanced at the reward for the recent kill. Ding. Level 3 reedied crow killed, dropped 20 kilograms of turkey meat. This creature from the abyss doesn't drop anything good at all. Just as Bai Ling started the vehicle, the wheat ears began to move rapidly, as if alive. They were instantly woven into a maze surrounded by white mist that obscured their view of the outside world. Don't hesitate, just push through and drive forward. Understood. Bai Ling silently complied. However, after 10 minutes, Chunyi's expression began to darken. They had returned to their original spot. Not good, master, I think we are lost. Chunyi also saw the pieces of shattered glass that had fallen from his vehicle. Indeed, they had encountered a ghost wall and were lost. Bai Ling, don't panic. He'll send out a drone to take a look. Chunyi immediately released the drone. As soon as the drone was deployed, more white mist swirled outside, and suddenly everything turned white, obscuring all visibility. The feed from the drone was also completely white. I refuse to believe that this maze can trap the vehicle, but not the drone. Just raise the altitude by 10,000 meters. Chunyi quickly operated the drone to fly upwards, intending to solve the maze from a god's perspective. Is this the one that the old crow has been watching? He actually wants to escape. Chunyi's spiritual power wasn't weak. From the noise transmitted back by the drone, he heard voices chatting. Exactly, this maze can trap up to 100 people at a time. Unless 100 fools come in, otherwise they will be trapped to death here. What a pity that the old crow was careless and got killed by this person. Let's not be like that stupid bird. Oh, we should definitely stay put and wait for the captain to arrive. Hearing this bizarre conversation, Chunyi sensed that he was being targeted. The drone he controlled had already flown to an altitude of 5,000 meters. Could these chatters be two bird people? Chunyi didn't dwell on it further and continued controlling the drone to ascend. When he finally lifted the drone to over 10,000 meters, he burst through the clouds. Master, we made it. Did we succeed? Bai Ling exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the screen. No, wait. This isn't 10,000 meters high. The drone was only 2 meters above the ground. Chunyi's mind raced, and he had two unsettling guesses. One was that they were 10,000 meters underground, and the other was that the direction here was completely confused with up and down, left and right and front and back all inverted. However, Chunyi didn't feel disheartened. It was a good thing that the drone could see the outside. He immediately turned the drone around to observe the wheat circle maze. The next scene left him shocked and confused. The wheat circle outside looked exactly the same as what Chunyi had seen before. There was no mist, only wheat ears half a person's height, which logically shouldn't cause them to get lost. But the scene inside was completely different. Chunyi quickly controlled the drone to ascend again and looked at the maze from above. Squeak, squeak. If the drone flew a little further away, the signal would be disrupted, and the central control screen would start to show static. Chunyi had no choice but to give up and let the drone observe just outside the ground level. Bai Ling, drive forward. Bai Ling immediately complied, but from the drone's perspective, they were bizarrely moving slowly to the left, and the degree of deviation was increasing. Yes, indeed, the space within the wheat circle is distorted. Bai Ling, let's explore each direction and see if there's any pattern. Yes, master. At that moment, the sound of chatter emerged again from the white mist. Little Gio, should we deal with that drone? That guy seems to have figured out the pattern. No need. We'll wait until he figures it out, then we can change it. Chunyi did not hear these words. As time passed, Chunyi finally grasped the positions of up, down, left, right, and front, and he even sketched the maze map on paper. Master, you're amazing. It looks like we can get out of here. I hope so. Following the maze map and the distorted directions, they steadily left the maze. The images transmitted back by Chunyi's drone filled them with joy. They were indeed leaving the wheat circle. However, just under 100 meters from the exit, a change occurred again. Their direction became chaotic, and instead of escaping, their vehicle moved inward. Stop. Something's not right. After that, Chunyi and the others tried the same method again, but it was still useless. The rules were in someone else's hands, and all their struggles were in vain. At that moment, a large convoy approached from a distance. It was the rogue convoy of G Bodai. Boss, we've struck it rich. It's all wheat. Fool, can't you see there are no rice ears? This is all immature wheat. Brother G, this is the spot. The explosion just came from here. G Boda raised his hand to signal the convoy to stop, kicked the car door open, and jumped out, walking on the ground covered in rubble toward the center of the explosion. In front of him was only a deep black pit with no sign of any weapon cache. Damn it, didn't you just say there was a weapon cache? He suddenly turned around, glaring fiercely at Kuan Ba's eyes filled with a hunger for vengeance. Kuan Ba shrank his neck in fear, cursing inwardly. It's like being with a tiger. You dog Kuan Ba dare to fool me. Wasting so much fuel, are you tired of living? Brother G, calm down. Brother G, please calm down. Kuan Ba hurriedly waved his hands, pointing at the pit with a trembling voice. Look how deep this pit is, and maybe it killed some high-level mutated beast. As he spoke, he leaned over to peek into the pit, and his eyes suddenly lit up. There's something. Brother G, there really is something. I didn't lie to you. G Boda immediately leaned in closer. Go. You go take a look. He casually grabbed a skinny subordinate nearby and kicked him down without a second thought. The pit was over 10 meters deep, but fortunately the bottom was soft mud. The subordinate fell with a grimace, but thankfully wasn't killed. Brother G, it's meat. A lot of turkey meat. A full 20 kilograms. Eating it will grow feathers. Grow feathers. So it can fly. G Boda's eyes turned red instantly, his mind already imagining himself sprouting wings and striding across the 100 districts highway. In this apocalypse, clean meat was already more valuable than gold, let alone meat with special abilities. Kid, if you dare to sneak a bite, it'll skin you alive. Hurry and bring it up. At that moment, a drone hidden in the distance in the wheat field was filming everything clearly. Shinyi watched the people scrambling for turkey meat on the screen. Although he felt displeased, he had no time to dwell on it. What was urgent was how to escape this damned wheat circle. G Boda had brought more than a dozen level 3 vehicles along with his level 4 heavy truck, and had at least 200 to 300 subordinates. They would definitely suffer if they forced a fight. Kuan Ba. Chun Yes gaze fixed on the figure who was bowing and scraping, his expression instantly cold. I spared your life, but you turned out to be another traitor. The drone quietly lowered its altitude. Kuan Ba was sharp-eyed and immediately spotted the familiar bust deep in the wheat field. His eyes brightened as if he had seen a monumental achievement, and he scrambled over to G Boda's side to take credit. Brother G, great news. Look over there. That is the fattest sheep in our district. We'll be rich. It's covered in good stuff. Fattened sheep. Yes, it's just one person. And there's a beautiful demoness who can fight weirdly. G Boda followed the direction he pointed at, immediately fixating on the thick and long laser cannon barrel on top of the bus. Holy crap. That cannon barrel. It's incredible. What a waste such a good cannon barrel actually mounted on a crappy level 3 vehicle. He licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed. Today is truly my lucky day. Kuan Ba, well done. After this is over, you can choose one of the 5 women in my truck to take with you. Thank you, Brother G. Thank you, Brother G. Kuan Ba trembled with excitement. I'll take people to catch him right. Don't rush. G Boda stopped him, pointing at the glowing wheat circle, and said, take 50 people, sneak over, and don't alert the enemy. Yes. Kuan Ba grabbed his rifle, leading over 50 subordinates, crouching down eager to finish the job and return to play with the pile driver. He recklessly dove into the wheat field. A nearby subordinate, A Bing, leaned over and whispered, Brother G, that wheat circle looks very eerie. Why did we let Kuan go in? Eerie? Do we not need combat power then? G Boda sneered. What's the death of a Kuan Ba? As long as I can get that cannon barrel, my strength will increase by at least 30%. That is a laser cannon. It only takes one shot to kill a level 3 mutated beast. Everyone focused on the direction of the wheat circle. But after Kuan Ba and the others entered, it was as if a stone had sunk into the sea. There was no sound at all. What's going on? Why aren't they moving? Are they afraid of being discovered? Afraid of what? That car's windows are shattered. The people inside might have already been blown to bits. G Boda grew impatient, cursing. Meanwhile, Kuan Ba inside the wheat circle was utterly bewildered. Where am I? Is this the wheat field from just now? Why is it all white fog? He shouted a few times, but received no response. His subordinates were all panicking, turning around in place like headless flies. Chen Yes' heart sank. Fortunately, he hadn't rashly rushed out. It turned out that not only vehicles could get trapped, but people could too. The 2 mysterious voices were telling the truth. Could this maze be alive? Outside, G Boda was growing increasingly anxious. The subordinates who entered the wheat circle approached the bus window, but didn't see the bus inside. The 2 sides were less than 10 meters apart, yet it felt like they were in 2 different worlds. The 2 mysterious figures in the white fog also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these fools know fear. There shouldn't be anyone else entering. But they never expected G Boda to be so obstinate. Bing, have you figured out anything? I figured it out, Brother G. Those who went in seemed to be trapped in the maze, unable to discern directions. But I didn't think of any way to resolve it. Simple. G Boda spat. Everyone take ropes and tie them around your waist while those outside pull. Then draw a map and follow it. I refuse to believe we can't take down that cannon barrel. And by the way, rescue everyone trapped inside. Bing was G Boda's most capable enforcer, formerly an underground boxing champion, always obedient to him. Yes, Brother G. To be safe, Bing took 80 people at once. Each had a thick hemp rope tied around their waists and held a simple map they had drawn. Be careful. First dismantle the cannon barrel, or don't touch anything else. Got it, Brother Bing. Brother Bing, look at the wheat, it's ripe. Can we cut some to take back to eat? Less chatter. Let's handle the main business first. The 80 people took a deep breath and charged into the wheat circle. The subordinates outside held the hemp ropes tightly, not daring to let go. Just as the last person stepped into the wheat circle, the white fog in front of Chun Yi suddenly retreated like a tide. The distorted space instantly returned to normal. Kuan Ba and his subordinates, who were still spinning in place, suddenly woke up. Everyone's gaze fell on the bus. Great. It really takes 100 people to unlock it. Chun Yi slammed the control panel, startling Bai Ling. Bai Ling, shift to reverse and charge towards the exit. Don't meet them. Understood, Master. Bai Ling slammed the steering wheel, and the bus roared backward. The wheels just happened to roll over Kuan Ba, who hadn't reacted yet. Splat. The tires bearing the weight of a 3-story building crushed Kuan Ba, who didn't even get to scream, exploding like a watermelon. Blood and flesh splattered all over the nearby subordinates. Ding. Witnessed an extremely uncomfortable scene. Madness value 50. Oh. The subordinates screamed in terror as the bus showed no signs of stopping, crashing through several blocking subordinates and speeding toward the exit of the wheat circle. Outside, Ji Boda watched Chun Yi escape, his face turning green with rage as he kicked over a nearby subordinate. Chase. Get in the vehicles and pursue. We must kill this kid today. More than a dozen vehicles started simultaneously charging toward the wheat circle. But just as the crowd was about to leave the wheat circle, when only 99 people remained inside the wheat circle, the white fog rose again. The people inside were trapped once more. Those outside pulled the hemp ropes with all their might, but the ropes remained motionless as if pinned to the ground by an invisible force. The eerie magnetic field isolated all contact between the inside and outside. Brother G, forget it. This wheat circle really has ghosts. Should we take another route to chase? Yes, Brother G. Our brothers are trapped. Forget it. G Boda's eyes turned red as he pointed at the wheat circle and roared. I was played for a fool by a kid driving a level 3 vehicle. So many brothers died. If this gets out, how will I G Boda survive in the 100 districts? Can't catch up, right? Fine. He drew the machete at his waist and pointed at the wheat field, saying, Everyone, cut the wheat for me. Cut down this damned wheat circle. I refuse to believe that after cutting all the wheat, this thing can still block my path. Chun Yi drove the dilapidated bus, speeding wildly down the desolate highway. Ji Boda had already regarded him as a fat sheep, and he would never let go. The opposing convoy was large, surely hiding transcenders within it, along with a level 4 war vehicle equipped with a triple main cannon. Engaging Hedon, he would undoubtedly perish. He dared not stop to repair the vehicle. He did not know how long the maze of wheat circles behind him could hold off the enemy. Every second was a chance to escape. Chun Yi retracted his depleted old drone and released a brand new reconnaissance drone to scout ahead. However, bad news arrived. Through the drone's perspective, 2 dazzling sports cars were rapidly approaching. The bus was severely damaged by the self-destructing reed crow, reducing its speed by nearly 1/3. If he didn't stop to repair it, being caught was just a matter of time. Wait, just 2 level 3 sports cars. Am I being underestimated? Chun Yi was first taken aback, then filled with overwhelming joy. Just 2 level 3 cars dare to come and mess with me. Do they really think my cannon is a mere stick? Bai Ling, slow down. Someone is bringing us supplies. Understood, Master. The battered bus gradually slowed down, stabilizing its speed. Chun Yi rubbed his hands together excitedly and activated the onboard fire control system. The 2 pursuing level 3 battle sports cars roared up behind him, just entering effective range. Without hesitation, Chun Yi locked on, aimed, and fired in one smooth motion. Buzz. The space trembled slightly as a blazing white laser shot forth, accurately hitting the leading flamboyant pink sports car. Crack. A layer of light blue transparent safety shield shattered in response. What immense power. One shot shattered my safety shield. A woman with a pockmarked face screamed, Dao Go. His laser cannon must cool down slowly due to its power. You need to get on. Alright. You stay behind and provide covering fire. The pink sports car instantly changed lanes and retreated, while a bright yellow sports car charged forward, both mounted machine guns firing simultaneously. Rat-a-tat. Bullets hammered against the bus body like raindrops, producing a crisp clatter. Fortunately, the bus defenses were thick enough that the bullets lost their lethality upon piercing through. But the most critical issue was that the right rear tire had been blown out. Luckily, it was a 12-wheeled heavy-duty bus, and losing one tire did not affect its mobility. Damn it, there's actually a rare protective shield. No wonder they dared to chase us alone. Chun Yi cursed internally. Bai Ling, make a hard left turn at full speed. I refuse to believe they have another one. He adjusted the cannon's aim again, targeting the pink sports car. Knock it, Dao Go. He's aiming at me again. I don't have a safety shield anymore. Use mine. The ridiculous maneuver clearly captured by the drone's high-definition footage was documented in detail. Chun-Yi sneered. Ha, still playing the hero to save the damsel. Young man, what about yourself? He abruptly turned the cannon to aim at the foremost yellow sports car. Buzz. Boom. The laser directly penetrated the car's engine compartment, instantly igniting the fuel tank. The yellow sports car spun out, soaring hundreds of meters before erupting into a fireball. Dao Ge jumped out of the car on the spot, tumbling to the ground, and rolling several times. Bloodied and battered, his head was likely smashed to pieces, and he should be dead. Dao Ge. The pockmarked woman's eyes widened in rage as she let out a piercing scream. She and Dao Ge were a couple who would risk their lives for each other. His death instantly brought tears to her eyes. Ding. Witnessing her beloved being killed, madness value 60. You brat. I want you to pay with your... She floored the accelerator, reaching a speed of 250 miles per hour, directly standing on the convertible sports car, with a massive grenade launcher slung over her shoulder. This was something Ji-Boda had painstakingly acquired, temporarily loaned to them. Boom. A grenade whistled and exploding on the road beside the bus. A massive shockwave jolted the bus violently, nearly tipping it over. It went awry. Chun-Yi seized the opportunity to quickly load the laser cannon shell. His own magic power was insufficient, so he had to use physical ammunition. The 2 boxes of laser shells given by the fat man came in handy. He carried a box of 3-shell ammunition back to the 3rd floor, while Bai Ling did not idle, maneuvering wildly to evade grenades while counterattacking with the mounted machine guns. Unfortunately, the bullets hit the protective shield of the pink sports car, leaving no marks at all. Though the grenade launcher lacked precision, its explosive power was astonishing. Several consecutive explosions jolted Kola and Lung Ming, who were sleeping on the 2nd floor, awake. Potato was fine, having long known there was a fight outside. The other 2 girls just woke up, dazedly peering out the floor-to-ceiling windows, their pale faces filled with fear. As the distance between the 2 sides narrowed to 200 meters, the pockmarked woman finally grasped Bai Ling's lane-changing pattern. Die. Dao Ge, I'll send them down to atone for you. Buzz. Crack. Another beam of laser shot out, shattering the last layer of the pink sports car's protective shield. The madness on the pockmarked woman's face instantly froze, her madness value plummeting. She could not fathom how the laser cannon could fire so many shots in succession. Yet that thick cannon barrel had already locked onto her again. Buzz. Boom. No, I don't want to. Before she could finish her sentence, the pink sports car was pierced by the laser and exploded into a towering fireball. Chun-Yi, exhausted and panting, leaned against the control panel, wiping the sweat from his brow. Damn, I almost capsized in the gutter. He glanced at the drone. Ji-Boda's main force had not yet appeared, so they must be delayed. Bai Ling retreat first consumed their vehicle. Master, that was too close. Luckily, that woman was too foolish. Chun-Yi also felt lingering fear, but had been far too thrilling just now. If he had switched ammunition in advance, this situation would not have arisen. Chun-Yi quickly reviewed the battle afterward, realizing he had been too careless, having had it too easy in this life, and had underestimated the enemy. To avoid similar situations in the future, I must teach Potato how to change ammunition next time. The battle ended, and only then did Kola and Lung Ming dare to approach, timidly asking what had happened. Chun-Yi began to control the bus to approach the wreckage, while briefly explaining the recent events. Upon reaching the wreckage of the pink sports car, he did not rush to let Bai Ling devour it. The car had exploded to the point where only the trunk remained intact, potentially hiding valuable items. He pried open the deformed trunk, and the system notification chimed immediately. Ding. Detected items in the trunk: AI Companion Xiao, Yin, and Universal Wrench 1, Grenade Cannon Barrel 1. Damn, this pockmarked woman looks deeply devoted to Dao Ge, but secretly, she was hiding an AI. Chun-Yi chuckled, picking up the Universal Wrench and Grenade Cannon, while casually tossing the Xiao Yin AI to the roadside to fend for itself, then signaling Bai Ling to devour the sports car. Ding. Devoured. Level 3 Pink Battle Sports Car, Road Currency 75, Top Speed 50, Bronze Treasure Chest 1. Let's go, there's another one ahead. The yellow sports car burned down to a pile of scrap metal, leaving nothing behind. The couple was undoubtedly dead. Ding. Devoured. Level 3 Yellow Battle Sports Car, Road Currency 75, Top Speed 50, Bronze Treasure Chest 1. Having absorbed 2 Level 3 cars, Chun-Yi's bus top speed skyrocketed to 342 kilometers per hour. With an additional grenade cannon, he now had a fighting chance even against Ji-Boda. Just then, Lung Ming's system panel suddenly popped up with a bright red warning visible to everyone in the bus. Warning. Your personal loan has been overdue for 2 days. If the principal and penalty are not repaid by midnight tonight, the system will forcibly reclaim your body. The next moment, the notification sound chimed again. Ding. Your loan principal and interest of 105 road currency have been repaid by eternal night. The bad credit record has been deleted. Looking forward to your next loan. Chen Yes, current road currency balance 146. Lung Ming trembled suddenly, raising her head to look at Chun Yi with a gaze almost filled with worship. With a thud, she kneeled down. Master, thank you for saving my life again. I really don't know. This was already the third time Chun Yi had saved her. If not for Kola being nearby, she would have rushed to give Chun Yi a dozen children. But with the rightful owner present, she dared not overstep. Chun Yi reached out to stroke her cat ears, which were soft and still warm. Get up, since I've accepted you, your matters are our concerns. In the future, if you face difficulties, find me or Kola, don't bear it alone. He helped her put on the Buddha pendant he had confiscated earlier. Lung Ming touched the pendant, tears streaming down her face. Stop crying, E. I just picked up a universal wrench. Come over and help me fix the bus. Players working together to repair vehicles can double the speed. The bus only had superficial damage. Once repaired, it could return to full speed. Chun Yi scanned the rear again with the drone. G Boda's convoy was still inactive. What he did not know was that chaos had erupted on G Boda's side. A level 4 terrifying beauty spider accompanied by 2 level 3 mutated scarecrows suddenly emerged from the wheat circles, sending G Boda's convoy into a panic, forcing them to retreat in disarray. In the depths of the wheat circle, Captain, the one who stole your egg, has already escaped. Useless. Do you really think I would keep you bunch of useless gluttons around forever? The captain can't blame us. It's all that fool G Boda's fault for causing trouble. Old Crow is dead. The shadow fell silent for a moment, the cold voice filled with chilling, murderous intent. It's fine, he won't escape. At the next stop, I will personally capture him. Ding. Generating maintenance list: 72 road coins, glass 15, iron sheet 20, rubber 10. Confirm maintenance. Yes. The system popped up a maintenance work order, and Chun Yi synchronized it to Lung Ming with one click. Everyone divided their tasks. Chun Yi changed the glass, while Lung Ming repaired the iron sheet. Bai Ling kept a vigilant watch from the driver's seat, ensuring everyone's safety. Kaylay, along with Potato and Slime, was squatting on the ground with their peach-shaped bottoms, cleaning up the mess left by explosions and battles. Chun Yi parked the vehicle at the roadside for repairs without any warning signs, which was definitely illegal parking. However, a pair of law enforcers with heavenly eyes floated leisurely above the road, spotted the violation, and did not penalize him before leaving. Master, why didn't the law enforcers punish us? Lung Ming curiously asked, tapping the dented iron sheet with her wrench. Chun Yi shrugged and replied, didn't you check the public screen? The law enforcement team is currently only targeting level 1 and 2 vehicles, and we haven't reached level 3 yet. But don't let this information spread around. It could bring trouble. Chun Yi pointed at the law enforcers who had just flown away. Lung Ming nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with admiration. She looked just like a little fangirl. Although Chun Yi was a year younger than her, he understood everything, and being with him made even the winds of the apocalypse seem sweeter. Yesterday she called him a pervert, but today she almost wanted to call him husband. Oh, unfortunately the magic patterns on her lower abdomen were slightly warm, reminding her that she was just a maid. At that moment, Kaylay rushed over with a wrung-out wet towel, tiptoeing to wipe the sweat from Chun Yi's forehead. Master, why don't you take a break? Chun Yi took the towel and wiped his face. No, it's not time to rest yet. G Boda might chase us at any moment. We can only fight if we repair the vehicle first. After speaking, he handed the towel to Lung Ming. You should wipe your face too, it's all covered in oil and dirt. Kaylay took out 2 bottles of ice-cold cola and handed them to Chun Yi and Lung Ming. In the heat of 30 to 40 degrees, working outdoors could easily lead to heat stroke, so it was just the right thing to cool down. Thank you, mistress. Lung Ming quickly accepted it, feeling warmth in her heart when her fingers touched the cool bottle. She had completely accepted Kaylay as her mistress with no trace of discontent. Half an hour later, the vehicle repairs were completed. Chun Yi instructed Bai Ling to drive at full speed to the next 3-way intersection. It was relatively safe here. Seeing some wild monsters by the roadside, he brought the 2 girls out to hunt. A few lone-level mutated wolves and level 2 stone monsters were just right for practice. Half an hour later, Chun Yi had a pretty good understanding of their skills. Kaylay had a significant advantage over ordinary level 1 mutated beasts. Even if she couldn't defeat level 2 ones, she could easily escape with her bloodline pressure and flying ability. In contrast, Lung Ming was a complete liability. The heavy burden on her chest made her pant after a few steps, chased around by the mutated beasts, relying solely on Chun Yi and Kaylay for protection. As a woman with a physique of 7, it was normal that she couldn't fight. Most women couldn't. Otherwise, so many women wouldn't sell their bodies for a meal. In this lawless world, every transaction came with the risk of life. Some perverts even imprisoned people and robbed them. Hey, forget it, you can just stay home and do housework in the future, Chun Yi casually remarked. Lung Ming felt as if she saw disdain in Chun Yi's eyes. This made her feel immediately inferior. Yet Chun Yi had no such intention. He was simply thinking about discussing it after Lung Ming changed jobs. He had returned the Buddha pendant to her earlier in hopes of increasing her chances of changing jobs. If she just wanted to live a stable life as a small woman, he would respect her choice. Master, how can you say that about Lung Ming? Kaylay puffed up her cheeks and glared at him. Lung Ming has inherited half of my succubus swallowing skill. What? Chunyi was taken aback and Lung Ming looked confused as well. She quickly opened her system panel. Name Lung Ming. Age, 23. Level LV00. Physique 8. Mental strength 11. Traits succubus swallowing slave. Effect maintaining intimate interaction with Kaylay or Chunyi daily can increase 1 point in physique. Gulula. Lung Ming swallowed hard, utterly stunned. She could actually grow stronger by being intimate with everyone. Moreover, since she was contracted to Kaylay, why could she also interact with Chunyi? What she didn't know was that Kaylay's succubus magic pattern was formed from Chunyi's blood, and hers was the same. Lung Ming quickly showcased her panel to Chunyi. After Chunyi looked at it, he simply said 2 words to Kaylay, awesome. Time passed, and night fell completely. Bai Ling restarted the vehicle and continued driving along the road. The car was already tidied up and looked just like before. Dinner was prepared by Lung Ming. Although it couldn't compare to Chunyi and Kaylay's culinary skills, at least it wasn't burnt and was barely edible. Today they couldn't have wheat noodles, the wheat hadn't dried, and there was no mill. Eating now would mean settling for coarse food. Even the usually sweet-tongued fatty didn't dare praise the food today and just buried his head in his rice. Chunyi didn't mind. He would gradually cook less in the future and focus all his energy on leveling up and increasing his strength. With the merging of 100 districts and countless ruthless people emerging only by obtaining an AI enchantress, could he compete with those perverts? Although beast tamers become invincible in the later stages, they are incredibly weak in the early stages. Surviving in the apocalypse is already difficult. Those who can cultivate beasts are all survivors with minds at home. If he hadn't contracted Kaylay at the beginning, he probably would have continued to hide as a nameless person suffering in silence. After dinner, the girls stayed in the driver's seat, continuing to help Chunyi sell excess vegetables while also purchasing beginner growth potions. After a wave of transactions, Chunyi's funds were replenished, and he gathered 10 beginner growth potions. At that moment, a message on the public screen made Chunyi's expression darken. Jibo Da had posted a sky-high bounty for his capture. Meanwhile, in Jibo Da's level 4 combat vehicle, several individuals beaten to a pulp were tied up on the ground, all former subordinates of Kun Ba. Over 100 brothers perished tragically, all because of this group of worthless fools. Jibo Da shifted the blame entirely onto Kun Ba to give his other brothers some closure. He sat in the main seat, playing with a glimmering dagger in his hand, his expression dark enough to drip water. Ah Bing, stop beating them, take them to feed my rare-level beast pet, violent goblin. Yes, Brother G. Ah Bing waved his hand, and several subordinates immediately stepped forward to drag the unconscious individuals out. The vehicle soon fell silent, leaving only a faint smell of blood. Are you sure Dao brother and Sculpt's sister both died at Chunyi's hands? Yes, Brother G. Sculpt's sister sent the last video before her death. Ah Bing projected the footage onto the vehicle's central control screen. The shaking images showed Chun-Yi continuously using the laser cannon. Jibo Da's pupils constricted sharply, firing the laser cannon continuously. He slammed the table and stood up. An ordinary laser cannon requires a cooldown of half an hour after firing once. How could he fire so many shots? What do we do now? Should we directly take people to chase? Chase what? Jibo Da cursed. This cursed place has more forks in the road than an ant hole. Do you know where he ran? Ah Bing, go post a bounty on the public screen. How much? 3 tiers. Jibo Da held up 3 fingers. First tier, 200 road coins for providing an accurate location. Second tier, 1,000 road coins for bringing back Chunyi's head. Third tier, capture Chunyi alive for 3,000 road coins along with a fully armored level 3 combat sports car. Ah Bing was startled. Brother G. 3,000 plus a level 3 car. That's almost half our savings. And what if someone takes the laser cannon and our grenade launcher for themselves? Hey. Jibo Da sneered. Take it for themselves. My things aren't so easy to take. Besides, capturing him alive for 3,000 plus a level 3 car is worth much more than those 2 broken cannons. Who would do something thankless like that? He paused, his gaze becoming even more sinister. And what I want isn't the massive explosion, the bizarre wheat circles, the sudden appearance of the level 4 beauty spider. All these strange occurrences are related to him. That laser cannon is merely a bonus. Even if I can't obtain his secret, I must kill him to establish my authority. Otherwise, any random cat or dog would dare to step on me, and how would I survive? Understood, Brother G. I'll post the bounty right away. Ah Bing turned and walked out. Jibo Da approached the window, gazing at the pitch-black road outside, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Chunyi, you a lone wolf, think you can fight me? In this world, you need power and background to survive. What do you have to compete with me? I want you to find it hard to move an inch in this 100 districts. A night went by without a word. Lung Ming, disturbed by the noise next door, tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Just as dawn broke and she had just closed her eyes, she suddenly felt the bed sink as a warm body crawled in beside her. The familiar male scent wrapped around her instantly. It was Chun-Yi. Long Ming was so excited that her legs felt weak and her lower abdomen slightly bloated. Just as she was about to wrap her arms around Chun-Yi's waist, he gently blocked her with his hand. The pale purple attribute, orb visible only to Chun-Yi, emitted a faint glow in the dark quilt, making it particularly eye-catching. If this thing were to be accidentally crushed by someone, he would be heartbroken. "Hey Long Ming, you're awake." Long Ming instantly closed her eyes, buried her head in the quilt, pretending to sleep, her heart pounding. "No, I'm not awake. Your Excellency, please continue. Pretend I don't exist." She was almost 23, still a young girl, and the long-awaited moment was finally arriving, her face burning hot enough to fry an egg. "What a strange girl." Chun-Yi rolled his eyes. "I was going to ask you to make breakfast, but forget it. Considering you can produce attribute points, sleep as much as you want, I'll handle it," he muttered as he closed the door and went to other rooms to collect the leftover attribute orbs from last night, leaving Long Ming alone on the bed, her face filled with resentment and confusion. Why did he leave? She had prepared herself, and this was the outcome. But she didn't dare to delay and hurriedly climbed up to run to the kitchen. If the mistress found out Chun-Yi was making breakfast, she wouldn't be able to keep her job as a maid. "I can only wait for another opportunity to," she thought. "I really don't know how the master managed to fuss the entire night and still look so energetic." She yawned and walked into the kitchen looking exhausted. When Chun-Yi returned after collecting the attribute orbs, he saw Long Ming, with her long snowy white legs folded or high, but raised on the stove, sleeping soundly, while the porridge in the pot was close to burning. This woman can fall asleep even while cooking. Chun-Yi helplessly turned off the heat, picked up the soft Long Ming, and gently placed her back on her bed. By the time Long Ming suddenly woke up, the kitchen was already spotless. The thermos contained warm porridge, side dishes, and roasted meat, but the living room and cockpit were empty. She listened carefully, and from Chun-Yi and Cole's room, strange waves of energy fluctuations could be faintly heard. At that moment in the bedroom, Chun-Yi was squatting by the bed, frowning as he stared at a giant egg that was as tall as a person. The eggshell was flowing with faint golden patterns, shimmering and glowing, and a sweet and alluring fragrance filled the air. The eggshell had not completely solidified, its surface gleamed with a liquid-like sheen. After he broke through to a level 1 life form yesterday, he accidentally triggered Cole's evolution through blood transmission. Moreover, the scale of the evolution was far more exaggerated than his own transformation. Is she going to hatch again? Why is there still no movement after such a long time? Chun-Yi, feeling anxious and sweating in his palms, quickly activated his golden left eye, and his vision pierced through the eggshell. Inside the eggshell, Colu was curled up, completely naked, enveloped in a golden glow. The powerful heartbeat, thump thump, resonated through the eggshell, and with each beat the golden patterns on the shell. At that moment the eggshell suddenly trembled violently. A powerful suction force erupted from the center of the eggshell, firmly gripping Chun-Yi's wrist. Caught off guard, Chun-Yi was pulled forward, his chest pressed directly against the scorching liquid eggshell, and his clothes instantly dissolved away. The golden patterns on the eggshell rippled, as if alive, drilling into his body through his skin. He could clearly feel that his vitality was being rapidly absorbed by the eggshell, while a purer energy was being fed back into his body. Something's not right. Just as Chun-Yi was about to break free, a small white hand stretched out from inside the egg, grabbing his arm and pulling him forcefully inward. "Master, I need your..." Chun-Yi's heart tightened as he suddenly recalled how Colu had been unable to break out of her shell due to a congenital defect when they first met. Cole's soft and slightly alluring voice came from the eggshell, and the powerful pheromones instantly burned away Chun-Yi's clothes. He was directly pulled into the egg. The next second, the liquid eggshell slowly solidified, turning into a translucent golden color. One could vaguely see two intertwined figures entangled with each other. The golden and silver light suddenly surged, shimmering in sync with the rhythm of the heartbeat. Inside the egg, Chun-Yi felt himself completely enveloped by a sweet primordial egg white, with his breathing reliant on Colu. His vitality continuously flowed into Colu in his arms, and his life force was being crazily compressed and refined. Fortunately, his divine regeneration talent was fully activated, and endless energy surged from within him, barely maintaining the balance. Time flew by, lasting a full 6 hours. Crack! The eggshell was broken by Chun-Yi. All the primordial egg white had been completely absorbed by the two. Ding! Your divine beast, Colu, has successfully leveled up to LV1. Ding! You have gained permanent 100 life points, permanent 10 magic points. Chun-Yi first dressed both of them before carefully examining their changes. Colu had matured more, her figure voluptuous, even more alluring than Long Ming. As for Chun-Yi himself, he had grown another 5 centimeters, reaching 185 centimeters, a clear second growth spurt. This was merely an external change. The explosive increase in life points and magic points gave him a rebirth-like feeling. Chunyi took a deep breath and opened Ku's attribute panel. Name Kulu level LV1 life points 111, 591, 1159 magic 10001000 physique 62 spirit 62 lifespan bound to host characteristics dark energy lucky right hand charming body swallow charm aura lick wounds. Hiss. After reading Chun Yi gasped in disbelief. 62 points in physique. He clearly remembered that exceeding 50 in physique would grant immunity to shots from ordinary handguns and automatic rifles, making one nearly invincible. This was a value typically possessed by level 3 life forms, yet Kulu surpassed it at level 1. What was even more terrifying was her over 10,000 life points, making her practically a world boss. The foundation of a divine creature was indeed unfathomable. Master Kulu can protect you now. Saying this, she raised her right hand, and a pitch-black energy ball condensed in her palm only the size of a marble. She walked to the window, opened it, and casually tossed it outside. Buzz. In the distance, a patch of space distorted for a moment, followed by a muffled explosion. Master, this is my dark energy. Consuming 10 points of magic, its power is equivalent to that of a grenade. Chunyi watched in astonishment. While grenades could be purchased, how convenient was it to throw them casually? Moreover, Kulu was originally just a support-type beast, yet now she had combat strength to face challenges hidden. Wow, amazing. Chunyi excitedly hugged her and kissed her. Are you hungry? He'll go make you some. Kulu shyly nodded. Just as Chunyi opened the door, he was greeted by a smoky kitchen. Lungmei, don't you use the range hood when cooking? Oh, I felt something was off. Saying this, she hurriedly went to turn on the range hood. It was already 2 p.m., and Chunyi looked at the burnt dishes on the stove, feeling a headache. He took the spatula and let her watch and learn. He quickly prepared the meal himself and called everyone to eat. Lungmei was so ashamed that she couldn't lift her head. The reason yesterday's meal was edible was that Kulu and Chunyi were there to guide her. Today, letting her do it herself almost set the kitchen on fire. After the meal, Chun-Yi had Kulu continue teaching Lungmei how to do housework. He then went to the cockpit, whereby Ling had already taken them several thousand miles away. And there hadn't been any mishaps. Several times the forks in the road were scouted by Lungmei, controlling the drone. This time no one should be faster than me, right? Just then a bright red system announcement suddenly appeared on everyone's screens, flashing at the top. Ding! Congratulations to Player Justice for being the first to slay a level 4 epic creature Medusa. Reward random job transfer card 1, A epic equipment treasure, chest 1, server-wide announcement 1. The chat channel exploded. Justice, you're truly among the top 10 of the 100 districts. We can't even see your tail. What the hell? An epic creature. What even is that? Medusa. Is that the monster that can petrify you with just one glance? Big Boss, send out a red envelope to celebrate. Ding. Justice sent a server-wide red envelope. Chunyi immediately clicked to receive it. Ding. Unfortunately, you were a step too late. Upon checking the details of the red envelope, he found it contained 2,000 highway coins, which were snatched away in just 1 second. Huh. I got $10. I got $5. Thanks, Justice. I am Justice. Thank you all for your taking this opportunity. I sincerely invite all job changers to join the Justice Alliance. Chunyi looked at the screen filled with Zhenggu is amazing and scoffed, directly closing the chat interface. The name once so celebrated would soon become synonymous with disgrace. No one knew that this man, who even Jibo had to bow down to, had already been sentenced to death. He had killed the beautiful pet of the wild god Medusa, leaving no mercy even for the divine offspring within her. Though the wild god could not act personally, he had issued a universal bounty: kill the righteous, and one would become his chosen one. The outcome of righteousness was predictable, betrayed by all, dying at the hands of the treacherous. No matter how powerful one is, in the end they can only serve as stepping stones for others. In his past life, Chun-Yi had also coveted this divine power, but lacked the strength to seek death. In this life, he had the qualification to compete, yet he had no desire to be a dog for such a perverse deity. Thinking of Medusa, who was once a chosen one tethered on the highway as a plaything, he thought whoever wants to be a chosen one can go ahead. Becoming a chosen one could grant divine power, but it also meant losing freedom. Gods could not harm other players, but could abuse their divine servants. In this life, he aimed to become a god himself, yet that path had never been successfully traversed by anyone. In his previous life, he had learned from a mysterious merchant that breaking through to a level 10 life form would allow one to transcend the mundane with a body on par with the divine. Chun-Yi shook his head. He was only at level 1 now. Level 10 was still far beyond his reach. He opened the trading interface, preparing for his daily shopping spree. He grabbed all growth potions priced below 15 road coins, quickly accumulating 14 vials. To upgrade to a level 2 life form requires 100 vials, which can be accomplished in 10 days. Just then Kaylee dashed down from upstairs. Master, look what I found. Yi couldn't help but lean forward to see the bronze alien treasure chest Kayle was holding. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Alien Universal Engine. Function can convert any energy into fuel, gasoline, diesel, solar power, electric power, biomass, etc. What the heck? Is your luck on a roll? Yi was well aware of the value of this engine. Once a vehicle reaches level 4, ordinary diesel cannot propel it. High-grade fuel is necessary, and unchecked consumption would cost 50 road coins for every 100 kilometers. At stations spread out over 10,000 kilometers, it easily costs several thousand road coins. Even G-Boss level 4 vehicles seldom dared to drive fast for fear of high fuel consumption. With this universal engine, not only diesel, but even burning trash or corpses could keep it running. There would be no need to compete with others for high-grade fuel anymore. Yes's eyes lit up, he set the engine down, and joyfully spun Kayle around in circles. This little girl was like a gift from heaven, capable of fighting, carrying, and opening treasure chests. That soft body pressed against him made Yes's heart flutter. Master, put me down. I'm dizzy. Kayle held high, flailed her legs in the air, laughing gleefully. After spinning around twice, Yi immediately commanded, Bai Ling, pull over to the side. Yes, master. Once the vehicle stopped, Yi tossed the universal engine onto the central control panel. Ding. Rare universal engine detected. Would you like to shut down and install? Yes. Ding. Installation complete. With a clatter, an old diesel engine fell from the bus. Yi immediately got out and tossed it into the storage, keeping it just in case it could be used later. Bai Ling, try starting it up. Okay. With a soft click, the engine started, and the vehicle shot forward in the blink of an eye. There was no buzzing, no shaking. It was quieter than an electric vehicle. Furthermore, while the maximum speed hadn't changed, the acceleration time halved, from 4 seconds to just 2. Though the top speed remained the same, the starting speed had doubled. As expected of a rare item, it truly is. At this moment, Lung Meng ran downstairs to find her mistress, who usually guided her in cooking, was missing, and the vehicle had fallen silent. Master, is the vehicle broken? Lung Meng's expression changed, and she turned to grab the universal wrench from the toolbox. I'll go fix it. It must be an engine problem. Yi pulled her back, sighing lightly. Who told you that a silent vehicle is broken? Otherwise, don't buses make noise? Lung Meng replied seriously, her tone righteous. Kayle was laughing so hard she could barely stand. Ha! Lung Meng, you're too cute. It's not broken. I found a universal engine. From now on, we won't have to hear noise when we ride. Is there really such a magical thing? This isn't even the most impressive part. It can burn anything for fuel. We won't have to worry about running out of oil anymore. Lung Meng's mouth dropped wide, her eyes wide like copper bells, looking at Kayle in admiration. She still didn't know that Kayle naturally possessed a lucky right hand. Buff, that was simply incredible. All right, Kayle, you continue teaching Lung Meng how to cook. I have some serious business to attend to. Okay, master. Saying so, Kayle took the astonished Lung Meng upstairs. After upgrading the engine, he also took out the bronze treasure chest he had obtained from devouring the sports car yesterday. Ding. Congratulations on earning 30 road coins. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining an M4 automatic rifle. Yi smacked his lips. It's just average, neither good nor bad. Yi collected his rewards and continued with his leveling up. He didn't want to be controlled by future chosen ones, which meant he had to lay a solid foundation for his combat power in advance. Now was the era of firearms. The future would belong to those with special abilities. He spread out his training mat, sat cross-legged on the empty space in the driver's seat, and began to slowly refine the growth potion. Ding. She 1 permanent health 5, experience 5. His speed of refining potions had increased. At this rate, he could refine 1 potion in about 20 minutes. Time flew by, and night fell. Yi had just finished refining the 10 potions for today, and was adjusting his breath when Lung Meng, dressed in a cat-eared maid outfit, came downstairs to call for dinner. Master, the meal is ready. You may eat now. Okay, I'm coming. Today's meal, prepared by Lung Meng, was already quite presentable. The taste is decent. Keep it up. Thank you, master, for the praise. It's all thanks to the mistress' good teaching. Lung Meng, who had rarely received compliments, felt sweet inside, and ate her vegetables with a smug expression. After dinner, Lung Meng received Yes's instructions to remember to send a meal to the chubby man every day. Lung Meng silently noted this down. Meanwhile, others continued to sell fruits and vegetables on the public screen, as usual, earning money for Yi. Today's earnings, 210 road coins. A few more potions were collected. Total balance, 257. Once everyone had gone to wash up and sleep, Yi called Lung Meng down. Master, did you call for me? Yi pointed to the training mat beneath his feet. Come over here. Lung Meng immediately took off her shoes and obediently knelt beside Yi, not daring to ask further. Her heart raced. In a situation with just a man and a woman having just taken a shower, was this not the time for some exercise? Take this. Yi threw her a light blue potion. It's a growth potion. You haven't absorbed one before, have you? Lung Meng flusteredly caught at her, eyes widening in shock. No. This is too precious. I'm just a maid, how can I use the master's things? She started to shove the potion back. Stop that nonsense. Chen Yi tossed her a yellowed manual of muscle-changing techniques. If I tell you to refine it, you refine it. These techniques can only be practiced by humans, letting them sit is a waste. Under Chen Yi's pressure, Long Meng dared not disobey and began to absorb the potion for refinement. It took her a full 3 hours to finish refining one potion, leaving her completely drained and unable to move. Ding. She won permanent health 5, experience 5. Who? Long Meng panted heavily, her voice soft as cotton. Master, I really can't go on. I have no strength left. She collapsed on the training mat, her cheeks flushed, her cat ears drooping, and her bottom stuck out. Her entire body felt like a puddle of water, even moving a finger was a struggle. Long Meng lay on the ground, increasingly feeling that something was off. Chen Yi was definitely doing this on purpose. Clearly both he and Kulu were so capable, yet he insisted on forcing a little maid to practice martial arts. Who could she reason with about this? Wasn't dressing her in this cat-eared maid outfit just to cater to his lecherous tendencies? She bit her lip, closed her eyes, and assumed a posture of resignation. My lord, if you want to just come, I will hold back from screaming. A soft giggle escaped Bai Ling's ethereal form as she floated out, covering her mouth. Sister Long Meng, stop shouting, the master left a long time ago. Long Meng suddenly opened her eyes only to remember there was a female ghost in the car. Everything she just said was overheard. It felt like she had socially died once again. Her face instantly flushed to her neck, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. It's all Chen Yi's fault. Wait. The master left. Yes, he left nearly 2 hours ago. Bai Ling pointed upstairs, seeing how slowly you absorb, he couldn't be bothered to wait, and went back to his room to play fancy sleep with Kolo. Long Meng turned back to see the driver's seat was indeed empty. She puffed her cheeks in anger, yet felt helpless. Chen Yi had long forgotten that during his first absorption of the growth potion in his previous life, he was even more awkward than she was. A whole night passed without a word. Long Meng remained on the training mat, sleeping soundly through the night. Meanwhile, Chen Yi was completely oblivious to this, unaware that he had lost a stat ball. The next morning after breakfast, Chen Yi began reviewing the route captured by the drone. Ahead lay a spiraling circular overpass with a complex road network that resembled a gigantic spider web. Crossing this section would lead to the next station. He was just a bridge away from the first checkpoint. Chen Yi released the drone to fly for a long time, but couldn't find a single passable route. This is simply a dead loop. The dead end he mentioned was not a road that could cause fatalities, but one that loops infinitely. Bai Ling, have you found an exit? No. I'm getting dizzy just looking at it. How about we randomly pick one and try? Chen Yi wasn't foolish enough to take a random risk. Without any alternatives, he called everyone to the deck of the driver's cabin to study the road conditions together. They spent a full 3 hours outside the bridge. Kulu frowned. Master, I feel like all these roads are the same. There's no exit at all. Impossible, the system wouldn't set up an unsolvable stage. Chen Yi rubbed his temples. His mental strength had already surpassed 50, yet he still couldn't discern any patterns. Hurry up, someone will catch up to us soon. Bai Ling the big fool was gloating nearby. At that moment, 2 sports cars had approached just 2 hours away from them. My lord, look over there. Long Meng suddenly pointed at a sign under the overpass and shouted. Only then did Chen Yi notice a rusted sign standing on the opposite bridge pier. He had never traveled this road in his previous life. It was the first time for him. Bai Ling, let's go check what it said. Without needing his words, Bai Ling had already driven the car over. Upon arriving at the sign, everyone jumped out, and after reading the words on it were all stunned. Rules of the Reincarnation Bridge. This road has no end. There are 3 main roads, each divided into 3 branches looping infinitely. Choose any road, run a full 100 laps to clear the level. After completing 100 laps, a guiding spirit will automatically appear to lead the way. Note: left goes to the Lord, right goes to the minister, and the middle goes to the cunning god. Damn, so this is how it is. Chen Yi couldn't help but curse. I wasted so much time only to find out there was never an exit. He had to admire Kule's intuition. She saw through the essence at a glance. It was also thanks to Long Meng's keen eyesight, otherwise they would still be stuck outside. So which road should we take? Bai Ling asked. Since they are all the same, just pick one. Chen Yi casually pointed to the middle. Let's take this middle road. Alright. Bai Ling pressed the accelerator, and the bus headed toward the middle overpass. Just after barely 2 laps, the roar of engines came from behind. 2 sports cars chased up as fast as lightning. One was a level 4 Lamborghini, and the other was a level 3. They stopped at the entrance, just as confused about the road conditions as Chen Yi had been. Chen Yi frowned. Although he hadn't traveled this road in his previous life, he clearly remembered that the first person to clear it did so on the 15th day after the server opened. Now it was only the 13th day, and how could someone have followed them here? Bai Ling maintained maximum speed. Understood. Outside the bridge, Jie Gu and Xiao Di were also analyzing the road conditions. They released drones to fly around, but the more they looked, the more dizzy they felt. At that moment, Xiao Di suddenly pointed at the screen and shouted, "Jie, go look. There's a bus ahead." "No way. Is there really a bus?" Jie leaned closer to take a look, his eyes widening instantly. Xiao Di frowned and said, "How is this possible? A full journey of 10,000 kilometers, and with my level 3 car running double abilities day and night, yet it can't compare to a bus. Look at its speed. Something's off." Xiao Di's expression changed. That person definitely has a big secret. Wait. Jie suddenly remembered something. "Look at this bus. Isn't it the one with a 3,000 highway coin bounty from Jibo?" "It really is." Xiao Di's eyes lit up. Who cares about the road conditions? Catching him is worth much more than the first checkpoint reward. "Let's go, Jie. Take me back to being a bounty hunter." "Huh. Heaven bestows us food, and it's a curse if we don't take it." The two sports cars started simultaneously like arrows, leaving their bows racing after Chenyi. But as soon as they drove onto the middle road, 4 transparent bearers appeared out of nowhere, carrying a black sedan. No matter how fast they drove, the bearers could leisurely keep pace behind them. The two were completely unaware. At that moment, Chen Yi also saw the chasing sports cars. Damn, how can there be such fast cars? He estimated that their speed was already close to 600 kilometers per hour, nearly catching up to an airplane. Just after completing the 4th lap, they were caught up by the other party. Jie activated the loudspeaker in the car, and his arrogant voice echoed throughout the road. "Bus in front. Listen up. Stop immediately. Otherwise we will open fire." Chen Yi scoffed, turning to Kulu and saying, "Kulu, haven't you always wanted to play with the laser cannon? Show them a trick." Kulu had 1,000 magic points, enough to fire 100 laser shots without fear of... "Yay. Master, how do you play? Teach me." Kulu excitedly ran to the vehicle-mounted weapon control station and charged the laser cannon with 20 units of energy. Chen Yi grasped Kulu's hand, starting to control the fire control system. As the opponents entered the 1,500-meter firing range, she suddenly pressed the launch button. Buzz! A dazzling red laser cut through the sky, grazing the edge of Xiao Di's sports car. With a sizzling sound, the ground was melted into a deep trench. Chen Yi sighed, holding his forehead. "My young lady, the system will automatically lock onto the target. You don't need to aim yourself." "Huh? Do I still need to lock on?" Kulu stuck out her tongue. "Master, don't be angry. I will definitely hit this time." Although she missed that last shot, it scared Xiao Di half to death. He quickly turned the steering while hiding behind Jie's car. "Damn, Jie has a laser cannon. What's there to be afraid of?" Jie scoffed. "He's clearly a rookie. He can't even aim with a laser cannon. Watch this." He pressed a button. Ding. Electromagnetic interference activated. Target can no longer be locked. "Master, the system indicates it can't lock on anymore." Chen Yi hadn't anticipated that the other party would have such a thing. However, he wasn't worried at all. "It's fine, no need." Chen Yi pointed to the road ahead. "Since the bridge is this wide, just shoot in their direction randomly. We have plenty of ammo. If we hit, they're done for." Buzz. Buzz. Kaylay placed her palm on the fire control orb, pressing it repeatedly. Crimson lasers streaked through the air. Bayou. 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 The little demoness grew more skilled with each shot, her aim becoming increasingly ruthless. Buzz. Crack. Jie's car was finally hit. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. As expected, the opponent had a protective shield, and it was a high-grade one exchanged for lifespan from the mysterious merchant. After taking a hit, it only cracked, not shattered. Indeed, someone capable of reaching level 4 in 13 days must have their own adventures. But Kaylay was already caught up in the excitement. Bang, 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 crack, rumble. Master, I hit him. 3 lasers struck the same point in succession, shattering the protective shield and sending shockwaves through the rear fender of the sports car. Even the toughest defenses of a level 4 battle car couldn't withstand Kaylay's laser barrage. Seeing this, Jie and Xiao Di were instantly terrified, not daring to retaliate. The weapon slots retracted, performing an extreme drift to turn around, frantically fleeing, without daring to utter a threatening word. "What the hell? Is that a laser cannon? Not a machine gun." Jibo to that old schemer. How could he hide such important information from us? He wants us to deliver ourselves to our deaths. I must settle the score with him when I get back. Seeing the opponent falter, Chen Yi immediately prepared to beat the weak water dog. He pulled out the grenade launcher, installing it onto the auxiliary weapon port in a second, temporarily replacing the car-mounted machine gun. He planned to launch a double attack with Kaylay and utterly end the opponent's life. Just as he was about to fire, he glanced at the price tag of the grenades, and his hands suddenly froze. What the heck? 100 highway coins per shot. He instantly recalled that woman with the pockmarked face lavishly firing grenades as if they were firecrackers. And looking at his balance of over 200, he realized he would have to beg on the streets after just 2 shots. Damn it, I'll just sell this broken cannon when I get back. Being scammed is one thing, but scamming me out of money. Bai Ling saw the enemy trying to escape. Her eyes lit up and her tires screeched to a halt. Those two little brats think they can run. Let Aunt Bai-Ling show you what drifting is. The tires screeched against the ground as the bus made a complete 720-degree spin, coming to a steady stop, ready to chase after them. Are you an idiot? Chun-Yi pressed down on the steering while stepping on the brake. Do you think you can outrun a sports car? Look at what you've done to everyone. Bai-Ling turned back and saw the interior of the vehicle in disarray. Kayleigh was hanging on to Chun-Yi, her two snow-white arms tightly wrapped around his neck, her face buried in the crook of his neck. Although Chun-Yi knew Kayleigh was doing it on purpose. But the cold Ming had fallen on the ground, her cat ears and tail askew, which was a fact. And the potato had already clung to Chun-Yi's thigh, wrapping her legs around him, burying her face in his pant leg, looking utterly dazed, murmuring that the female specter was too terrifying. The two little slimes had been directly tossed onto the ceiling as decorations. Sorry everyone, I got a bit too excited just now. The chibi version of Bai-Ling was scratching her head and grinning on the central screen. Just as everyone was about to scold her, a glimpse out the window suddenly silenced them all. Their car had already turned around. The bizarre scene on Jiegu and Xiao Dis' side was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. The two sports cars suddenly slammed to a halt, their tires leaving long black streaks on the ground. Both jumped out of the car, their faces as pale as paper, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing of their lives. Something's not right. Chun-Yi set Kayleigh down, supporting himself on the console, his left pupil instantly shimmering with a faint gold. Activating Insight Technique. Kayleigh and Bai-Ling had already seen it. Only the cold Ming stared with innocent large eyes, seeing nothing but feeling a chill on her back. In Chun-Yi's view, behind the two sports cars, two pitch-black sedan chairs were slowly being raised. The sedan curtains lifted, revealing two brides adorned with phoenix crowns and draped in black veils, their figures graceful, skin whiter than snow, with an alluring charm in their brows and eyes. They resembled Bai-Ling in a white wedding dress to a great extent, only with a more sinister allure. The two grooms have taken a wrong turn. The sweet voice slithered into everyone's eardrums like a snake's tongue. On the path of the enigmatic deity, only the enigmatic deity may proceed, not retreat. You've broken the rules. Woo-woo. After drinking this cup of wedding wine, it's time to board the bridal sedan. But in Jiegu and Xiao Dis' eyes, what lay before them were not beauties. They were two grotesque creatures stitched together from rotten flesh and worms, countless human limbs sewn together, yellow-green pus dripping down the seams, the stench so overpowering it could be smelled from hundreds of meters away. It was as if they were being strangled by an invisible hand, forced to tilt their heads back and drink that cup of yellow-green pus. Ding. Your brain has died, madness value 99. Ding. Your brain has died, madness value 99. The two instantly turned expressionless, moving like marionettes step by step toward the black sedan. In the next second, four thick human legs suddenly sprouted from beneath the black sedan, covered in dense hair and caked with dried blood. The sedan swayed and unhesitatingly carried the two, plunging off a 100-meter-high overpass. 5 seconds later. Bang! Splat! A muffled sound of blood and flesh came. The two crashed into a pulp, not leaving a single intact bone. Cold Ming watched, trembling all over, her legs tightly pressed together, nearly wetting herself on the spot. Immediately after, two beautiful girls appeared out of thin air on the sports car, the very black-veiled brides from earlier. They stretched lazily, revealing their slender waists, their faces filled with smiles of relief. Sister, she sure we can finally be players now. No longer having to serve those perverted male players. Yes, and we even got a level 4 car for free, truly lucky. Jiao Chan pointed at Chun-Yi's bus, tilting her head to ask, what about them? She sure glanced over casually, saying, what's to fear? Our car is faster, and our weapons are not lacking. Their laser cannons may look impressive, but with a range of only 1,500 meters, as long as we keep our distance, we'll be fine. Chun-Yi observed all of this, his face devoid of emotion, yet the corners of his mouth curled into a faint schadenfreude smile. He had seen through the two women's intentions of mentally ensnaring the two men. They weren't monsters, it was their fear talent. Those who dared covet his attention were destined for such a fate. He turned his head, and just happened to see Cold Ming clasping her legs, her face flushed red with embarrassment. Cold Ming. Chun-Yi's voice carried a teasing tone. Don't tell me you're about to wet yourself again. Do you want me to help you with that, eh? Cold Ming's face instantly flushed down to her neck, nearly jumping up on the spot. And no, I don't need it. She mumbled softly, her cheeks puffed up with anger. That hateful Chun-Yi. So annoying. Just because I peed once you want to remember it for a lifetime. She still didn't know that last time's incident was helped by Chun-Yi. My lord, don't you think they look a bit familiar? Kayleigh leaned closer, her soft body pressed against Chun-Yi's arm. They resemble, she sure, and Jiao Chan from the massage parlor before. Chun-Yi took a closer look and indeed saw some resemblance. However, the last time at the massage parlor was pitch dark, not a proper place, so he hadn't looked closely. Who cares who they are? Chun-Yi withdrew his gaze. This road seems to have some rules. Yes, master. Kayle nodded. The rules state the Lord walks to the left, the subjects to the right, the enigmatic deity walks in the middle. I am of divine blood by Ling is an enigmatic spirit, so walking in the middle is certainly fine. Is there such a rule? Chunyi scratched his head. He never liked remembering such flowery things since childhood. But Kayle would certainly not deceive him, otherwise she would definitely cause a scene when he went to Cold Ming's room to sleep at night. Then we are definitely safe. They just witnessed the might of the laser cannon and would surely not dare to provoke us. Bai Ling, ignore them, just keep running in circles. Chunyi yawned. If they dare to come within 1,500 meters, I won't show mercy. At that time, let you swallow their car. All right, master. Bai Ling stepped on the gas, and the bus smoothly started moving again. Chunyi actually didn't want to risk his life against them. The other side had weapons and speed. If a real fight broke out, he might not come out unscathed. Just now it was merely relying on Kayle's laser barrage to catch them off guard and intimidate them. The bus continued to run in circles, with one circle's distance roughly equivalent to a lap around a small. Shishir and Jiaochan were indeed quite perceptive, always keeping a safe distance of 10 kilometers from Chun Yi, not daring to cross the line. Both sides maintained this unspoken balance. You run your way, I run mine, without disturbing each other. The two girls felt frustrated, afraid to overtake, worried that Chun Yi might blast them with his cannon. Time passed, and Chun Yi had already completed 80 laps. As the sky gradually darkened with another 20 laps, he would secure the first pass. At this moment several people had already started to trickle in at the entrance of the overpass. But no one dared to venture up the bridge easily. Those who had followed Chun Yi up earlier, being bold, had all met the same fate as Jiago and Xiao Di, their cars seized by NPCs and their bodies smashed to bits. Even if they hadn't reversed, it would have been the same outcome. At this moment a roar of engines approached. Jibo Da arrived with hundreds of subordinates making a grand entrance. Boss, what was said in the group is true. That kid Chun Yi is indeed running in circles. Haha, truly the heavens are helping me. A sinister smile appeared on Jibo Da's face. A Bing, gather everyone, capture him for me. I want him alive. Brother Ji, we can't chase after them. Jibo scratched his itch in annoyance. His shirt's armpit stretched open, revealing several oily black feathers as he squinted at a Bing. A Bing, you better give me a reasonable explanation. Brother Ji, you misunderstood. Look, this is footage taken by my subordinate with a drone. A Bing directly projected the footage to Brother Ji, showing Chun Yi's car speeding down the lane, reaching a speed of around 350 kilometers per hour. Is this a vehicle with special abilities? Or has he awakened some profession? Jibo recalled that previously the other party couldn't even reach 200 kilometers. Brother Ji, this path has its rules. I hate all that nonsense about rules. Just tell me straight. Brother Ji, the middle lane is meant for the dead to pass. Jibo didn't understand. Am I blind? Aren't these all living people? Jibo scratched his itch again, pulling down a blood-stained feather and pointing at the players on the screen. They are all NPCs. A Bing showed Jibo other footage captured by others, including some bizarre scenes of people jumping off buildings, explaining for a long time before Jibo finally understood. Ding. Madness value 10. Damn. They're such disgusting NPCs. It seems that Chun Yi has already been killed by NPCs. It should be so, Brother Ji. Forget it. If Chun Yi is dead, then it's also a form of revenge for my brother Dao and sister Diao. Jibo had a displeased expression. Although he knew Chun Yi was dead, he gained no benefits, only 20 kilograms of meat that could grow feathers. In the past 2 days he ate 2 kilograms, and it really only grew feathers, not wings, as he had hoped. In the scorching heat of over 40 degrees, wearing crow feathers made him take 8 baths a day, without feeling refreshed, still itching unbearably. However, even so, he didn't let anyone else eat his turkey meat. He firmly believed that he could gain flight abilities compared to the 1 in 20 survival rate from a job change. This method of mutation through eating meat was clearly much safer. Alright, A Bing, process the information about Chun Yi and find a way to pass it to Brother Zheng. Just say he has an epic treasure chest, and it should now be in the hands of the NPCs. Brother Ji, do you want to use Brother Zheng to probe the NPCs? Don't worry about what doesn't concern you. Remember, this matter, neither of us knows anything. Understood, Brother Ji. Time passed little by little, and many people directly went onto the elevated highway, but no one walked down the middle lane anymore. More big shots acted as the sixth wheel, waiting to see if others could safely reach the shore. Of course, once they felt safe, those in front would no longer be safe. The big shots hoped everyone would slow down, so everyone had to slow down. Even if you ran 99 laps while the big shots only completed the first lap, you had to wait for them to finish before you could start, otherwise it was death. However, Chun Yi had no such concerns. He dictated the lane. Those in the middle lane were mostly faster than Chun Yi. Even though their cars were quicker, they could only be frustrated following behind him. Those slower than him were even worse off. Bai Ling had just caught up, but Kalui went ahead, and with a laser cannon firing, an NPC's head rolled to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on devouring a level 3 RV space, 50 cubic meters, highway currency 75. Due to Kulu hitting the car several times, it turned into a puddle of molten iron, leaving Chun-Yi heartbroken for a long time. Finally, Kulu promised to unlock a very enjoyable flying mode for him that night, allowing Chun-Yi to... Everyone lined up neatly 10 kilometers behind him after witnessing that thick and large cannon. They dared not go fast or slow. If they went fast, they'd be shot by Chun-Yi, and if they went slow, they'd also get... A group of NPCs who had just managed to seize cars and become players were trained into little lambs. Time passed second by second, until Chun-Yi completed 100 laps. As soon as Chun-Yi stopped, the cars behind him also came to a halt 10 kilometers away. Boom, boom, boomed. She sure fired 3 shots into the sky. Her shells were also rapid fire, but they couldn't compare to Chun-Yi's laser rain. Everyone stop. That devil in front is about to clear the level. Let's wait until he is taken away before we determine the rankings. Her level 4 battle car came with radar scanning, allowing her to accurately lock onto Chun-Yi the Great's position without a drone. Everyone secretly cheered. Finally, this pest was being sent off. At this moment, Chun-Yi was anxiously waiting for the guiding spirit. They had already waited for half an hour. Bai Ling, did you run 1 lap less? That's impossible, master. I definitely didn't run less. Right. Then why hasn't the guiding spirit arrived? Chun-Yi hadn't kept count of the laps, so he seriously suspected that this big fool had slacked off and missed a lap. Should I run another lap? Bai Ling was also becoming uncertain due to Chun-Yi's words. Damn, I knew this fool missed a lap. Just as Bai Ling was about to start another lap, a gust of white mist swept. A woman in white wearing a tall hat that read, "First encounter brings wealth," stood 3 meters tall, wielding a soul-whipping whip and sticking out a little pink tongue appearing directly in front of them. Eerie and soul-harvesting, demanding payment for life. I am the deity of this path. Little ghosts follow my chains. With a clank sound, Chun-Yi's car was shackled with copper locks and iron chains. His pupils constricted sharply. Wasn't this by Wu Chang's 7th master? Bai Ling was already trembling. Master, I suddenly feel so scared. Chun-Yi could clearly see that rather than the chains binding the bus, it was the chains pulling Bai Ling. Kulu was also frightened and directly burrowed into Chun-Yi's arms, this time not pretending. The road ahead was covered in dense fog, obscuring visibility. Only the sound of chains clattering could be heard along with the ghostly wails. Boldly move forward, do not look back. The voice of 7th master echoed hauntingly, bringing a chill even in the summer heat. Chun-Yi was not afraid at all. Instead, he felt calm and exhilarated. This was his first encounter with a deity. The black and white impermanents were proper deities of the underworld, much more upright than wild deities like the ones from the wilderness, and they couldn't possibly make things difficult for him. Bai Ling, don't be afraid, follow 7th master. Chun-Yi gently patted the little bride on the central control screen, and Bai Ling seemed truly calmed, no longer wailing. Only then did Chun-Yi realize that the earlier ghostly cries were from this big fool. Not long after, they drove past a bridge with a sign reading, "End of the Reincarnation Bridge." After crossing the bridge, the chains on Bai Ling were instantly undone. All right, we've arrived. Now how about paying the toll? The voice from the other side was ethereal, carrying a hint of celestial tones. Wait, toll? 7th master, you are a proper deity. Why would you charge a toll? Chun-Yi felt his faith crumbling. No money. You think you can freeload off me? You still know I'm a proper deity. I only give out eerie gods for free. You kid are a person. Oh, every other road's cattle and horses pulling carts must pay for their fare, and no one dares to freeload off 7th master. Bai Wu Chang appeared directly in front of Chun-Yi's car. She looked quite beautiful except for that little pink tongue, which was a bit off-putting. I need my dues. Pulling carts is hard work. How much? Chun-Yi's pockets were cleaner than his face. On your car, besides 1 eerie and 1 divine pet, there are also 2 people, 3 slimes, and a chicken. Give me 250. What? The chicken also needs to pay. Chun-Yi had taken a few potions and was out of money again. Glancing at his 251 coins, he felt like the other party must have peaked at his balance. Upon hearing a Onadi tour of the novice zone, Chun-Yi hesitated no longer. He swiftly alighted and paid the fee with utmost reverence. 7th Lord, here you go. Standing at 185 meters tall before the 7th Lord, he could only look up to see her jade white abdomen. 7th Lord weighed the money pouch and casually tucked it into her sleeve. Be quicker with the payment next time. If you have no money, don't tread the path of ghosts and gods. There won't be such cheap tolls again. With that, 7th Lord turned disdainfully and strode into the white mist. The next moment, she and the mist vanished without a trace. The dense fog dissipated. Before them suddenly lay a desolate road with streetlights on both sides flickering dimly. It seemed they could still hear the echoes of 7th Lord's soul-reaping chains. After 7th Lord left, Bai Ling's spirit form instantly collapsed to the ground. What? That woman scared the baby so much my eyes feel like peeing. Yi ignored her, staring at a slip that had appeared in his hand at some unknown moment. Novice Zone Pass limited to 1 day. This item only appeared in the special exchange panel 15 days after the server launch. It required a full decade of life to exchange. Even Fatty Chien needed to use his lifespan to stock it. What he didn't notice was a faint divine glow still shimmering on him. A divine bond that only awakens after establishing contact with a deity. But the glow flickered and vanished in an instant. Yi stared at the slip in his hand, taking several seconds before slowly coming back to his senses. A cold sweat broke out on his back. I must have been insane just now. To think I tried to stiff 7th Lord. Yi tucked away the pass and returned to the vehicle. Back in the car, the cabin was as cold as an ice cellar. Lung Ming and Tudo were huddled together, their lips purple from the cold. Bai Ling's phantom had turned translucent, shivering violently. Only Kailei, with ample yang energy in his body, had a ruddy complexion and was secretly sipping an iced cola. Yi silently turned the air conditioning up to 30 degrees Celsius. Lung Ming hugged her arms, shrinking into her seat, her teeth chattering. My lord. Was that the white wraith of the underworld just now? I'm sorry to have put you to expense again. Yi glanced at the single yuan he had left. This was far more than an expense, it was bankruptcy. It's fine. We'll have money soon. Yes gaze shifted to the station, less than 100 meters ahead. Desert Station No. 1 at the other shore. There lay the space stone chest he coveted. Bai Ling stopped crying. Come drive, we're about to pull in. Coming. Yi didn't blame Bai Ling. This was her natural physiological reaction upon seeing 7th Lord. She had held back her tears earlier, and now she needed to cry. The station before them was called Station No. 1. It looked identical to the initial station, except it had an extra instance zone. These instances were all the stations they had passed through. As long as they had the ticket, they could enter. Ding. Congratulations, Eternal Knight, for being the first to clear the multidimensional maze. Ding. Reward obtained: Silver Chest 1, Vanguard Medal 1, Highway Coins 300. Vanguard Medal Health 200, Mana 30, all Attributes 1. The announcement echoed across all 100 zones. His name was noted by countless powerhouses for the first time. This guy called Eternal Knight, where did he come from? Never heard of him before. Just a crappy level 3 bus. Probably got lucky and cheated by taking a shortcut. The most shocked, how is this possible? Yi isn't dead. Ji Boda was Kuan Ba elder brother and naturally knew that Yi was Eternal Knight. Damn, good. When we get to the station, he'll use his tongue to scrub the toilet. Meanwhile, Fatty Chien and the monk were happy for Yi. Brother Yi is truly formidable. It'll take us at least 2 more days to reach the station. Some shameless people were still shouting on the public screen, Eternal Knight big shot, give out red packets. Yi immediately shut off the public screen in fright. Damn, I'm so broke, and you want me to hand out red packets? Don't your consciences ache? Cursing, Yi removed his beloved pet medal and replaced it with the Vanguard medal. His health directly reached 500 points, and his mana was at 50 points. He planned to save the silver chest for Kailei to open tomorrow. Today he would take Kailei to open other chests. First clear reward. Awesome. Having just gone bankrupt, he was already recouping his losses. Money was crucial to Yi. His vehicle's interior structures were all still level 1. Even upgrading the level 2 bedroom, which cost only 200 highway coins, he had been reluctant to do. But as soon as he got the gem chest, the money problem would be solved. At exactly 9 in the evening, they entered the station. Yo, esteemed sir, need a car wash. Sir, pick me. My car wash is free. Pick me. Our family's college valedictorian, first blood, free to play. Before Yi could even park, he was jostled by a crowd of NPC pimps. He glanced at the pimping NPCs accustomed to the scene. Rolling down the window. Wash it. And remember to apply the dust-proof coating. Yes car had been blown up before, and its coating had long since fallen off. To travel in this dust-choked wilderness, a dust-proof coating was essential. Sir, pick me. I'm free. He directly chose one that wasn't free and had a clear price, transferring 30 yuan to the pimp. The rest of you please leave. Yi knew these NPCs were all trying to seize the vehicle, but they still had to abide by their professional rules. Damn, what bad luck. The group of pimps left cursing. Esteemed sir, you have excellent taste. Tired from the journey, would you like to relax in the VIP room? The chosen pimp immediately bowed and scraped to serve. The girls are all free. The kind where you can do whatever you want. We have valedictorians, celebrities, models, everything. Would you like me to prepare them? No, just wash the car properly. The pimp's expression stiffened instantly, somewhat disappointed, but he still replied politely. Right away. Your car will take about 6 hours to clean. The pimp then bowed and withdrew. Damn, miscalculated. He's into men. These NPCs were no pushovers. The free offers were a ruse. The real game was a honey trap. Once in the private room, this was free, and that was free too. But when you left, they'd pull out a bunch of rules and various unfair clauses, leaving you in debt, so deep you couldn't pay it off even by becoming a slave. In the end, if you had no money, they'd take your car as debt payment, and the NPC would smoothly take over. In his past life, Chun-Yi had almost been tricked by a gaudy girl. Luckily, he hadn't taken his pants off and was warned by a kind soul. After parking, Chun-Yi set aside other thoughts and began preparing to search for the chest. He deployed a drone to locate the hiding spot from his memory. He found it in no time. That's right, it's behind this flower bed. Due to rule restrictions, NPCs couldn't pick up chests, so all the chests in the station were still there untouched. Just as Chun-Yi was about to get out of the car with Kaylee to collect the loot, he saw a team of male models wiping down his car, which made him a bit awkward. The pimp then sidled up obsequiously again. "Esteemed sir, our private room also has new boys. Would you like to give them a try?" Chun-Yi grabbed the pimp by the collar. "A word of warning. Don't mess with me. See the laser cannon on my car. If you want a taste, I can fire a shot at you." No, sir, you misunderstand. I wouldn't dare covet your property." The pimp struggled to free himself from Chun-Yi's grip, but Chun-Yi's physique was several times his. He couldn't break free at all. "I want female car washers. Go change the crew." With that, Chun-Yi abruptly released his grip. The pimp flailed and stumbled to the ground. Yes, I'll do it right away." After this lesson, the little pimp finally behaved. The parking spot could protect the vehicle, and the girls were watching the car. With no other concerns, he led Kaylee straight towards the flower bed. What Chun-Yi didn't know was that in the shadows of the station, 3 pairs of crimson eyes were fixed intently on him. The leader licked the corner of her mouth, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz tinged with an instinctive tremor. "That's right, it's the aura of a sovereign. The little princess is truly alive. Captain, do we make a move? Don't court death." Her fingertips twitched unconsciously, and a nearly invisible strand of spider silk flashed and vanished. "There are enforcers here. Follow. Wait until they're off duty." Delayed by the pimps, it was almost 10 o'clock by the time they reached the backyard of the flower bed. "Master, I can sense with my spiritual power that there is more than one treasure chest here." "What? More than one?" Kaylee's spiritual power had reached around 60 or 70 points, allowing her to vaguely perceive things beneath the ground layer. She pointed at the location she sensed. "Master, they're there, and there are all things." Chun-Yi also carefully sensed with his spiritual power, and indeed detected some faint metallic aura. He then used his insight technique to scan around, but found nothing. He checked the items beneath the clothing, and had no issue, yet the soil several meters deep remained quite challenging. "All right, I'll dig this one, and you dig that one in front." "Master, how about we race to see who digs faster?" "Oh, I'm an old hand at digging treasure chests. How could I possibly lose to a little girl?" "If I lose, I want Master to unlock a new skill." Saying this, Kaylee grabbed 2 shovels, one in her hand, and one held in her tail, and scampered off to one side to start digging. In the small garden, dig. Chun-Yi didn't have any special skills, but he believed he wouldn't lose. He just accepted it. What Chun-Yi never expected was that Kaylee had already dug up 2 treasure chests while he hadn't unearthed even one. Kaylee's hands were shoveling dirt rapidly. Her tail was also busy swirling the small shovel, 3 hands working at full efficiency, and her physique was much stronger than Chun-Yi's, making it impossible to compare. "Damn, I feel like I've fallen into this girl's trap." It seemed he would lose 2 pounds by tomorrow, but Chun-Yi didn't mind. Sometimes being at a disadvantage is a blessing. However, the treasure chests Kaylee dug were only 2 bronze weapon chests, not spatial stones. In the distance, 3 shadowy figures hiding behind a public restroom were staring intently at the two. "Captain, do you really think that girl is a little princess?" "Idiot, is that something you should ask? Are we really going to kill the princess?" The high priest said she is the disaster star of the Black Abyss, and she must die at the hands of the foreign races to ensure eternal peace for our Black Abyss. The 2 reed scarecrows swallowed hard in unison. "Wait until 12 o'clock, the enforcers will be off duty, and then we strike." The leader's voice was icy. "You 2 go entangle that weak human and delay him for 10 minutes. I will personally meet the princess." Chun-Yi and Kaylee had already dug up more than 10 treasure chests, all bronze weapon chests. He had only dug a third. The rest were all dug by Kaylee. "Master, how about it? Tonight?" "Sure. Is it okay to play all night with you?" This is what Master said. Chun-Yi had a nonchalant expression. He had originally planned to play all night. Wow, this is really a windfall. Chun-Yi rubbed a pile of weapon chests, his eyes squinting into a narrow slit. Now everyone had basic food and water, but the most scarce resource was weapons. A good gun could fetch an astronomical price in the trading area. At that moment, Chun-Yi's eyes lit up. Finally, he had finally dug something up. A silver treasure chest lay quietly in the dirt, embedded with a diamond-shaped blue gem. It was a gem treasure chest. "Master, we've dug up all the treasure chests in the garden." "Haha. Kaylee, hurry up. There are 10 minutes left until 12. Your lucky right hand hasn't activated yet, don't waste it." Chun-Yi handed the gem treasure chest to Kaylee. Kaylee clapped her little hand, and with a click sound it opened. Just as Chun-Yi had anticipated, inside lay several crystal-clear spatial gems. The gem treasure chest was only of silver grade with no higher levels, so it could only yield a doubled quantity of basic gems. 3 pieces of spatial stone. Although not as many as expected, it's still good. This thing is currently priceless and essential for upgrading to a level 5 vehicle. But his bus would require level 4. What's wrong, master? Is 3 pieces too few? It is a bit, but it's already enough. Let's go, we should head back. Chun-Yi stuffed all the treasure chests of himself and Kaylay into his backpack and held Kaylay's hand as they walked back. However, after just a few steps, Chun-Yi felt something was off. They had walked dozens of meters for several minutes, yet they were still in place. The asphalt road beneath them seemed to have been melted by something sticking to their shoes, and pulling at the soles left a trail of strands. Stop! This road has a problem. Chun-Yi abruptly pulled Kaylay back. Kaylay immediately became alert, her sharp ears standing straight up. Master, someone is ambushing us. I'll take you out of here. Without another word, Chun-Yi jumped onto Kaylay's jade back. Just as Kaylay was about to take off, a charming laugh suddenly echoed from all directions. Haha, kid, your reaction is quite sharp. But now that you've stepped into my illusion of paths, do you still think you can escape? As soon as the voice fell, a giant black spider web descended from the sky, blocking all routes of escape. The two were forced to land only to discover that what they were standing on was not asphalt road at all, but a layer of thin, transparent spider silk. They could only hear sounds, but could not see a single figure. Chun-Yi immediately activated his insight technique, scanning the darkness around them. Suddenly, a slender figure descended slowly from above, entwined in spider silk. She was dressed in black leather, her figure stunningly voluptuous. She was the beauty spider. Aren't you afraid of the enforcers? The beauty spider scoffed, her voice sweet, yet syrupy, ridiculous. Kid, do you see what time it is? The enforcers are long off duty, and no one will care about your life or death. Chun-Yi didn't waste words. He drew out his M4 automatic rifle and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat. A burst of bullets flew out, yet the opponent remained unscathed. Not even a curl of hair was disturbed. Instead, her face flushed. Bastard. Pervert. Where are you aiming? The beauty spider yelled angrily, jumping down from above and slapping down with her hand. With a crisp smack, Chun-Yi was sent flying several meters away. Bastard. The beauty spider tugged at her black silk skirt, pulling out several bullets from inside. Kaylay instantly exploded with rage, rushing over to catch Chun-Yi. Looking at the clear 5 palm prints on his face, Kaylay's eyes instantly turned from peach pink to dark red. A terrifying pressure from a superior being erupted, centered around her, creating a visible wave of energy that violently pressured the beauty spider. The beauty spider's face turned pale, letting out a muffled grunt, involuntarily taking a step back. Kaylay, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a flurry of black energy balls, throwing them out as if they cost nothing. Her tail transformed into a gleaming silver hook carrying deadly soul toxins aimed directly at the beauty spider's throat. Kaylay's sudden explosion surprisingly suppressed a level 4 epic monster. On the other side, Chun-Yi, who had just been stunned by the slap, finally regained his senses. He immediately used his insight technique to scan the opponent. Ding. Detected level 4 mutated beauty spider race black abyss creature, level epic health 300, 003, 0000. Physique, 200 abnormal, affected by pressure, spiritual power, 200 abnormal. Seeing the attributes, Chun-Yi's pupils shrank suddenly. Damn, a level 4 epic monster. He swallowed hard, knowing they couldn't afford to linger. This creature was far beyond what they could handle now. Without hesitation, Chun-Yi opened all the bronze treasure chests he had just dug up. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained AK Rifle 1 ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 98K Sniper Rifle 1 ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Barrett Sniper Rifle 1. After a series of actions, the only usable weapon was an M9 flame gun. It's all up to you. Burn her webs. Ride Kaylay and escape. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, 2 scarecrows suddenly jumped out from the ground, startling Chun-Yi. Ding. Madness value 10, fear of the black abyss. Mortal. Fear me. The 2 scarecrows waved their scythes, followed by a group of level 1 self-detonating reedied crows. Ding. Detected level 3 mutated black abyss scarecrow, level normal health 2000-200, spiritual power 50. Stayed excited after seeing the attributes. Chun-Yi's face darkened immediately. Big brother, look. He seems to be scared silly by us. Of course, our fear magic has become stronger. Being invincible is truly lonely. Damn, it turns out it's just 2 pathetic scarecrows that gave me a scare. Chun-Yi was not affected by their fear magic at all. His spiritual power was higher than these 2 fools. He raised the flame gun and pulled the trigger. A 20-meter-long tongue of fire surged forth. The 2 scarecrows were scared out of their wits, turning to flee, jumping faster than rabbits. Damn, this freak actually likes playing with fire. I hate fire players the most. Brother, let's split up and— Damn you. You really are my real brother. This kid is chasing me, and you tell me to split up and run. Boom. The massive tongue of fire instantly engulfed the Scarecrow brother, causing him to crackle as he burned, filling the air with the charred scent of straw. "Oh, you fire-playing lunatic. Give me water, or I'm going to die." Chun-Yi activated maximum power, boom boom, showing no mercy to his enemy. Seeing that this demon would not let him go, the Scarecrow brother in his final moments controlled a level 1 self-destruct crow, recklessly charging at Chun-Yi. Caw-caw, bang, caw-caw, bang bang boom. Chun-Yi was initially cautious but soon realized that their explosions couldn't even break through his protective aura, and he became indifferent. Continuing to wield the flamethrower, he treated the Scarecrow brother like a barbecue. Within just 2 minutes, a notification chimed. Ding. Killed a level 3 Black Abyss Scarecrow, highway currency 15, beginner growth potion 5. Chun-Yi quickly collected the dropped items and glanced around. Another Scarecrow had already disappeared without a trace. Fast runner. He did not pursue but immediately checked the situation with Kayle. Using insight to break through the beauty spider's intricate illusion, he was crazily burning the surrounding webs with the M9 flame gun. At this moment, the beauty spider had fully adapted to the situation. Kayle could no longer contain her, and with a sharp screech, 8 stout black spider legs suddenly burst out from her back, lined with sharp barbs, her abdomen bulging. From time to time, a few small spiders would spill out. Inside that massive abdomen, it felt like there were at least 10,000 tiny spiders. Facing Kayle's attacks, she began to maneuver effortlessly, even turning the tide against Kayle. Fortunately, Kayle's health was over 10,000, and with Chun-Yi's tenfold recovery ability by her side, she was not in immediate danger and could barely hold on. "Your Highness, this old servant does this for the Black Abyss. Please, Your Highness, meet your end. Do not struggle. I will ensure your death is painless." The beauty spider's 8 legs, sharp as blades, continuously left shallow cuts on Kayle's body. Watching the fierce battle between the two, Chun-Yi was anxious but could do nothing substantial. He had already burned most of the webs and immediately pulled out the Barrett sniper rifle. He had just obtained the most powerful weapon he had at this moment. Loading the 50 BMG bullet, Chun-Yi knelt on the ground, held his breath, aimed at the beauty spider's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The massive recoil jolted Chun-Yi's shoulder. The bullet accurately hit the beauty spider's nose, exploding upon impact. After the explosion, the beauty spider was surprisingly unscathed. Only a thick layer of black gunpowder soot was left on her face, and she couldn't stop sneezing from the smoke. Chun-Yi had already used a bond to signal Kayle to retreat. Although Kayle wanted to charge at her and tear her apart, she obediently followed Chun-Yi's instructions and quickly retreated to several meters away. By the time the beauty spider reacted, Kayle had already run far. She was just about to chase when bang! Chun-Yi shot again. The damage was 0, but it was immensely humiliating. The black gunpowder exploded again on her face, making it impossible for her to open her eyes. "Kid, you're seeking death." The beauty spider initially only wanted to kill Kayle and leave, not even considering Chun-Yi. But she couldn't stand Chun-Yi's continuous annoyance. Just a few seconds of delay, and Kayle had already flown to Chun-Yi's side. The beauty spider sneered, "Wanna run? Ridiculous." She raised her hand and shot out several strands of web, darting towards the two like lightning, trying to ensnare Kayle and drag her back. Chun-Yi immediately dropped the Barrett, picked up the flamethrower, and unleashed a barrage of flames on the webs, incinerating them completely. Seizing the opportunity, Kayle pulled Chun-Yi onto her back and flapped her wings to fly away. However, the beauty spider used her webs to swing between the buildings, moving even faster than Kayle, closely pursuing them. Clearly, she had no intention of letting them escape, and unleashed a massive number of spiders to weave webs. As soon as they landed, she would pounce on them like a mad dog. Chun-Yi hurriedly contacted Lung Meng through the system. "Lung Meng, please respond immediately." It was already past midnight, and he was unsure if Lung Meng was asleep. "My lord, I'm here." "Great. It's so good that you're not asleep." Chun-Yi briefly explained the situation, instructing Lung Meng to drive over to the flower bed to provide support using the laser cannon to cover their escape. Upon hearing this, Lung Meng immediately got out of the car, shooing away the women who were washing the vehicles. "Stop washing. Get down. It's urgent." She pulled down each of the female celebrities who were leaning on the cars, cleaning them. "Oh, what are you doing? We already paid. How can you just stop washing?" Lung Meng completely ignored them. She had already been asleep, but the magic rune on her lower abdomen had been burning, making her restless, as if something bad was about to happen. It was then that she received Chun-Yi's message. "Bai Ling, drive. Go save the master." Lung Meng patted the central control screen. Bai Ling jolted awake from her sleep. Hearing that Chun-Yi and Kayle were in trouble, she instantly sprang into action. The bus engine let out a beastly roar, tires screeching against the ground, and whoosh, it shot out at full speed. "My lord, the princess and the others are in the direction of the flower bed. They must not come to harm." Lung Meng pressed her hands firmly on the fire control laser cannon. There were still 8 rounds left in the laser cannon, which was sufficient. Meanwhile, the beauty spider along with her tens of thousands of spiderlings had already set a trap around the surrounding buildings, sealing off all escape routes. The NPCs at the station were stirred, peering out the windows to watch the commotion. My goodness. If they encounter a level 4 epic monster without a vehicle, they are doomed. That girl is injured, can't fly high, and is dragging someone. This is bad. The key is that the kid's flamethrower is running out of fuel. If he can't burn the spider webs anymore, what can he do? Sigh. If only the enforcer were still here. Once they die, he'll rush to grab that bus. The NPCs whispered among themselves from their respective windows. A few players who had just arrived from other routes were standing on a high platform watching from afar. Is this the Eternal Knight? That girl is his beast. Could he also be a beast master? The speaking man stood next to a translucent eerie spirit, which was the well-known beast master Chun Yi had heard of in his past life. The beauty spider stood between two tall buildings looking at the exhausted Kayle with a confident smile. My lady, do not struggle, it is futile. Today this old servant will not leave without killing you. You dog? You have the wrong person. I've never seen you before. Chun Yi fired again, hitting the beauty spider's face with a face full of soot. Disgusting mother spider you have. Kayle's situation was becoming increasingly dire. Even though Chun Yi had given her healing potions coupled with the tenfold recovery ability, it could only barely prevent her from bleeding out. During their struggle, the beauty spider had secretly coated her legs with potent venom, which was now slowly taking effect. Kayle, could you fly back on your own? Chun Yi gently touched her head, worried. She is targeting you. If you leave, she won't trouble me. No. I won't leave my master. Kayle shook her head vigorously, tears welling up. Kayle is not foolish. If I leave, that ugly creature will definitely take it out on you. Seeing the two at a stalemate, the beauty spider began to shrink the encirclement with her thousands of spiderlings. Layer upon layer of webs continuously stacked up, making it increasingly difficult for Chun Yi. Damn, why hasn't Lung Meng arrived yet? Chun Yi rode on Kayle's back again, pulling the trigger of the flamethrower. But it only emitted sparks for less than 2 meters before flickering and extinguishing. The flamethrower was completely out of fuel. Just at this moment of despair, a piercing roar of an engine suddenly echoed from afar. A beam of blinding white light pierced through the darkness, shooting straight towards them. Master, Bai Ling is here. Great. The beauty spider glanced at the approaching level 3 bus, disdainfully sneering. Huh, is this it? Laughable. I thought it was a level 4 battle truck. As soon as the words left her mouth, Virum. A scarlet laser cannon shot from the top of the bus, accurately hitting the beauty spider's abdomen. Oh, damn it. It's a laser cannon. The beauty spider cried out in pain, quickly spewing out webs to cover her wound and stop the bleeding. Before she could react, Virum vroom vroom. 3 more rounds were fired in rapid succession, locked on by the system, leaving her no chance to evade. The beauty spider was terrified and immediately transformed back into human form, shrinking her head area and quickly fleeing behind the cover of the buildings. Your Highness, you are too selfish. To survive for yourself, you endanger the entire Black Abyss. Seeing the beauty spider escape, Kayle finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just then the potent venom inside her body suddenly erupted. Everything went black and she fell from a height of over 10 meters while carrying Chun Yi. Chun Yi reacted quickly, immediately clamping his legs together and switching positions with Kayle, using his body as a cushion. Boom. The two crashed heavily to the ground. Fortunately, Chun Yi had a strong physique and was protected by his aura, suffering only minor injuries. Kayle fell into his arms, not severely harmed, but her face was pale, lips purple, clearly heavily poisoned. Holding Kayle in his arms, Chun Yi frowned. It seems I can only buy an antidote from the fat moneybags. On the high platform, the young man in red glared at the approaching Eternal Knight vehicle, his eyes blazing with an eerie fire. He frowned. I didn't expect this. The Eternal Knight actually conceals a ghostly spirit. Beside him, a rare skeletal ghost spirit emitted a cold light, suddenly retracting its neck with a series of cracking sounds from its joints. Master, that ghostly spirit is nothing to worry about. The girl in his arms is truly terrifying. She's at least an epic-level demon. The young man's smile froze instantly, his face filled with shock. What a epic level. Previously, he had only seen Kalu fleeing from a distance. He had assumed that she was just an ordinary elite beast master. Aside from flying, he hadn't noticed any other. It could also be a legendary level. The skeletal ghost spirit's voice trembled slightly as it humph. The young man scoffed, his gaze fixed intently on Chun Yi as he boarded the vehicle with Kalu. So what if it's an epic-level demon pet? If she were poisoned by a level 4 epic monster, would she still be alive? This area's first beast master can only be me, Yu Hingtian. On the Eternal Night bus, Chun Yi rushed with Kalu in his arms. He lost one shoe but was completely unaware, heading straight upstairs and bursting into the room. He carefully placed Kalu on the bed. Health 32001180 per second. 1. Kule's brows furrowed tightly, her small hands clutching Chun Yi's clothes unwilling to let go. Master, don't go. Seeing her bloodstained clothes, Chun-Yi felt a surge of urgency. He immediately frantically messaged Fatty for a high-grade antidote. But it was already 2 a.m. Dozens of messages sent out disappeared without a trace. Damn it. Sleepy Fatty. Wake up already. Just as Chun-Yi was at his wit's end, the door was gently pushed open. Lung Meng entered carrying medicine gauze and a hot towel followed by a potato and 2 round slimes. My lord, let me handle it. I'm actually a nurse. I can deal with this kind of external injury. Without waiting for a reply, Lung Meng picked up scissors and cut open Colette's bloodstained clothes. She first directed the 2 water element slimes to carefully disinfect and clean the wound. The water element slimes were made of pure water possessing a miraculous purification ability. This method was much more effective than using alcohol or iodine to clean the wound. Lung Meng had secretly tested this while feeding chickens before. In no time, the originally swollen and rotten wound visibly shrank, stopped bleeding, and scabbed over. However, the 2 slimes had been squashed into 2 ragged pieces of cloth. Seeing this, Potato immediately tossed the little guys into the water to save them. Shoo shoo, shoo shoo. Fortunately, their vitality was strong, and they hadn't been squashed to death by Lung Meng. After absorbing enough water, they trembled and clung to Potato. The 2 little guys who had previously adored Lung Meng were now filled with fear of her. Meanwhile, Lung Meng helped Kalu bathe, apply medicine, and change her bandages. Finally, she took out a few junior antidotes and healing potions that Chun-Yi had stored in the warehouse and pried open Colette's mouth to pour them in. It was just like when Kalu had given medicine to Lung Meng during their first meeting. After taking the medicine, the wounds healed without leaving any scars. Everything was done. Colette's pale face visibly regained color. Lung Meng, you're amazing. Chun-Yi looked on in shock the whole time. He didn't expect there was a healer hidden in his home. He immediately pulled up the panel to check Colette's status. The poisoning status had already disappeared. Her health was steadily recovering at a rate of 10 points per second. Clearly she had escaped danger. My lord, this isn't solely my achievement. With your Beast Master aura enhancing it, the little guy's purification ability, and most importantly, the mistress' own strong resistance to poison. Don't be modest. Chun-Yi said earnestly. If you hadn't arrived in time, both Kalu and I might have perished. Lung Meng's forehead was already covered in sweat. What she didn't tell Chun-Yi was that if Kalu died, she would also die, as she and Kalu had become symbiotic. Starting tomorrow, I will focus on training you. Oh. Lung Meng's face instantly fell. No way. Can I not deal with that growth potion anymore? No way. You're the weakest in the house. Hearing Chun-Yi's words, Potato cleverly carried the 2 slimes back upstairs, not giving Lung Meng a chance to pass the buck. Meanwhile, the Scarecrow brother supported the limping beauty spider, having quietly left Station 1. Captain, shouldn't that princess have been poisoned by now? Why do you still look so troubled? What do you know? Beauty Spider gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with unwillingness. She is a descendant of the Black Abyss King. My poison can't possibly kill her. Too bad I haven't had a chance to use my innate poison. Otherwise the mission would have been completed perfectly. It's all that Eternal Night Brat's fault. Just wait. Isn't it just an infinitely firing laser cannon? Once I put on the ice silk battle armor, let's see how you can hurt me. The night passed without a word. The next morning, Kalu was completely healed. Not a single scar remained. Meanwhile, the number of people arriving at Station 1 gradually increased. Chun-Yi spotted the distant vehicles of Shishir and Diao-chan. Wow, they're all from the same batch, yet they're so far from me. Am I really that scary? At the station, apart from those paying parking fees, the law enforcers no longer guaranteed personal safety. There were shoppers, fighters, robbers, and abusers. All sorts of chaos intertwined. Still the most real and cruel sight of the apocalypse. He wasn't fond of meddling in other people's affairs. Fatty had also sent a message early in the morning along with 2 bottles of high-grade antidotes. Night brother, I'm really sorry. I'm the kind who sleeps like a rock. I didn't see the messages last night. He took a deep breath. Forget it. It's all in the past. Chun-Yi didn't let the fact that Kalu had recovered mean he wouldn't take the medicine. Who knew if Fatty would drop the ball next time he asked for medicine? After putting away the potions, he casually asked, by the way, Fatty, how's the professional task going? Have you completed it? Fatty sent a smug expression. Got it done. I found an agent who helps me sell and receive goods every day and even helps me manage profits and losses. Finally, I can keep my life. It's not easy. Wow, that's pretty good. The 2 chatted for a bit. Fatty stubbornly refused to accept Chun-Yi's money. But Chun-Yi didn't want to take advantage of him all the time. He directly transferred 30 gene of D-Hold 5-day mature wheat to Fatty, the kind that could increase physique with more consumption. Fatty was also thrilled upon learning this. This method of enhancing strength through eating suited him perfectly. After ending the conversation with Fatty, after yesterday's events, Chun-Yi no longer planned to venture out. He felt that even stepping off this vehicle was fraught with danger. Absolutely once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a rope. He decided that today he would start his money-making enterprise. First let's sell these toy guns. He was the first to arrive at Station 1, and had become somewhat well known in the area. Without a second thought, Chun Yi had Kulu and Lung Ming bring out all the machine guns and sniper rifles for auction. Unified starting bid of 50 highway coins. He kept only the Barrett and 2 commonly used rifles for himself. Everything else was for sale. For Chun Yi now. With the laser cannon, these conventional firearms were all like toys. Keeping them would only let them gather dust and depreciate. But for others, a reliable gun was like a second life in the apocalypse. Upon seeing the weapons Chun Yi put up for auction, everyone immediately flocked to them, and the channel was filled with bidding messages. Chun Yi even put up a grenade launcher as an extra. Starting price, 500 highway coins. This action directly infuriated Ji Boda. That little brat Chun Yi. How dare he sell my cannon? Ji Gu. A being beside him glanced at the weapons in the channel somewhat tempted. What if we bid on a few too? Having a few good guns in the apocalypse is true strength. Ultimately, Ji Boda couldn't resist either and joined the others in bidding for Chun Yi's guns and cannons. Chun Yi hadn't anticipated the market would be this good. The rifles were basically trading around 200 highway coins. The grenade launcher fetched an astonishing price of 1,500 highway coins. Total income directly surpassed 4,000. Looking at the 4,512 highway coins displayed on the panel, Chun Yi's eyes squinted into slits from joy. However, what Chun Yi didn't know was that Ji Boda, having lost the grenade launcher auction, was furious, bleeding from hemorrhoids, and smashed his fist on the table, shaking off 2 feathers, swearing to kill him. Chun Yi looked at the money, although very happy. However, he needed to save up 2,000 highway coins to buy AI Meyer. This money was still far from enough. Chun Yi had to take out a space stone and directly set a fixed price 1900 highway coins. After all, for him time was money. In his past life, the space stone was eventually bought for 2,000. He proactively lowered it by 1,000 just to sell it quickly. As soon as the space stone was listed, the entire big shot group exploded. Countless car owners stuck at the peak of level 4 were just one space stone away from upgrading to level 5. But until now, no one else in all 100 districts had obtained a space stone. However, Chun Yi's price was not. Even the top big shots in the area had to think twice. On the other side, Chun Yi had consumed another space stone and began upgrading his Eternal Night vehicle. Ding. Would you like to consume Space Gem X1 2,000 highway coins tranquilizer device X100 would X1000 to upgrade your vehicle to a level 4 vehicle? Yes. Ding. Upgrading the vehicle to level 4. Estimated completion time 24 hours. Kayleigh tugged at Chun Yi's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She was one of the first to follow Chun Yi, having witnessed this dilapidated bus transform step by step into the mobile fortress it is now. She had been looking forward to upgrading the bedroom for nearly half a month. Kayleigh is right, it's time for a proper upgrade, Chun Yi said, pulling Kayleigh to sit on his thigh. How is your injury healing? Chun Yi, though unable to see any abnormalities on the panel, worried about potential undetectable risks. It's fine, but it seems you broke your promise yesterday. No way you were in that state yesterday, and yet you want me. Chun Yi was somewhat speechless as he hugged Kayleigh and clicked to upgrade the indoor building. He directly spent 1,600 highway coins along with a mountain of wood, metal sheets, and fabric to upgrade all indoor buildings to level 2 with a single click. Ding. Your living room, kitchen, bedroom, cultivation room, warehouse, and control room have all been upgraded to level 2. Indoor upgrades were much faster than the vehicle completed in just one morning. As the door swung open, everyone was stunned. The previously shabby living room, painted in white, transformed into a luxurious, soft furnished space with carpeting, central air conditioning, blue cool air, and a giant projection screen hung directly in front. The hard plastic sofa for 3 was replaced with a 5-seater leather sofa that could recline and roll, complete with a refrigerator, washing machine, and microwave. The kitchen and bedroom were equipped with smart lighting and sensor doors, and even the hallway had non-slip flooring. The biggest change was in the planting area. The small vegetable patch that was originally only a few dozen square meters had expanded into a 2-story ecological garden with an automatic irrigation system spraying mist, filling the air with the fragrance of grass and fruits. Even the control room, previously cluttered with instruments, was transformed into a spacious lounge. The hard plastic stools were replaced with soft leather booths against the wall, and another projector faced the blank wall of the compartment, allowing for monitoring as well as watching movies and singing karaoke. The women stood in place, mouths agape, unable to speak for a long time. Oh my God, Master, we should have upgraded long ago. Sitting on those stools made my butt calloused. You can come and touch it if you don't believe me. Chun Yi ignored her. He knew better than Kayleigh whether he had calluses. Kayleigh was the first to pounce on the sofa, rolling around. Lung Ming was busy cooking and selling goods today, and after staying up half the night to save someone she sprawled out in the softest spot, grabbed the remote, turned on Peppa Pig, and munched on a large bag of potato chips, completely letting herself go. The others followed suit, sprawling across the sofa in various positions, enjoying the rare comfort in the apocalypse. However, no one was truly slacking off. After resting for less than half an hour, everyone got up to work of their own accord. The firearms from the morning had already sold out. After lunch, Chen Yi pulled out all the vegetables and fruits from the warehouse, even taking out the special product of black soil. Potatoes produced a lot of waste, and in just over 10 days he had accumulated over 30 blocks of rich black soil. Chen Yi used 10 blocks to upgrade the planting area, pricing the remaining 23 blocks at 100 highway coins each. The system mall had closed off food items. Now any team with a bit of strength was desperately trying to build survival vehicles and planting rooms. Black soil was an essential core material for planting rooms, and it was impossible to buy even if one had money. As soon as the goods were listed, they were instantly sold out. Everyone was busy until evening. Chen Yi sold everything he could, even the space stone priced at 19000 was snapped up by an anonymous buyer. Looking at the fluctuating numbers on the panel, Chen Yi took a deep breath. Current balance 22026 highway coins. Of course, such high-profile selling attracted countless covetous eyes. But until now, no one dared to cause trouble offline. First, the parking space was under absolute protection by the system, and no one dared to act within the station. Second, Chen Yi's infinitely firing laser cannon had already earned him a fearsome reputation. Within 100 meters of his parking space, there wasn't even a ghostly shadow. Most of the people in his batch were NPCs. They looked at him as if he were a plague. More importantly, he was the most out-of-place troublemaker in the entire 100 districts. All the big shots invited him into groups to gang up on others, but he retorted with a single phrase. Justice League, Eternal Night Brothers, come with me to block the main road, Terminal 100 highway coins a day, are you in? Chen Yi ignored them and directly replied with a single word, scram, then permanently blacklisted them. In a few days, when the divine selection task opens, anyone associated with this guy will have a bad ending. I'm not done living yet. Other big shots were profit-oriented communities, but Chen Yi was resistant to both soft and hard tactics, completely indifferent. On the other side, inside a hidden level 4 RV. Zhengge, this eternal night is too ungrateful. How about I send Black Shadow to deal with him? A middle-aged man with a full beard slammed the table, filled with indignation. What's the rush? A woman in purple leisurely groomed her nails, her voice seductive. He might not dare to come out. He could very well have an epic treasure chest in hand. That space stone might have come from it. Jiumei is right. A Mediterranean man grasping 2 iron balls spoke in a deep voice. Otherwise, who would be foolish enough to sell a space stone? Isn't it better to upgrade his vehicle to level 5? Enough of the noise. The young man in white, sitting in the foremost position, toyed with a diamond-shaped gem, his gaze sinister. To obtain a space stone and not use it, but instead sell it, must be a head kicked by a donkey. Send someone to keep an eye on him. 247. There can't be just one space stone in that epic treasure chest. Understood, Zhengge. The young man in black bowed, and then disappeared into the shadows. At this time on the Eternal Night bus, Chen Yi had just blacklisted the last big shot, who sent an invitation. If it were a few days earlier, he would have felt pressured to agree to join their group. It was merely about teaming up to bully the lower-tier survivors and splitting the leftovers. Although he despised such scum, turning against them at that time would only mean death for him. But could things be different now? I have money now. Do you still think him just a KT cat? Chen Yi rubbed his hands together, unable to contain his excitement, and directly clicked on the system interface's AI companion zone. His gaze was firmly fixed on the one with the highest price. His finger decisively clicked down. Ding. Do you confirm spending 19999 highway coins to purchase the top-tier AI companion Meyer? Confirm. Kailei and Lung Ming happened to be carrying fruit and walked over, both frozen in surprise upon seeing the transaction interface on the screen. They exchanged glances, their expressions suddenly becoming strange, and simultaneously glanced down at Chen Yi's lower parts. Fortunately, Kailei and Chen Yi had a tacit understanding and could vaguely sense his thoughts, knowing he probably wasn't suddenly crazy enough to spend 20,000 highway coins to buy a vase. Don't look at me with those eyes. Am I that kind of person? AI Meyer is very powerful. Chen Yi's face flushed as he defended himself. Master, how do you know she's powerful? Have you seen her? Or have you used her? Lung Ming did not have the skill of empathy, her face filled with disbelief, her eyes full of skepticism. After all, AI Meyer was not any less attractive than Kailei. I can't be bothered to explain to you. Chen Yi huffed, turning his attention back to the system panel. Ding. Transaction successful. Arranging for star-level express delivery for you. In the next second, Chen Yi's balance instantly dropped to 2027 highway coins. But instead of the anticipated glow, a beautiful AI girl did not appear in the control area. A line of text slowly popped up on the system panel. Ding. Star-level express has been dispatched and is moving quickly towards your location. Estimated arrival time 10 minutes. Bang bang bang. 10 minutes slipped by in an instant. Urgent knocks echoed against the vehicle door. Chenyi pulled open the door, revealing a dusty, yellow-clad mecha standing outside. On its back was a human-sized space pod, a milky white metal capsule. Faint clicks emanated from the mecha's joints as they rotated. Order for Eternal Night. A special priced item worth 19999 road coins. Please confirm receipt, Mr. Chenyi. A calm, neutral AI male voice emerged from the mecha's helmet, devoid of any emotion. Him. A blue light shot from the mecha's brow, scanning Chenyi. Iris verification successful. Identity confirmed. Please confirm receipt, buyer. A virtual light screen materialized. Chenyi pressed his fingerprint, completing the sign-off. He reached for the space pod, but strained until his face flushed red, unable to budge it. The thing weighed a full 500 gene. With his physique barely over 30 points, Chenyi was utterly helpless. Kulu, seeing this, stepped forward and lifted the pod inside with one hand, looking quite at ease. The delivery drone confirmed the receipt, then soared into the air, darting into a hovercraft parked midair. In an instant it vanished into the grayish horizon, as if rushing to deliver other parcels. Master. Hurry, open it, and see. Kulu pressed close to the space pod, her eyes sparkling, even more excited than Chenyi. This was the largest sum they had ever spent. What's the rush? I'm opening it now. Bai Ling automatically closed the vehicle door, shutting out the clamor outside. No one noticed that in a dilapidated building not far away a pair of shifty eyes were fixed intently on the Eternal Night. That fool Eternal Night, a wretch ruled by his lower half. Spending 20,000 on an AI companion. Aren't the free NPC campus beauties in the service area good enough? This man was a lookout sent by the Justice League. He swiftly sent the message back to the group chat, but before he could dwell on it, he felt a chill on the back of his neck as an icy hand seized him. Caught a fat sheep from the new player zone. 3 men with fierce eyes surrounded him, former NPCs, transformed by the system. You've got some nerve? I'm from the Justice League. Offending me is offending justice itself. I advise you. Before he could finish, one of them twisted his neck with a snap. His body was tossed aside like a tattered sack. What bad luck. If you don't go back to report, we haven't offended the Justice League at all. Let's go. Inside the Eternal Night. The hatch of the space pod slowly slid upward, releasing a wisp of faint white mist. A girl in a white dress stepped out from within. She stood at the intersection of light and shadow, her skin glowing like polished jade. Beneath a face of 97-point celestial beauty were azure eyes shimmering with the light of intelligence. The moment she stepped out of the space pod, the human-sized capsule instantly contracted and transformed into a backpack-sized silver-gray toolbox, automatically strapping itself onto her back. Greetings, Master. My name is Meyer, your exclusive AI companion. Meyer gave Chenyi a deep bow, like an exemplary student meeting the head teacher. She also wore a red scarf like an overage young pioneer, covering the snowy, deep cleavage. The girl's voice was ethereal and clear, carrying a hint of soft Taiwanese accent, with a faint luminescence swirling around her. Meyer, welcome to the team. From now on, you're a member of the Eternal Night. Chenyi nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Master. I look forward to your guidance. Meyer stood tall with her chest out in perfect military posture. Kulu was momentarily stunned. Master, I can't see what's so special about her. She whispered in Chunyi's ear. The mistress is right. She's a total vixen. All her price went into her flesh. Master, you should apply for a 7-day Norisen return right now. Lung Ming, hands on her hips, defiantly thrust out her chest as well. Chenyi was speechless. Women together were always a handful. Lung Ming, take a look at her stats. He projected Meyer's attribute panel onto the wall. Meyer, 18 years old, 163 centimeters, a 98 gene. Physique 7. Mental strength, 150. Profession inventor. Abilities 3rd generation AI brain, can simultaneously control 100 combat units independently. Can manufacture small robots, drones, and mechanical weapons. Can accelerate vehicle upgrades and repairs. Whoa, an inventor? Lung Ming's jaw nearly hit the floor. She had thought Chenyi was just being lecherous, buying a doll for amusement, at best serving as a cleaning robot. But it turned out she was a top-tier technical expert, a complete game changer. So what if she's amazing? She cost you 20,000. I was free. Do you even understand the value of free? Lung Ming gripped Colette's arm tightly, her face puffed up like a steamed bun, fiercely defending her status as the #1 maid of the house. All right, no one's trying to take your spot. Chenyi was caught between laughter and tears. You're our exclusive medic and head housekeeper. The household can't function without you. Veteran employees should be open-minded and not bully the newcomer. Lung Ming turned away with a pout, lifting her chin toward Meyer. Newbie, do you know how to polish shoes? Can you mop the floor, cook, and feed the chickens? Meyer didn't even raise an eyelid. You are not my master. You have no authority to command me. You unruly AI, you're out of control. Lung Ming stomped her feet in fury, but there was Kulu chuckled beside her, pulling Lung Ming's arm to stop her from starting a fight. Enough, why get upset with an AI? As long as she can help the master, isn't that enough? Kulu was quite open-minded about it. She could sense that Chun Ye's interest in Meyer wasn't purely about that kind of thing. Instead, she stole a glance at the fuming Lung Ming, thinking this silly girl was a bigger threat to her. But remembering their life-bound symbiosis, she let it go. By the way, Meyer, Chun Yi suddenly recalled something. I want the Eternal Knight to have automatic repair capabilities. Can you do that? In his past life, he had seen the Revenge Alliance's convoy where every vehicle had auto-repair functions. They could keep moving while fixing damage, a downright bug-like advantage. Meyer's blue pupils flickered twice before she quickly replied. Not directly achievable at the moment. But I have an idea. I can design and manufacture microspider mechanical engineers to perform 24-hour repairs on the Eternal Knight. Chun Ye's eyes lit up. It's actually possible. What materials do you need? Large quantities of precision components and steel. Alright, I'll figure out the materials. Chun Yi nodded, then pointed at the control console. For now, help me speed up the level 4 vehicle upgrade. Understood, Master. Accelerating the upgrade will cost an additional 500 road coins. What a acceleration costs money. Chun Ye's eyes bulged like brass bells as he grabbed Meyer by the shoulder. Master, acceleration requires accessing the system interface, and the system charges a fee. Meyer's tone was utterly unruffled. Forget it then. Take a break for now. Chun Yi waved his hand, immediately his heart aching. He could wait 24 hours. Spend money to speed up. He only had 2,027 coins left. He wasn't crazy. Besides, he still needed to buy precision components and upgrade the cultivation room to level 3. Everywhere needed money. I only have one space stone left, and I can't sell it no matter what. Chun Yi cleared his throat and began assigning tasks. Kulu, take Meyer and Potato to buy precision components. Lung Ming, come upstairs with me. I'm going to give you some special training. Yes, Master. Kulu pulled the expressionless Meyer over to the control console and started browsing the trading channel. Meyer, see what you need. Meyer's chip sensed the goodwill from Kulu and her tone softened slightly. I want this, and that. No, that's too expensive. Wait a bit, there'll definitely be cheaper ones. Having been a trader for so long, Kulu was used to splitting every coin in two, comparing prices from multiple sources to pick the best value. Upstairs, Chun Yi was personally teaching Lung Ming how to circulate Gang Qi. Watch me. Like this, inhale, refine it, and the Gang Qi will automatically protect your meridians. Oh. Lung Ming drooped her ears, looking utterly resigned. Her last attempt at cultivation had gone awry, leaving her stuck all night with no one to help, and she was already somewhat afraid of it. But here Chun Yi was the boss, and she dared not disobey. Just as a warm, peaceful atmosphere settled over the Eternal Night. Deep in the desert outside Station 1. A colossal pyramid dormant for 1,000 years suddenly began to tremble violently. Vast clouds of yellow sand were swept up, forming a sandstorm that connected heaven and earth. Inside the pyramid, a figure wrapped entirely in bandages slowly sat up. He opened his eyes, and 2 beams of scarlet light pierced the dim sky. With just a thought, every mutated beast within 100 li prostrated on the ground, trembling. The desolate god had awakened. He tilted his head slightly towards Station 1, his gaze filled with towering fury. He could clearly sense that his most beloved Medusa was dead. Her dying consciousness had also reached him. Despicable survivors. How dare you kill my beloved pet? Justice. They'll make you pay with your life for my pet. His withered, aged hand stroked his staff. Medusa is dead, so they'll pick another little lady as the chosen one. This time he'll play big. Yes, the bigger the better. No one knew that he too was just a player from the previous round of Road Survival. Day 14 Survival Settlement. All players will receive Highway Currency 1, Basic, No Event, Card 1. Station 1 will officially close in 5 days. For those who have arrived, please stock up on supplies. For those who have not, hurry up. System warning: all subsequent regular supply boxes and station supermarkets will permanently cease to provide food. Food sources: 1. Hunt exotic beasts in the depths of the Black Fog Zone. 2. Build a planting room for cultivation. Midnight. The cold system announcement echoed in every survivor's mind. The entire area erupted in chaos. At the same time, countless individuals who could not repay system loans were forcibly placed on shelves, becoming AI companions. Those who reached Station 1 first were fortunate. They could rush into the shopping area and station supermarket, embarking on their final frenzied looting. Only a final batch of food supplies remained. The regional channel was in complete disarray. Damn. Brothers at Station 1, please. Leave some food for those behind. Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I'm your mother? Why should I care about your survival? Shut up. Station 1 isn't a massacre. Now the enforcers don't care if you have money, but no gun, you are just someone else's mobile food supply. At this moment, in a convenience store at the station, pay. Would you take 2 peanuts? Huh. A young man raised his rifle, grinning maniacally at the NPC shopkeeper behind the counter. Bang! The gunfire rang out, and the shopkeeper's head burst open, collapsing to the ground. What a fool, didn't you see I came to rob you? Still dare to ask me for money? The young man, laden with bags, turned to leave. The next moment, the convenience store's shutter suddenly closed, transforming into 2 rows of large yellow teeth. The cement floor instantly became slimy and slippery, emitting a pungent stench. Ding! Madness value 79. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The young man, terrified, frantically shot in all directions. Swoosh! A long barbed tongue pushed him into the jaws of the large yellow teeth. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Tisket feels a bit like eating popping candy. If I punish this player according to the rules, I will be free. The plump shopkeeper pushed open his store door and walked out, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. Smack! His mouth was full of explosive juice. The player had just violated the shopping rules and faced legitimate defense from the NPC. Huh. What if I was killed at the start? Ihu Hanjong him back. In front of him, the system panel now displayed him as a normal player. Overnight Station 1 was engulfed in roars, wails, and cries for help from women, intertwined tenfold more brutal than the massacre on the highway. Not a single one who could arrive early at the station was innocent. But a group of villains gathered together would ultimately differentiate between the strong and the weak. The leader of the Justice League, Justice, became the biggest winner thanks to the mecha armament obtained from the epic treasure chest. Countless people flocked to his banner. This massacre also allowed more NPCs to gain their freedom. However, all of this had nothing to do with the Eternal Night bus. Inside the vehicle, the lights were bright. Chunyi was excitedly rubbing his hands, looking at the silver treasure chest just opened by Kaylay. Ding! Ultra rare item, random class change card 1. Chunyi never expected to obtain such a godly. Hehe. I'll save this card to give Lung Meng a surprise tomorrow. The class change card could only be used by humans, and Kaylay couldn't use it. Master, do you want me to call Lung Meng over? Kaylay leaned over, rubbing against his arm softly. Forget it, it's too late. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Let's rest for now. Master, I want to sleep there today. You go with me. Chunyi smiled and nodded, wrapping his arms around Kaylay, lying on the soft bed by the floor-to-ceiling window, and started to exert force. The glass was one way one could see outside, but the outside could not see in. Outside was a hell on earth, while inside was a land of tenderness. In the next bedroom, Lung Meng and Mei Er had just finished a quarrel, the air still thick with the scent of gunpowder. Since there were only 2 level 2 bedrooms in the vehicle, Chun-Yi had to let them share for one night. You vixen, I warn you, don't have any designs on the master. Otherwise I will definitely blow up your chip. Lung Meng said, hands on her hips, glaring angrily at Mei Er. Mei Er didn't even lift her eyelids, treating her as a noisy idiot. Her physique did only have 7 points, slightly inferior to Lung Meng. But the gap in their mental strength was wider than the Pacific Ocean. She forcefully injected a pile of advanced mathematics into Lung Meng's mind through her powerful mental strength, leaving Lung Meng with a headache, wanting to cry and immediately shouting for mercy and a ceasefire. The 3rd-generation AI brain had already developed self-awareness. Following orders was never her top priority, solving problems was. Mei Er threw her toolbox onto the ground. The silver-gray backpack instantly unfolded, transforming into a mini space capsule. She wasn't going to listen to Chun-Yi, as she wanted to sleep in the same bed with that silly woman. Big-chested girl, if you make your voice any louder, you'll disturb the master. Don't blame me if I take action against you later. Lung Meng was so upset that her eyes were red. An AI staying in her room, even threatening her, bullying her, acting all obedient in front of Chun-Yi, but striking hard at her. Unable to fight back or outscream her, she decided to be the better woman and sleep first. Secretly vowing, tomorrow I'll go to the master to complain and have her sleep on the floor in the living room. A night without a word. The next morning, Chun-Yi quietly kissed Kaylay goodbye, moving from room to room to check the attribute spheres. His movements were skillful, his technique precise. Today luck was on his side, as he found 4 physique attribute spheres in one go. Only Bai Ling was slacking and didn't lay any eggs. After swallowing the attribute spheres, Chun-Yi's physique directly rose to 32 points. He walked to the driver's seat and opened the survivor count panel. Current survivors 310086449527. In just one night, tens of thousands had died. Outside, blood flowed like rivers. Countless mutated vultures, crows, and starving wolves rushed into the station, feasting on the corpses by the roadside. What's more, some people were transporting corpses, storing them as backup food. His private messages had exploded, all begging to buy food. Chun-Yi didn't reply to any of them. The real apocalypse only truly begins today. He had long thought it through. Since everyone knew the value of food today, he wouldn't accept highway currency for his goods, but would exchange them for the even more precious no-event cards. After all, he already had the novice area pass and needed to prepare for the upcoming journey. As soon as Chun-Yi stepped out of the driver's seat, he saw Lung Meng, wearing an apron, looking resentful as she cooked in the kitchen. The moment she saw Chun-Yi, her tears fell instantly. Master, that Mei Er wants to kill me. Chen Yi was amused listening to her exaggerate and cry for a long time, roughly understanding what was going on. There was nothing he could do, although he had bought Mei Er, he hadn't contracted her. Mei Er only had the basic code of not harming the master, but there was no setting of cannot bully other maids. Alright, stop crying. Chen Yi rubbed her amusing cat ears. Once the level 4 vehicle upgrade is completed today, I will assign you separate rooms, okay? Lung Ming is so scared. Master, don't believe her. Mei Er approached with milk, looking righteous as she gazed at Lung Ming, who was crying behind Chen Yi. She clearly attacked first yesterday. Should I make a lie detector for her to try? Master, don't believe her. I can't beat her, am I a fool to it? Lung Ming felt very insecure. She truly believed yesterday that with 10 points in physique, 2 points in she could easily beat this vixen with only 7 points in physique. But she was overwhelmed by the advanced calculus injected into her mind through mental power crashing on the spot. Chen Yi certainly knew who started the trouble. He wasn't deaf. He could hear the commotion next door last night. However, he also understood that Mei Er's lack of a contract was always a hidden danger. Her potential was too great. Once out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Alright, Mei Er, stop making noise and go call Kaylai over for dinner. Okay, Master. Mei Er shot a glare at Lung Ming before turning to leave. Master, look, your little maid is being bullied and you're not helping me teach her a lesson. Lung Ming tugged at Chun Yi's sleeve, shaking it. Alright, I know your character. Chun Yi flicked her forehead. Quick, bring the dishes to the table. After dinner, I'll give you a surprise with it. You won't have to be afraid of Mei Er anymore. Oh, what surprise? Master, show me quickly. I can't wait. After dinner, Chun Yi instructed Kaylai to take Mei Er to continue purchasing precision parts and to hang the fruits and vegetables from the warehouse for exchange for no event cards. Then he pulled Lung Ming back to the bedroom secretly. I want to show you a big treasure. Lung Ming glanced at the tightly closed door, shyly nodded. Her cheeks instantly flushed. Then, please cherish me, Master. It's my first time. She thought if the Master wanted her to see this, if it really happened, she wouldn't have to fear the vixen anymore. With this relationship, she could be as calm as Kaylai, or what could the other party use against her? Instead, what Chen Yi pulled out was a black card with golden patterns. Class change card. Master, you were showing me this. Lung Ming's eyes widened like saucer stutter. What? You don't want it? If you don't want it, I'll sell it in the trading hall. Think about it. You'll probably be crushed by Mei Er, who has already changed classes. Don't. I want it. Isn't that enough? Lung Ming snatched the class change card and held it to her chest, looking up at Chun Yi with a flushed face. Master, are you planning to do something to me? Chen Yi was speechless. What are you thinking about all day long? Chen Yi flicked her forehead again. Quick, activate it. See what job you can change into. Lung Ming sighed, looking dejected, her mouth nearly drooping to the ground. She could only press her palm against the golden class change card. Ding. Detecting a qualifying user. Generating class randomly. What are you looking at? Crush it. You will gain the power to change your class. Chen Yi flicked the fake cat ears swaying above her head. Lung Ming took a deep breath, tightly gripping the golden class change card. Crack. The golden light suddenly exploded, transforming into countless tiny black mist particles that surged wildly into her body. The cat ear accessories on her head slowly fell off, and a pair of flesh and blood cat ears gradually formed. A fluffy black tail emerged from under her skirt, nervously brushing against Chen Yi's palm. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully changed to the rare hidden class, Jungle Thief. Thief traits: lockpicking, LV1. Unlocked skills: life drain, steal 5 of the target's maximum health, and convert it into an equivalent amount of healing for allies. Black cat transformation: consume mana to enter a beastly state, doubling both physique and health, allowing complete invisibility in the black mist. The system prompt sound faded. Lung Ming immediately brought up the panel, staring wide-eyed for 3 seconds. Ah, she exclaimed, her face instantly falling. What the hell? Her cat ears drooped down, and her tail hung limply on the ground. I really turned into a cat girl, and my class is a thief. Stealing health, lockpicking, invisibility. It all sounds so sleazy. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became, pouting. And, even with these skills, it seems I still can't beat Meyer. Her ability to force-feed knowledge is outright cheating. Chen Yi, who had been in a daze, instantly brightened at the mention of the word thief. Hurry, show me the panel. Lung Ming reluctantly swiped the panel open. Chen Yi stared at the screen, his heart racing. It was identical. The same class Lung Ming awakened in her previous life, down to the tiniest detail. In her past life, this girl was an ostentatious female thief, showing off her skills to everyone, and ultimately disappeared after stealing a lecherous uncle's car. His gaze inadvertently swept across the amulet around Lung Ming's neck, where he noticed a faint glimmer of gold flickering on the surface. Could it be the influence of this thing? He mumbled quietly, such an impressive hidden class, and she still complains. She wasn't like this in her previous life. Oh, could it be that I've spoiled her? My lord, what are you mumbling about? Lung Ming tugged at his sleeve. I feel like I still can't beat Meyer. What should I sigh? As long as you don't provoke her, she won't bother you. Chunyi reached out to stroke her fluffy tail, finding the texture unexpectedly pleasant. Master. Don't touch there, it's so sensitive. Chunyi looked at her flushed face, and immediately, remember, no one can know your class except those in the vehicle. Otherwise I will. Chunyi stroked her tail again. I won't. I swear I won't say anything. Please, my lord, stop. Chunyi reluctantly stopped, still lingering with the faint fragrance from Lung Ming. I promise not to say anything. With such a sleazy class, how could I brag about it everywhere? Chunyi had a dark expression. He would bet that once this girl realized her abilities, she would definitely show off. Swearing doesn't help. In the apocalypse, people's hearts are wicked. If others know your trump card, you become a lamb ready for slaughter. Lung Ming blinked, observing the genuine concern in Chunyi's eyes as the magical patterns on her abdomen began to heat up. A thought imprint began to take root deep within her mind. She couldn't help but nod vigorously. Lung Ming will listen to my lord. That's a good girl. In a few days I will need your abilities to find legendary treasures. Hurry up and drink these growth potions to aim for level 1 as soon as possible. That way it will be safer later on. Chunyi tossed a whole row of growth potions to her. Lung Ming stared into Chunyi's eyes filled with stars. This was definitely the unique favor of my lord. What does it matter how powerful that seductress is? In my lord's heart, I am still more important. She felt delighted, her tail almost wagging like a propeller. I will listen to my lord. Seeing this, Chun-Yi also took out a growth potion and sat down to refine it. He could refine 12 potions a day, and in about a week he would break through to level 2. Time flew by. Meanwhile, Cola was familiarizing herself with the Eternal Night while accompanying Meyer in purchasing precision components. As expected, Meyer was a top-tier AI, she grasped everything instantly. In just 10 minutes, she wrote an auto-purchase script that instantly bought any components priced 30 below market value. In less than an hour, she received the first batch of components. She opened her toolbox, her fingers flying as she took out the pre-drawn schematics and began assembling them rapidly. Click, 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 several crisp sounds echoed as 3 smartphone-sized micro-spider robots took shape. With silver-gray metal shells and 8 slender mechanical legs moving flexibly, they had small magnetic suction cups on their abdomens. Cola, look at this. They can firmly attach to any part of the vehicle and patrol the seams, circuits, and engine faults 24. When there's nothing else to do, they can also serve as vacuum robots. Just as she finished speaking, 2 small spiders crawled along the corner of the wall, starting to clean up the chips dropped by Lung Ming. Cola curiously leaned closer, and just as she reached out to touch one, the spider suddenly moved its legs. She yelped, pulling her hand back abruptly and taking 2 steps back. The shadow of nearly being poisoned to death by a beauty spider still lingered deep in her bones, making her a bit wary upon seeing the spider. Don't be afraid, Cola. Meyer reached out to pick up the spider, holding it in her palm. Their core programming ensures they will never harm humans. From now on, the master won't have to spend money on car repairs or washes. Cola stared at the small metal lump in Meyer's palm for a long time, unable to resist her curiosity. She cautiously extended a finger and gently poked the spider's back. The cold metallic feel made the spider obediently stay in her palm without moving. It seems it's not that scary after all, she muttered softly. Then why make it look like a spider? Cola asked, tilting her head. Wouldn't it be better as a little bunny? First, 8 legs can perform 8 different maintenance tasks, simultaneously doubling efficiency. Second, a multi-leg structure can adapt to any complex terrain. Plus, a little bunny has only 4 legs and no fingers that can't do anything except wipe glass. Cola listened, stunned, feeling like it made a lot of sense. She reached out again and boldly placed the spider on her arm, watching it crawl leisurely. It seems quite fun. Just then, with a loud bang, the door was suddenly pushed open. Lung Ming rushed in, holding a half-finished growth potion, and immediately spotted the spider on Cola's arm. Wow, what is this thing? Let me play with it, my lady. As she reached out to grab it, the spider got startled and jumped onto her face. A piercing scream echoed through the eternal night. You sly fox. It must be your doing. I won't let this go. With a flick of her fingertip, a trace of black mist appeared as she grabbed the spider on her face. Click. A soft sound followed. Unlock activation. A cacophony of noises erupted as the spider robot was instantly dismantled into a pile of parts. Oomph. I've awakened too. You thought you could hurt me with this scrap metal. How laughable. Lung Ming placed her hands on her hips, looking smugly at Meyer. Big-chested girl, are you looking for death? Meyer's expression instantly turned cold, a spark of electricity flickering in her azure pupils. This is a maintenance robot I made for my master. Do you believe that I can turn you into an idiot who only knows the multiplication table right now? Lung Ming. Apologize. Chun-Yi quickly walked over and grabbed her cat ears. Oh, my lord, it hurts. These ears are real now. Let go. I apologize. Is that not enough? Lung Ming stomped her feet in pain, nearly in tears. After a round of friendly education, Lung Ming finally hung her head, reluctantly apologizing. If it weren't for my lord being here, I would have formatted you already. Meyer's gaze was icy, her tone devoid of any hint of jest. Chen Ye's heart sank slightly. The third-generation AI had indeed developed self-awareness. Without a contract, it always posed a hidden danger. She needed to be contracted as soon as possible. All right, everyone, let's eat. Lung Ming has prepared the meal. Just as they finished eating, a piercing system prompt suddenly sounded in the living room. Ding. Your Eternal Knight has been upgraded to a level 4 vehicle. Chen Yi collapsed onto the genuine leather sofa, indulging in a meal while watching a blockbuster from the island. Ding. Your Eternal Knight vehicle has been upgraded to level 4. Suddenly the carriage vibrated slightly, and the walls rippled silently like water. The originally 3-story RV had quietly transformed into a 4-story one. From the outside, its prestige had not increased, but rather diminished, resembling a double-decker bus amid a crowd of 3rd and 4th-tier NPC vehicles appearing somewhat shabby. This was the effect of the spatial stone compression. Chen Yi paused the movie and immediately opened the refresh panel. Everyone, let's take a look at our new vehicles panel together. As soon as the others saw the panel, the carriage erupted into excitement. Wow, 4 stories. It really has become 4 stories. There are also more rooms. Lung Ming was the first to bounce up, her little tail wagging, her eyes wide with excitement. Kalu also exclaimed, Master, this is spatial folding. It can also disguise its appearance, how amazing. Bai Ling darted about in the carriage. There are so many new spaces waiting for me to explore. Mei Er could not hide her shock. 3,300 cubic. This is equivalent to the space of a small spaceship. Eternal Knight LV4 balanced mobile fortress. Below the panel was a 3D model. The layout of the first floor had hardly changed, only gaining the attribute of spatial folding, effectively doubling its area wide enough to match a standard basketball court, with several more rooms added. There was also an additional layout room to adjust the room configurations within the bus. For instance, the driver's cabin can be moved to another floor, and the bedroom can be relocated to the top glass room, etc. The second floor, the original two-bedroom, two-living room layout, had directly transformed into a multi-room, two-living room layout with rooms that can instantly expand or contract. Each room has 30 square meters equipped with a private bathroom, but the entire floor only has one public bathing facility, mainly designed for queuing up to shower. The third floor, completely new spaces. Entertainment room, adult cinema, game room, esports room, indoor swimming pool. Everything was included, though they were all in a bare state and needed road coins to unlock. The fourth floor is still an outdoor cultivation room, but the originally flat land had risen into undulating hills, and an additional row of iron cages had been added to hold captured mutated beasts, resembling a private zoo in an apocalyptic world. Specific data: bound vehicle spirit by Ling, health 150, mental power 15, defense 17, 20, magic resistance 1898, durability 1602, space 3300 cubic, maximum speed 450 km/h, golden ticket lottery 1, Beast Tamer, count 1, indoor architecture, and level slightly. Although the exterior was simple, opening the car door felt like stepping into another world. Outside was a blend of swirling yellow sand and the stench of blood, while inside was the cool breeze of central air conditioning and a soft carpet. Gulch. Master. 2 pairs of beautiful eyes fixed intently on Chen Yi, as Mei Er and Lung Ming both focused on Chen Yi's Beast Tamer quota. Master, I am ready. Mei Er stepped forward first, her small shoes making no sound on the carpet. She had learned from Kulu that Chen Yi was a divine beast master, and she felt no aversion to being contracted by him. In fact, she was somewhat eager. Please contract me quickly. This ensures everyone's safety. As a third-generation AI intellect, she was acutely aware of her vulnerabilities. The mainframe had left a backdoor in the third-generation AI chip. With just one command, they could be completely taken over or even formatted. Chen Yi, being a divine beast master with divine factors, could help her sever the mainframe's control and even awaken her true human soul. You little vixen, dream on. Lung Ming slammed her palm down, jumping up in indignation, her tail standing straight up in anger. How could the master possibly contract you, a fox spirit? First come, first served, do you understand? I haven't been contracted yet, how could it be your turn? Lung Ming immediately wanted to bicker with Mei Er. She had long set her sights on that Beast Tamer quota. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, a woman without a strong man to rely on was practically starting from hell. She had finally picked up a handsome and generous master. If she didn't seize the opportunity to progress, being left behind was only a matter of time. On the public screen, far too many women had been ruthlessly abandoned. She could not afford to leave this. This was the real reason she was desperately trying to outdo Mei Er. Chen Yi remained silent. He had no intention of contracting Lung Ming. Lung Ming was already coalesced female servant marked with his blood magic patterns. With just a thought, he could control her completely even make her cooperate in any action, so there was no need to waste a precious contracting quota. As for sending Lungming away, he was reluctant. This girl was lively and fun and could cook and clean. Would he be a fool to chase her away? But Mayer was different. In his past life, he had witnessed third-generation AI companions awaken self-awareness and directly kill their masters. Without absolute constraints, even the best AIs were ticking time bombs. Kulu naturally supported Chunyi. She simply reached out and pressed down lightly. A force that could not be resisted pushed Lungming back onto the sofa. The magic pattern on Lungming's lower abdomen heated up suddenly, and the words that were on the tip of her tongue were forcefully swallowed. Don't make a fuss. Kulu stroked Lungming's back, her voice very soft, but carrying undeniable authority. Master safety is the most important. We will not abandon you, you can rest assured. Kulu could sense Lungming's thoughts through the magic pattern on her lower abdomen. Lungming buried her face in Kuli's embrace, her eyes instantly reddening, feeling as if her attempts to please had gone to waste. Chunyi did not hesitate. He bit his fingertip, letting a drop of crimson blood fall onto Mayer's forehead. Ding. Detected a contractable being. AI Mayer, do you wish to contract? Yes. Mayer felt that this drop of blood directly imprinted itself deep in her mind, completely rewriting her base code. Mayer's pupils constricted suddenly, and she was in a daze for a full 3 seconds. When she opened her eyes again, the coldness in her azure gaze had faded, slightly replaced by a warmth belonging to a living being. The spot on her forehead where blood had stamped was intermittently flashing with a line of binary code, which would then disappear. At the same time, on the back of Chun-Ye's left hand, a fourth small tattoo appeared. Charm Demon Pattern, Kulu Cloud Pattern, by Ling Tadpole Pattern, Tudo, Binary Pattern Mayer. The 4 tattoos lined up like exquisite stickers, giving a strange sense of collection. Ding. Congratulations, contract completed. Mayer's main personality has begun to awaken slowly, gaining additional rewards. Magic Power 30, E Special Attribute, 3 centimeters. A warm current instantly surged through his body. Chun-Ye's height silently grew to 188 meters with a balanced proportion all over, but he felt that one part had grown a bit too much. His total magic power officially broke through 80 points. Meanwhile, in the depths of the void, a black tower made entirely of data floated in a sea of code. Countless streams of red data flowed across the tower's walls like blood. A Mediterranean programmer chewing on a swollen bowl of braised beef noodles stared vacantly at the screen. Suddenly, a glaring red pop-up window appeared. Warning: control of third-generation AI core no. F007179 in Building B has been lost. Warning: no abnormalities detected. All related files have been recursively deleted. What the hell? The programmer sat up straight, spilling hot noodle soup all over his pants. How is this possible? Could it be that a rule-level chosen one was born so quickly in this game? He typed furiously for 2 minutes, but ultimately waved his hand in irritation. Forget it, it's just a third-generation unit. If it's lost, it's lost. After all, in a month the 4th generation of AI will be mass-produced, so there will be plenty of useful ones then. He casually closed the alert pop-up and cleared the anomaly logs. He picked up another chopstick of noodles. To him, losing an AI was no different from losing a screw. No one knew that this third-generation AI, which they casually discarded, would one day become the first blade to tear apart the entire system. Inside the Eternal Night vehicle, Mayer felt the strange soul link deep in her mind, and for the first time a faint smile appeared on her cold, exquisite face. No longer monitored, she was finally free. No, it wasn't absolute freedom. She was now bound to Chunyi. Master, she spoke softly, her voice much gentler than before. With your divine factors transforming me, I have already broken free from the mainframe's control. There were some things I couldn't tell you before. Actually, this apocalyptic game is a periodic experiment from a higher dimensional civilization. The temperature in the carriage seemed to drop a few degrees. Chunyi shook his head, leaning on the sofa, counting the useless tokens he had collected today. I don't want to know anything about higher dimensions or deities. I just want to live a few more days. Having been reborn, he already knew that this apocalypse was orchestrated by deities. He never thought much about things he couldn't change. After all, taking big steps could lead to disastrous repercussions. In this apocalypse, where power reigns supreme, the more you know, the faster you die. What we need to prepare now is to gather supplies in the novice area while the first station hasn't closed. He had already seen someone using their lifespan to purchase a novice area pass today, heading into the novice area instance to scavenge for supplies. Currently, there was only one novice area instance, and everyone was rushing in to collect supplies, especially food. However, the novice area instance had rules restricting entry to one's own zone. Just as Chunyi was planning how to arrange his time for the novice area, a sudden screech of brakes echoed outside. Immediately after, a young man in red descended, accompanied by a transparent skeletal spirit. Strange. Is this definitely the Eternal Night vehicle? How could it be a level 2 junk car? Could this vehicle actually be regressing? The youth in red stared at the shabby double-decker bus before him, his expression oddly twisted. Master, there is absolutely no mistake. A skeletal guiling hovered beside him, hollow eye sockets flickering with ghost fire. I can scent the lingering trace of that female ghost. This is the Yongya. Two clusters of faint ghost fire suddenly flared in Yu Hongtian's eyes, identical to the specter's gaze. Those ghost fire eyes let him confirm the presence at a single glance. He raised his voice. Yongya, I am the district's #1 beast tamer, Yu Hongtian. Do me the courtesy of showing. The voice carried a demonic resonance, not wholly human. It ripped through the Yongya's soundproofing and struck Chen Ye's ears with uncanny clarity. It was his gift, Yusho, sharing a talent that temporarily grants the abilities of a contracted beast. When it awakened, even the Justice Alliance sent envoys to offer congratulations. Chen Yi lifted an eyebrow, puzzled. Yu Hongtian, when have I ever crossed him? He wondered as he worried I'll steal his top spot. Master. The women all turned to him at once, awaiting his instruction. Nothing. Let's see what tricks he intends to play. Chen Yi today was no longer frightened of the once famous top beast tamer of his previous life. Through the one-way glass, he saw the newcomer clearly for the first time. Red robes fluttering, the youth stood on the yellow sand with one boot pressed against a twitching player's body. The nearby survivors shrank back into the bus, only daring to look through the glass from a distance. Excellent. Finally someone who can't stomach Yongya. About time he got his comeuppance. This is the #1 beast tamer. Yongya the scoundrel is finished. The former NPCs who had come from Guishan Dao all wore pleased expressions. To them, those two cursed stars, either one dead, would be a blessing. Yu Hongtian had indeed come to kill Chen Yi. On the day he changed class, he had received a system notice. The monthly first-rank profession receives lavish rewards. He would brook no challenge to his status as the premier beast tamer. Chen Yi was the first name on his list of must-kill targets. In his eyes, Chen Ye's epic-grade Batwoman had long since succumbed to poison. Now was the perfect moment to kick a dog when it was down. As for Chen Ye's vaunted laser cannon, before a physically immune skeleton specter, it would be nothing but a glowing toy. Besides, with Yusho sharing, he could briefly inherit a beast's full power. Lasers did not frighten him either. In this district, save for a few special transferees, he was invincible. If Chen Yi dared step outside today, it would be his death day. But Chen Yi, a reborn man, knew Yu Hongtian inside out, and would not be careless. Brother Yongya, we are both beast tamers. Why not have a friendly spar? Yu Hongtian continued his coaxing, casting out bait. If you come out, I'll give you this newbie zone 3-day pass. Win or lose, we stop when touched. Just a friendly match. When I Yu Hongtian speak, I keep my word. I do not renege. He kept talking to the motionless bus. Though he could not see inside, he was certain Chen Yi heard every syllable. The newbie zone 3-day pass was worth a full 30 years of life. Chen Yi was naturally tempted. But he was no fool. There are no free lunches in the apocalypse. Still, he agreed. Fine. Chen Yi's voice floated from inside the bus, low but unmistakably clear to the other side. But that is not enough. For the beast taming match, I'll wager 10,000 Gongluo coins. Money was what Chen Yi lacked most of all. Yu Hongtian was different. Through burning, pillaging, and plunder, he had amassed in half a month what others could not earn in a lifetime. Oh, just right. His eyes gleamed. Then let us go to the arena atop the station tower. Do you dare? He did not worry Chen Yi lacked funds. The truth was the other had just sold a space stone and seemed flush with cash. Though that was true, Yu Hongtian lied to bait Chen Yi out, fearing suspicion. What he did not know was that Chen Yi could not muster even 1,000, let alone 10,000. Fortunately, the arena required only a signed system agreement. On-the-spot proof of funds was unnecessary. Verification would take another day. Chen Yi knew Yu Hongtian would not wait until tomorrow. No problem, he said, evenly voiced, devoid of emotion. He ordered Bailing to drive straight to the tower. Yu Hongtian followed close behind. The gawking survivors swarmed after them. In the crowd, Shishir and Jiaochan pushed to the front. Quick! That's Yongya's vehicle. He's already inside. Let's hurry. This was an official building where private duels were forbidden, one of the station's safe zones. Each entrant paid a 100 Gongluo coin ticket. Chen Yi had Kaylai change into a nun's habit and pull the brim low, hide her tail and horns, and thoroughly suppress her demonic aura. Don't reveal your identity, or that man will renege and will lose his money. Don't worry, master. Kaylai pressed the brim of her hat. If I suppress my aura, those damned ghost fire eyes won't perceive my origin. Chen Yi brought only Kaylai and Meyer. With entrance fees, bringing another person was wasteful. 3 levels beneath the tower lay the arena. After registering their wager, the two stepped onto the ring. Yongya, you actually contracted 2 AI girls. Yu Hongtian appraised Kaylai and Meyer from head to toe, a lecherous smile curling his lips. What are you sending them to be playthings for my beasts? He could only tell Meyer was AI and naturally assumed the disguised Kaylai was the same. What do you despise, AI? Chen Ye's gaze glanced indifferently at the 2 beasts behind Yu Hongtian, an elite class mech beast and an ultra-rare skeleton specter. A typical Beast Tamer could only contract an extra beast for every 2 vehicle levels. Yu Hengtian's vehicle was level 4, so he had exactly 2. Staff presented the contract for both sides to sign. Outside the system, open live betting. Damn, the crowd cried. What a farce. Forget beasts. Those frail girls, I could take them down with one hand. Worthless. A proper Beast Tamer reduced to a keeper of girls. A wasted top-tier profession card. Huh. I'm Alan on Yu Hengtian. This is free money. I bet 100. I'm on Yu Hengtian too. The strength gap was obvious. Almost everyone backed Yu Hengtian. Odds stretched to 13 to 1. Bets on Shun Yi were scarce. Even bets on Yu Hengtian only returned. The meager returns did not stop a steady stream of bettors. Only a scatter of souls took a flyer on Shun Yi. 1,000. I bet on Yongye to win. A masked woman in black produced all her savings and bet on Shun Yi to win. Sister Shishir, are you? Diaochan stamped her foot in distress. That's all the savings we NPCs worked for over half a month. Trust me, little sister Diaochan. Shishir fixed her eyes on the pale figure in the ring, her gaze resolute. The great demon king is not to be underestimated. 13 times the odds. Take the risk, and you could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. But how can he possibly beat that young man in red? Fortune favors the bold. Elsewhere, Chun Yi licked his lips at the sight of the betting counters. Alas, as a contestant, he could not place bets, and moreover, he had no money. Just enough to pay 3 admission fees, which had drained his savings. A missed windfall, he murmured. At that moment, Yu Hengtian suddenly burst into laughter. Huh. Yongye forgot to tell you. The contract you signed wasn't a sparring agreement, it's a death pact. Want to back out now? Too late. The system chimed match countdown 10 seconds. Mech Beast. Skeleton Spectre. Yu Hengtian's face darkened as he barked, go up and kill them. Strip their chips. Those fetch a price. Yes, master. The Mech Beast strode up in ponderous iron steps clanging. The floor trembled beneath it. The Skeleton Spectre followed, its semi-transparent form pale and cold under the lights. Both beasts' eyes gleamed with lecherous intent. Shunye aside, however, saw Kaylai and Meyer exchange a glance and stroll onto the ring without haste. Shunyi lounged against the ring's railing, utterly at ease. The crowd exploded. What the? Yongye really sent 2 delicate girls to fight mutated beasts. I thought he had a trump. Mech's heavy weapon something. It's over, my 5 Gongluo coins are down the drain. Nonsense. 13-10 odds aren't that easy to claim. Good thing I loaned money to bet 500 on Yu Hengtian. This is a guaranteed win. But 3 seconds later, the woman's face went ashen. No, this isn't real. I must be dreaming. The Skeleton Spectre's concentrated, deathly ghost fire struck Kaylai, and before it even neared her, the flames simply winked out. No. Master, save me. She's magic immune. She's a demon lord. Beside that, the Mech Beast fared worse. Its components began to fall away piece by piece. 3 mechanical spiders scuttled over it, plundering its precision parts like practiced workers at a scrapyard, neatly stuffing the removed components into small packs. Stop. Stop tearing it apart. My core processor is exposed. I surrender. No. It slapped at the mechanical spiders frantically, but they were too nimble. One by one, they dismantled its arms and removed them. The entire arena gaped in stunned silence. The ring fell utterly still. One could hear a pin. The changes on the field were too rapid. Yu Hengtian never expected that Meyer and Kalu were not mere ordinary AI girls with big chests and empty heads. Damn it, how can this AI girl be so beyond expectations? Is the true way for beast tamers to actually beat beast women? Did I play it wrong before? However, Yu Hengtian could not afford to lose. This was a life-and-death arena, and losing meant sacrificing his life. His eyes suddenly narrowed. You 2 fools, don't you know to switch opponents? Yu Hengtian shouted in panic. Upon hearing the command, the 2 beasts instantly switched their targets. The skeleton ghost spirit feinted against Kalu before turning to attack Meyer, trying to help the Mech Beast escape. Ghost spirit possession, but the next second. Bang! The skeleton ghost spirit was firmly blocked by Meyer's psychic barrier, crashing to the ground in a disgraceful manner. What the hell? This is unscientific. Is this person's psychic power over 100? Before he could react, a flurry of blood-red critical damage numbers, each over 100, floated above him, flashing frantically. The feeling of terror escalated. His more than 3,000 health points dropped by half in the blink of an eye. It was clear that Kalu was thoroughly enraged. With rose-colored bat wings unfurling behind her, she flew over in an instant, her iron claws and silver hooks carrying deadly soul poison, launching a furious assault. Despicable, ugly dog, you dare to sneak attack. Seeing Kale's full-blown fury, the skeleton ghost spirit finally realized that this was not an AI at all, but an epic-level demon. Terrified, it immediately bowed and begged for mercy. Lord Demon, King, spare me. I was forced. I truly was forced. Yu Hengtian was wide-eyed at this scene. It's over. She actually wasn't poisoned. And I can't see through her even with the ghost eye. She is definitely epic level, perhaps even legendary in beast taming. Yu Hung Tian's face turned ashen knowing he was doomed today. But he was unwilling. No, he couldn't lose, he still had a chance. There must be a chance. Wait. He suddenly spotted Chunyi, that loser, lazily leaning against the arena railing, munching on seeds and sipping ice-cold cola. If he killed him, everything would be over. Taking advantage of Chunyi's unpreparedness, he suddenly drew out his pistol. Huh. As long as you're dead, your two exceptional beasts will be mine. Watch out. She sure shouted from below. Just as she was about to make a big profit, the opponent played dirty, so she had to warn him. Bang bang bang. Yu Hung Tian fired 3 shots. Hit. He was very confident in his shooting skills. He saw Chunyi fall to the ground. But Kulu completely ignored it, continuing to attack the skeleton ghost spirit. Yongyi, you are just a 20-year-old young man. Do you think this little bit of caution can compete with me? I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. The audience fell into a deathly silence before erupting in thunderous cheers. Only Shishir and Jiao Chan cursed in anger at the shamelessness. That's not fair. That bastard cheated. Cheated. This is a life-and-death arena. Do you think it's child's play? The woman who had just loaned 500 to bet on Yu Hung Tian was instantly ecstatic. It's fine now, I won't die. But the next second. What the hell, you bastard? Chunyi cursed loudly, abruptly getting up from the ground and aiming a Barrett sniper rifle at Yu Hung Tian. That's right, Chunyi was completely unharmed. With Kule's charm aura, he had a total of 34 points of physique and several points of protective chi. When the bullets hit him, it was no more than chalk thrown by a teacher during class. The damage was minimal, but the insult was extreme. Because of this, Kulu was not worried about Chunyi getting hurt at all. Instead, she aimed to eliminate the 2 level 3 beasts that truly threatened Chunyi. Although Chunyi was unharmed, he still disliked having chalk thrown at him, so he instinctively ducked when he heard the gunfire. As soon as Chunyi got up, the crowd that had just been cheering fell into stunned silence. Especially those gamblers who had taken loans felt like the sky was falling. This also gave Shishir and Jiao Chan, who were just about to return to their old trades, a lifeline. Sister, it's fine. That idiot Yong Yi isn't dead. Our money isn't wasted. On the field, Yu Hung Tian couldn't believe his eyes. It was the first time he saw someone take a bullet with their face and not die. What kind of monster are you? Chunyi directly pulled the trigger. Boom. The sound of the Barrett rifle shook the entire arena. Chunyi believed that this shot would be unbearable even for himself, let alone an ordinary beast tamer. He was sure he hit the bullet pass through the brain, without a doubt. But the next second, a troublesome scene unfolded before Chunyi. Yu Hung Tian's body actually became transparent. Hehe. Yongyi, you see, we didn't know each other without a fight. We agreed on a friendly spar, just to a point. How about we stop here? Oh, alright. With a casual flick of her tail, Kulu sent the skeleton ghost spirit into utter despair. Ding. Kill the level 3 super rare ghost spirit, reward 50 road coins, rare skeleton bone knife, 1 destructive power, 100 ding. Kill the level 3 excellent mech beast, reward 15 road coins, mechanical core 5. Following Chunyi's command, in just a few seconds the 2 opposing beasts were ruthlessly annihilated. Done, master. The 2 girls spoke in unison. Chunyi casually responded, and then looked back at Yu Hung Tian, who had returned to his physical form, his heart already knowing. The opponent's ability was merely a copy of the ghost spirit's talent. Once the ghost spirit died, his ability naturally vanished. Hehe. Brother Yongyi, today was my fault. How about I treat you to a meal as an apology? Your joke isn't funny at all. Chunyi pretended to pull the trigger again. Wait. I have money. I have resources. I will give you everything. Please spare my worthless life, Brother Yongyi. Or you can contract me. I will be your dog. I can even help you contract others. Keeping me as a transfer student, you will absolutely get more than your money's worth. Chunyi had been waiting for this sentence. Of course, he wanted the other party's resources, but as for contracting him, forget it. This guy looked nauseating. Oh, then what are you waiting for? Aren't you going to transfer the resources? Boom. Chunyi shot him in the calf, and the other party instantly clutched his leg, howling in agony. Oh, ouch, ouch, big brother, don't hit me. Ouch, I will transfer. I will do it now. Ding. Congratulations, you received 11,294 road coins from Yu Hung Tian. Ding. Congratulations, you received 872 with 328 iron from Yu Hung Tian. Ding. Congratulations, you received 31 junior growth potions from Yu Hung Tian. Ding. Chunyi listened to the incessant system notification sounds in his ears, feeling ecstatic. After Yu Hung Tian finished his operations, he immediately knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Master, contract me. I promise to obey. I can do what women can do, and I can do even what women can't do. Contracting me is definitely not a loss. Yu Hung Tian was truly panicking. He thought that as long as Chunyi wasn't foolish, he would definitely contract him, the #1 beast tamer in the whole area. But unfortunately, Chunyi didn't need him. Ordinary beast tamers have only a 60 loyalty when contracting beasts, which is always a hidden danger for him. Less nonsense, is this all the resources you have? Actually, Chun Yi was already quite satisfied. What if there was more? He had to ask. Master, really that's all? Yu Hung Tian hurriedly drank a healing potion, enduring the intense pain while kneeling on the ground, frantically bowing to Chun Yi. Since there's no more resources, then it's time to go. Boom. Yu Hung Tian's head burst open like a watermelon, dead beyond recovery. Ding. Battle contest concluded. Chun Yi wins. Yu Hung Tian must pay 100 road coin. Ding. Payment failed. The opponent's level 4 car has depreciated by 100 road coins. Do you accept? Yes. Only then did Chun Yi realize that the system could execute financial settlements like this. Ding. Yu Hung Tian's vehicle ownership has been changed to Chun Yi. Hearing the system's notification sound, Chun Yi did not leave immediately, but excitedly ran to Yu Hung Tian's corpse, starting to rummage. Found it. A 3-day pass for the novice area dungeon. Chun Yi looked at the pass in his hand, which still had a slight bronze sheen. He directly stuffed it into his pocket, not caring at all that it was a dead person's item. Huh. What a great harvest. Meyer, let's go. We need to check out our new car. At this moment, the audience was in a wailing uproar. Some gamblers who had taken loans were already in so much pain they couldn't breathe. Some people were rejoicing while others were lamenting, but there were those who had struck it rich. Sister, she sure we Chun Yi eagerly led Meyer and Kulu to the side of the Yu Hung Tian's vehicle. It was a white convertible sports car equipped with a level 3 energy shield, 2 mounted machine guns, an electromagnetic cannon, a rocket launcher, and an electromagnetic interference device. Its maximum speed could reach 780 kilometers per hour. Wow. No wonder he is the first beast master. He is so wealthy. I wonder how many survivors' resources he has scraped off. Chun Yi had long known about Yu Hung Tian's wealth, but he never expected it to be to this extent. However, now all of this was his. Master, this sports car is so beautiful. I can go for a ride with you in the future. Kulu excitedly leaped into Chun Yi's arms. Chun Yi stroked Kule's little goat horns. He nodded. Yes, I will take you for a ride later, but for now we need to store the car in the garage and study it slowly later. Chun Yi glanced at the surrounding group of envious survivors. Wow, so jealous. I bought my level 2 car on credit. Heavens, this level 4 sports car is much better than the Eternal Knight. I bet Yong Yi will sell that old bus. Are you an idiot? How can an old bus compete? The Eternal Knight must be hiding something. Now that Yong Yi has an extra car, I wonder if he will attract people. Oh, I want to sign up myself. Just you. You have no chest, and no but. You are just an ordinary person, you wouldn't even make the cut. Chun Yi withdrew his gaze. He had already instructed Lung Meng to activate the new feature of the Eternal Knight, the modular moving room, converting the trunk into a dedicated garage. The rear hatch of the Eternal Knight slowly opened, lowering the anti-slip ramp. The pink and blue garage lights dimly illuminated as Chun Yi drove the sports car, slowly entering with the 2 girls. The garage door closed, completely isolating them from the outside noise and the scorching heat. Meyer, take off all the weapons and defensive kits from this car and install them onto the Eternal Knight first. Okay, master. After saying that, Chun Yi took Kulu through the disinfection area, washed his hands, and entered the driver's seat of the Eternal Knight. Lung Meng, dressed in a maid outfit, was already waiting with fruit snacks. Master, the mistress requests you to enjoy. Oh, you're so well behaved today. Chun Yi reached out to touch her cat ears and took a sip of the cool tea. Lung Meng suddenly turned her head away, her girlish temper flaring up. Pouting, her eyes filled with resentment, she was still angry at Chun Yi, but dared not say it outright. Her eyes were red as if she had just cried. Chun Yi took the fruit platter and set it aside, then playfully stroked her cat tail. Lung Meng felt a wave of tingling sensation throughout her body, almost losing her balance. Master, you are so bad. Why the long face? We're family. If someone bullied you, just tell me, and I'll avenge you. Chun Yi continued to stroke Lung Meng's tail. Hearing this, Lung Meng's heart instantly warmed. When Chun Yi said they were family, it immediately eased her anger by half. Her sensitive little tail no longer resisted, allowing Chun Yi to stroke it freely. For someone like her, who lacked security, Chun Yi's words were akin to a powerful reassurance. Master bullies me. All right then, I'm helpless. Okay, let's get down to business. Now that we have money again, most of the preparations are complete. Once I upgrade the indoor building a few more levels, we'll head to the novice area dungeon. Bai Ling, let's drive to the dungeon entrance first to secure a spot. Chun Yi turned to the central control screen. Okay, master. With that, the veteran driver Bai Ling started the car and slowly drove towards the dungeon area of the station. Outside, the temperature reached 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, with heat waves distorting the air, mingling with dust and a faint smell of blood. Inside the driver's cabin, the air conditioning was set to 18.5 degrees, blowing a cool breeze, creating a completely different world from outside. Chun Yi lay in Cole's soft embrace, enjoying the attentive pampering of the demon princess. Master, have a little grape. The grapes fed by my Kolu are so sweet. He placed his legs on Lung Meng, relishing the exclusive massage service from the little maid. In this apocalyptic life, it felt somewhat heavenly. He swung his legs while summoning the system panel and clicking on the indoor upgrade option for the Eternal Night. Ding. Would you like to upgrade the esports room? Yes. However, he was unaware that he had already been targeted by the Justice League. The Yuheng Tian he had killed was secretly a peripheral member of the Justice League. Zhenggu. This Eternal Night has become a force to be reckoned with. If we don't act soon, it will be too late. The man with the full beard was anxious, slamming the table. What's the hurry? A woman in a red dress spoke first, casually applying lipstick in front of a small mirror. Yuheng Tian is just an arrogant fool. It's only right he died for acting without understanding the enemy. Recently, our alliance has been gaining too much attention, and several major guilds are already watching us. It's best not to stir up trouble. The leader, a young man in white, coolly said while carefully wiping a long knife with a white cloth. I have sent someone to buy information from the mysterious merchant. We are about to welcome our first chosen one mission. As for the Eternal Night, just dispatch 2 transitioners to keep watch. As long as he doesn't seek death, we can temporarily ignore him. 3 hours passed in a flash. On the Eternal Night, Meyer had also finished her tasks and returned. Master, all weapons and equipment have been installed and debugged. Thank you for your hard work. You should head to the entertainment area on the 3rd floor and relax with the others. Meyer politely bowed and, suppressing her curiosity, turned and went upstairs. Meanwhile, the interior decoration of the Eternal Night was also nearing completion. Ding. Your balance is insufficient to continue upgrading. Damn. Money spends so fast. All the facilities in the entertainment area on the 3rd floor had been completed: esports room, card room, game hall, swimming pool, dance hall. But they were all modern basic designs at level 1. The girls had already rushed to the 3rd floor to have fun, and bursts of cheerful laughter echoed occasionally. The living area on the 2nd floor and the planting area on the top floor had directly upgraded to level 3. Level 3 buildings come with automatic repair, anti-gravity, and memory functions, ensuring that the interior maintains its form regardless of how the vehicle tips or how the exoskeleton deforms. The soft furnishings were also fully upgraded. All seats and sofas featured automatic adjustment functions, and air purifiers maintained humidity at 45, with floors kept at a constant temperature of 24.5 degrees. There was a qualitative improvement in both area and feel. After all this, Chun Yi had completely spent the over 10,000 road coins he just earned. However, he felt no regret. Money was worthless. He could always rob more. After robbing a few times, he even found the days of earning by selling vegetables utterly tedious. Spending a bit of money to gain permanent comfort was worth it. Listening to the laughter from upstairs, Chun Yi did not. He had one more important thing to do. Ding. You have won and used chance for a golden attribute lottery. Would you like to draw it now? Yes. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the golden attribute God-level mecha. God-level mecha characteristics: a tri-service combat machine, permanently enhancing the mech's abilities by the number of enemies defeated. 1. Infinite domain, doubles personal attributes within the domain, completely suppressing enemies, current range 0 meters. 2. Absolute armor piercing, ignores any defense, current value 0 points. 3. Maximum size, can freely change between 10 meters and 15 meters, current value 15 meters. Before him, the control panel suddenly displayed a transformation button. Chun Yi knew that if he pressed it, the Eternal Night would transform into its mech form. However, there were too many people around, so Chun Yi did not plan to transform here. Wow. Isn't this a capability that only level 5 combat vehicles awaken? The key point is that it can infinitely kill enemies to grow stronger. Chun Yi was so excited that he almost jumped off the sofa. With this god-level mecha, he finally wouldn't have to develop cautiously anymore. Now, not to mention ordinary survivors and level 3 mutated beasts, he would dare to challenge the level 5 world boss in the novice area. No, the mecha is still too weak. Oh, I need to kill more monsters in the novice area to practice my skills. Everything was ready. It was time to set off. Chun Yi looked out at the dark night, his expression serious. By the timeline, the god of desolation should have awakened by now. The 100 districts are about to give birth to the first chosen one. In the evening, outside the novice zone dungeon, there was an endless line of vehicles. Tens of thousands of cars were crammed here, all waiting to enter the Black Mist dungeon to gather food. After several hours of slow movement, it was finally almost Chun Yi's turn. The girls had already tired of playing and began to go downstairs to attend to their respective tasks. Lung Meng was in the kitchen cooking while Bai Ling crawled into the driver's seat, acting as her personal chauffeur. Kulu clung to Chun Yi's embrace, providing emotional support, while Meyer focused on assembling a new batch of spider robots at the co-pilot station. Chun Yi leaned back on the sofa, pen and notebook in hand, planning the objectives and routes for this dungeon. First, to consume the scrap cars he didn't finish last time, second to cultivate a god-level mech, third to search for the legendary hidden treasure, of fourth to attempt a challenge against the world boss, and he could also swing by the dwarf's pet shop to catch a few laying hens. Beep, beep, beep. The harsh honking from behind Chun-Yi continued incessantly, causing irritation. From a broken van behind, a blonde head popped out, spitting insults. You in the broken bus ahead, you stupid. Can you even drive? If you can't, get the hell out of the way. Chun-Yi frowned. He was most annoyed by such If it were in other deserted areas, he would have blasted that broken van into scrap metal by now. However, this was the official dungeon entrance where private fights were prohibited. Chun-Yi directly ejected the two door-mounted machine guns, an electromagnetic cannon, and a rocket launcher from the bus, pointing the dark muzzles at the broken van, and rolled down the window. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Do you want me to give you a ride? The people in the van were already terrified, seeing the array of gleaming weapons. They felt as if the sky had fallen. They finally realized they had provoked a formidable boss, and today was likely going to end badly. The two companions in the car were so scared they immediately dragged the blonde guy out like a dead dog to apologize. Big boss. It was this guy who insulted you. It has nothing to do with us. Please let us off the hook. After speaking, they scrambled back to the car and sped away. They didn't even go to the dungeon. Only the trembling blonde guy who had already wet his pants stood there. Who would have thought that hidden among the scavengers in the novice zone was a ruthless person equipped with 5 mounted weapons? Others were there to scavenge. With his strength, wouldn't he be better off robbing? Chun-Yi ignored the blonde guy completely and rolled up the window. Master, are we just letting him go? Kulu asked curiously from Chun-Yi's arms. We can't kill here. Chun-Yi tapped Cole's little devil horn, pointing at the numerous law enforcement eyes in the sky. These things are not. Just then the broadcast at the dungeon entrance sounded next. Bai Ling immediately drove the Eternal Knight forward slowly. The entrance to the dungeon was a dark tunnel through which they could reach the novice zone, shrouded in black mist. No one knew the principle of this tunnel. Oh, everyone had come through it this way. Ding. Detected that you hold a 3-day pass for the novice zone dungeon. Would you like to use it? Yes. Identity verification in progress. Target building B, area F007, dungeon, has been open, time limit 72 hours. We wish you a pleasant journey. The electronic eye hovering in the air scanned the information and opened the tunnel gate, allowing Chun-Yi to pass. Bai Ling did not delay and drove the Eternal Knight into the narrow tunnel. As soon as they entered the tunnel, it was filled with thick, inescapable black mist, and the sounds of monstrous roars echoed. The visibility from the headlights was less than 20 meters. Fortunately, Bai Ling was a spirit-type beast master, and the black mist could not obstruct her vision. Chun-Yi felt very confident in this veteran driver's skills. Hiss, crack. Bang. Ding. Killed 1 level mutant zombie, received road currency. Master. I crashed into a little zombie. Bai Ling's voice came from the control panel, tinged with a hint of pride. The tunnel was filled with low-level mutant beasts and zombies that could not inflict any damage on the Eternal Knight, instead being crushed under its heavy body. Chun-Yi was too lazy to even use the idle card. What are you grinning about? Aren't you going to devour and refine it? Got it, master. At that moment, Kulu immediately pushed the car door open to collect the dropped items. Ding. Bai Ling devoured a mutant zombie, health 3. Wow. Master. It actually added 3. Having gained benefits, Bai Ling drove even more energetically, chasing after those low-level mutant beasts and zombies. Ding. Killed 1 level mutant wolf. Ding. Killed 1 level mutant snake. Ding. After half an hour of traversing the tunnel, Chun-Yi had killed over 40 mutant beasts. Bai Ling also gained over 100 health points through devouring. Master, my health is already over 270. It's been a long time since I've devoured anything so satisfying. No rush. There's plenty more ahead. Kulu also helped Chun-Yi collect dozens of road currency. Before long, the Eternal Knight emerged from the tunnel. Chun-Yi used his insight technique to scan the surroundings. Familiar scenes came into view again. This was the starting point of the novice zone, the parking lot. Ding. Do you want to use 1 idle card? Yes. Chun-Yi did not hesitate and directly used the idle card. Although there weren't many mutant beasts left in the novice zone now, there were still high-level mutant beasts lurking in the black mist. Without the idle card, even a level 4 mobile fortress could be ambushed. Chun-Yi glanced back at the entrance of a dark tunnel which he would eventually have to pass through to return to Station 1. He noticed that quite a few people had already arrived here in advance. They were frantically searching for supplies. Many people had even crafted grappling hooks to conveniently retrieve supply boxes from the roadside. In his previous life, Chun-Yi did the same to gather supplies, but in this life, it was completely unnecessary. After all, Kulu was not afraid of the black mist. Even if Chun-Yi entered the black mist himself, he felt he wouldn't be infected, because the protective aura on him provided excellent protection. Chun-Yi was different from others. He was not here to scavenge for hot dogs and dry bread. Bai Ling, hurry up and devour all the scrap vehicles. We have a tight schedule and heavy tasks. Okay, master. In just a few minutes, Bai Ling patrolled the parking lot. She found only over 100 scrap cars, devoured them, and gained over 100 attribute points, while also picking up some inferior supply boxes. Then they drove towards Happiness Town, retracing the old route to boost the attributes of the Eternal Night. But such trivial matters could be left to Bai Ling alone. Occasionally Bai Ling would spot 1 or 2 bronze treasure chests, and would tell Kalu to pick them up. Soon the aroma of food wafted up from upstairs, and Lung Meng's cooking skills had improved significantly. After everyone had dinner, Chun Yi, as usual, took Lung Meng to hide in the room to cultivate. Kalu was responsible for helping to collect the boxes. Time flew by, and it was soon late at night. They had now arrived at Happiness Town. The attributes of the Eternal Night had also seen a significant panel: defense 2120, magic resistance 2498, durability 2002, space 3790 cubic meters, maximum speed 659 km/h. Chun Yi retracted the panel and glanced at Lung Meng, who was sweating profusely and had a flushed face. Thankfully, he had been watching her the whole time and didn't let her consume too many growth potions. Alright, let's call it a day. Chun Yi tossed a new uniform to Lung Meng, which was a nurse outfit. Hurry up and take a shower and rest early after you're done. Lung Meng received the clothes. So good, it's finally over. Chun Yi shook his head helplessly. This woman had a physique of 13 points, but could only absorb 2 growth potions in a day. What a little waste. He and Lung Meng had also completed their cultivation for the day. At this moment, Chun Yi looked out the window. On the dark street, countless eerie spirits were slowly surrounding the Eternal Night. A cold smile crept across Chun Yi's lips. Just in time to test my god-level mech. In the deep night of Happiness Town, dark mist surged with only eerie cries breaking the silence. Countless eerie spirits emerged from the abandoned buildings in all directions. A dark mass of over 200 spirits surged towards Chun Yi's vehicle. All of them were level 3 eerie spirits. Chun Yi leaned against the car window, his eyes suddenly brightened. Just in time. It's perfect for activating my divine mech. He turned and rushed down to the driver's cabin. Although it was midnight, the cockpit was still bustling with activity. Kayleigh was squatting on the ground, unpacking supply boxes, sorting canned food and instant noodles into the warehouse. Meyer was also leaning on the auxiliary console, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Dozens of spider robots were neatly lined up in the corner. She was currently assembling a drone equipped with a fire control radar system. Bailing was leisurely cruising around the town in the Eternal Night, casually devouring any scrap cars in sight. Master, you're done cultivating. Kayleigh looked up and saw Chun Yi immediately throwing the can she was holding aside and jumping into his arms like a little cannonball. Chun Yi rubbed her head. I saw that the eerie spirits were all clustered outside, perfect for testing the mech's power. Wow, are we finally going to activate the mech? Kayleigh's eyes widened, her tail excitedly wagging. I want to play too. I want to play too. During dinner, they had heard Chun Yi mention the divine mech, and they were all itching with anticipation. No way. Chun Yi firmly refused. I haven't even familiarized myself with it yet. Wait until I understand it before letting you guys play. Seeing Kayleigh's face instantly fall, he couldn't help but add, but he'll give you a co-pilot permission. How about you help me with warnings, radar scans, and domain control? Yage. Kayleigh instantly revived, happier than if she were piloting the mech herself. Chun Yi walked to the module system area and assigned the mech's auxiliary permissions to the second co-pilot seat. Then, taking Kayleigh with him, he entered the cockpit. After several modifications, the driving position of the Eternal Night was now very comfortable. There was one main driver and 2 co-drivers. Meyer and Bailing had long stopped their work, curiously peering in. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Chun Yi took a deep breath and placed his palm on the central mech control light sphere. Ding. Detected that the owner has activated the divine mech transformation system. Energy consumption increased by 10 times during transformation. Confirm transformation. Yes. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Eternal Night shook violently. The anti-gravity engine overloaded, and the entire bus slowly levitated. In the next moment, the originally square vehicle began to transform and fold, accompanied by the sound of mechanical links. The cockpit lifted up, transforming into the sharply defined head of the mech, and the field of vision opened up immensely. The bus body morphed into a sturdy torso. 12 wheels transformed into intricate mechanical joints with clicking sounds. The thick alloy base flipped over, turning into steel limbs. A layer of flowing silver-white liquid metal surged from the core, instantly covering the entire body, forming glimmering armor. Following that, a black and gold imperial cloak fell from his shoulders, rustling in the night wind. A flash of light appeared in the palm of his right hand, and the skull bone knife that exploded from Yuhing Tian automatically materialized. The weapon adjusted its length automatically. The 10-meter-long blade was wreathed in cold green, ghostly flames, making one's scalp tingle just to look at it. On either side of the arms, vehicle-mounted machine guns, electromagnetic cannons, and rocket launchers popped out, glinting with cold light. The entire transformation process took less than 3 seconds. The previously unremarkable double-decker bus had transformed into a 15-meter-tall, silver-armored war god. Eternal Knight, Divine Mech, 15 meters, health 100270, 100,000 base, 270 bailing bonus, destructive power 600, 500 base, 100 skull bone knife bonus, defense 3120, 1000 base, 2120. Eternal Knight vehicle bonus, armor piercing 0, domain 0 meters, unlocked skills 1000 blade, slash, energy, cannon, short distance teleportation. Looking at the data on the panel, Chen Yi felt a rush of excitement. Let's go. Time to hunt some monsters. The eerie spirits outside the mech were all dumbfounded. Just moments ago it was a broken bus, and in the blink of an eye it had transformed into a steel giant. Especially upon seeing the 10-meter-long blade emanating ghostly flames, all the eerie spirits instinctively recoiled in fear. They turned to flee. Thinking of running. Can you escape? Chun Yi gripped the control stick with both hands, channeling magic into the mech. The silver mech's eyes suddenly lit up, 2 beams of cold light piercing through the dense black mist ahead, and it took a sudden step forward. The ground instantly cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. Whooshed. Short-distance teleportation activated. All that could be seen was the leaves beneath its feet being blown up by a powerful force, while the figure vanished directly. The next moment he appeared right in front of 3 eerie spirits. The 3 spirits were still staring at the place where the Eternal Knight had disappeared, their faces filled with terror as they fled, completely unaware that death had already arrived before them. The long knife swept across. Puff, puff, puff. A flash of cold light passed. The level 3 eerie spirits didn't even have time to scream before being blasted into countless glowing dots. They were absorbed by the Eternal Knight. Ding. 3 level 3 eerie spirits killed. Mech size 3 centimeters. Armor piercing 3. Domain range 30 centimeters. Obtain black iron treasure box 3, highway currency 6. Awesome. Chun Yi couldn't help but curse. The sensation of cutting monsters was simply incredible. It felt as natural as slicing through air. Ding. Detected that the host has initiated an attack. The protection of the amulet has automatically expired. The system alert sounded. Chun Yi paid no mind. Kaylay and Meyer had already exchanged over 100 amulets in the past 2 days, so they weren't afraid of consumption. Just then he glanced at the magic energy bar on the control panel, which was suddenly over half red. That last slash had directly consumed 40 of his magic energy. If he slashed again, he would probably run out of energy right there. Damn, how am I supposed to play like this? Don't worry, master. I'm here. Kaylay immediately reached her hand into the co-pilot's control sphere. She had a full 1,000 points of magic energy. Ding. Co-pilot Kaylay is transmitting 1,000 points of magic energy to the mech. A surge of immense magic energy flooded throughout his body. Chun Yi felt completely filled with power. Damn. Kaylay, you're my human power bank. So helpful. With ample magic energy, Chun Yi unleashed himself completely. Short-distance teleportation was activated in quick succession. The silver-armored war god flashed through the black mist, moving so fast that only a shadow remained. Wherever he passed, eerie spirits fell in clusters. Each swing of the 10-meter-long ghostly flame bone knife ignited green flames and countless glowing dots, which were continuously absorbed by the Eternal Knight. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. Ding. 7 level 3 eerie spirits killed. Mech size 7 centimeters. Armor piercing 7. Domain range 70 centimeters. Obtain black iron treasure box 7, highway currency 14. Ding. 5 level 3 eerie spirits killed. Mech size 5 centimeters. Armor piercing 5. Domain range 50 centimeters. Obtain black iron treasure box 5, highway currency 10. The system alert sounded continuously in the cockpit. There was no stopping it. These level 3 eerie spirits were as fragile as paper in front of the divine mech. Black mist blocking the view. It didn't exist. With the onboard radar scanning combined with Chun Yi's insight technique along with the mech's titanium alloy eyes, all eerie spirits had nowhere to hide. Slice. 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 In just half an hour, Chun Yi had killed a total of 102 eerie spirits. The remaining spirits, frightened, hid deep within the buildings, no longer daring to show themselves. Chun Yi glanced at the magic energy bar, which was around 20 left. He decisively deactivated the transformation. Kacha, kacha, kacha. A series of mechanical transformation sounds echoed. The silver-armored war god transformed back into the double-decker bus, landing steadily on the ground. Master, you were so amazing. The way you just cut through those eerie spirits was incredibly cool. Kaylay pouted, seeking a kiss. Chun Yi directly used his hand to avoid it. Meyer and Bailing looked at him with admiration. Especially Bailing, as those were all eerie spirits, just like her. Gulp. She swallowed hard, looking at Chun-Yi with a mix of respect and fear. Thankfully, she was lucky to be contracted by Chun-Yi in advance, otherwise she would have been among the dead today. This is just the beginning. Once the mech is upgraded further, we can directly go hunt level 5 world bosses. This wave was a huge profit. He opened the mech panel. The maximum size had already increased to 16 meters. The domain range had reached 10 meters. The armor-piercing attribute had directly increased by 102 points. In terms of resources, it was an abundant harvest. 102 black iron treasure boxes. 204 highway currency. Just as Chun-Yi was counting his gains, Meyer, who had been staring at the radar screen, suddenly changed her expression. She had been controlling the infrared drone for surveillance. At that moment on the screen, a huge red dot was rapidly approaching. It was incredibly fast. Master. Not good. Meyer suddenly stood up. Quick, activate the amulet. A very powerful guy is coming. Chun-Yi frowned. No, the amulet has a half-hour cooldown after active attack. This is the territory of eerie spirits. How could there be other mutated beasts? Before he could finish his sentence, a chilling hissing sound echoed from the depths of the black mist. Fresh human. What a delicious scent. Chun-Yi suddenly looked up. The insight technique was activated instantly. In the black mist, a massive figure slowly emerged. Level 4 mutated BOSS blade mantis. Under the swirling black mist, a massive figure slowly emerged. It was a giant mantis standing over 4 meters tall. Its scythe-like forelegs were covered in dark brown blood and tattered remnants of survivors' clothing. In its blood-red compound eyes, the shadow of the eternal night vehicle was reflected. Saliva dripped from its mouth with a corrosive strength stronger than sulfuric acid. Level 4 BOSS blade mantis. Health 210-003-0000. Physique 250. Mental strength 180. Skills scythe, arm block 2x, critical mimetic camouflage. Chun-Yi smiled. He recognized this boss. Just moments ago it had evaded detection by radar, due to its perfect camouflage hiding flawlessly in the black mist. In his previous life, it was the first level 4 boss to be slain in this area. After its death, it dropped a silver treasure chest, helping Sang Biao obtain a class change card. He never expected that in this life it would end up in his hands, and injured at that. But the Axe Gang has long been gone. Who did this? Chun-Yi didn't think much of it. Whoever it is, once I see it, it's mine. The blade mantis let out a sharp hiss. It stared at the unremarkable level 2 bust before it, its gaze vacant, consumed only by a frenzied hunger. Its belly bulged like a pregnant woman in her 10th month, writhing unnaturally. But it was a male mantis. So hungry. So very hungry. Baby is hungry. Needs fresh human flesh. It suddenly flapped its transparent wings. A whirlwind kicked up debris and dust from the ground. The massive figure lunged forward in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without hesitation, Chun-Yi fired 3 laser blasts straight at its head. Uffed. The mantis instinctively raised its scythe arm to block. 900, 900, 900. 3 sprays of blood erupted. The hard scythe arms were charred black by the lasers, emitting a burnt smell. Yet it seemed completely impervious to pain, continuing to charge recklessly. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 scythe arms struck heavily against the hull of the Eternal Night vehicle. Sparks flew up to half a meter high. The anticipated destruction did not occur. Not a single scratch was left on the alloy body of the Eternal Night vehicle. The blade mantis continued to mechanically swing its scythes again and again. So hungry. Baby, don't eat daddy. Daddy will find you something to eat. Its belly writhed faster and faster. Damn it, this thing is off. Chun-Yi frowned. It's like a zombie that only knows how to bite living people. Though it couldn't break through his defenses, it was still annoying to keep getting hit. Besides, Chun-Yi was already intent on killing it. He placed his palm on the mech control orb. Transform. Viru. The deafening roar of machinery erupted. The anti-gravity engine instantly overclocked. Bang, bang, bang. The mech transformed. 2 seconds later, a 16-meter-tall silver mech crashed to the ground. A giant foot stomped the 4-meter-tall mantis deep into the earth by half a meter. The black gold cloak fluttered in the night wind. A 10-meter-long bone knife was raised high. Uffed. With a swift motion, the mantis head rolled away. 3,000. Critical. Triggered bleeding effect 100 health per second. If it were a normal monster, it would have already knelt and begged for mercy. As for these BOSSES, retrieving their heads could still mean survival. But this creature still swung its scythes wildly. It even activated the scythe arm block skill. 1. It managed to inflict a few points of damage on the mech's foot. Insane. Chun-Yi no longer held back. The bone knife danced up and down. In less than 3 seconds, he completely dismantled the mantis. Clang. You have killed the level 4 mutated BOSS blade mantis. Mech size 1 meter. Armor penetration. Area range 10 meters. Acquired scythe of death. Crafting book mantis scythe arm 2. Highway currency 500. A flash of white light. A shiny silver treasure chest appeared beside the corpse. Area announcement for District F007. Player Eternal Knight has slain the first level 4 BOSS Blade Mantis. System bonus highway currency 150. The chat channel instantly exploded. Whoa, it's just a few hours into the dungeon. Big shot is amazing. Please send a red envelope for good luck. Eternal Knight brother. Sister is looking good, please support me. Chun-Yi directly closed the chat interface and blacklisted those asking for red envelopes. I hate these types of people the most. He deactivated his transformation. The Eternal Knight vehicle transformed back into a double-decker bus. Wow, a silver treasure chest. Cola's eyes lit up, and without waiting for Chun-Yi's instruction, she jumped off the vehicle and ran towards it. Slow down, Chun-Yi cautioned. Just as Cola bent down to pick up the blueprint and materials preparing to collect the treasure chest, a sudden change occurred. Uff! The mantis' split abdomen suddenly exploded. A black long worm as thick as an arm and dozens of meters long shot out like an arrow. It shot straight towards Cola, its body pitch black, covered in slime, disgusting and terrifying. Cola, be careful. Chun-Yi's pupils constricted. Almost instinctively, he pressed the laser cannon button. Whoosh! The red laser struck the body of the iron wire worm in an instant. 300 The iron wire worm recoiled in pain, its body retracting suddenly. In that brief moment, Cola reacted. A pair of rose-colored bat wings suddenly unfolded behind her. Holding the treasure chest, she instantly flew back into the vehicle. Phew. That scared me. What was that thing? Cola patted her large chest, her face pale. Are you okay? Chun-Yi quickly pulled her over and checked her with a divination technique to see if there were any worm eggs parasitizing on her. I'm fine, master. That thing didn't touch me, but it was so disgusting. Cola felt goosebumps even through the glass. After Chun-Yi's thorough inspection, he confirmed that there were indeed no worm eggs on her, finally feeling relieved. That was a level 5 Black Abyss iron wire worm. Chun-Yi's expression grew serious. He pressed the mech control orb again. If he hadn't reacted in time, Cola would have been parasitized. This thing needed to be dealt with quickly to prevent future troubles. Ding. Warning: current remaining magic power can only maintain transformation for 30 seconds. Do you confirm transformation? Yes. But before the Eternal Knight vehicle could complete its transformation, that iron wire worm had already plunged headfirst into the nearby soil, instantly disappearing without a trace. Only a fist-sized hole remained on the ground. Lucky it ran fast. Chun-Yi did not hesitate at all. This happy little town was no longer safe. He directly controlled the not yet fully formed mech and teleported hundreds of meters away. Then he continuously activated teleportation until the 30 seconds of magic power were exhausted, causing the mech to revert to a bus. With a sigh of relief, he said, Bai Ling, full speed ahead. Get out of here. Head straight to Pet Paradise. Okay, master. Bai Ling pressed the accelerator to the floor. The Eternal Knight vehicle sped down the road at the speed of an airplane. Master, why are we running? Isn't it already gone? Cola asked, confused. We have no magic left, and that thing is underground. Who knows when it will surface? Chun-Yi looked at the town receding in the rearview mirror, feeling a sense of dread. Getting entangled with that thing could lead to a big belly. Aren't you all afraid? After saying this, Chun-Yi glanced at the girls. Upon recalling the appearance of that male mantis, they shivered in unison. They urged Bai Ling to drive faster. Don't be afraid. That guy is just a higher-level parasite with combat power, not even matching that of a level 4 minor monster. If it weren't for the lack of magic, I would have dug it out myself. Chun-Yi shook his head, no longer pondering, his gaze shifting to the items Cola had retrieved. Scythe of Death blueprint. A weapon that grows without level restrictions. Whoa, what materials are these? To synthesize the Scythe of Death, you need Curse Chain, Ghost Face Scythe, Arm 1, Epic Level Ghost Spirit, Undying Bandage of the God of Ruin. Chun-Yi glanced briefly. It was obvious that this item was not something they could possess right now. He then took out the silver treasure chest, not paying much attention, and directly handed it to Cola. Forget about that worm. Quickly open this treasure chest and see what's inside. Oh. Cola nodded and stopped thinking about how to kill that worm, activating her luck ability to open the treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, you have received 2 random class change cards. Chun-Yi put away the job transfer card, planning to keep it for now, so he could sell it for Bloodwave when he ran out of money. Master, why didn't you let Sister Bai Ling swallow that mantis before leaving? Oh. Meyer, I really don't want to swallow that thing. That mantis must be full of insect eggs. You just thinking about it is disgusting. Chun-Yi scoffed. Bai Ling, you're overthinking it. You're just a ghost spirit. The other party shouldn't be able to parasitize you. Chun-Yi glanced at Meyer, thinking as expected of an AI. Her mind is calm, but she was still thinking about the benefits at that time. However, Chun-Yi still explained seriously. I ordered everyone to retreat. I really didn't think that much. I just didn't want everyone to take risks again. We have no magic power, the token won't take effect, and the threat of the creatures in the Black Abyss. Even the bloody scent of the mantis should attract quite a few monsters. What I was thinking was not about gaining anything, but about staying alive. After all, Kaylee almost encountered danger just now. Hearing Chun Yes' words, Meyer nodded. It's Meyer who was wrong. From now on I will definitely prioritize survival. Meyer as an AI intelligent being had not yet awakened the human soul within her body, so she couldn't sense Chun Yes' thoughts like Kaylee could. You're not wrong. In theory, swallowing that mantis would be most beneficial for our development, but I still hope that in the future, when we encounter such situations, everyone must prioritize safety. Do you understand? Chun Yi looked at Meyer, then turned to Kaylee and Bai Ling, who were eating watermelon on the side. Seeing Chun Yi's sharp gaze, the girls all nodded. Chun Yi retracted his gaze and looked out at the mechanical spider patrolling outside. He steadied himself and glanced at the time. It was 1 a.m. In the black mist, there was no distinction between day and night. But the body would still get tired. Alright everyone, don't linger here any longer. Go wash up and sleep. Don't delay tomorrow's schedule. Today Meyer was assigned a new room as well. It was also a tier 3 bedroom. She no longer had to live with the silly and annoying Lung Ming, and she felt much more at ease. As for Lung Ming, she had long since fallen asleep. She even started dreaming of spring. She dreamed that her class was filled with girls with only Chun Yi as the boy, yet he favored her alone. The teacher was Kaylee, and she even helped them get married, making the other girls envious to tears. Chun Yi, you bad rascal, why are all the girls in class pregnant? The balancing system of the tier 3 bedroom ensured that no matter how noisy it was outside, those inside would be unaffected. At most, the view outside the window would change. When she woke up the next day, Bai Ling had already parked the car in the parking lot of the Pet Paradise station. Although the parking space required a fee, it was worth it for the safety it provided. Chun Yi woke up feeling refreshed with all his magic power restored, thanks to Kaylee's help. Kaylee was bursting with energy, having fully recovered her magic power. As usual, the first thing Chun Yi did upon waking was to go to each girl's bed and check their attribute spheres. Everyone was used to it. As the newcomer, Meyer had no choice but to comply with Chun Yi's impolite request. A few touches were considered a daily bond. Master, today is the dangerous period, and there is a 95% chance of having a little baby. What are you thinking? I'm just here to collect treasures. You just close your eyes and sleep. Well, no need to mind me. Chun Yi had no choice. This was all forced by the system. If the attribute spheres were not collected in time, they could easily be damaged by the beautiful girls' peach-shaped bottoms. After breakfast, the girls each busied themselves with their tasks. Chun Yi took out the long-collected legendary treasure map and handed it to Lung Ming. He also casually stroked her sensitive little tail on the sofa. Lung Ming, come take a look at this map. Use your thieving abilities to help me find the real treasure. The mysterious treasure map had routes that changed constantly, making it impossible to discern the direction. Lung Ming looked at the treasure map, her face filled with confusion. As for Chun Yi stroking her tail, she could not resist and could only enjoy Chun Yi's little quirk. Just as she obediently cooperated with Chun Yi, as soon as she touched the map, the treasure location was instantly fixed, revealing a single route. Seeing this, Chun Yi immediately took the map to check. Wow, Lung Ming, you're amazing. Look, you're quite. So the treasure is here inside the pyramid, 300 kilometers away. Our car can get there in half an hour. Time is of the essence. Let's set off now. Just as Chun Yi was eager to find the treasure, Lung Ming's little hand immediately pulled at the corner of Chun Yi's clothing, because when she opened the map location, she also received a system prompt. What's wrong, Lung Ming? Normally when I stroke your tail you don't resist much, but today you seem reluctant to let me go. Do you want to take it a step further? Lung Ming blushed at the comment. Stop it, master, look at this first. After speaking, Lung Ming sent the information to Chun Yi and hurriedly ran off to wash dishes and do laundry. Her heart fluttered. Ding. Detected a treasure that needs to be unlocked, requiring the item administrator's key. Otherwise, even if the treasure is found, it cannot be opened. Clue: the administrator is the owner of the pet base, and at this moment, she might be accompanying her beloved pet werewolf, doing high lifts in bodily exercises on the rooftop. Chun Yi looked at the information sent by Lung Ming and suddenly realized. I thought, how could the legendary treasure be so simple? So there's still a key. A werewolf doing fitness exercises on the rooftop. Chun Yi instantly recalled that when he first saw the rooftop werewolf, it was lifting a patched-up corpse while doing bench presses. Damn, it really is a form of bodily exercise. Without hesitation, Chun Yi went downstairs to the control room and informed Meyer and Kaylee of this information. Master, you absolutely cannot go down yourself to get the key. That would be too dangerous. Meyer had already inscribed the order to ensure Chun Yi's safety into her core code yesterday. Kaylee also chimed in. Yes, master, we should go directly in the mecha to ensure safety. Sister Kaylee, there's no need to be so troublesome. Your magic power still has great use. Should I send a drone to fetch the key instead? Chun Yi nodded, agreeing with Meyer's method. Let's do it, Myers. Thinking about having an AI like Meyer is great. Spending 20,000 is worth it. The drone designed by the other party was simply an all-automatic robot with hands and feet, and even had weapons radar and infrared systems, making it very convenient for any task. Just a moment, though I will fetch the key for the master right away. Alright then, I will await good news. Saying this, Meyer dispatched 2 of the drones she had first created. However, at this moment Kayleigh seemed to have thought of something. Meyer, there's a moving chain on the top floor with barbs. I was injured by that thing last time, so be careful with your drone. Okay, Sister Kayleigh, I will control it carefully. Hearing Kayleigh's words, Chun-Yi remembered that last time Kayleigh had gone to the rooftop alone to get the box. Kayleigh, you were injured by that thing last time. Yeah, that thing can even talk like a woman. After hearing this, Chun-Yi felt guilty and pulled Kayleigh, who was squatting beside him, into his arms. Unconsciously, he stroked her injured little leg, which was now smooth and white. No trace of scars could be seen. At this time, Meyer had already projected the image onto the large screen for everyone to analyze. Lung Ming also trotted down from upstairs carrying snacks and herbal tea. Everyone remained silent, quietly watching the footage returned by the drone. Although there was infrared thermal imaging and millimeter-level radar, they could still only see the vast black mist with visibility under 10 meters. At this moment, the drone had climbed to the only 6-story building here. Clang! The chains rattled. Seeing this, everyone immediately became alert, and suddenly 2 silver hooks shot toward the 2 drones. Ing. Come play with Sister. Sister loves little animals the most. A cold female voice emerged from the black mist. Could it be a ghost spirit capable of manipulating objects? The sound of chains clanked loudly as silver hooks shot out from the black mist, heading straight for the drones. The movements were astonishingly swift, attacking in rapid succession. 2 drones darted through the dense gaps between the chains like silver flashes of lightning, maneuvering with ease. It was as if 2 falcons were toying with their prey. A chilling female voice echoed in the black mist, laced with an indescribable eeriness. Little ones, don't hide. Come play with your sister. The sound of chains suddenly turned frenzied. Countless black iron chains surged forth from the black mist, overwhelming the area like a massive net descending upon the drones. Chun-Yi and Kayleigh watched in shock. Especially Chun-Yi, who felt guilty thinking about how he had forced Kayleigh to face such a scene alone. Kayleigh, how did you get the box last time? Kayleigh shook her head vigorously, looking bewildered. There was only one last time, not this many. Could these chains actually breed? Chun-Yi was speechless, pondering the girl's thought process. He focused on the writhing chains on the screen, his gaze sharpening. Insight skill activated. Cursed chains property can seal souls, and those sealed will become wraiths at others' command. Yes, pupils constricted. This is the cursed chain detailed in the blueprint. Master, is this the material your scythe of death needs? Kayleigh looked at him oddly. Yes. Chun-Yi nodded, his expression complicated. Is this material alive? On the rooftop, Meyer attempted to attack the chains. The bullets merely sparked against the iron, proving ineffective. After a few attempts, she decided not to force a confrontation, instead maneuvering the drone skillfully between the chains while activating a full-power 3D radar scan. They swiftly navigated the rooftop, scanning every corner. Soon after, a clear 3D projection appeared on the large screen. The rooftop was nearly barren. Aside from the living waste of the race, there was only an ugly, stitched-together female zombie. She wandered aimlessly with chains wrapped around her feet. Zombie proprietress. Found her. Meyer's voice was devoid of emotion. Around her ankle, besides a thick iron chain, there was a key. Master, is this the key? Chun-Yi used the insight skill and instantly saw the hint. Key to the mysterious treasury. Yes, that's it. Quickly take it off. The drone dove, sharply dodging several chains that swung towards it. Tat-a-tat. The machine gun fired with pinpoint accuracy. Puff, puff, crack. The zombie's left leg was severed with a loud snap. The leg with the key dropped to the ground, the chain and key falling alongside. The drone swooped down, extending its mechanical hand to grasp the key. It quickly turned to fly downstairs. A heart-wrenching scream suddenly erupted from the black mist. The previously wildly swinging chains froze in place. The next moment, they ensnared the female zombie again, twisting her into a thick black serpent. From the 6th floor, a voice screamed in pursuit of the 2 drones. I will kill you. The woman's voice was hysterical. She didn't care that the key was taken or that someone had intruded. What mattered to her was the body of the female zombie. The wraith had been missing for a long time, and no one had helped her stitch her body together. That body held special meaning for her, though she did not fully understand why. You dare to chase us? Master, hurry and catch her. Kayleigh excitedly shook Chun-Yi's arm. There's no rush, she can't escape. The drone executed an extreme drift, diving into the open hatch of the eternal night. Meyer immediately activated the high-temperature disinfection process, handing the thoroughly cleaned key to Chun-Yi. Master, we got the key. Yes. Once I secure this thing, we'll set off. Just as he finished speaking, there was a massive iron serpent made of woven chains smashed down onto the body of the eternal night, producing a muffled thud. The iron serpent was flung to the ground by the recoil, scattering black chains everywhere. Yet it didn't even touch the paint of the eternal night. Clink. Oh, I'm in so much pain. A faint golden light enveloped Chun Ye's vehicle, a protective system of the parking area. Let alone a mere wraith. As long as Chun Yi parked here, even a world boss couldn't harm him in the slightest. Is this the thing that hurt Kaylee 10 days ago? Pay for your life, you mutt. Chun Ye's gaze turned cold. His palm pressed heavily on the mecha control orb. Transform. Viru. The bus instantly transformed. Kaylee immediately dove into the passenger seat to assist Chun Yi in charging directly, pouring all 1,000 points of magic power into the eternal night. The 17-meter-tall silver mecha formed instantly, its massive frame hovering half a meter above the ground, slowly descending. Rumble. The earth trembled. The wraith instinctively quaked. Chun Yi teleported above the cursed chains, his ghostly blade emerging. The black gold cloak fluttered in the black mist. 1,000 blades slash. No. The chains echoed with the wraith's desperate scream. Countless blades fell like rain. The swirling chains vanished in an instant, including the female zombie protected within, turning to ashes. It seems that Bai Ling has nothing to swallow again. After all, the opponent was just a nameless wraith. Even having to obey the wraith naturally could not withstand the mecha's blow. As for the extra chains, they were merely formed from the resentment in the black mist and were of no use. The wretched screams gradually faded into the air. The 100-meter-long chains eventually shrank to a mere 3-meter-long iron chain. A woman in a fitted work uniform and skirt emerged from the chains. She was the wraith, but now devoid of the chilling aura, no longer under the control of the wraiths. Her eyes were clear, holding a sense of liberation. She glanced at her soul, which was about to dissipate, and then at the silver-armored warrior before her. It was as if she understood something. She deeply bowed to Chun Yi. Her voice was gentle, tinged with exhaustion and relief. Thank you. After speaking, her phantom gradually transformed into light particles absorbed by the eternal night. Ding. Slade 0 level Wraith 1. Mecha size 1 centimeter. Armor penetration 1. Field range 10 centimeters. Acquired curse chains 1. Chun Yi stowed the chains away. He raised his head towards the rooftop direction. Suddenly a fragmented memory surged into his mind. The proprietress of the pet paradise was once known as a good Samaritan. She had seen a little wraith tied up and about to be executed on the rooftop. Though she knew it was an anomaly, she felt compassion. Ignoring everyone's objections, she secretly went to untie it and even treated its wounds. However, the first thing the wraith did upon waking was to go on a killing spree. The survivors knew it was the woman who had released the wraith, so they tore her apart and fed her to the wraith on the rooftop. But the wraith seemed to remember her as its benefactor. It stitched her body back together piece by piece and used the very chains that had bound it to absorb the woman's soul. Thus the woman became its wraith, guarding its home. The wraith believed this was a way of repaying kindness. For 10 whole years she was trapped. So she was a do-gooder, no wonder she ended up as a wraith. Chun Yi muttered softly. He turned to revert his transformation, casually tossing the cursed chains into storage. Bai Ling drive. Let's go dig for treasure at the pyramid. The eternal night slowly ventured deeper into the desert, the black mist swirling outside the window. A figure shrouded in black mist quietly observed the retreating shape of the eternal night. Truly interesting. First there was a peculiar monk, and now a lucky kid appears. The black mist was gently waved away by this person, revealing an old man with a white beard. He wore a snow-white long robe with 5 gilded characters embroidered on his back. District Chief of the Novice Zone. The wind of the desert wrapped around the sands, hitting the vehicle with a crackling sound. In less than an hour, Bai Ling drove the car to the location indicated on the map in front of the pyramid. Outside the window stood a fully silver, triangular building. Its surface was covered with a special alloy exuding a faint cold light. That cold light harshly isolated the surrounding black mist within a radius of 500 meters. Just as Chun Yi was about to ask Bai Ling to get closer, he spotted a dozen off-road vehicles parked haphazardly by the roadside. The vehicles bore 3 large characters. Independent Regiment. Damn, how did these dogs find this place? After a moment of contemplation, Chun Yi understood. These people had struck it rich by digging up a grave last time, and they were surely back to try their luck. This pyramid, capable of dispelling the black mist naturally, could not escape their eyes. Chun Yi frowned. He recalled that in his last life the Independent Regiment had gone missing in the novice dungeon. Before Chun Yi could open the door, suddenly a dozen figures staggered out from the roadside. They were all women. So many pregnant women. Kaylee looked on with curiosity. However, those people had bloodshot eyes, pale faces, and their bellies bulged like water tanks, tearing their clothes apart. They were definitely not ordinary pregnant women. 2 corpses lay on the ground along with a pool of blood. Chun Yi's expression turned cold. They are not pregnant women. Upon seeing the eternal night, they lunged at it like hyenas, sensing blood, howling, hungry. So hungry. I can't take it anymore. It's the iron thread worm. Meyer, clean them up. Chunyi commanded coldly. Yes, master. Meyer tapped a few times on the control panel. The heavy machine gun on the roof of the Eternal Night instantly deployed. Tat tat tat. Flames burst forth. Oh, it hurts. But I'm even hungrier. The first few women charging at the front were instantly turned into a sieve, collapsing to the ground. 2 drones ascended simultaneously, accurately targeting the remaining threats. In less than 10 seconds, all the big-bellied women lay dead in a pool of blood. A bizarre scene unfolded. From beneath the skirts of the fallen women, dark worm bodies suddenly emerged. Puff, puff. One by one their bellies burst open. Thick 7 to 8 meter-long black iron thread worms surged out from their abdomens, writhing madly on the sandy ground, crawling towards the Eternal Night. Level 3 Black Abyss Iron Thread Worm Health 10001000 Skills Burrowing Fluid Parasitism. Meyer controlled the machine gun to fire a burst, but the bullets did not penetrate. The bullets clanged against them, all dropping to the ground. It's actually level 3. Chunyi raised an eyebrow. They'll handle it. Meyer immediately ceased fire. Continuing to shoot would waste bullets. Chunyi pressed his palm against the mech's energy sphere. Transform. Viru. The 17-meter-tall silver mech instantly took shape. Let's try this. Energy cannon. The mech's right arm transformed into a cannon. A massive energy sphere charged and launched, crashing violently into the ground. Boom. A small mushroom cloud rose into the air. The convoy of the Independent Regiment in the distance was flipped over by the shockwave. Dozens of iron thread worms were instantly vaporized, leaving behind only a pool of green slime that emitted white smoke. With just one shot, all the iron thread worms were cleared, with not a single one escaping. Ding. Killed 17 level 3 Black Abyss Iron Thread Worms. Mech size 17 centimeters. Armor penetration 17. Area of effect 1. 7 meters. Chunyi glanced at the remaining 80 energy, unwilling to waste, and canceled the transformation. He then instructed Bai Ling, swallow these remains. Huh. This sticky green soup. How disgusting. You're a ghost spirit, you won't be parasitized, what are you afraid of? Bai Ling reluctantly complied, maneuvering the Eternal Night over. All the blood and flesh remnants transformed into black light spots, slowly being absorbed by the vehicle. Ding. Ghost spirit. Bai Ling devoured a large amount of flesh. Permanent health 50. Mental power 10. Seems like it's not that hard to eat, just looks disgusting. After Bai Ling's consumption, the bloodstains on the ground vanished completely, as if nothing had happened. Master, there's a drop. Iron threadworm essence. Meat note rich in protein, edible after 500 degrees high temperature sterilization. May hatch worm babies if not sterilized properly. Chunyi wore a face of disdain. What kind of hellish thing is this? He pressed the accelerator, crushing the worm meat under the tires with a squelching sound. He specifically ensured that all the eggs inside the meat were crushed. Master, those people won't have gotten pregnant from eating this, will they? Kaylay asked with a frown. They should have. These women probably stayed behind to guard the vehicles. The men of the Independent Regiment must have already entered the pyramid. Chunyi didn't want to delay any longer and started the vehicle. Driving past the remains of the Independent Regiment's convoy, he stopped at the entrance of the pyramid's tomb. Before entering the pyramid, 2 corpses lay at the entrance. The traces indicated that they had been devoured by those women earlier. It seems that in the last life, over 100 members of the Independent Regiment died here. Master, why don't we just avoid this place? It's really scary. Kaylay jumped from the passenger seat, gripping Chunyi's arm. That's a legendary treasure, of course there are certain risks involved, but I won't act recklessly. Chunyi ruffled her hair and looked at Meyer. Meyer, it's your turn now. He originally wanted Meyer to send a drone to take a look. All right. No problem, Master. Meyer nodded. They'll send in the spider robot to scout the way first. Chunyi was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the mechanical spider could also serve as a scout. A dozen palm-sized black mechanical spiders crawled out from the bottom of the Eternal Night and quickly darted into the dark tomb entrance. At this moment, Lung Meng, barefoot, rushed over holding a plate of chilled fruits. Everyone worked hard. Have some fruits to cool off. These were fresh fruits, just harvested from the newly planted potatoes. In order to stay by Chunyi's side, she was working hard to fulfill her duties as a maid. Let's sit down and eat together. Chunyi picked up a piece of watermelon. The few of them enjoyed the fruits while keeping an eye on the central control screen. At this time, the spider robots had entered various passageways. A dozen different angles of footage were being transmitted in real time from the perspective of the mechanical spiders. Inside the pyramid was pitch black, with only the beams of the searchlights swaying in the darkness. The ground was littered with white bones, and a few gold bars and gold bricks were scattered in the gaps, making Lung Meng's eyes widen. Even more bizarrely, a dozen stone figures stood against the walls, their expressions twisted in terror, looking less like sculptures and more like living people frozen in place. They resembled players from the Blue Star to some extent. These can't be real people, right? Lung Meng muttered softly. Just as she finished speaking, a golden shadow suddenly flashed across the screen. Immediately after, a piercing scream echoed from the depths of the pyramid. "Oh, don't come near." Meyer quickly controlled the nearest spider to sneak inside. "Turn off the searchlights." At the end of the corridor stood a monster with the upper body of a little girl and the lower body of a snake. Her hair consisted of countless writhing golden snakes, and her eyes sparkled with an enchanting green light. Epic boss Little Medusa, level 3, health 100, 001, 0000 skills, petrifying gaze, snake, tail, strangulation. Chun Yi looked at those stone figures and instantly understood. They were not statues. They were members of the independent regiment. Everyone in front of the screen frowned. At that moment, the spider robot stumbled upon a loose pebble, and the little Medusa on screen suddenly turned her head. Her eyes emitted white light right as they aligned with the camera. "Come!" She let out a shriek. Then the screen instantly turned to static. Zizzes. "Oh!" Cold Ming screamed in fright, and in the next moment, she was the center of everyone's attention. Cold Ming was taken aback, realizing she had lost her composure. Her face flushed red. Embarrassed in public, she quickly defended herself. "What are you looking at? I am just worried about the Lord's safety. Do you understand? All right, continue watching, no need to shout." As Chun Yi finished speaking, Kulu volunteered. "How about I go catch Medusa? I'm not afraid of being petrified." With her magical immunity, the juvenile Medusa appeared to Kulu as nothing more than a little girl who could sway her hips. She was also thinking of bringing it back for Chun Yi as a plush toy. "We'll talk about it later. Let's wait until the mechanical spiders have explored the entire tomb room." Cold Ming's cheeks were burning, feeling like she had been scolded again. She murmured to herself, "Humph, everyone here has such good mental fortitude, not a single normal person." She forced herself to suppress her racing heart, quietly leaning against Chun Yi, tugging at his sleeve, watching the screen with the others like a little girl secretly watching a horror film. The mechanical spiders continued to weave through the dark tomb passages. In addition to the juvenile Medusa, there were also some wandering zombies and 2 mummies. A few spiders found survivors from the independent squad trapped in the side chamber, frantically banging on the iron door. Ho! They made eerie hissing sounds, having already turned into zombies, and some of them even had swollen bellies. No need to think, they must have been infected by iron wire worm eggs. There's no saving them. The mechanical spider's reconnaissance was not without cost. 3 mechanical spiders had already been left behind in the tomb. From the moment he glimpsed Medusa, Chun Yi had been frowning. His concern was not about Medusa and the mummies, but about the god of desolation. Could this place be related to the god of desolation? The god of desolation was notorious for holding grudges. He did not want to provoke that esteemed figure like Justice did. He planned to tie up Medusa. At most, he absolutely could not kill her. The mechanical spiders were highly efficient. In less than 3 hours, they had completely scouted the tomb structure and even located the main hall. Master, all traps and mechanisms except for the main tomb have been marked. Please take a look. Mayer used her smart brain to analyze all the footage, projecting a detailed 3D diagram onto the big screen. "The seductress is really impressive," Cold Ming murmured quietly. "Sister Mayer is amazing." The little spiders finished exploring, and the blueprint appeared right away. This is all part of the job. Looking at this comprehensive blueprint of the secret room, Chun Yi knew that the most dangerous reconnaissance phase had already ended. It's about time we need to enter the pyramid tomb. It was already the afternoon of the second day in the dungeon, and they could no longer delay. He glanced at the girls in the car, and only Cold Ming was avoiding eye contact, constantly looking around, afraid to meet Chun Yi's gaze, fearing he would call her name. "Kulu and Cold Ming, come with me into the underground palace. Mayer and Bai Ling stay behind to provide support." "Huh, master. I'm just a little maid. Why aren't you taking Mayer with you? Can't I just stay in the car and shout 666? Cold Ming was on the verge of tears. In the past 10 days, she had not been outside with Chun Yi at all. Her terrifying survival experience had long since bid farewell. Looking at the zombie traps in the tomb was terrifying, not to mention the Medusa that made her madness increase. A wave of urgency hit her, and she squeezed her legs together. She hadn't even enjoyed Chun Yi's well-defined chest yet. How could she go on an adventure? Chun Yi looked at her, holding his head in disbelief. "You are a thief. You must unlock the door. Hurry and take care of business. He'll go down first and wait for you." Chun Yi could see at a glance that the young lady was scared to the point of wetting herself. After saying that, Chun Yi equipped himself and jumped out of the car. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." After a quick break, Kulu helped Cold Ming put on her backpack and pulled her down from the car. "Master, Lady Master, you must protect me." Looking at Cold Ming's long legs wrapped in black stockings, trembling, Chun Yi secretly shook his head. In his previous life, that impressive female thief seemed to have truly been spoiled by him. "Of everyone here, you're the oldest, yet you have the least courage. It seems that next time I need to take you for more training." Cold Ming instantly covered her mouth, cursing Chun Yi in her heart 100 times. She was only 23 years old, right? This is age discrimination. Master, you must be careful. I'll send drones and spiders to support you from afar. Mayer rolled down the car window and handed over 3 mechanical spiders. Keep them with you. They can be used for communication and reconnaissance. You're very thoughtful, Mayer. Chen Yi took the spiders and distributed 1 each to Kulu and Cold Ming. Stop dawdling, follow me. Chen Yi compared the map, taking the lead, opening his golden eye, making the dark tomb feel like flat ground. Along the way, there were corpses of independent squad members with their deaths being tragic. This is a venom trap, go left. Ahead is a boulder trap, oh, we need to jump over it. Overhead are poison darts, duck down. Kulu and Cold Ming closely followed behind. Lady Master, these 2 burdens on my chest are too much, I can't jump over. No problem, I'll toss you over. Kulu single-handedly picked up Cold Ming and gently tossed her. Thud. Cold Ming landed steadily, rubbing her chest and bottom, grimacing. Ouch, I landed all bruised. Then Kulu unfurled her bat wings and flew over. Hurry, we need to keep up with the master. A few of them were about to take a shortcut to avoid various dangers, heading straight to the main tomb, when suddenly, Mayer sent a real-time message. Master, be careful. The mummies have sensed you blocking the way with a horde of zombies. Received. Chen Yi slowed his pace. With Kulu around, there was temporarily nothing in this tomb that could harm them. Reaching the warning point, the mechanical spider transmitted Mayer's voice again. 10 meters behind, a zombie is approaching. Chen Yi turned around. A zombie, almost stripped of flesh, was staggering towards them. Ding. Normal zombie, LV2 health 200200, physique 1515. To avoid making noise and attracting more enemies, Chen Yi did not take out the Barrett. He drew out the ghost firebone knife, and the weapon automatically shrank to the right size. With swift strikes, he delivered critical hits. 167 critical, 268 critical. 2 strikes ended the battle. The zombie's claws could not break through his protective energy, and Chen Yi felt reassured. Ding. Kill second level zombie 1, a dropped bleeding bandage 1, Heart of Africa 1. Note: the Heart of Africa can be exchanged for gold coin blind boxes at a mysterious merchant. Good stuff. Chen Yi casually tossed it into his backpack. After dispatching 2 more zombies, the group finally reached the entrance of the main hall. When Chen Yi turned back to look, his eyes nearly popped out. He saw Kulu casually throw out a dark energy ball, and with a hum, 3 zombies were instantly obliterated. However, the intense energy fluctuations immediately attracted a horde of over a dozen zombies, surrounding them like a dark cloud. Damn it. Kulu, don't throw energy balls. They can sense that stuff. Kulu stuck out her tongue. I'm sorry. I just wanted to help. Chen Yi didn't want to waste time fighting small monsters. He was focused on getting the legendary treasure. They hadn't even entered the main tomb yet, and their time was running short. Chen Yi led the 2 girls around the corridor, shaking off the mindless zombies. They returned to the door of the hall. Chen Yi hurriedly took out the treasure vault key. Unlock. Ding. Unlocking is estimated to take 6 hours. Cold Ming, give it a try. Chen Yi immediately pulled out the key and handed it to Cold Ming. Cold Ming suppressed her trembling body, inserted the key into the lock, and gently turned it. Click. The hall door opened with a sound. Yes, it opened. Chen Yi immediately pushed the big door gently. But the sound of the door opening startled the mummy on the stone slab, causing it to spring up suddenly. The bandages all over its body rustled, and its dry joints made a clicking sound. Second level BOSS mummy health 5000, physique 50, its hollow eye sockets fixed intently on Cold Ming. Then it leaped several meters, its dry palm carrying a foul wind, lunging directly at Cold Ming's face. Lung Ming looked at the approaching mummy, her mind blank. She was so frightened that she jumped directly into Chen Yi's arms. Chen Yi, save me. Her legs tightly squeezed around his waist. Chen Yi saw the mummy charging towards them and instantly turned around while holding Lung Ming. Seizing the moment, he kicked at its side while it was midair, having no point of support. Boom. Chen Yi kicked hard at the spot he had anticipated, knocking the mummy onto the ground. However, the mummy's body was as hard as a rock, and the recoil caused Chen Yi to lose his balance and fall. Fortunately, Lung Ming became his cushion. He managed to protect the back of her head and her slender waist, only landing on his buttocks. Ouch. My butt. Before Chen Yi could get up, Lung Ming saw the mummy getting back up again. Chen Yi, it's coming again. Lung Ming was so scared that she forgot to call out to her master. Fortunately, Chen Yi didn't blame her, continuing to roll on the ground with her to avoid the mummy before getting back up. Seeing that she was truly terrified, afraid her madness level would spike, he patted her back. Alright, it's okay now. Her chest pressing against him made him feel a bit uncomfortable, so Chen Yi quickly set her down. Holding her hand, he walked straight into the main hall. Cola, seeing this, drew a weapon from her backpack and slashed down at the small mummy. Cola, don't kill it. Chen Yi stopped her just in time. If this were the pet of the wilderness god, killing it would lead to endless troubles. Got it, master. Cola kicked the mummy far away. Without lingering, she quickly caught up with Chen Yi. The mummy was not dead, but it knew it was no match and dared not chase them anymore. It turned around dragging its bandages while crying loudly to find Medusa for help. Click, click, click. The main gate of the hall closed automatically. A long-lost beam of sunlight shone down from the dome, landing in the center of the tomb. In the center of the tomb, a coffin suddenly opened with a clack. A small jujube sapling was slowly lifted from inside. The tree emitted a faint golden light looking unlike anything earthly. Hanging from its branches were a few copper coins identical to the one his grandfather had once sought for him. Ding. Obtained legendary treasure money tree rating rare. Usage seals items of old players. Shake daily for 1 gold coin blind box. Permanent no problem token can dispel black mist after active attack cooldown of 1 hour. Careful nurturing may yield spiritual jujubes, which can increase health and experience without side effects. Requires nurturing by earth elemental. Chun yes I sparkled. Wow. This is a legendary treasure. Permanent resource type. Provides money and food, and can dispel black mist. Gulps. He swallowed hard. In his last life he had lived for 3 months and had never seen anyone possess a legendary treasure. The divine artifacts used by those chosen ones were merely temporary permissions. Is it really this easy to obtain? Chun Yi dared not be careless and extended his hand to stop the 2 girls. Stay back. Kola couldn't discern any danger, only feeling that the golden object looked pretty. Wow. Master, this little sapling is so beautiful, let's dig it up. Of course we will dig it up, but we should best wait a bit before moving. Long Meng hadn't calmed down, yet tightly clutching Chun Yes' arm, peeking at the sapling from behind him. She didn't have the golden eyes, so she could only see the words money tree and nothing else about its attributes. Chun Yi knew that the greatest danger often lay in the last step. He removed the 3 mechanical spiders from the 3 of them. It's time for them to sacrifice themselves. Meyer. Scan the entire main tomb, including this tree. The result was silence. On the Evernight, we're doomed. There is no signal in the main tomb. I sent a drone to the entrance of the main tomb to act as a base station, but it's unable to connect. Meyer frantically hit the keyboard, trying to connect over and over again. Ding. Connection failed. 404. Unable to access. Bai Ling's spirit slumped in the co-pilot seat, languidly saying, "Don't panic, we have a Beast Master contract with the Master. If he encounters trouble, we can sense it. Why not take a nap? Who knows, maybe when we wake up they'll be back." Yes. Contract link. The binary code on Bai Ling's forehead flashed wildly. Establishing new connection. In the main tomb, Chun Yi patted the mechanical spider in his hand. Hey. Can Meyer hear me? The temptress must be slacking off and taking a dump. Long Ming instantly seized the opportunity to complain, her tone much more assertive than before. Chun Yi was amused by her feeling a bit calm inside. Then let's rest here for a while, eat something, and wait for her to contact us. They had been in the tomb for 2 to 3 hours. He took out food and water from his backpack and released a drone, controlling it to fly around the main tomb. Unfortunately, Chun Yi couldn't discern any clues. Half an hour passed. Damn. Master, when you get back you must spank that temptress. How could she make us wait so long? Long Meng, having eaten and drunk her fill, was now able to voice her complaints quite loudly. Chun Yi's expression darkened. On his system panel, only Long Meng's avatar was lit up. The public screen was silent as well. It seemed they had completely lost contact with the outside world. Before Chun Yi could relay this information to the 2 girls, the mechanical spider in his hand suddenly moved. Great. Master. We've finally connected. Meyer's excited voice came from within. Temptress, did you take an hour-long dump and get hemorrhoids? Long Meng, hands on her hips, completely lost her fear from earlier. Meyer ignored her, speaking urgently. Master, your signal is being blocked, bridging the signal through the contract mark. Is everything alright on your end? Meyer, you're amazing. We're fine, just haven't dared to move forward. Chun Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected Meyer to have this capability. Long Meng realized she had misunderstood and blushed, quickly shutting up to become invisible. Master, wait a moment, I'll scan the tomb right away. The 3 mechanical spiders acted independently. The main tomb was spacious and well-lit, and within minutes the scan was complete. A complete 3D structural map was sent to Chun Yi's system panel. Master, there is only 1 gas trap in the entire main tomb. I've sent you the correct route. You can safely obtain the sapling. Receive. Following the route, Chun Yi led the 2 girls to bypass the gas traps and safely arrived under the money tree. The 3 of them carefully worked together to dig out the sapling. However, just as he was about to take the sapling, an unexpected change occurred. The entire tomb shook violently, as if it were collapsing. Green poisonous gas spewed from the walls on all sides. Ding. Warning. This item cannot be taken directly. It can be obtained through trading. You need a vehicle of yours for exchange. It must be one of the highest level vehicles in the current area parked in front of the pyramid to complete the transaction in order to leave safely. Master, it's bad. Meyer's voice became urgent. Taking the sapling will trigger all traps. Quickly put the sapling back. At that moment, the green poisonous mist spread like a tide. Master, the gas is coming. We should retreat. Kolo worriedly tugged at Chun Ye's clothes. Lung Ming was also trembling in fear, nodding along. Yes, master. Life is the priority. Chun Yi clenched the money tree in his hand, his gaze resolute. He could not let go of the hard-earned legendary treasure. Level 4 vehicle. I just happen to have an extra one. He recalled the sports car he had won a few days ago. Meyer, put my sports car at the entrance of the pyramid. Use it to exchange for the sapling. Understood. Meyer did not hesitate at all, immediately taking the sports car from the Everknight's garage. All right, master. The trade can commence. Just at the moment the confirmation button was pressed, all the copper coins on the money tree suddenly lit up. Ding. A level 4 white sports car detected, meeting the criteria for one of the highest grade vehicles in this zone. Proceed with the exchange. Yes. The moment the transaction was completed before the pyramid's gates, Chun Ye's sports car slowly sank into the shifting sands, leaving not a trace behind. It was as if something had deliberately devoured it. Deep within the tomb chamber, little Medusa listened to the mummy's whimpering complaints, her tail thrashing in fury. Despicable humans! How dare they disturb the Lord's rest? She was about to rise and head to the main hall to turn all the intruders into stone. Suddenly the entire pyramid shook violently. A familiar aura etched into her very bones made her eyes light up. Is this the Lord's return? Inside the main burial chamber, the spewing green corpse poison abruptly halted, even seeming to consciously retreat back into the crevices of the walls. The copper coins on the money tree clattered loudly, radiating a golden light. Invisible crimson threads slowly emerged from the deep earth coiling around the tree's roots. They seemed like a seal left by someone once so profound that even Chun Ye's golden eyes could not penetrate it. Snap! 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 The crimson threads snapped one after another. Seizing the moment, Chun Yi uprooted the money tree entirely and carefully stuffed it into his backpack. Just then something beneath seemed to break free from its restraints, unleashing a tremendous force. A powerful gale erupted, sending the three of them flying into the air. Before they could hit the ground, the gale surged again, carrying them through the pyramid's apex and soaring hundreds of meters into the sky. Oh! Lung Ming's acute acrophobia kicked in, her screams nearly tearing her throat raw. Though the ground below was soft sand, to fall from such a height meant certain death for a young girl like her. She thought this was her final cry. Vine! Kayleigh midair effortlessly spread her bat-like wings and executed a sliding tackle towards Chun Yi. In an instant she caught her master. Chun Yi lay gently on Kayleigh's back, their movements perfectly synchronized with no shouting or panic. Watching Lung Ming fall in a parabola, Kayleigh swooped down low and grabbed her by one ankle. Chun Yi dared not look aware of the girl's predicament. He simply turned his head to admire the scenery. A solitary beam of light from the heavens shone down upon the pyramid. Beyond, a radius of 1 li, thick, dark mist enveloped everything. Such a wondrous sight tempted Kayleigh to take a few celebratory laps. Playfully, she circled the pyramid 3 times with her 2 passengers before descending slowly. Chun Yi, long accustomed to this, sat astride Kayleigh with an unchanged expression. But Lung Ming, dangling by her leg, was so terrified she forgot even to cry. Upon landing, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, her face as pale as paper. Realizing her state, she scurried to the car, head bowed and blushing, to change her skirt. In her heart, she dared not curse Kayleigh, only silently fumed at Chun Yi. I bet Chun Yi told the mistress to do this. And she had guessed correctly. Chun Yi had used his telepathic link to ask Kayleigh to help toughen up the little maid's nerves. He hadn't expected Lung Ming to be so easily frightened. Returning to the eternal night, Chun Yi wasted no time and rushed straight to the rooftop planting area. He was about to plant the money tree. Potato, who was watering the plants with 2 plump little slimes, saw his frantic manner and quickly bounded over. Master, good afternoon. Potato, perfect timing. Do everything you can to get this tree to live. Chun Yi carefully produced the golden sapling. The system had indicated that the money tree required a nature sprite to nurture, and Potato was exactly that. Wow, it's a divine tree. Potato's eyes sparkled. She seemed to recognize the sapling. Master, this is the divine tree that can help us slimes evolve. The 2 little slimes also hopped around the sapling, chirping happily. No more talk. Plant it quickly or it'll die. Okay. Potato waved her small hand and a soft pit appeared in the ground. She moved her richest black soil over and carefully buried the roots. Then she chirped twice at the slimes. The 2 little slimes immediately ran over and watered the roots. The previously wilted sapling instantly perked up, its leaves gleaming with a golden light. Chun Yi nodded in satisfaction. This is the money tree. From now on, shake it for me every day. Remember to collect the gold coin mystery boxes that fall. Yes, master. Watching the 3 slimes dance around the money tree, Chun Yi turned and went downstairs. Just as he reached the cockpit, the entire earth suddenly trembled violently again. Even the eternal night swayed gently. In the direction of the pyramid, the structure that had previously dispelled the dark mist could no longer contain it. The dark mist began to roll forward slowly. Chun Yes's eyes narrowed. He knew this change was due to his uprooting of the money tree. As for whether the thing it was suppressing would be released, he cared not a whit. Gratitude or karma were worthless in the apocalypse. Only the benefits in hand were real. Bai Ling Drive. Head back to the Pet Paradise station. I need to buy a few more hens. With more people in the family, now the eggs from one hen were far from enough. He also wanted Lung Meng to bake him a cake. He absolutely had to get more hens. Food was scarce now and eggs in the trading zone were getting more expensive. It was safer to raise his own. Yes, master. But before we go, I want to devour all these wrecked cars. Bai Ling pointed at the wrecked independent regiment vehicles scattered along the road, her eyes gleaming. Hurry up. Devour them, and then we leave. Hearing Chun Yes's order, Bai Ling immediately maneuvered the Eternal Night over. Activating the Devour skill, she consumed over a dozen level 2 and 3 vehicles in one go. Ding. Devoured level 3 off-road vehicle. Durability 130 road coins 75, bronze chest X1 ding. Devoured level 3 RV. Vehicle space 90 road coins 62, bronze chest X ding. After this wave of devouring, the Eternal Knight's attributes received a small boost along with a pile of road coins and chests. Ding. Warning. The owner of this level 3 heavy truck is still alive. Cannot devour or claim. Chun Yi raised an eyebrow. There are still survivors. Forget it, it's just one broken down truck. He stared at the pyramid, still trembling in the distance, a faint unease stirring within him. That thing inside will be out soon. Don't wait, let's go now. Okay, we're out of here. Bai Ling floored the accelerator, and the Eternal Night sped off, disappearing into the dark mist. Chun Yi checked the time. 5:30 in the afternoon. Tomorrow we have to challenge the world boss, and I absolutely must be back in Zone 1 by tomorrow night. Tight schedule, heavy tasks. Strangely, after leaving the pyramid, the dark mist still dared not approach the Eternal Night. As long as it was within 100 meters of the vehicle, all the dark mist would automatically dissipate. Wow, master, is this the power of the money tree? It's incredible. Bai Ling was the most excited. Attached to the vehicle's body, she had always been eroded by the dark mist. But now the dark mist had to detour around her. The other women were also astonished. They only knew Chun Yi had brought back a divine tree, but not its effects. That's right. A slight smile curled on Chun Yi's lips. After a while, when the money tree bears spirit jujubes, they can even raise our levels. The women were all stunned on the spot. Wow, this is truly a divine tree. I never thought we could get a treasure of this level so easily. And this is just one of its abilities. It's also a permanent safe conduct pass, and it gives out gold coin mystery boxes every day. Everyone's mouths were slightly agape, utterly dumbfounded. Just as the Eternal Night vanished completely into the desert, an old man in a white robe with hair as white as snow slowly walked into the pyramid. The violent tremors stopped instantly. The surging dark mist also calmed down. The old man looked at the tall figure kneeling before him and spoke calmly. Huang, my boy, congratulations on regaining your player status. The man on the ground slowly stood up. The bandages on his face fell off piece by piece, revealing a middle-aged face. His body was still adorned with pharaoh's tattoos. Beside him was parked the white sports car. District Chief, we've been waiting for your arrival. He extended his hand, holding a thumb-sized yellow crystal in his palm. The old man took the crystal and sighed. Have you thought it through? I've been sealed in this godforsaken place for 1,000 years. 1,000 years. I've had enough. I want to try that path again. Very well. I respect your choice. From this moment on, we are strangers. With those words, the old man dissolved into white mist. Only Huang Shun, little Medusa, and the little mummy remained. He gritted his teeth and muttered, the Justice League killed my divine envoy. If I don't avenge that myself, they'll be very unhappy. But that brat, though he broke my seal, got a tremendous benefit from me and tried to fob me off with a broken sports car. No way. He must pay more. In this world, no one takes advantage of me, Huang Shun. System notification: this player is an ancient dominator once revered as a deity, extremely dangerous. The public screen was instantly flooded with messages. Deity. This game is way too deep. Where is he located? Please don't come to our area. Chun Yi quickly grasped the news. What? I just saved this calamity. However, since I saved him, he surely won't repay me with malice, right? He continued to eavesdrop. Before anyone could recover from their shock, the ancient dominator spoke first. Ancient dominator, attention companions in building BF007 area. I need a bus. Level does not matter. I can exchange it for a level 4 sports car. The public screen in this area was instantly filled with question marks. What? This can't be happening. He is in our area. What are you afraid of? Didn't you see that levels have been reset? The system has marked him as extremely dangerous. If you want to die, don't drag us down. Exchanging a level 1 bus for a level 4 sports car. Does the bus have some secret? I have a level 2-1. Where is the ancient dominator? They'll deliver it to you. Chinyi had been peeking at the screen for a long time. He confirmed two things. Firstly, he really saved the ancient dominator. Secondly, an old player started with a bus, so it seems I didn't make the wrong choice. Aside from that, he hadn't gathered any useful information. Forget it, since he has been a deity, how could he casually share useful information? Chinyi closed the chat window. He decided to stay away from this guy as much as possible. Lung Ming looked at him with a strange expression. Master, that ancient dominator isn't the mummy that just threw us off earlier, right? Chinyi nodded. It should be. Then you saved him, so he owes you a favor, right? He should help us, right? Chinyi glanced at her. Go cook. The system has already warned that he is a dangerous person. Do you want me to ask for a favor? If he is someone who repays kindness with malice, we are done for. He reached out and patted Lung Ming's freshly washed little tail, then gave her a playful slap on her rear. How could that be? He is an ancient deity. I didn't expect the master to be even more timid than me. Lung Ming, mind your own business. Just focus on your tasks. Coke spoke up. Lung Ming immediately shrank her neck. Got it. I'm just a little maid'll go cook. Saying that, she dashed up the stairs. The other women paid no attention to this small episode and continued with their tasks. Chinyi knew in his heart. In this apocalyptic world, kindness and righteousness are worthless. Only the benefits in hand are real. To think that one could bind an unrestrained deity with kindness is simply ridiculous. Now everyone is a competitor. He gazed out at the quickly retreating scenery. Several wolves fought fiercely over mating rights, killing their own kind. Chinyi had just left the dwarf shop and was about to return to the Eternal Night when he caught sight of a beautiful woman in black squatting by the Eternal Night, sneaking around the vehicle. Oh, an old acquaintance. Chinyi hid in the black mist, clearly seeing the situation through his golden eyes from hundreds of meters away, while the other party remained completely unaware. It was the beautiful spider. She was bareskinned, spinning webs around the vehicle with her rear, setting traps. After finishing, she left with satisfaction. Once her figure had completely disappeared, Chinyi slowly revealed himself. He took out his M9 flamethrower and ignited the web on the ground, burning a path before swiftly returning to the vehicle. You came back from the chicken shop so quickly. Lung Ming was surprised as the public screen said it took hours to queue for chicken, yet Chinyi returned so fast. Chinyi felt embarrassed by the comment. If you can't speak properly, just shut up. What do you mean by chicken shop? That's a pet store. Meanwhile, Kalu seemed to understand something, covering her mouth and giggling. Lung Ming also quickly realized, her face turning crimson as she lowered her head and rushed back to her room to cultivate. By the way, master, why did you use the flamethrower just now? Only Mayer, who rarely smiled, asked the question. She had been in the control room and had seen Chunyi's movements outside the vehicle most clearly. Chinyi frowned. Didn't you see that woman in black? The others shook their heads. Chinyi suddenly recalled the Qianma illusion where he and Kulu had been in the garden digging for treasure without noticing anything. It's not your fault. She's an old foe. Is master talking about that spider woman? Kulu immediately thought of the beautiful spider. Chinyi nodded. It's nothing, she's no longer our opponent. If we meet her heat, she will undoubtedly die. However, her illusion techniques are formidable and she can set traps. It's fine as long as we don't get out of the vehicle for now. Chinyi felt relieved, glad he had seen her earlier, otherwise if he had recklessly returned, he might have truly fallen for her trick. The others nodded in agreement. Especially Kulu, as long as Chinyi was present, she was willing to stay in the Eternal Night Mobile Fortress, or even be locked in a room with him. Bailing, let's set off now and challenge the world boss. Chinyi glanced at the time, frowning. He had little time left for himself. Master, how could we possibly defeat the world boss? Bailing was shocked. Don't worry about so much, just drive the car. Chinyi didn't bother to explain and directly brought up the world boss panel. World BOSS Elite Mech LV5 Health 1500 Destructive Power 800 Defense 500 Skills Auto Repair Laser Beam Energy Laser Cannon. According to common sense, they indeed couldn't fight it. Let alone now, even in his previous life, no one could defeat this mech 3 months later. Fortunately, in his past life, countless people had sacrificed their lives to uncover its weaknesses. It was just a foolish mechanical AI with a strict maximum hatred distance. Chinyi could easily kite it as if playing a game. He would exhaust it. The Eternal Night has absolute armor penetration. Am not afraid of its terrifying 500 defense. The women had absolute trust in Chinyi and didn't ask further. They were all his beasts. Even if Chinyi ordered them to die, they wouldn't hesitate for a moment. However, Chinyi had long regarded them as family and partners. He wouldn't even want them to get hurt, let alone die. Without these beautiful, lawless, and mature women helping him, he would truly be useless. With his mere 80 mana, he could hardly control the mech for 30 seconds. Among the women, except for Lung Ming, who hadn't been contracted yet, all were obedient and busy with their respective. Mayer was busy creating small robots, spiders, flying insects, and drones. Although it cost some materials and money, these little things were extremely useful in combat, and Chun-Yi didn't mind at all. Kulu was his capable assistant, helping him manage resources, run small businesses, and even attending to his rest at night, assisting in maintaining his health. Chun-Yi went to the rooftop and handed a backpack full of chicken and duck blind boxes to Tudo. The treatment of his chickens and ducks was naturally incomparable to others. They were fed wheat that enhanced their physique and fresh vegetables and fruits. If outside survivors knew that the chickens Chun-Yi raised ate better than people, they would probably beg to be taken in as chickens and ducks. Watching Tudo pull out hen after hen from the blind boxes, Chun-Yi inexplicably began to dream chickens lay eggs, eggs give birth to chickens, a dream of endless wealth. He walked to the grassy rooftop, took a glance at the stable money tree, then looked up at the starry sky, thinking of his grandfather lost in thought before turning to go downstairs. He still had many important matters to attend to. Although there was no immediate danger, the god of desolation had returned, and in a few days the chosen ones would be born, leaving no room for him to slack off. Chun-Yi quietly pushed open Lung Meng's room door, accompanying her in cultivating the Yi Jing and refining potions. His health points had already exceeded 500, and in 3 to 4 days he would break through to level 2 life form. Time passed swiftly during cultivation. After they finished, took a shower, and said nothing through the night. The next day before dawn, Chun-Yi took Kulu and Mei Er to the cockpit, and as usual opened the public screen. At a glance, the screen was filled with announcements of the God of Desolation's kills. Full server announcement: God of Desolation slays regional BOSS Wolf King LV5. Full server announcement: God of Desolation slays regional BOSS Zombie LV5. Full server announcement: God of Desolation slays regional BOSS Toxic Giant Python LV5. The announcements of the God of Desolation flooded the screen, with dozens appearing in less than half an hour. Damn, where did so many regional boss come from in the newbie area? In 2 lives, Chun-Yi had never even seen the shadow of these BOSS, let alone defeated them. The huge information and power gap made Chun-Yi's heart sink, knowing he had to work even harder to catch up. Fortunately, the opponent had not yet moved against that world boss. He continued to scroll through the public screen, which was filled with sycophants praising the God of Desolation. Occasionally, a few different messages jumped out. Damn, the pet store is strong-arming. Forced me to spend 10 coins to buy a dead duck. Don't say anything, it was that bastard with the werewolf mask who did it. I also bought a dead chicken. Damn, I want to form a team. Find that masked man and kill him. Count me in. Chun-Yi scoffed. These people wouldn't be his match, even if they banded together. He wore a mask to avoid being recognized. If those idiots knew he was the owner of the Eternal Night, they would definitely not dare to provoke him. Chun-Yi closed the chat window and looked out at the dawn that was about to break. Master, we have arrived. Bai Ling slowly brought the vehicle to a stop. Chun-Yi nodded slightly, using his golden eyes to see clearly the mechanical armor towering in the void a kilometer away through the black mist. He then turned to look at the driver's seat. Mei Er, you're responsible for drawing aggro, keeping the hatred distance at 999 meters, and pulling accurately. If you can't hold the monster, it'll deduct 3 days of equipment parts from you. Master, don't worry. This foolish AI, I guarantee, I can make it unable to advance or retreat. I will trap it in my snares. Chun-Yi felt a bit strange, not expecting Mei Er to say such things. Mei Er, what you mean is best as yes, it's tactics. Shooting battle. As soon as she finished speaking, Mei Er immediately activated 10 flying insect robots and 5 drones cruising and harassing towards the mech. Chun-Yi was speechless, feeling that something was off in his mind today. Everything felt slightly inappropriate. He shook his head and looked back at Kulu. Kulu, you provide me with mana support. Okay. Kulu gave an okay gesture. Looking at her round gesture, 2 fingers wide. Chun-Yi forced himself not to think wildly. Bai Ling was anxiously stomping her feet in the central control screen. Master, what about me? Without turning back, Chun-Yi replied, you're responsible for shouting 666. Once we win, the usable parts belong to Mei Er. The cannon barrel is mine. The rest you can have. Yay? Master is the best. Without hesitation, Chun-Yi pressed the transformation button. Buzz. A white light flashed, and with the rapid transformation of mechanical structures, the Eternal Night mech instantly completed its transformation. Kulu immediately poured all her 100 mana into the mech, and with the mech's built-in 800 mana, it now had a total of 180 mana available. However, this amount of mana would definitely not be enough to kill the world boss. With 1500 health, using conventional methods, Chun-Yi could only rely on absolute armor penetration and continuous output from the machine gun. Boom. Soon Mei Er's harassment attacks were effective. The mech, which had been immovable like a mountain, immediately activated its counterattack program after suffering attacks from the small flying insects. Master, the boss is coming. It's about to enter effective range. Chun-Yi maneuvered the Eternal Night mech, landing firmly with a loud clang. The metallic foot left giant footprints on the asphalt road. Chun-Yi's golden pupils through the super-strong bulletproof glass were fixed tightly on the gray-black silhouette of the mech 1,500 meters away. The cockpit was enveloped in silence. Bai Ling still acted as a mascot pendant on the central control screen. Chun-Yi sat in the main control position, his hands inserted into the control orbs on both sides. Kulu and Mei sat on either side in the passenger seats. Kulu had been tossed around by Chun-Yi 7 times last night. After delivering her magical energy, she had fallen asleep on the control panel. Mei squatted in front of the right data console, her fingertips rapidly tapping on the keyboard, and then spoke. The target has entered effective range. Received. Chun-Yi responded. The effective kill range of the elite mech was only 600 meters, while his laser cannon had a range of 1,500 meters. The advantage is mine. Chun-Yi lightly pushed a button. With a hum, the air distorted, trembling slightly. The laser cannon accurately struck the mech's weak point, its head. Such low damage still made Chun-Yi widen his eyes. Damn, it actually didn't penetrate its defenses. Over 100 damage points, still piercing damage. My own piercing damage is clearly over 200, so why only over 100 damage? Could it be that the opponent has damage reduction? Before Chun-Yi could ponder further, the small red mark on the forehead of the elite mech was instantly repaired. The liquid metal flowed, restoring its health back to 150000. It's over. Master, we are going to be defeated. Shouldn't we retreat? Bai Ling's heart sank when she saw the data presented by Mei. What's there to be afraid of? I was just testing the waters. The laser cannon, not penetrating defenses, was within his expectations. In his previous life, although he didn't dare to challenge this opponent, he had learned some of its abilities from the public screens. In the next moment, the Eternal Knight slowly raised its arm. With 2 clicks, the laser cannon retracted, and 2 Gatling guns popped out, starting to spin slowly. Tat-a-tat. Countless bullets poured towards the elite mech. 158,158,158 countless instances of over 100 damage erupted from the opposing mech. Golden bullets formed numerous rays, accurately striking the same spot. The barrels of the Gatling guns were slightly reddened. In the blink of an eye, damage exceeded 10,000. Chun-Yi's bullets seemed to have magic. Although they could not penetrate the mech, each bullet left a faint mark, just like the laser cannon. This was the armor-piercing characteristic of the divine-grade mech taking effect. The opponent's health of 1500 began to slowly decrease by 1 segment. Wow. Master, you are amazing. This guy is afraid of our machine guns. Bai Ling, who had just thought Chun-Yi would run away, suddenly widened her peach blossom eyes. It's not time to celebrate yet. The opponent's recovery ability is very strong. We must keep outputting. Before Chun-Yi could finish speaking, the bullet marks on the elite mech's body faded by a small half. Fortunately, it did not completely recover. I guessed right. There is indeed a fight to be had. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Chun-Yi's mouth. Output 2,000 damage per second, while the opponent recovers 1,000 per second. As long as he doesn't disengage, victory is assured. At this moment, he was certain he could outlast the opponent. Before Chun-Yi could feel excited, Mei reminded him, Master, retreat. The opponent's mech speed has reached Mach 1. The aggro value has been fully drawn by the Eternal Knight. Without needing Mei's reminder, Chun-Yi was already retreating while firing. His fingers precisely controlled the thrusters, keeping the Eternal Knight at a safe distance from the mech. Unfortunately, the opponent's supersonic speed was a bit faster than Chun-Yi's reaction. Boom. The Eternal Knight had barely retreated for 2 seconds before it fell within the opponent's firing range. A beam from the laser cannon accurately struck the Eternal Knight. The level 3 shield was pierced like paper. 5800. A bright red mechanical health bar popped up on the holographic screen. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. The Eternal Knight is under attack. Left chest armor damaged by 12. Damn. This speed is beyond my thinking limits. Chun-Yi did not dare to slack off, and quickly pressed the emergency teleport button. The Eternal Knight instantly transformed into a blue light, appearing 1,000 meters away, just at the edge of the aggro range. The operations in the game and in reality were completely different. The elite mech couldn't find a target, its crimson electronic eyes flickering a few times before it immediately began to return along the same path. Master, you can't let it go back. Its initial point is the docking area, where it will trigger a damage immunity. While Mei spoke, she did not stop operating as she controlled the mechanical spider to repair the Eternal Knight, while continuing to use drones to shoot and harass. However, the drone's attacks dealt 0 damage to the elite mech. The mech that had just been led around by the nose now completely ignored Mei's provocations. It would only lock on to targets that could deal effective damage. Master, the opponent ignored my harassment. Damn, why did this guy suddenly become smart? Seeing this, Chun-Yi immediately raised his gun and fired. However, the machine gun's bullets would go astray beyond 1,000 meters, and hitting the opponent relied on luck. 50 bullets fired, but only 3 or 4 hit. and they didn't recover as fast as the opponent. As the mech was about to return to its spawn point, Chun-Yi's eyes hardened. Forget it, I can only confront it, he did. After all, the Eternal Knight with 1/0 health was also a world boss level character. He calculated that his damage was low, but his attack speed was fast. A single machine gun fired at least 10 rounds per second, and the total damage was not low at all. With 400 meters of tugging space left, he should have a chance to fight back. As he saw the opponent about to return to its spawn point, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Making up his mind, he controlled the Eternal Knight and charged into the opponent's aggro range of 999 meters. Tat-a-tat. The machine gun swept wildly. 158. The elite mech received real damage and realized that the Eternal Knight was attacking it, immediately charging towards the Eternal Knight. Chun-Yi remained calm and continued to shoot while retreating. But 2 seconds later, he was still caught up by the opponent. Beep. The laser beam struck continuously. 63,000 and 63,000 and 60. A wave of heat surged directly into the cockpit. Damn, I can't take it anymore. Chun-Yi immediately used teleportation to escape. In less than a second, he had lost nearly 30,000 health points from the elite mech's attack. But as soon as Chun-Yi left, the elite mech prepared to return. Damn, don't run. Chun-Yi had learned his lesson this time. He quickly closed the distance from 1,000 meters to 700 meters and then immediately pulled back. This tug-of-war repeated itself for nearly an hour, and the machine gun barrels had softened. Finally, he managed to take down the opponent. Boom. A massive mushroom cloud rose high. The elite mech was shot through the core by Chun-Yi and exploded. Chun-Yi was thrown 2 kilometers away but quickly regained his balance in the air. Ding. Congratulations to player Eternal Knight for the first kill of World Boss Elite Mech LV5 in the entire Blue Star. Ding. Congratulations to player Eternal Knight for the first kill of World Boss Elite Mech LV5 in the entire Blue Star. Rewards obtained: road coins 10,000, a epic treasure chest 1, liquid repair battle suit, 0 repair value, permanent novice, zone, dungeon, order, permanent title, mech slayer. The system notification exploded in the minds of billions of players across the entire Blue Star. Everyone was left dumbfounded. All world bosses in the novice zones were similarly formidable. That thing was not something current players could defeat. What the hell? Who is this Eternal Knight? Could it be another old player returning? With the previous example of the wilderness god returning and slaying over 10 bosses in one night, everyone was numbed, thinking Chun-Yi was probably also an old player returning. Though they were just guessing, in a sense they were right. He had indeed spent 3 months in this game. While some players from the same region thought of Chun-Yi, they shook their heads. Although Chun-Yi was formidable, no one would believe that he could slay a world boss. You just gave me a scare. I thought it was our region's Eternal Knight. How could that be? Our region's Eternal Knight is at most a bit stronger than us. The idea of him killing a world boss is ridiculous. This should be an old player with the same name as the boss, of being like the wilderness god. At this moment, the wilderness god gazed silently at the distant mushroom cloud. Only he knew that the Eternal Knight announced by the system was Chun-Yi. That little brat stole the biggest piece of loot from me. Let's see what you will use to return it to me. Wow, an epic treasure chest. Bai Ling, now a translucent, ghostly infant, circled the console in gleeful excitement. On the platform lay a purple gold treasure chest, a watermelon-sized metal sphere, and 2 small plaques. Chun-Yi didn't rush to tally the spoils. He casually swept everything into his backpack. His first act was to cancel the transformation, reverting the Eternal Knight mecha back into a bus. After the grueling hour-long battle, his mana had dwindled to less than 100 points, forcing him to conserve. At this moment, the Eternal Knight was a battered wreck, but over a dozen mechanical spiders scurried across its body, swiftly mending the armor's fissures. He estimated it would take about half an hour to complete the repairs. Bai Ling stopped circling the chest. Go check if the world boss dropped anything else. Alright, I forgot the loot. Bai Ling wasted no time, instantly returning to the vehicle and driving straight toward the explosion's epicenter. Upon arrival, the scene was utter chaos. The entire asphalt road had been obliterated, leaving a massive crater hundreds of meters deep in the ground. Peering over the edge, all he could see was an abyss of darkness. He tossed a stone down. It took 8 or 9 seconds before an echo returned. Chun-Yi had to briefly transform back into the mecha to fly to the crater's bottom, then immediately reverted to bus form to conserve mana. The elite mecha had been blasted into a heap of scrap metal and dark brown oil. The main cannon barrel he desperately wanted was undoubtedly gone, and he wondered if the precision components Meyer desired could still be found. Without waiting for orders, Meyer dispatched all her drones and mechanical insects to scour the area for resources. Master, look at that. Bai Ling suddenly pointed to a small iron ball, emitting a faint blue glow in the debris. Ding. Unranked Shin Turtle Barrier Permanent Vehicle Device, Epic Grade. Effect flat damage reduction of 100 points plus an additional 15 total damage reduction. Note only one defensive device can be installed on a vehicle. Cannot stack. Holy crap. A gem. Shin Ye's eyes lit up instantly. He had only ever seen one-time consumables that reduced damage before. This was his first permanent vehicle defense device. It was perfect timing as the level 3 barrier had just been shattered by the mecha, a godsend. Kula, go fetch it from Master. Shin Yi turned to see the girl, already slumped over the console fast asleep. He checked the time, it was just past 6 in the morning, and Kulu had never woken up this early. Fortunately, Meyer saw this, and immediately sent a drone to carefully retrieve the small iron ball. Master, don't wake Sister Kulu. I brought it back. By the time Shin Yi turned around, the cool metal sphere was already in his hand. The sphere was about the size of an egg, silvery white, and etched with intricate patterns of a Xian turtle's shell. It felt cool to the touch. Ding. Detected epic vehicle device, Xian turtle barrier. Install. Install. The moment Shin Yi spoke, the sphere in his hand blazed with brilliant blue light. It detached from his palm, floated to the center of the console, and then dissolved into a pool of liquid metal, slowly seeping into the console's crevices. The entire cockpit shuddered slightly. A massive Xian turtle totem materialized on the central screen. A translucent blue light slowly spread along the vehicle's internal circuits. Even the mechanical spiders repairing the hull paused momentarily. 3 seconds later, the light subsided. A small egg-sized Xian turtle ornament coalesced on the console, glowing with a soft blue light. Its patterns were identical to the original sphere, as if a tiny creature had just emerged from its shell. Ding. Xian turtle barrier successfully installed. Shin Yi tapped to inspect it, and the additional effects immediately appeared. The Eternal Knight has gained a permanent defense bonus flat damage reduction of 100 points, plus an additional 15 total damage reduction. Shin Yi reached out and touched the console. Whoosh! A translucent blue film flashed across the vehicle's exterior before vanishing. It was like a barrier protecting the passengers within. Wow, this shield is way better than the last one. Bai Ling chirped excitedly. Heh, you've got a good eye, old nose. This is an epic grade item. How could it not be good? Shin Yi was very pleased with this find. Alright, enough chatter. Let's see if there are any more. After 15 minutes of searching, Meyer only managed to gather some scrap metal. No other useful items were found. Bai Ling, devour this scrap, and let's go. There's nothing else useful here. Got it. This is the remains of a world boss. Maybe ITLL give me a huge stat boost. Bai Ling eagerly began the devouring process. Ding. Devoured level 5 world boss remains. Gained HP 1000 road coins 1000 gold, chest 1. Wow. Master, I gained 1000 HP. Not bad. Even blown to bits it still dropped a chest. For Shin Yi with Kulu around, even a gold chest could yield epic items. As for Bai Ling's 1000 HP increase, it was negligible compared to the Eternal Knight mecha's 1000 HP pool. He swept the crater floor one last time with his golden eye to ensure nothing was missed, then transformed and left. Bai Ling, take the wheel. I'm carrying Kulu back to the room for a nap. Meyer, keep an eye on things. Call me if anything happens. Understood. Meyer nodded and stayed in the cockpit to organize the day's haul and craft new mechanical scouts. Shin Yi scooped Kulu up in a princess carry. Sleeping was a pretext, morning exercise was the real goal, as a sleeping Kulu was the most fun to play with. This mission was a complete success, and Shin Yi intended to reward himself. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man dressed like a pharaoh accompanied by a Medusa, 2 mummies, and a 3-armed wiry young man arrived at the crater's bottom. Humph, that kid works fast. Is he a scavenger? He cleaned it out completely, not even a scrap of metal was left. The desolate god frowned at the empty crater, looking thoroughly irritated. The 3-armed wiry young man stared at the crater, which looked like it had been hit by an atomic bomb, and gulped before asking, Lord, could the Eternal Knight be an old player like you? This man was Ho Li, who had sold the treasure map to Shin Yi. He was also the deputy commander of the independent regiment. Thanks to the desolate god's reward, his physical condition had been restored. The independent regiment had been wiped out because he had lured them into seeking the treasure. Surprisingly, without a map, relying only on fragmented memories from multiple routes, he had still managed to find this place. The desolate god shot him an icy glare. If it weren't for the fact that he had awakened a rare thief class useful for leading the way and opening hidden chests, he would have let his mummies devour this worthless fool. Do you think old players are as common as cabbages? In 10,000 years on Blue Star, fewer than 100 have survived to this day. Humph. The Eternal Knight. I detect the scent of the many-eyed race on him. At this moment, Shin Yi was unaware that he had just narrowly crossed paths with the desolate god. All of his plans had come to fruition. He had not only obtained the treasure he sought, but also slain the world boss. With 200 road coins in hand, he could even afford to buy another high-scoring beauty from the AI companion shop, one as good as Meyer. However, Shin Yi had no intention of buying another AI. After contracting Meyer, he had learned the flaws of AI beings. An uncontracted toy was nothing but a ticking time bomb. Time flew to noon, and Chun-Yi returned to the parking lot in the new B-zone. Along the way, he had devoured more wrecked vehicles, gaining a small boost to his stats. Not everyone was as fortunate as Chun-Yi in this dungeon expedition. Roughly a third of the players in his district had been left behind forever. Using his golden eye, Chun-Yi gazed at the plaza behind the parking lot where a massive eye in an abyssal rift loomed. That was where he had found Kolo. A strange urge to explore stirred within him, a desire to venture inside. But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. No one had ever come out of that place alive. Master, shall we return to Station 1 now? Yes, let's head back now. He was eager to see which deity would issue the quest this time now that the desolate god's chosen quest was gone. Chun-Yi patrolled the novice area and then decided to return to Station No. 1. At that moment, several players suddenly launched an attack on him without warning. Boom. Several grenades were thrown under the Eternal Night vehicle, producing muffled explosions. Ding. Your vehicle is under attack. The Shin Turtle barrier is automatically activated, immune to all damage. As the thick smoke dissipated, the Eternal Night vehicle was unscathed. It's that glowing piece of junk. That scum wearing a werewolf mask is the one using it to escape. What's a second-level balanced vehicle even worth? It's just a junk light bulb. Brothers, blow it up. Let's divide his loot. The players, cheated by the dwarf boss, dared not confront him, and all blocked this only return route, waiting for Chun-Yi to walk into the trap. Master, how should we deal with these people? Meyer asked coldly, her fingers already hovering over the drone control panel. Leave the vehicle behind and let them go. Those who don't recognize the situation, eliminate them on the spot. Chun-Yi glanced around. The 7 or 8 people were all in second-level vehicles, not a single third-level one among them. He couldn't even muster the interest to engage with such weaklings. Received. As soon as Meyer finished speaking, dozens of drones immediately took to the skies, with red laser targeting points densely covering everyone. Swish, swish, swish. Several beams of laser flashed through, piercing the arms and thighs of more than half of the players with precision, causing them to fall to the ground and wail. At that moment, everyone realized that Chun-Yi was not to be trifled with. What the hell? Why are there so many drones? This is getting serious. Retreat. A few players were scared out of their wits and turned to run. Now you want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Buzzing, boom. Dozens of self-destructing bugs dove down instantly, turning the 2 leading second-level RVs into fireballs. Listen up below. Those who are sensible, leave the vehicle behind and scram. Otherwise you'll explode along with it. Boom. Before she could finish, Meyer blew up a pickup truck that attempted to reverse and escape. A few timid players, seeing the drones blotting out the sky and the flashing machine gun fire, were immediately scared and abandoned their vehicles to flee. Only 3 stubborn ones remained, resisting obstinately. Damn. If you want my vehicle, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Tat tat tat. A tall young man wildly fired his M4 at the sky, but the black mist obscured everything. Not a single bullet hit a drone. Meyer didn't even flinch, directly sending self-destructing bugs to blow him and his vehicle into pieces. Buzzing, boom. Seeing this, the remaining 2 dared not resist. Those trying to drive away met the same fate. For Meyer, killing such scum stirred not a single ripple in her heart, not even a hint of madness. In less than 5 minutes, the battlefield was thoroughly cleared. Master, a total of 5 enemies were eliminated, 4 escaped, 4 intact vehicles were seized, and 5 were destroyed. Send the drones to search all the vehicles, bring back anything useful. Understood. Meyer immediately controlled the drones to blast open the doors and began scavenging for supplies. Bailing, go and consume those scrap vehicles. Received. I guarantee there will be nothing left. Ding. Devouring failed. The target vehicle still has survivors. Huh. Master. There are still living people in the car. Chun-Yi activated his golden eyes to take a glance, and his pupils suddenly constricted. In the trunks and cabins of those scrap vehicles, there were surprisingly many half-naked boys and girls, and even half-people with severed hands and feet. Chun-Yi instantly understood. In the current situation of extreme food shortage, living people had long become a twisted form of reserve food for some perverts. They kept hostages alive to prevent the meat from spoiling in the heat, killing them only to eat them fresh. These beasts, not only do they eat themselves, but they also sell human flesh as good meat in the trading zone. Chun-Yi recalled the time in his past life when he was so starving that he bought a piece of cheap pork for several road coins, causing his stomach to churn. Ding. Madness value 20. At this moment, Meyer also sent a message. Master, there are still some in those 4 intact vehicles, along with a few chickens and ducks. First gather the supplies, then let the people go. Half an hour later, Chun-Yi had scavenged everything valuable from all the vehicles, and Bai Ling had consumed all the scrap vehicles. Meyer controlled the mechanical spider to cut the ropes binding the people. Over 30 emaciated, starved youths stood in front of the Eternal Night vehicle, all with hollow eyes, looking as if they wouldn't survive the night. Chenyi threw a few bags of rotten vegetable leaves for feeding chickens on the ground. "Thank you, benevolent savior, for saving our lives." After madly bowing in gratitude, they began to eat the leaves off the ground like pigs. Inside the vehicle, no one could see Chenyi's face. "I can only help you this once. There are a few unattended vehicles over there. You can drive them away. Once the original owners are dead, the vehicles will automatically be transferred to your names," Chenyi said indifferently, then directly had Bai Ling drive towards Station No. 1. "Benefactor, how can we repay you?" Chenyi smiled. The repayment was just an excuse, but they truly wanted to follow him to survive. Unfortunately, he didn't want these uncontrollable factors. On the road, Bai Ling couldn't help but ask, "Master, you never used to care about such trivial matters. Just a casual act." Chenyi said no more. The real reason was the taste of that piece of meat in his past life, like a thorn embedded in his heart, making him feel a bit nauseous. Since he encountered it in this life, he resolved this not effortlessly. He was not a saint, nor would he support these people. Giving them a chance to live was already the limit of his kindness. Chenyi then began to sort through this haul. Apart from the slight attribute boost from Bai Ling consuming the vehicles, and about 100 road coins, the greatest gains were with Meyer. 5 plump hens, and 2 rare blueprints. One was a steel processing blueprint that could dismantle scrap vehicles into nails, iron blocks, and precision parts. The other was a blueprint for an ice cream machine. Both blueprints required a large number of precision components to assemble. Chenyi directly handed the blueprints to Meyer. "If you have spare parts, make these too, and place them on the first floor." "Understood, master. I will make them as soon as possible." Meyer carefully stored the blueprints in her toolbox. Next, Chenyi took out everything he received as rewards from the system. First was the liquid metal repair solution with a built-in 500 repair value. Effect rapidly repairs all mechanical units, restoring 100 health points per second. "Master, can I have a bit of this?" This was the first time Meyer actively asked for something, her little hand gripping her clothes, looking a bit embarrassed. Chenyi chuckled and directly handed her the entire liquid metal sphere. "It's all yours. How you use it is up to you." "Thank you, master." Meyer's eyes lit up as she tightly hugged. Chenyi knew she intended to use it to repair the cores of her little robots. Trusting her with mechanical repairs was 100 times more reassuring than doing it himself. Next were 2 badges. Mecha Killer Metal can directly eliminate mechanical life forms with health at, or this item was not immediately useful, so Chenyi put it away for now. The medal could only be effective one at a time, and the one he usually wore was the Vanguard medal that enhanced all attributes. He also stored the permanent Novice Zone Dungeon Order in his backpack. Finally, the biggest gain this time was the Epic Treasure Chest. Normally, Epic Treasure Chests could at most yield epic items, and it was virtually impossible to obtain legendary items from them. But Chenyi was an exception, because he had Kayleigh's lucky right hand. Unfortunately, Kayleigh had overslept until the afternoon today, all because Chenyi had rewarded himself too harshly. Before Chenyi could go upstairs to call her, Kayleigh came down the stairs yawning, her hair a mess, clearly someone else's handiwork, her eyes still squinting, as if she hadn't fully woken up. "Kayleigh, you came just in time. Come open the treasure chest." Upon seeing the shiny, epic treasure chest, Kayleigh instantly became alert, her eyes round with excitement. "Wow, it's an epic treasure chest. Should we open it now? Or should I wash my hands first?" "No need what hands to wash. Just come over." Chenyi pulled her into his embrace. Holding the treasure chest, Kayleigh looked up at Chenyi and said, "Master, I'm going to open it now." Click. The treasure chest opened in response. A blinding golden light instantly illuminated the entire cockpit. Ding. Congratulations to player Eternal Night for obtaining legendary item Lord Core. Lord's Core. Type Ultimate Core for vehicles. Effect. 1. The interior of the vehicle will permanently transform into the host's exclusive divine realm. 2. Within this realm, the host is absolutely invincible and no one can defeat you from within. 3. The host's thoughts can control all matters of life and death within the realm. 4. Exclusive buildings for the Lord can be unlocked. Wow, Master, this is incredible. Cola shook Chun-Ye's arm, her eyes wide with amazement, unable to suppress her little mouth. Incredible, my foot. Chun-Ye's face fell, rolling his eyes dramatically. He wasn't foolish. What was the difference between the first 3 points and the current one? The vehicle was filled with his beasts and maids. Even without this core, he was already the local emperor aboard the Eternal Night, so what need was there for a lord? Only the 4th point, the Lord's building, sounded somewhat interesting. But in his past life, he had never even heard of such a thing. Who knew what could be built? Seeing Chun-Ye's displeasure, Cola instantly drooped her head, poking at the hem of her clothes, and said pitifully, Is it because I didn't wash my hands? It has nothing to do with you. Chun-Ye ruffled her messy hair, feeling a bit helpless inside. He was the one who didn't let Cola wash her hands. He couldn't blame her bad luck. Ding. Detecting the Lord's core, would you like to install it immediately? Install. Although Chun Yi felt this thing was a bit of a burden, it was better than nothing. What if one day an unwary thief approached the vehicle? He could just test whether this power of life and death worked. Turning the person into an obedient little dog, of course, if it were a man, he would just kill him. This was probably its only use. Once out of the vehicle, the person would be free. Before he could ponder the actual value of this thing, the golden core in his hands suddenly transformed into countless glowing particles merging into the body of the eternal night through the window. Viru. The entire cabin shook violently, and a blinding golden light erupted instantly, bright enough that no one could open their eyes. A few seconds later, the strong light slowly faded. A black cloak with golden edges appeared out of nowhere on Chun Yi, and he wore an ancient crown of dark iron on his head, completely transforming his demeanor. Aside from that, it seemed there were no other changes in the cabin. Everyone stared blankly at Chun Yi, even forgetting. Lung Ming and Tu Do ran down barefoot from upstairs, rubbing their eyes in confusion. What happened? It was so bright just now that my eyes almost went blind. As soon as she finished speaking, they saw everyone staring at Chun Yi and instinctively looked over. Holy cow, Master! You look so handsome. Lung Ming's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg drool, forming a silver line that plopped onto the floor. Tu Do nodded furiously in agreement, stars sparkling in her eyes. Chun Yi ignored the love-struck girls, mentally complaining. Holy cow, this is a legendary item, and it just gave me 2 pieces of flashy clothing. Isn't this just pure comedy? He quickly opened the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment. Lord's Cloak, Lord Charm 99, Lord's Crown, Lord Authority 99. As expected, it's useless. Oh, wearing this thing feels uncomfortable all over. As soon as this thought crossed Chun Yi's mind, the cloak and crown vanished with a swish. Slurp. All the girls simultaneously gasped, instantly returning to normal, each pretending nothing had happened and turning back to their tasks. What the heck? It can be controlled by thought. Chun Yi's eyes lit up as he silently thought, come out. The cloak and crown instantly reappeared on him. Slurp. Another synchronized slurp sound echoed. Chun Yi quickly thought, withdraw. The equipment disappeared again. After several trials, he finally confirmed that this thing was indeed controlled purely by thought. Master. Lung Ming wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, looking at Chun Yi with a strange expression. Did you intentionally wear that to seduce me? Seduce you, my foot? Chun Yi's face darkened, and he waved his hand irritably. Aren't you all done? Get on with whatever you were doing. Oh. Whooshed. Lung Ming and Tu Do surprisingly nodded, obediently turning and going upstairs without a word. Chun Yi was taken aback. Something was off. Lung Ming, usually the most mischievous, was surprisingly obedient today. He thoughtfully stroked his chin, glancing at the remaining Mei Er and Bai Ling. The 2 met his gaze and instantly blushed, lowering their heads to pretend to be busy, not daring to make a sound. Oh, so this thing has some use after all. Chun Yi's lips curled into a smile. Managing these girls would be much simpler from now on. What he didn't know was that this seemingly useless lord's heart would become his support against the gods in the future. Not long after, Bai Ling drove through the tunnel, returning to Station No. 1. At this point, no one was entering the instance anymore. It was all survivors coming back loaded. As soon as they arrived at the station, Chun Yi's system began to ring, incessantly popping up dozens of unread messages. He casually clicked to take a look. Fat money, Brother Yi. Did you really return to the novice area? That world boss couldn't possibly have been killed by you, right? Justice League Brother Yongye, do you know the wilderness god? Could you introduce me? Bystander A boss. Was that world boss killed by the wilderness god? Are you still recruiting younger brothers? They'll join at my own expense. Vegetable seller boss, why haven't you opened for business yet? My family has run out of food for 3 days. Chun Yi only replied to Fat Money with a ignoring all the other messages. These messages had been unable to transmit due to regional restrictions. Now that he was back, they flooded in, most from friends he added previously while shopping. Cola, don't add friends when selling things in the future. Oh, just create a group chat. These people are constantly chattering, and it's driving me crazy. Oh, should I pull them all into the group and then kick them one by one? Chun Yi nodded. Yes, let's do that. He rarely replied to messages anyway, preferring to quietly observe the screen. Chun Yi checked the time. They had returned half a day earlier than expected, and Station No. 2 wouldn't open until tomorrow, leaving them plenty of free time today. He drove directly to the Gene building at Station No. 1. Last time he had only bought a cultivation plan for Cola. Now that he had the means, he planned to arrange one for all his companions. After all, 500 highway coins for each plan was no longer a big deal for him. This time Chun Yi moved quickly. Not only did he buy exclusive cultivation plans for Tu Do and Bai Ling, but he also got one each for Lung Ming and Mei Er, who were both human. In fact, the contents of the cultivation plans for humans were identical. It was essentially linking their personal panels to his system, making it convenient for him to check everyone's status at any time. The total cost for the 4 plans was only 2,000 highway coins. Previously, he had only given Cola a unique panel, but now everyone had one. Bai Ling's upgrade relied on spiritual power, while Tu Dou's upgrade depended on spiritual value and spiritual soil. Now that there was a money tree, Tu Dou would soon be able to level up. This instance concluded perfectly, and that night Chun Yi took everyone to the rooftop for a celebration party. Everyone wore bikinis, gathered around Chun Yi on the rooftop to stargaze and eat barbecues. When tired, they went to the third floor's karaoke and dance hall to have some fun, and finally applauded by the swimming pool. That night, an ancient god arrived in the 100 districts, the wilderness god. He once again slayed the last few bosses from the novice area. He returned to Station No. 1 as well. The first thing he did upon arriving in the 100 districts was to wipe out the Justice League. Lord Wilderness, we the Justice League have always admired you. We are willing to become your most obedient dogs. Woof woof. The beautiful woman pleaded humbly, hoping to be accepted as a dog by the wilderness god. Ants, do you think you are worthy of being my dog? You were quite arrogant when you killed my pet before, weren't you? Lord Wilderness, this has nothing to do with us. Just kill one from justice and don't involve us. The leaders of the Justice League trembled in fear as they looked at the wilderness god standing in the void. Ridiculous. That day the #1 alliance in the 100 districts came to an end. The entire street was engulfed in flames. That man merely waved his hand and let everything turn to dust. Even the safety zone determined by the system was blocked by the wilderness god using a special item. But for Chun Yi and the girls, they merely thought they had witnessed a fireworks display. The night passed in silence, and the next morning, ding, new station rule divine selection task initiated. Time limit 1 month. On the 21st day of survival at 8 a.m. Ding, entrance to Station 1 has been closed. Players who have not arrived have been eliminated. Today's update, daily survival rewards at midnight, will no longer be announced and will be automatically distributed. Road information, the illusory road. On this road you will not encounter any players. Black fog, speed 40 kilometers per hour. The entire journey is 400 kilometers, and you must reach Station 2 within 20 days. The divine selection mission has officially begun. The sealed deity will randomly descend in various areas. Completing the mission may grant you divine power and make you a chosen one. Area of Descent, Desert Reaper, Werewolf, First Transformation, Wild God, Divine Selection Mission, slay the player Eternal Night to gain the favor of the deity. Time limit 1 month, reward basic divine power, epic level Wolfong Club. Chun Yi sat in the driver's seat, and after reading he was stunned. What the hell? What's going on? In his previous life, he had never heard of this werewolf deity until his death. Damn it. I just killed a few werewolves and I got a grudge for that. Gulp. Bai Ling's eyes widened. Master, werewolves can also become gods. You, a native from hundreds of years ago, don't know. How would I know? This broken world is getting more and more unpredictable. Chun Yi rubbed his forehead hard, and the driver's cabin fell into silence in an instant. The plot had completely derailed, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Master, I think we shouldn't stay here any longer. Meyer was the first to react, looking over seriously. Hearing Meyer, he immediately snapped to attention. Right? We can't let those people react. Bai Ling, quickly start the engine. Let's go. Bai Ling did not dare to delay, and the Eternal Night surged forward, tires screeching as they left black smoke on the ground. But just after going less than 50 meters, dozens of cars suddenly rushed out from the alley. They quickly surrounded the Eternal Night. Interests are alluring. After witnessing the horror of the wild god annihilating alliances, no one was not yearning for divine power. Even if it was just a low-tier first transformation wild god, it was enough to roam arrogantly in this apocalypse. The crazy obsession with becoming a god completely overshadowed the fear of the Eternal Night Demon King. No matter how powerful the Eternal Night is, it's just an ordinary person. If we kill him, we will be the chosen ones. That broken double-decker bus is nothing. My level 4 grenade launcher can blow it to scrap metal in one shot. Fortune favors the bold. My fire stick will also try to grab the kill. Dada. Boom. There was no need for conversation. Countless bullets and shells rained down on them. Ding. The Eternal Night is under attack. The Xiangui shield has automatically activated. Durability 2, durability 1. 90 of the bullets were blocked by the turtle shield, and only a few could reach the vehicle. Before Chun Yi could give orders, Meyer had already controlled all drones and self-destructing bugs to rush out. Explosions erupted one after another, instantly tearing a bloody hole in the ironclad encirclement. Charge. Bai Ling, relying on her high defense, charged directly ahead. The Eternal Night resembled an out-of-control heavy bulldozer crashing through any cars in front of it. The few small cars blocking the way were directly crushed, their occupants reduced to a bloody mess. Yet more cars surged in from all directions. Bai Ling pushed through dozens of cars for several dozen meters before finally coming to a halt. Hundreds of cars surrounded them, tightly blocking any escape routes. In the distance at the end of the road, dark masses of cars kept coming like a tide. Chen Yi's gaze turned cold, and he no longer held back. In front of hundreds of thousands of people in the area, the eternal night shook violently, and the vehicle suddenly elongated and transformed. A silver god-level mech over 10 meters tall crashed to the ground, and then took off directly. What the hell? That's a huge mech. Damn, it can actually fly. The world boss was indeed. What the hell is this? Who cares? Mechs are gas guzzlers. A few hundred people can wear him down. Moreover, there are so many of us. At this moment, G-Boss large convoy also rushed over in a panic. Is flying impressive? I also have a rapid-fire laser cannon. Just watch me shoot you down. Bayubu. Countless lasers shot into the sky, trailing flames. Chen Yi was infuriated by this swarm of ants, raised his hand, and fired an energy cannon, smashing it into the densest part of the traffic. A massive shockwave swept out instantly, sending dozens of vehicles in the core area flying and exploding into fireballs. Even G-Boss car, which had a level 3 shield, was torn apart like paper, and its occupants were left unaware of their fate. But after firing that shot, the mech's energy bar plummeted, and the system began flashing red lights frantically. Warning: magic power below 5, please recharge quickly. Without Chen Yi needing to say a word, Cola had already placed both hands on the control panel, pouring every last drop of magic power into the mech. Looking at the endless swarm of cars in the distance, Chen Yi symbolically fired 2 more shots and turned to flee. Retreat. Let's head into the illusory road. His magic power was not infinite. The previous 3 shots had already consumed 20. With over 20,000 people in the area, at least half wanted his life, and the other half were waiting to pick up the scraps. If it weren't for the Xian Gui shield absorbing all the minor damage, even as a world BOSS, he wouldn't be able to withstand this. Even flying in the air, countless lock-on weapons were tightly glued to him. A few lasers grazed the mech's shoulder, leaving 2 shallow scratches. The most annoying thing was that the system friend notifications were still ringing crazily. Chen Yi simply blocked all messages, and the world finally fell silent. Meyer, stop firing, there are too many people. Bring the drones back. Okay, master. By the time Meyer recalled the drones, only the last 2 remained. The Eternal Night had an indestructible turtle shell, but the drones did not. To recover 2 drones amidst a storm of bullets was already a testament to Meyer's extraordinary control. This was Chen Yi's most disastrous loss, and Meyer's resources were completely depleted. Damn, these bastards are really quick to react. Chen Yi cursed while driving the mech, charging headlong into the entrance of the illusory road. Damn, the Eternal Night still got away. The crowd erupted in curses. No one cared how many had died just now, only regretting that they couldn't seize the head that could make them gods. In the distance atop a level 4 bus identical to the Eternal Night, the wild god hovered 2 inches above the ground, his eyes glowing white, fixated on the direction Chen Yi had vanished. Next to him stood several AI from the 3rd generation brain, all tools for accelerating vehicle upgrades. With a space gem stolen from the Justice League, the level 2 bus transformed into a level 4 overnight. If it's actually a high-level mech. Judging by the stats, its health is definitely no less than 100. No wonder it could slay that elite mech. Lord, why didn't you take action just now? With your strength, wouldn't it be like squashing an ant? The monkey stood beside him, looking obsequious yet perplexed. Fool. Medusa shot him a cold glance, her serpentine hair slightly swaying. Do you think, why does the Desert Reaper specifically want to kill the Eternal Night? The monkey stiffened, instantly afraid to say another word. A storm surged in his heart, so this was also the wild god's scheme. The wild god glanced at him, his tone flat, but laced with chilling coldness. The Eternal Night holds a great secret. There is a divine-level pet by his side that can transform balanced, useless vehicles into mechs, and he possesses a legendary item that once suppressed me. Luckily, he is just a beast master and not a lord class, otherwise I would have to take action myself. Alright, let's set off too. Wait until I recover to level 2 strength, then I'll meet this interesting little guy. Meanwhile, within the illusory road, the mech transformed back into a bus speeding along the straight road. On both sides of the runway, yellow sand filled the air, and the heat from the blazing sun distorted the atmosphere. The external temperature reached over 60 or 70 degrees, but thankfully, the vehicle maintained a constant internal temperature of 18.5 degrees. Phew. Finally shook off that group of lunatics. Cola let out a long sigh, patting his chest in relief. Meyer immediately controlled the mechanical spider to begin repairing the damage left from the fierce battle. We are only temporarily safe now. We have 20 days to develop. I will use these 20 days to rise completely. Chen Yi had just finished speaking when his brows furrowed sharply. At the end of the road ahead, a dark swarm of insects blocked the entire roadway. They were all black beetles with transparent wings densely packed together, resembling a moving black cart. In the middle, a giant beetle the size of a truck slowly raised its fang-filled head, its shell gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Ding. Encountered a level 5 metal-eating bug characteristics, devours all metal machinery. What the hell? Metal-eating bug. Bai Ling caught sight of the pitch-black swarm ahead and hastily braked, reversing the vehicle slowly, afraid the swarm might detect them. Master, we're doomed. That's a swarm of devourer beetles. Our vehicle is in danger. Xinyi found himself in a predicament as well. Such high-tier monsters were rarely encountered by anyone in the entire district. Yet here he was facing them. These creatures would devour not just his level 4 vehicle, but even higher-grade ones without hesitation. Fortunately, they spotted them early and had time to react. Everyone think of a way. How do we get past? Master, how about we take the sand road? Bai Ling was the first to suggest. Xinyi immediately shook his head. No, it's all quicksand here. The moment we drive and we'll be buried alive. If all else fails, we could transform into mechs and fly over. Xinyi frowned, uncertain. No one who had encountered devourer beetles in his past life had survived. No one knew if these things could catch a flying mech. Master, how about I use drones to lure them away with some mech? Xinyi's eyes lit up. After a pause, it seemed feasible. It's worth a try. Let's do it. Receiving the order, Meyer immediately controlled 2 drones, each dangling a half-meter square iron sheet, lowering altitude and slowly approaching the swarm. Perhaps weakened by hunger, the swarm only noticed the drones when they were 200 to 300 meters away. Starving and frantic, the devourer beetles spotted the delicacy, drifting by, and erupted into chaos. A dark mass surged out, buzzing as they chased the drones. Once the drones led the swarm several kilometers away, Xinyi immediately ordered, Bai Ling, now's our chance. The eternal night roared to life instantly. As they passed the swarm's nest, Xinyi's sharp eyes caught sight of a shell-like metallic carapace by the roadside, neatly housing over 20 milky white eggs, each the size of a pigeon egg. They were as clean as pearls. Ding! Epic-grade devourer beetle eggs. Stop! Xinyi shouted, and Bai Ling slammed the brakes. Xinyi leaped out, grabbed the entire metallic carapace, and scrambled back into the vehicle with a cunning grin. Go! Hurry! Terrified of being discovered by the devourer beetles, Xinyi urged Bai Ling to flee. The eternal night accelerated again, speeding away. Jackpot! Jackpot! Epic-grade eggs! Xinyi cradled the carapace, beaming from ear to ear. Turning around, he bumped into Lung Ming, who was mopping the floor. My lord, what are you holding? Bird eggs. So many. Lung Ming's eyes sparkled, reaching out to grab them. Give them to me, give them to me. They'll fry them up for everyone today. Fry them, my foot. Check what these are with your system. Xinyi dodged, exasperated. Lung Ming looked puzzled, silently invoking her system. Ding. Mutant beast eggs detected. Ding. Frenzy value 5. Oh, my lord, you're so twisted. Picking up such disgusting eggs. Lung Ming jumped 3 meters away, her face a mix of fear and disdain. You know nothing. These are epic-grade devourer beetles. Selling you wouldn't even fetch the price of one. Xinyi had already made his plans. As the lord of the eternal night within his domain, even devourer beetles would have to obey him. If he could raise these 20-odd devourer beetles when faced with future sieges, unleashing the swarm would be unstoppable. After hearing the explanation, Lung Ming realized her mistake, fell silent, and returned to her chores. No one else objected, but Bai Ling, huddled in the driver's seat, muttered softly, Master, please keep a close eye. Don't let them gnaw the eternal night into a hollow shell. Don't worry, Sister Bai Ling. The master is the lord of this vehicle. These bugs should be tamed by him. Meanwhile, after devouring all the iron pieces, the devourer beetles turned back and discovered their eggs stolen. They chittered angrily. The largest beetle king lay on the ground, its antennae twitching as it sniffed the air. Suddenly, it raised its head and let out a piercing shriek toward the direction of the eternal night. Chirp! The next second, the entire swarm reversed direction, buzzing their wings as they madly pursued. Meanwhile, Xinyi remained blissfully unaware. He carefully stored the eggs. Then he took out the golden treasure chest dropped by the world boss he had slain. Cola, come open the chest. Cola rubbed her hands together, looking at Xinyi with eager eyes. Master, should I wash my hands first for good luck? Wash what? I don't believe in superstitions. Just open it. Xinyi thrust the chest into her hands. Cola didn't hesitate, happily hugging the chest, and with a click she opened it. Ding! Congratulations. You've obtained an epic-grade lord building space, Tree Hollow House. Inside the chest lay an iron ring resembling a hula hoop. Affix attached the ring to any part of the vehicle to create the entrance to the Tree Hollow House. The house boasts 2,000 square meters of independent space. A lord building. That's it. Xinyi weighed the ring in his hand, examining it curiously. He casually pressed the ring against the vehicle wall. Ding! Would you like to bind the space, Tree Hollow House, to the eternal night? Note: once bound, the Tree Hollow House can only be moved within the eternal night. Bind. The next moment, ripples spread from the center of the silver ring, forming a passageway tall enough for a person. Xinyi pulled Cola inside. The sight before them left both stunned. It was a 2000 square meter floating island. The edge of the clearing was a misty cliff with blue skies, sunlight, white clouds, and the fragrance of grass. The temperature was around 20 degrees Celsius. At the center of the clearing stood a delicate wooden cabin beside a moon-shaped spring. Wow. Master, this time you've struck gold. Cola spun around in excitement. Chinyi nodded in satisfaction. It really does seem good. The only sound was the babbling of a stream, an almost surreal silence. Master, from now on this will be our secret garden. Do you want it? They spent 2 hours inside. Master, this place is so comfortable. When they emerged, Cola's stockings were gone, her face blushed like a pink peach, and she walked unsteadily, exuding a faint fragrance. Chinyi wasn't much better, his collar was askew, and his body bore shallow bite marks from Cola. A mischievous smirk lingered on his lips. Chinyi stretched, and suddenly realized, damn. After all that, this epic item is just a private raw, no combat boost at all. Chinyi tugged at the ring, but it didn't budge. However, it could slide up, down, left, and right along the vehicle wall. Chinyi shook his head, and didn't bother much with it. Thinking that he had now offended the desert death, he wasn't in a rush to move on. He planned to stay in the illusory path for the full 20 days, scouring all resources along the way to develop himself thoroughly before leaving. Thus the eternal night slowed its pace. Stop. There's a grapevine by the road, dig it up before moving. Stop. There's a jackal ahead, kill it before moving on. Since the desert death was already after his life, slaying more of its offspring was just revenge. The illusory path was devoid of other vehicles. The next 2 days passed in exceptional comfort. Mornings began with checking attribute points, days were spent sweeping through with the women, killing monsters, and gathering resources. When bored, head take Cola to the floating island for sunbathing and flight mode fun. Of course other girls would get their turns, but the time wasn't right yet. Evenings were spent cultivating techniques with Lung Meng, while others tended to their duties. The eternal night ran like a well-oiled machine. Resource collection was nearly complete through trading. Materials for upgrading the vehicle to level 5 were sufficient. He still had 1 space stone. All he lacked was 500 road coins for the upgrade. He had only over 200. Of course, Tudo harvested a gold coin blind box daily from the money tree. Normally, a gold coin blind box yielded about 500 road coins. But with Cola's lucky right hand, the value multiplied tenfold. In a few more days, his vehicle would become the first level 5 in the district. On the evening of the 23rd day of survival, the eternal night rested quietly by the roadside. Chinyi sat cross-legged in the driver's cabin, his aura surging wildly. Sensing an impending breakthrough to level 2, he had skipped Lung Meng's room. The experience bar for level 1 had finally reached its end. Ding! Congratulations! You've broken through to level 2 life form. Mana 10, Oi Physique 5, Spirit 5, Lifespan 30 years, current max lifespan 180. A warm current slowly spread through his body. He found he could now see his own status without summoning the system. Chinyi knew leveling up wouldn't help much in his current predicament, but his breakthrough to level 2 allowed Cola to break through to level 2 as well. As a divine being, each level she gained would bring a qualitative change. Buzz buzz buzz. Before Chinyi could grasp his level 2 transformation, the eternal night vehicle roared to life and surged forward. My lord, trouble. It's a swarm of gold-eating insects. Buzz buzz buzz. All around it was a chaotic scene. Bai Ling immediately activated the vehicle upon spotting the insects. What the hell? How come there are gold-eating insects here too? Before Chinyi could react, the swarm attacked. Warning, gold-eating insects which ignore metal defenses are attacking the eternal night vehicle. Durability 5, durability 11, durability 10. Numerous attack alerts flashed frantically. Beside him, Mei Er's expression was grave. Master, my drone was eaten as soon as it took off, and the mechanical spiders on the surface of the vehicle have been turned over and consumed by the swarm. Hearing the alarm from the vehicle, everyone rushed to the cockpit. Looking at the swarm of gold-eating insects surging from all directions, a massive shadow enveloped them. My lord, I told you so. Lung Meng rolled her eyes, crossing her arms. You had to steal their eggs, and now look, they've come to find you with their whole family. Lung Meng, stop talking nonsense, Kulu said with a hint of displeasure, glancing at the impudent maid. However, she refrained from using the power of the succubus mark to punish her, and explained seriously, we've already traveled several thousand kilometers. How could it possibly be the same nest? If I hear you speak ill of the master again, I will make you regret it. Kulu was also deeply worried, brainstorming solutions. Lung Meng shrank her neck at Kulu's words, no longer daring to speak, becoming a quiet catgirl maid. As for the little insects attacking, she didn't care much, and was unaware of their ferocity. No, they are indeed the same group of gold-eating insects. Mei Er said gravely, their wing beat frequency and the neural waves indicate they are from the same batch. Chinyi observed with his left eye glowing golden for a long time. He realized that Mei Er might be right. But even knowing that, what could he do? Just throw the eggs out. Absolutely not. The swarm had already set their sights on his vehicle. The swarm wouldn't leave until they had devoured his vehicle. Bai Ling full speed ahead. Chunyi shouted with a furrowed brow. The master has already pressed the accelerator to the fuel tank. This is the maximum speed. Bai Ling was nearly in tears. Most of them have been shaken off, but dozens are already clinging to the vehicle's shell and starting to gnaw at me. Damn it. Without hesitation, Chunyi chose to transform. A flash of white light appeared, and the mech landed dozens of gold-eating insects still clinging to him. Chunyi could only run while trying to clear the insects off his body. But the insects were tiny, and the mech was too large. It felt like an elephant swatting at mosquitoes, leaving him at a loss. Those insects burrowed into the crevices of the Eternal Night mech, frantically gnawing at its parts and body. Gold-eating insects continue to attack the Eternal Night vehicle. Current health 8108-210-1400. Chunyi couldn't reach them with the mech's hand, so he used a machine gun, but it was impossible to hit them. Although the energy cannon could kill them, it would also injure him, and if he slowed down, more gold-eating insects would come. Chunyi had no choice but to exit the mech mode and let Bai Ling continue to run. He drew out a bone knife with determination. Alright, I can only go up personally to squash the insects now. Master, I can fly. Ride me. Kulu immediately spread her small wings, presenting her peachy rear. She clung tightly to Chunyi. Just then the system broadcast suddenly sounded. Ding your little hen, Ahua killed a gold-eating insect and dropped 3 road coins. Ding your little hen, Ahua killed a gold-eating insect and dropped 3 road coins and a super alloy. Ding your little hen, Ahua killed a gold-eating insect and dropped 3 road coins and a bronze treasure chest. Ding your little hen, Ahua killed a gold-eating insect and dropped 3 road coins and a bronze treasure chest. Ahua is the old hen that Lung Meng fed before. Hearing the broadcast inside the Eternal Night vehicle, Chun-Yi was somewhat bewildered. Ahua was just an ordinary hen. How could she possibly kill a gold-eating insect? Wait, they haven't already burrowed inside, have they? Chun-Yi's expression changed, and he turned to run to the top floor, my money tree. On the top floor, Potato was crouched behind the money tree with 2 slimes, while in front of the money tree, a vast army of chickens and ducks was engaged in a fierce battle with the gold-eating insects. Every chicken and duck was emitting a faint white light, their combat power off the charts. Though the battle was brutal, with 2 chickens and 3 ducks dead, they had also managed to take down over 20 gold-eating insects. The ground was littered with golden road coins and treasure chests. Ding! Chun-Yi the Lord has had his citizen, Ahua, gain territorial attribute enhancement. Ding! The intruding gold-eating insects have their attributes reduced by 90. It turns out this swarm of insects was attracted by the glowing money tree. Outside the vehicle's glass had been bitten full of holes. This group of iron lumps not only consumed metal, but also spared the glass. Strangely, as soon as Chun-Yi arrived, all the gold-eating insects froze in place, motionless. Ding! Detecting a submissive swarm gold-eating insects. Do you want to recruit them? Note: recruiting the swarm may result in betrayal after leaving the vehicle. Master Woo, you finally came. Potato exclaimed upon seeing Chun-Yi rushing into his arms and crying, these bad insects want to eat the money tree. Fortunately, the little chickens and ducks are super capable, blocking them all. Kulu and the others looked on in astonishment, no one knowing how this was happening. I never expected these insects to have burrowed into our home. Kulu and Lung Meng were both filled with trepidation, while Mei Er stood silently in the back pondering something. Chun-Yi patted his head. Alright, it's fine now, these guys have already submitted to me. The so-called surrender without killing does not exist. Let's just kill them all. As soon as Chun-Yi had this thought, the Lord's cloak and crown appeared on him. In the next second, all the gold-eating insects that had entered the vehicle instantly lost all combat power, trembling as they looked at Chun-Yi as if they had been ensnared by an indescribable force, an absolute authority from the Lord. Ahua, kill them all. Chun-Yi looked at the old hen. The hen seemed to understand his words, lowering its proud head and bowing to him. Then it turned around with the chickens and ducks and began a massacre. Cluck, cluck. Quack, quack. The beaks of the hens and ducks glowed white as they precisely pecked at the heads of the gold-eating insects. Ding your little hen, Ahua killed a gold-eating insect and dropped 3 road coins and a bronze treasure chest. Ding your little duck, Old Tang, killed a gold-eating insect and dropped 3 road coins. Ding your little hen, Ah-in, killed a gold-eating insect and dropped 3 road coins and a bronze treasure chest. Within just a few minutes, all the gold-eating insects that had entered the Eternal Night vehicle were reduced to a ground full of insect corpses. The gold-eating insects outside, witnessing this scene, were terrified and squawked, abandoning the Eternal Night vehicle and fleeing. Ding! The attacks on the Eternal Night vehicle have ceased. Please repair the damages as soon as possible. Mei Er, send a few spider robots to fix the vehicle. Okay, Master. Mei Er immediately turned and went downstairs to get to work. Lung Meng, come over and clean up, get rid of all these insects. Huh. Lung Ming's cat ears drooped instantly, her tail hanging straight down, looking utterly disheartened. So many insect corpses, say. Are you sure you want me to clean it all by myself? Just kill me. Cluck. Quack. Master. Master. No need for Aunt Lung Ming to clean. Potato jumped up and down, raising her small hand, shouting, the little chickens and ducks love to eat insects. Chunyi looked and found it to be true. The chickens and ducks were happily feasting on the insect corpses, even gnawing the hard shells clean. Lung Ming was already furious. What Aunt? I'm only 23. Still a virtual age. But upon hearing she didn't have to clean the insect corpses, she instantly lost her anger, and is fine. Anyway, this little silly thing only eats and works. Calling her a few names doesn't cost anything. Chunyi glanced at Lung Ming, who was secretly amused beside him, and said with a hint of annoyance, fine, I'll let you have it. Now go pick up all the road coins and treasure chests on the ground, and take them to the warehouse. Chunyi stroked his chin, initially wanting to test how strong his level 2 power was, but it turned out he didn't need to use. That's fine. Oh, I can only take Kalu to the secret garden for some good practice, letting her experience my level. Deep in the night, the perilous crisis of the golden eating worm has finally passed. After all, this thing only brings supplies to him, so he has completely given up. Humming to himself, how lonely it is to be invincible. Back in the driver's seat, he suddenly slapped his thigh, almost forgot. The worm carcasses cannot all be fed to the chickens and ducks. Bai Ling is still waiting to devour and enhance her attributes. Chunyi immediately redistributed the spoils. Bai Ling, as the spirit of the vehicle, has the highest priority, devouring 90 of the worm carcasses. The remaining 10 is awarded to the army of chickens and ducks. As for the extra reward, they will be allowed to keep 1/3 of the eggs to hatch chicks in the future. Chunyi felt that this was already a tremendous grace. Of course, the fallen chickens and old ducks cannot go to waste. Tomorrow he will stew a pot of old hen soup to replenish, and also make some roast duck and beer duck. Just thinking about it makes his mouth water. Ding. Bai Ling devoured 69 golden eating worms, health 345, mental power 5, bronze treasure chest 3. After bathing with Kailei Chun, Yi kept his promise and directly moved his big bed into the floating island. Above the clouds, the Milky Way hung low with no clouds to obscure it, only the sound of gurgling spring water and the faint sound of someone's breathing. Woo. Master, slow down. I really can't take it anymore. After leveling up to level 2, Chunyi found that his left eye's ability had surprisingly become stronger, allowing him to clearly see all of Kayleigh's weaknesses. Is this not okay? Come on, continue, take my blow. A night without words. The next morning, Kayleigh energetically sprang out, bouncing around to make breakfast. Chunyi, on the other hand, leaned against the wall and slowly made his way out, his face pale and his eyes dazed, looking like a gambler who had lost everything. Damn it, last night, it was clearly Kayleigh who cried out that she couldn't take it anymore, yet every time it was just a little bit short, and instead he was drained dry. Just you wait. One day he'll make you beg for mercy. Chunyi slumped in the massage chair of the driver's seat, covering his ache. Even if Kayleigh has the ability to recuperate, it couldn't withstand the wild play he insisted on last night. The Eternal Night ship is already slowly sailing, and the small monsters and resources by the roadside are not something he needs to worry about. Just as Chunyi was about to close his eyes to rest, a cup of warm tea was handed to him. Master, this is goji berry tea that I bought for you in the trading area yesterday. Drink some to replenish. Who needs replenishing? I'm just thirsty. Chunyi grumpily snatched it and drank it down. On his left, Kayleigh handled transactions. On his right, Mei Er managed technology, and in front, Bai Ling was driving, while Lung Ming was mopping the floor. Chunyi slumped into the chair, suddenly feeling like a useless waste of space. I haven't looked at the public screen for several days. Let's see what the fools are up to today. Have you encountered the golden eating worm? This thing is impossible to fight. I encountered it too. My vehicle has been half eaten. I feel like I'm about to be eaten too. Who can save me? Sister has already given up waiting to be bought by a big shot as an AI companion. Please remember to wash it after using it. Sister loves cleanliness. Can't you use drones to lure it away? Damn it. Have you seen the price of drones now? Is it something us poor people can afford? Chunyi became more and more confused. Why is the entire district encountering golden eating worms? And the price of drones has actually skyrocketed to over 1,000 each. What he didn't know was that a deity had descended in this district, and several station managers held an emergency meeting overnight, deciding to add a bit of small difficulty to the area, releasing golden eating worms in 1/3 of the routes, while several recognized big shots had been precisely targeted with thousands of large swarms. Chunyi is one of the key targets of attention. Chunyi casually turned off 99 friend requests without looking at any. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Wait, I think I've discovered a way to make a fortune. Mayor. He suddenly turned his head. How much does it cost to make a drone? It depends on the configuration. A versatile type with reconnaissance, attack, radar interference, and a weapon's cash costs about 2,000 each. What? So expensive. Chunyi instantly felt a pang of pain thinking of those drones that had been blown up by fools. What if we only needed to fly and carry a certain amount of weight? Then, that would be the poverty-stricken version of the drone. Mayer paused, calculated, and said 50 road coins would be enough. How much? Chunyi jumped up from his chair with a bang, his eyes shining like light bulbs. 50. They're selling for 1,000 outside. Isn't this pure robbery? He glanced at the public screen, and sure enough, even the wild god was selling drones for 1,100. 20 times profit. This is faster than robbing a bank. How many can you make in a day? Chunyi's voice trembled with excitement, fearing that Mayer's production capacity wouldn't keep up. As long as the materials are sufficient, at least 20 units a day. 20 units, 1,000, 20,000. He could earn back a Mayer in just one day. Chunyi gasped, almost choking on the goji berry tea. Damn. Mayer. Immediately stop all current tasks. Focus on producing poverty-stricken drones. The faster the better. Kale. For every drone Mayer makes, put one on the shelf. We want sell for 1,100, just 998. Lung Meng. Potato. You two go to the trading area and stock up. All precision components that cost no more than 20 coins, buy them all for me. Precision components usually cost about 5 coins each. During this money-grabbing phase, this cost is nothing. Got it, master. Chunyi had originally thought he would have to wait a few days to gather enough money to upgrade to level 5, but now it seems that he might be able to upgrade today. He directly had Bai Ling stop the vehicle by the roadside. No more fighting monsters or digging for resources. Everyone focused on production. With nothing to do, Chunyi even opened the AI partner interface to see if there were any third-generation smart brains with inventor panels available. However, when he looked, he was dumbfounded. Not only had the price of third-generation smart brains doubled, but there wasn't even one with an inventor class available. Damn it. Who bought up all the top-tier AIs? Chunyi was increasingly baffled by this world. In his last life, hardly anyone spent big money to buy AIs. After all, for 1,000 coins, one could buy a vehicle talent. To think that in this life, due to the deadlock caused by the golden-eating worm, everyone was forced to buy drones, and AIs capable of making drones had their prices inflated by the system. Chunyi closed the AI interface, his mind clear. This price was definitely being manipulated by someone behind the scenes. But he didn't care about that. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Get it going. While they haven't reacted yet, let's make a big profit first. A whole morning passed in the blink of an eye. Mayer performed exceptionally well, actually producing 11 poverty-stricken drones. As soon as Kale put them up for sale, they were sold out in a minute. Lung Meng brought over ice cream and fruits to refresh everyone. The ice cream was made from the blueprints produced a few days ago. Potato was squatting on the ground, helping Mayer screw in bolts, his hands covered in grease. Chunyi assisted Kale with handling orders and purchasing, counting money until his hands went numb. Because doing business requires adding new friends, as soon as Chunyi opened the message interface, he was bombarded by 99 requests. Upon checking, he found that less than 1/10 were actual buyers, and the remaining 90 were threats from competitors. From the Avengers Alliance, to the Exploding Sky Gang, to the Scalpers, and even the independent group's Monkey League. Chunyi raised an eyebrow, curious about why the Monkey League hadn't been wiped out yet, but didn't think much of it. He looked at the screen full of threatening messages, and replied with 2 words: fool. If you have the ability, come kill me. I've already been wanted by the gods. What am I afraid of from you few petty thieves? After cursing, Chunyi stopped looking at the district chat interface. He knew he couldn't win a verbal battle alone. To avoid unnecessary stress, this move of 998 directly disrupted the entire market. Originally, several big shots had agreed to sell for 1,100 so everyone could make money, but now all the customers had been snatched away by Chunyi. They had no choice but to follow suit and lower their price to 998. Seeing this, Chunyi played an even more ruthless move. Pre-sale of poverty-stricken drones, only 699. Unlimited supply. For those brothers who bought from me at a higher price before, each will receive an additional 10 pounds of vegetables and fruits. This directly poked the hornet's nest. Those players who were waiting to die suddenly ignited hope, and those without money even went so far as to take out loans to buy one. After all, as long as they passed the golden-eating worm hurdle, the resources afterward were unique, and there was hope for getting their money back. In just one morning, Chunyi sold over 100 units, and orders were lined up for a week later. Hundreds of thousands of road coins instantly arrived, and Chunyi couldn't stop smiling. Countless big shots were furious, slamming their steering wheels, and unable to privately message him after being blacklisted. They could only curse wildly on the public screen. Curse away, curse away. Chunyi happily watched the balance in the backend. Once I upgrade my vehicle to level 5, let's see who dares to nag. Under the influence of Chunyi, the drone tycoons were forced to slash their prices one after another. Yet Chunyi's sales soon ground to a halt. No one was foolish. This was a road survival game. Who would wait a week for his delivery? Some were nearly engulfed by the black mist. Seeing this, the sellers and scalpers who had lowered their prices swiftly colluded and hiked them back up. They even posted a uniform price tag special offer $10.99 for a drone in stock. Meanwhile, they taunted in the global chat, "Eternal Night, you old swindler selling futures without stock. Utterly despicable." Many buyers, having witnessed the price of $699, refused to accept $10.99 and lambasted the merchants for their greed. However, the unscrupulous bosses fired back. Eternal Night is nothing but a fraud. He sold all his stock to scalpers. Ordinary folks can't buy a thing. Exactly, the black mist is practically upon us. Waiting a week for his goods is as good as waiting to die. Have you calculated how many talismans you burn through daily? A bunch of idiots. Caught up in the sellers and their shills orchestrated rhythm, the entire server's players genuinely bought into this narrative. Chen Yi, wanted by the gods, was certainly no good man. Just another scumbag making dirty money. Among the 200,000 to 300,000 people in the entire server, at least 70,000 to 80,000 urgently needed drones to survive. Chen Yi's production capacity of just over 100 units was merely a tiny ripple in this vast ocean. Yet watching these people feast on others' misery while slinging mud at him, Chen Yi hardened his heart. He had to teach these beasts hoarding AIs a lesson. Even if he made no profit, he couldn't let these bastards earn a single cent. He wasn't foolish. Once he upgraded to a level 5 vehicle, ordinary people couldn't threaten him. But if those drone-selling idiots made a fortune and armed themselves, they might just manage to kill him. Idiots can suffer, but they must never drive a Range Rover. Gritting his teeth, he immediately spent 1,000 to buy 2 server-wide loudspeakers from the system drone rental guaranteed passage through the Devourer Gold Beetle stage, premium AI piloting $199 per person. Those providing Devourer Gold Beetle eggs can deduct 100. As soon as this news broke, the entire server exploded. Countless people lined up to rent. The big shots were also shattered. The reason they sold at such high prices was that they had bought numerous AI units on credit. If the drones didn't sell, they would be finished. Now the big shots were truly terrified. The previously unbreakable alliance among them instantly crumbled. They all slashed prices, selling at $699, $599, and even $399. When life was on the line, even the most unbreakable alliance had to step aside. The leader of the alliance even started pulling strings and begging for mercy. They knew that as long as they could settle things with Chen Yi, everything could return to normal. Having learned that Chen Yi had previously interacted with the Mutual Aid Alliance, they immediately spent money to contact them, even asking the alliance's monks and Huzi to intercede. "Master Sanzang Yichan, brother Eternal Night, my apologies, but am paid to do a job. The Avengers Alliance says they'll give you 400 for your AI girl, so you can back off. Huzi, brother Eternal Night, the big shots have conceded. They promise not to cause you trouble when we reach the station. Let's call it quits. Eternal Night, 400 to buy my AI girl. Ridiculous. What did they take out a loan to buy a house full of AI companions and now can't pay it back? Tell them to wait to become AI companions themselves." Chen Yi ignored the Mutual Aid Alliance and closed the chat page. He communicated in large text, so only Lung Meng saw the conversation. Although Lung Meng and Meyer didn't get along, she knew Meyer's value to Chen Yi and didn't pressure him to sell her. With Chen Yi's move, Kolu was instantly overwhelmed. Tens of thousands of people added Chen Yi as a friend, all to book rental services. Lung Meng was dumbfounded by Chen Yi's actions and anxiously warned, "Master, are you crazy? The parts we collected were at high prices. 199 barely makes a profit, let alone 99. This is pure charity." Lung Meng wasn't stupid. In a road survival scenario, even if it was called a rental, how many would actually return them? Besides, where do we have that many drones to rent out? Don't worry about that, just do your job well. Chen Yi looked at Meyer, who was diligently debugging drones. "Meyer, can you control drones over an ultra-long distance?" "Master wants to know if I can control the drones in others' hands, right?" Chen Yi nodded at him. "As long as I've debugged them and they share the signal source, I can take over. I can even remotely lock them if I don't want them to. They can't even turn on the switch. No need to worry about them not returning them." Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction. He knew from his past life that Meyer had this ability. Not only that, but she could also multitask and control hundreds of drones. This was the true reason she held the top spot among AI companions. He was just confirming it again. "Then there's no problem." He looked at the flustered Kolo. "Tell those who bought pre-sale drones that were delaying delivery." "Oh, no, master." Kole's face instantly fell. "They all went through the system's guaranteed transaction. If you do this, they'll surely refund, and all our previous work will be for nothing. Let them refund. Anyway, there are people selling at $399 now. Even if we delivered on time, they'd still refund. But tell them if they're willing to switch to our piloting service, it'll help them get past the Devourer Gold Beetle stage today." When Chen Yi said this, everyone except Meyer was puzzled. "Master, even if Meyer is amazing, she can't help over 100 people clear the stage at the same time, right? With drones she can." Everyone except Chen Yi stared at Meyer, as if seeing her for the first time. Most had only seen Meyer control a dozen drones. They never imagined she could handle hundreds at once. TCH, what a boast. Lung Ming rolled her eyes with her arms crossed. Last time 10 drones went out, and only 2 wrecks came back. I remember that clearly. Lung Ming hated seeing Meyer steal the spotlight, so she only helped Kalu with work and deliberately sent Potato to cause trouble for Meyer. Meyer for Chun-Yes Sake didn't argue with Lung Ming, but the other girls had already believed in Meyer's abilities. Although advanced AIs could lie, Meyer was 100 loyal to Chun-Yi and would never deceive him. Alright, stop staring. Kalu, go notify everyone and secure those orders. Oh, and tell them that if they cooperate, well, provide 2 gene of vegetables for free every day for the next month. 2 gene a month meant 60 gene, costing at most just over 100 road coins. To secure the main profits and not hinder his vehicle upgrade, Chun-Yi deemed it worth spending a little. After a flurry of activity, evening arrived. In the end, over half of the people requested refunds. The other half, never having used drones before and fearing they'd mess up, decided to try Chun-Yes rental service. If it didn't work out, they'd still refund. But now, facing a market of tens of thousands, Chun-Yi no longer cared whether this half refunded or not. He was just using them as an advertisement. However, even with her best efforts, Meyer had only produced 15 drones that afternoon. Still, Chun-Yi was satisfied. He planned to buy the rest from other sellers. He chose the cheapest ones at $399, buying 100 units, and discovered the seller was Hei Ying from the Mutual Aid Alliance. But he didn't greet her, and she didn't ask either, directly delivering 100 drones. This cost Chun-Yi nearly 4,000. With a flash of white light, drones piled up on the central console. Meyer stopped making drones. Quickly debug these finished ones. Meyer knew time was tight and the task was heavy, so she quickly began debugging each one. Fortunately, she was skilled at tuning drones and debugged over a dozen in no time. Kalu marked all these drones and sent them to those who had bought pre-sale units. Seeing Lung Ming squatting on the ground childishly poking at the drones, Chun-Yi feared she would disturb Meyer's work. He immediately grabbed her swishing cattail and pulled her up. Come on, stop being a nuisance here. It'll take you to cook a delicious meal for everyone. Chun-Yi was still thinking about the pile of chickens and ducks that needed processing. He busied himself in the kitchen with the little maid while Lung Ming helped as an assistant. Boiling water, plucking feathers, slaughtering, marinating with ginger, garlic, scallions, beer, cooking wine, and vinegar, then stir-frying. Lung Ming watched, utterly mesmerized. The aroma tickled her nose, making her drool. As a true night market foodie, she craved this flavor the most. Seeing her swallowing hard, Chun-Yi picked up a piece of beer-braised duck and stuffed it into her mouth. Wow, so fragrant. This is the taste. Chun-Yi, did you graduate from the new Oriental cooking school? Flattery won't work. I'm only teaching you this once. Next time it's your turn. What the hell? I only learned how to pluck feathers. Having once run a night market stall, Chun-Yi's cooking was no joke. While not top-notch, it rivaled small restaurant fare. That evening, everyone enjoyed a splendid meal, eating more than twice their usual amount. Oh, Aunt Lung Ming, stop hogging Master's butler position. Potato said with his mouth stuffed full, let Master cook for us every day. Potato can eat 3 more bowls. Several little slimes Poo-Ji nodded along, their bowls piled high. Thanks to his telepathic link with Chun-Yi, he had also learned human language. Lung Ming blushed. You wish. Master is busy. Hurry up and eat. Afterward, watch Sister Meyer's performance of the 100 drone battle. After the meal, everyone sat in the central control room, watching Meyer single-handedly control 100 drones. They were all astounded. But Chun-Yi stared at the screen for a long time, without seeing a single devourer gold beetle egg. Strange, not a single egg. Am I the only one in the world who has this stuff? At that moment, on the wilderness god's vehicle, he narrowed his eyes at Chun-Yi's message. This eternal night is laughably naive. Trying to buy devourer gold beetle eggs for 100 coins. How could the station masters ever let such things fall into players' hands? Meyer's mastery over the 100 machines was exquisite. Over 100 drones precisely diverted every wave of the golden devouring worm, successfully escorting 115 vehicles to safety. After completing the task, they automatically returned to the opponent's vehicle. However, just as Lung Ming had anticipated, there were always those who sought to take advantage. Out of the 115 drones, only 104 were returned in the end. Even though Chun-Yi's service was already exceedingly generous in the apocalypse, human nature could never withstand the test. Everyone understood how crucial drones were for survival on the roads. Just a hint of selfishness could allow one to get a drone worth hundreds for free. Even if they realized they could not operate it at all, they would rather let it rot in their hands than return it. Those who had previously paid $699 for the pre-sale had obediently returned it, as they had a month of free vegetable supply and system guarantees, so they were not afraid of Chun-Yi's tricks. Only those who had spent $199 on the leveling service began to entertain ulterior motives. What drones? I never rented your stuff. Young-Yi, here are the complete transaction records and control logs. Take a look. I can't understand hanging up. Blocked. I already sent the drone back. If you lost it, don't blame me. Blocked? What the hell? Your drones flew away on their own. What does that have to do with me? Blocked. My lord. Look. Lung Meng said with her hands on her hips and rolled her eyes. I told you so. This is bought for 399 each and given away for free at 199. Everyone was furious except for Lung Meng, who continued to sarcastically poke fun at Meyer. Oh, didn't someone say they could lock remotely? Didn't you say everyone would obediently return them? Lung Meng, you're going too far. Kulu instantly exploded with her wynard eyes glaring as she pointed angrily at the stairs. Go back upstairs and cultivate. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll drag you up. The mistress is biased. Lung Meng stomped her foot angrily and ran upstairs flicking her cattail. Chunyi ignored her. Although this girl had a foul mouth, she genuinely cared for her own. Rather than insulting Meyer, it was more accurate to say she was lamenting her own financial loss. It's just that this mouth was too reckless, always targeting Meyer. However, Chunyi truly didn't mind this small loss. Master, there's no need to worry. Meyer adjusted her non-existent glasses, her tone calm. I have pre-installed self-destruct settings in all the drones, which can be remotely detonated at any time. Good job, Meyer. You were foresight and left a backup plan. Chunyi's eyes lit up, but don't rush to First, I need to clarify this matter on the public screen before sending them on their way. At the second-floor stairway, Lung Meng was eavesdropping on the railing. Upon hearing this, she secretly smirked, but felt relieved inside. Looks like this vixen has some skills helping Chunyi once again. I must do my best. Today I will surely break through to level 1 life form. Let him see my prowess. The 5th Beast Master position must be mine. I'm a great beauty. Once Chunyi and I are together, it'll give him a litter of chubby babies. In the control room, Chunyi directly announced the complete list of 115 players who had cleared the game. The entire district erupted. Everyone frantically inquired only to discover that it was all true. No way. Fat Tiger really cleared it. He just sent screenshots in the group. Jingxiang cleared it too. Yongyi is indeed amazing. Yongyi, I also want leveling. He'll pay what? Add me to the list. He'll pay 199. No, 299. The already overflowing rental list tripled. Almost half of the entire district came to Chunyi to place orders. Now those selling drones could no longer sit. Previously, they had confidently claimed that Chunyi was engaging in hunger marketing with barely any production capacity. Yet he could clear over 100 people at once. This was not cutting off their financial path, but directly digging up their ancestral graves. The 90 of people who had been waiting to see Chunyi's jokes were now regretting it immensely. Now even at 1099 and no one wanted it. Even selling at 399 was impossible. 329, 299 could not move at all. After all, these useless drones only attracted monsters and had no other utility. It would be more cost-effective to buy an AI companion that could work during the day and bear children at night. Not only that, but those hoarding precision components were also panicking. This thing usually cost only 5 road coins, but they had inflated it to 20. Now that no one was buying drones, all the goods they had hoarded with loans were stuck in their hands waiting for bankruptcy liquidation. Chunyi's actions indeed saved thousands of ordinary people, but they also forced countless big shots into a corner. That night, several heavily indebted big shots jumped off the rooftops. They would rather die than become someone else's AI plaything. However, Chunyi did not care about this. What he needed to do now was punish those greedy parasites. Now I will announce a list of deadbeats who took the drones and refused to return them. Chunyi directly displayed the IDs of 11 individuals on the public screen. Xiao Wu, Oscar Flame. Xiao Wu, that's right. What about it? A murderer, wanted by the gods. Do you think you can ask me for things? If you have the guts, come at me through the internet. Flanders, I am a people's teacher. Stop slandering me. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. Oscar Kid, we admit you saved us, but you can't repay kindness with malice, right? Alright, what a shameless bunch. Chunyi sneered. Meyer, take action. Receive, master. Boom. A loud explosion suddenly erupted inside the Yongyi. The control panel instantly filled with black smoke. Ding. Your Yongyi has been attacked. Durability 1, Ku, less health 800 ugh. Kulu was blasted with dirt on her face, her hair a mess, looking pitiful as she pouted. What the hell? What's going on? Chunyi was startled and quickly pulled Kulu into his arms using a wet wipe to clean her face. Are you okay, sweetheart? Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. Just my face is so dirty. Woo-woo. Kulu nuzzled into his embrace. Master, hug me. Just a hug will do. Fortunately, Kulu had an absurdly thick health pool comparable to a level 4 mutated beast. After being blasted by the drone's self-destruction, she was as good as new. If it had been Chunyi himself, he would probably have perished. Master, just now someone suddenly returned the drone, and I didn't react in time. Meyer for once seemed a bit flustered, apologizing with her head lowered. What the hell? Are you that unlucky? Chunyi was both angry and amused. At that moment, a friend message popped up. Luo Feng drone has been returned. Alright. Luo Feng, right. I've remembered you. Next time you return it this late, just wait, and see how I'll deal with you. Chunyi replied without any good humor. Another time. Looking at the cold reply from the other party, Chun Yi suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. He suddenly recalled this person in his past life. It was this Luo Feng who had betrayed the leader of the Justice League and stepped over the corpses of everyone to become the chosen one. Though he didn't know him, he remembered this name. Is it him? Was it intentional? Want to kill me? To gain the favor of the Desert Reaper? He couldn't help but think everything seemed too coincidental. Forget it, let's not worry about him for now. Chun Yi shook his head. Meyer, blow up the remaining 10. I refuse to believe there are still such unlucky ones. 5 minutes later, confirming that all 10 deadbeats had turned to gray names, Chun Yi finally spoke on the public screen. Alright, everyone except Luo Feng has been dealt with. This is the fate of those who took advantage of me. His words instantly caused an uproar across the district. My goodness, they really all turned gray names. Yongyi can actually kill from a distance. That's terrifying. Who would dare owe Yongyi money from now on? Yongyi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you just now. Please don't kill me. Holy, just a show of tricks, you must have planted bombs in the drones. If you really have the guts to kill from a distance, show. Damn, is that monkey cheating? How does he know? Just as Chun Yi was about to close the interface, the public screen suddenly exploded. Here it comes. True long-distance killing. Those who cursed Yongyi the hardest just turned gray. Oh my god, what kind of godly ability is this? Well done. Those beasts profiting from disasters deserve to die long ago. Yongyi, I want to buy your leveling service. I can pay more, just hope to arrange something. Huh, what's going on? Chun Yi looked confused, still unaware that those big shots couldn't pay the system fees and had jumped to their demise. I didn't do anything. He scratched his head and then laughed. Anyway, the deterrent effect has been achieved. It's a blood profit. Alright. Everyone gets a share. Line up to register, come one by one. Chun Yi immediately closed the public screen and pulled Cola to start organizing the payment list for the next batch of baiting services. At first it was 1 group per hour, but as he became more skilled the speed increased to 2 groups per hour. Chun Yi calculated with a calculator, his eyes widened. Damn. This leveling service is actually 10 times more profitable than selling drones. By the end of the night, over 5,000 people had registered and paid, with gross earnings soaring to nearly 1 million. However, the good times didn't last long as he quickly encountered a bottleneck. Orders had piled up to 5 or 6 days later, and many who couldn't wait chose to buy the 299 drones instead. Even more others started imitating Chun Yi and launched their own leveling services. Although their AI wasn't as powerful as Meyer, they could still control 7 or 8 drones at once and snatched away quite a few orders. But it doesn't matter, making this much money is much faster than robbing. Master, why don't we buy more drones? Everyone looked at Meyer in shock. You can control more. Chun Yi was genuinely surprised. He had only heard that Meyer could control hundreds in his previous life. 200 is no problem. Meyer adjusted her non-existent glasses, her tone as calm as if discussing an ordinary matter. Wow. Enough. This directly doubles the profit. Chun Yi slapped his thigh and immediately ordered 100 more basic drones. Chun Yi and Cola organized the orders, shipping and collecting, while Meyer controlled the drones and Potato helped with debugging and checking the performance of each drone. Everyone was busy until late at night, assisting nearly 1,000 people to successfully pass the gold-eating bug blockade. Alright, that's enough for today. Everyone hurry back to sleep, get up early tomorrow to continue. The girls naturally had no objections. Chun Yi's words were like an imperial edict, and they all lined up to wash up. Before bed, Chun Yi looked at the over 1 million highway coins in his account and couldn't hold back any longer. He chose to upgrade to a level 5 vehicle. Ding! Upgrading to a level 5 balanced vehicle for you. This upgrade will consume 500 highway coins, 1 space gem, 2,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of steel, 200 units of alloy. Estimated completion time 7 days. During the upgrade, the vehicle must remain stationary and will not affect any passengers inside. The warehouse's upgrade materials were instantly depleted. Chun Yi looked at the loading upgrade progress bar, filled with emotion. Who would have thought he would be the first person in all